Chapter 1. No more striving. Simply embrace mediocrity. The champions of competition are nothing but fools. These were the words that Nie Baili wished to utter, even before her eyes had fully opened after her reincarnation. Around her, the array pulsed with energy, blood-red light soared into the sky, and the fervent incantations pierced her eardrums with an agonizing intensity. With blood as the offering, the souls as bait, let the fates be exchanged, commence. Faced with such a grand conspiracy of fate exchange, Nie Baili did not lift a finger after all. She had grown weary of the relentless striving. She, Nie Baili, a tragic figure indeed, born into a modern society entrenched in fierce competition, and raised in a single-parent household, her father imposed the strictest standards upon her. This led her to struggle even with the basics of phonetics in kindergarten, while the champions of competition thrived. She skipped grades in elementary school, advanced to high school a year early, and by the age of 15, she had become a master disciple in the sect after cultivating to the golden core stage. At 20, she entered the enigmatic realm of the Cien, managing sect affairs and becoming the second youngest powerhouse in the history of Yunjin continent. Why the second, you may ask? Because in the realm of cultivation, she encountered Chunji, who surpassed her in ambition. Born as a golden core, entering the sect as a nascent soul, and achieving true immortal status by the age of 23, he overshadowed her brilliance. The difference lay in Chunji's innate talent for competition, while her strength came from sheer effort. Ultimately, he ascended with a carefree wave, while she met her demise. Yet death was not the end. She found herself reborn. A combination of transmigration and reincarnation, the protagonist's advantages stacked high. In this new life, Nie Baili lay exhausted on the ground, allowing her old rival, Fu Meng, to weave the formation and chant the incantation for the fate exchange. This tiresome fate of competition. Let someone else claim it. She reclined on the ground, offering no resistance, the scent of fresh grass wafting into her nostrils, the sun warming her body luxuriously. Why had she never basked in such a delightful sun in her previous life? Perhaps she was either immersed in cultivation or battling monsters. As she soaked up the sunlight, she unexpectedly drifted off to sleep. Uncertain of how long she had slumbered, she was jolted awake by a piercing laugh. Ha ha ha! I did it! I won! From now on, I shall be the youngest genius of Yunjin continent. I will trample all those who look down on me in my past life. I will make Shinji take notice of me. I will compel everyone to kneel before me and call me father, Nie Baili. So, it turned out she was not the only one to be reborn. Fu Meng, her erstwhile friend in her own estimation. They had entered the sect together, learned together, and competed against one another. Coming from a prestigious family, yet never having strived herself, Fu Meng had chosen a different path, embracing the demonic way and successfully being elected as the saintess. From that point on, she took it upon herself to create troubles, becoming the internal drive for Nie Baili's relentless ambition. Thanks to Fu Meng, whenever Nie Baili faltered, her rival would conjure crises to spur her onward, grateful for the competition that fostered her growth. Yet now, Fu Meng, in her rebirth, had fixated on Nie Baili's long-standing second-place status. To be frank, if one must exchange fates, directly swapping with Shinji would be far more advantageous, though it would certainly be a daunting task. Nie Baili remained disinclined to open her eyes. Instead, she pondered and discerned from the sound around her that this was the 98th preliminary selection for cultivators. The so-called preliminary selection is an event where cultivators from the realm offer a taste of sweetness to mortals, allowing them to enter major sects after 2 rounds of physical tests and 1 round of interviews. The acceptance rate rivals that of national examinations, but unlike those, there are no age restrictions. All mortals across the Yunjin continent, regardless of being human, ghost, or demon, can participate, irrespective of age. This results in a greater denominator, making acceptance even more challenging and the competition fiercer. 30 million participants, only 3,000 will be selected. Among those 3,000, the number of individuals with spiritual roots capable of entering major sects is minuscule. The evaluation method is to successfully locate the jade tokens pre-buried by the major sects within the half-moon forest. Those who accumulate the most tokens will advance to the second round of selection. Fu Ming, possessing the fate of her rival, believed herself to be in a favorable position. Just as she prepared to slip away, she heard a familiar voice behind her. "Hey, aren't you going to take the jade tokens?" Fu Ming's heart seemed to be gripped by an unseen force, her heartbeat racing to the point of suffocation. No matter how much she tried to reassure herself, she could not escape the shadow of being crushed in her previous life. Even though the person before her was now just another child, yet to embark on the path of cultivation. However, in the next moment, a pouch filled with jade tokens was tossed at her feet. "Take them all, every last one is yours if you desire." Fu Ming jumped back 3 feet in disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you insane?" The number of jade tokens was the key to victory. The more one possessed, the greater the chance of being favored by the elders and leaders of the major sects. Yet, Nie Baili remained unfazed, reclining with her eyes closed. "Don't you want them? I've already given you my fate. Aren't the jade tokens worth taking?" Fu Ming, stepping back cautiously, confirmed that there was no danger, and then turned to flee, leaving Nie Baili to continue her repose. As night fell and the wind turned chilly, she finally rose, brushing herself off. Approaching the pouch filled with jade tokens, she kicked all the tokens into the air. Since she had no desire to compete, why bother cultivating as an immortal? Time to return home and tend to the fields. Chapter 2. Leave the matter of exorcising demons to the practitioners of the sect. As she descended the mountain, the resplendent fireworks exploded in the sky with a series of resounding bangs. The blue represented an additional disciple for the Qingxiao sect, the red signified a new disciple for the Wanshou sect, and the purple indicated that the astrology gate had accepted a new student. Nie Baili, while watching the fireworks, made her way down the mountain. The grandiosity of new disciples entering the sect resembled the celebrations of a significant event. However, based on her past experiences, it was indeed a one-way journey. The reason why these grand sects were deemed great was that each disciple, when singled out, could easily overwhelm a smaller faction. Why were all graduating disciples so exceptional? Naturally, it was because those who were not outstanding would never graduate. During her tenure as the sect leader, she had fretted yearly over the graduation of her disciples, losing tufts of hair to the stress. The sect, concerned about its reputation, was reluctant to let disciples go, while the disciples sought out others to take their examinations, employing various means. Ultimately, the sect preserved its esteemed title of Qingxiao, ensuring the quality of its graduates. Humming a tune, Nie Baili leisurely strolled down the mountain, chewing on a blade of grass. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of sparks, accompanied by a piercing shriek, split the night, illuminating almost half of the Yunjin continent. The night was instantly transformed into day, the surroundings aglow as if in bright sunlight. Nie Baili looked up just in time to witness the moment the fireworks blossomed. Each blooming lotus flower signified the most brilliant existence among the young geniuses of the Yunjin continent. Finally, they faded into blue, disappearing into the horizon, and the surroundings once more plunged into darkness. She knew whom the Qingxiao sect was celebrating. Chunji, a name she did not wish to utter, had brought her nothing but misfortune. Fortunately, in this life, she no longer had to compete with him or endure the envious yet pitying gazes of the elders. Let the fleeting dreams roll away. She was eager to return home for dinner. Early in the morning, Xinghua village welcomed an unexpected guest. "Village chief, I'm back. Mother, I'm back. Big brother, I'm back." The entire village awoke, and upon stepping outside, they recognized the girl as Nie Shansher's daughter. The village chief, gazing at the thinly clad yet beaming girl, quickly inquired, "Why are you back? Didn't you go to take the entrance exam for the major sects?" Nie Baili chuckled mischievously. "I didn't pass." A nearby gossiping woman could not contain herself. "They wouldn't even accept a talented scholar like you?" Nie Baili scratched her head. "There are countless others like me out there." Those two sentences, once a source of shame, now flowed from her lips without pressure, making her realize she had truly grown, daring to acknowledge her ordinariness that in her previous life. Admitting her mediocrity felt akin to overturning her entire existence and utterly negating her worth. Baili, brother. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Nie Baili dashed forward, crashing into a warm embrace. Nie Ichuan, her biological brother in this world, was an ordinary man who had participated in the sect's preliminary selection but had never advanced to the next round in her past life after a long absence from home. She found him transformed into a ghost king. The reasons were too convoluted for her to explore. Cherishing the present was paramount. As long as you're safe, let us go home. Just like the countless times he had escorted his sister home in their childhood. Nie Ichuan held her hand. Noting how much livelier she seemed, he dared not mention her failure to enter the sect, fearing it would sadden his strong-willed sister. Upon returning home, she immediately asked, "Where's Mother?" "Aunt Jo next door is giving birth. She went to help." Her brother, being thoughtful, went to the stove to prepare some steamed buns for her. "Aunt Jo is pregnant, but her husband is naturally incapable." Nie Baili silently closed her mouth, caught off guard by the gossip upon her return. Fortunately, her brother patiently explained, it is said a begging monk came by, borrowing the monk's seed. Nie Baili wore an expression of understanding, which startled her brother. Was this still the sister who had been consumed by her studies? No, that monk had some skill. He cured Aunt Jo's husband's ailment, and within days, she was pregnant. Nie Baili, that is no monk. That is practically a master of male reproductive health. Even Hua Toa would bow in admiration. Her stomach growled in hunger, and she gulped down some water. "Brother, is the fire on the stove lit?" A few coughs emanated from the kitchen as Nie Ichuan, his face covered in soot, replied to his sister, "Aunt Jo's family is celebrating. Since Mother is helping with the delivery, it wouldn't hurt for us to ask for a bowl of porridge." Nie Baili tentatively suggested, "Should I take over the fire?" Nie Ichuan firmly declined, stating that while he might not be able to light it, his sister could very well burn down the entire house. The two arrived at Aunt Jo's home, and as they approached, Nie Baili sensed a trace of ghostly energy. Strange, where is that coming from? She halted her brother and noticed the blood spilled on the ground from the slaughtered chickens, quickly smearing her brother's hands with it. "You wait here." Without waiting for her brother to respond, she dashed inside. Nie Ichuan, anxious, called out from behind, "Don't go in, be careful." However, Nie Baili had already surged into the room, where cries of distress echoed, and their mother squatted by the bed, her forehead glistening with sweat. "Is it a breech birth?" "No, I can't feel the head." "This child has no head?" Her belly was still expanding. "No, it was the child growing." Several experienced women were in disarray, carrying out basin after basin of blood, the metallic scent enveloping Nie Baili's senses. She moved closer, discovered the source of the ghostly energy was Aunt Jo's belly. It seemed as if a Neza was contained within, stretching her abdomen. Instinctively, she knew that if she did not act soon, whatever was inside would burst forth. "Step aside," she shouted, and everyone turned to look at her. Their mother was particularly astonished. "Baili?" Nie Baili did not respond. She simply pulled her mother aside, and others followed suit. The next moment, with a tearing sound, the ghostly energy ruptured through the belly, and a fleshy mass resembling an octopus dropped to the ground, causing the midwife and several aunts to scream in terror. Aunt Jo's mother-in-law fainted on the spot. Without hesitation, Nie Baili knocked over a candle to ignite the cotton quilt and destroy the array that had been set up on the ground, listening to the sound of flesh sizzling as the mass began to writhe. Ultimately, the mass transformed into a ghostly infant with eyes exuding ghostly energy and a body of a deep blue hue. Escaping through the window, outside, chaos ensued. By the time Nie Baili pursued it, the ghostly infant had vanished. Instinctively, she took control of the situation. Where is Zhou Dachuan? Does he know whether his wife is carrying a human or a ghost? Burn everything the ghostly infant touched, and quickly carry away the fainted ones. Just as laundry and cooking, sweeping the yard and weeding, chopping firewood and fetching water, tending to cattle and herding sheep, returning home for meals, waking from a deep slumber, and repeating the day before. The fragile ties of kinship began to dissolve on the third day of returning home, after her mother rudely roused her from bed. Moreover, her mother's inability to cook forced her to rely on mundane chores to maintain their plastic affection. Whenever she dared to take a moment's respite, it would inevitably summon a tirade from her mother. Yet today, her mother, with a smile, offered her a piece of sesame candy, inquiring with concern, Baili, "Are you tired?" Nie Baili cradled the cake with both hands and replied, "Mother, perhaps you should just beat me instead. It would make me feel more at ease." In an instant, Nie's mother's demeanor shifted. "You little rascal. The Zhou family is here looking for your assistance, asking if you can write a proclamation for supernatural events." A proclamation for supernatural occurrences is a document wherein any otherworldly or uncanny happenings, which cannot be resolved by human efforts, can be reported to the sect, by gathering the power of cultivators. Disasters can be averted and merits accrued. Nie Baili received the proclamation written by the Zhou family from her mother, and after reading it, she sighed. The content was quite straightforward, written in plain language. To the sovereign of Xinghua village. My wife has given birth to a shadowy creature. We beseech the celestial being to descend and rescue us from peril. In her previous life, Nie Baili often dealt with proclamations from the mortal realm while managing the external affairs pavilion of the Qingxiao sect. However, some mortals, due to poor night vision, could mistake a mere rag for a demon or ghost, frequently causing the disciples to make fruitless trips. Thus, any proclamation that was vague or exaggerated will be promptly rejected. As Nie Baili gazed at the bold red stamp of rejected on the document, she sighed once more and took up her brush to rewrite it. To the sovereign of the 24th year of spring. A ghostly monk has emerged in Xinghua village, secretly harming women and giving birth to ghostly infants. Employing formations, igniting souls, resembling meatballs with appendages, suffused with flames, thus becoming ghostly infants, their eyes shrouded in dark mists. Their bodies mottled in blue and purple, roaring like wild boars, fearing fire, vanishing without a trace. The hearts of the people are in turmoil, desperately seeking help, fearing that the ghostly infants may harm mortals, threaten the foundation of the nation, disrupt the hearts of the populace, and bring chaos to the three realms, allowing the demon realm to take advantage of the situation, thus endangering a century of peace. Therefore, we humbly seek assistance. Hearing that the Qingxiao sect is the foremost celestial sect of the current age, if this matter remains unresolved, it could spell disaster for the three realms. The Zhou family watched as Nie Baili wrote with fervor, lamenting the value of education. "All right, take this, and it would be best to add a few drops of blood." Zhou's mother held the proclamation with trepidation. "Will this ensure the celestial being comes?" "Most likely." Nie Baili was not entirely confident, as she was no longer in charge of the external affairs pavilion. However, she had described the ghostly entities in detail and exaggerated the consequences, ultimately praising the Qingxiao sect. Unless something unexpected occurred, it should be accepted. Zhou's mother left in a flurry, delivering the proclamation to the various sects' external affairs pavilions in the mortal realm. She stood at the door, hands clasped in prayer, hoping for a response this time. Under her earnest wish, the proclamation underwent numerous approvals and finally received the approved seal under the gaze of the head of the branch pavilion. IT then joined hundreds of other proclamations, delivered personally by disciples on flying swords to the Qingxiao sect, landing on the desk of the head of the external affairs pavilion. Upon reading, the head was taken aback, instantly envisioning a grand conspiracy between the demon and ghostly realms. Without a moment's pause for the initiation ceremony of the new disciples, he rushed to the Wujik pavilion. Within the Qingxiao sect, the skies were clear, and the sect leader, Shunhua, presided over the Wujik pavilion alongside the peak masters and esteemed elders. Today marked a momentous occasion for the Qingxiao sect as they welcomed new disciples, and the initiation ceremony was set to take place there. The head of the external affairs pavilion hurriedly approached the sect leader. Reporting to the sect leader, ghostly infant traces have been spotted in the southeast, and aside from the mortal responsible for birthing the ghostly infant, there have been no casualties. The sect leader, a figure of elegance and poise, nodded slightly upon hearing this. Understood. Once the ceremony concludes, dispatch Suyu and the disciples to investigate. The head of the external affairs pavilion bowed and withdrew. 40 young disciples lined up according to their talents. Leading the way were 2 children under the age of 10, yet none dared to treat them lightly. Fu Meng stood beside Shinji, feeling a rush of exhilaration. In her previous life, she could only follow Nie Baili. Watching as this golden boy and jade girl respectively bowed to the sect leader and the master of the sword peak. Meanwhile, she and the remaining 37 disciples were picked through like treasures in a heap of refuse. Suppressing her excitement, Fu Meng turned her gaze toward the white-haired boy next to her. His hair, as dark as ink, cascaded down his back, a white ribbon dangling at his chest. His eyes shone like the moon, lips red and teeth white. Exuding a composure beyond his years, he formed seals with his hands at heart level, unwaveringly gazing forward, unfazed by the imposing presence of the sect leader and elders. Noticing this, Fu Meng hastily averted her gaze, mimicking his focused stance. However, the actions of the new disciples did not escape the keen eyes of the prominent figures present. Their temperaments were easily discerned. The initiation ceremony commenced formally, and when names were called, steps were taken forward. Shunji, celestial root, purity, full value. Shunji stepped forward slightly, bowing respectfully under the scrutiny of the elders. Disciple Shunji pays respects to the sect leader and peak masters. It was an undeniable truth that everyone desired to take Shunji as their disciple. However, given Shun's family background and innate talent, it was not the master choosing the disciple, but rather the disciple choosing their master. Currently, few were worthy of being Shunji's mentor in the Yunjin continent. All the peak masters and elders turned their attention to the sect leader, yet he merely raised a hand in a casual gesture. In Shunji's vision, a line of text suddenly appeared. "Have you eaten?" Shunji, the sect leader of the Qingxiao sect, stood up to clarify, "Although I wish to accept you as my disciple. My master uncle, the previous master of the Sword Peak, is nearing ascension, and there is currently no successor. It would be best for everyone to try." Upon hearing this, the current master of the Sword Peak, Su Wenjing, twitched his lips but quickly composed himself. The previous master of the Sword Peak, Shun Tu Wutsua, was renowned a century ago as a top swordsman, capable of cleaving mountains and seas with a single strike, and subduing demons with three. Had it not been for his excessively erratic temperament, he might have been the sect leader. Shunji's indifferent face shed its childish innocence and earnestly stated, "I do not consume the 5 grains." The spiritual barrier before him shifted once more. Do you prefer your father or your mother? The path of loyalty and filial piety. How could one entertain preferences? The spiritual barrier presented the final question. How old are you? And just as he finished speaking, the barrier shimmered, morphing into a translucent water figure that leaped before Shinji, exclaiming, "Am I the old man, or are you the old man? Such a young age, and yet so dreary, utterly devoid of fun." Shunji remained as steady as a mountain. "You are, Shun Tu, my master uncle. You infuriate me. You infuriate me." The sect leader, seated at the head, felt quite helpless and could only hastily dissuade him. Nevertheless, Fu Meng felt an urge to try her luck. She raised her bright eyes. "Master uncle, may I have a go?" In her previous life, even Nie Baili had failed to catch the eye of her master uncle. Receiving a similar evaluation as Shunji, if she could win his favor, Wu-Ti would allow her to overshadow Shinji. Shin Tu, transformed into the water figure, scrutinized Fu Meng closely, shaking his head repeatedly. "Your flaws remain unrectified. We are not fated." With that, he dissipated in a mist, vanishing from the initiation ceremony. Fu Meng's expression of joy froze on her face, as the suppressed anger from her previous life surged within her once more. No, with Nie Baili's fate now intertwined with hers, she was no longer the inferior Fu Meng. She would become the eldest senior sister, calming her tumultuous thoughts, after Shinji was accepted as a disciple by the sect leader. Fu Meng approached the master of the Sword Peak. "Disciple Fu Meng wishes to take the master of the Sword Peak as my teacher, that in this life, I shall study the way of the sword to protect the populace. I will not slack off, nor will I resort to deceit, nor shall I give up, taking ascension as my responsibility to uphold the prestige of Qingxiao." Su Wenjing, the master of the Sword Peak, glanced at the girl below, noting her average talent but commendable spirit. While he was the master of the Sword Peak, he placed greater value on perseverance than innate talent. The way of the sword is not something for the faint-hearted. This child shows promise. Rise. From this day forth, you shall be a disciple of the Sword Peak, my apprentice. Su Wenjing da Fu Meng was elated. Indeed, Nie Baili's words held true. No matter what, in this rebirth, she would not squander her opportunities. Just wait and see. She would undoubtedly become an even more outstanding master sister than Nie Baili. The remaining disciples were selected and assigned to either the inner or outer sect. This year, only Shanji and Fu Meng were accepted as direct disciples. The Qingxiao sect was not lacking in disciples, nor was the cultivation world short of cultivators, which was telling in itself. After the initiation ceremony concluded, sect leader Shunhua dispatched Siyu and other inner sect disciples to investigate the ghostly infant. Compared to the demon realm, the ghostly realm has always guarded its territory fiercely, rarely stepping outside the ghost market without cause. Thus, caution was warranted to prevent a conflict between the righteous path and the ghostly realm, inadvertently benefiting the demon realm. Siyu, take the new little junior brother along. Siyu hesitated for a moment. Is it really necessary to bring along such a young junior brother? The sect leader smiled lightly. Though Shunji is young, his cultivation has already surpassed the golden core stage. Siyu was taken aback, his mind racing, ultimately settling on a simple disciple obeys at 10 years old, the golden core. He himself was 150 years old and had only reached the late golden core stage. The sect leader also felt that while Shunji's cultivation was high, he lacked experience. One cannot only cultivate, but also must cultivate wisdom. Meanwhile, on the Sword Peak, Fu Meng had also learned of Shinji's impending expedition to investigate the ghostly infant. This was drastically different from her previous life. There had been no ghostly infant, only a ghost king, and this matter had not come to light until 20 years later. It was precisely because Nie Baili had slain the ghost king that she had garnered the sect leader's attention and ascended to lead the Qingxiao sect. She could not afford to fall behind. Fu Meng knocked on the peak master's door. Enter. Master, having heard of the ghostly infant's emergence, I, your disciple, wish to descend the mountain and investigate this matter, striving to eliminate the calamity for the sake of the populace. Su Wenjing frowned so deeply that she could crush a mosquito between her brows. How could this child be so misguided? While her words were pleasing, and she ought to diligently practice her swordplay, the moment trouble arises, she seeks to make a spectacle of herself. She heavily set down her teacup. With a thud, it startled Fu Meng, causing her heart to leap. Water splashed from the cup onto the ground. Have you not yet learned to run, yet you wish to soar? Why not simply shout for ascension? While Shinji goes forth to broaden his horizons, your intention is merely to offer your head. How many moves do you know of the Qingxiao sword? Have you recited the mental formula? Have you attended the academy? If you join the sword edge merely to seek fame, you might as well leave at once. The harsh words pierced Fu Meng's heart with dread, and she immediately acknowledged her fault. I recognize my mistake. It was my impatience. I beseech Master for your forgiveness. Su Wenjing shook her head in disappointment. Upon your return, prepare a century-long growth plan for me. Thoughtfully chart your path of cultivation, and you may retire now. Fu Meng could only withdraw in dejection. Chapter 4. Who among us has not faced death since time immemorial? Whether early or lazily, we all must meet our end in Xinhua village. The moment Siyu and the others appeared, they captured the attention of the entire village. The village chief even knelt down on the spot, bowing and pleading. Immortal has descended. I ask for blessings. May the harvest be bountiful. May my descendants flourish. May I succeed in my studies. May I have 7 encounters in one night. The more he spoke, the more absurd his requests became. Observing the spectacle of kneeling villagers, Suyu felt quite troubled. Please rise. We are not immortals, merely disciples from Qingxiao sect here to investigate the ghostly infant. The village chief paused, pointing at Shinji. Is this not the golden boy beside the queen mother? Although Shinji appeared innocent, he spoke plainly. Not an immortal will not bless the harvest, nor guarantee success in studies. 7 encounters in one night will lead to exhaustion. The village chief jumped up, exclaiming, How absurd! A farmer never kneels to useless deities. The crowd dispersed, and the boatman from Zhou's family escorted Siyu and the others back. After some investigation, they found no leads. The monk had vanished, and Zhou's daughter-in-law was deemed inauspicious, cremated and buried early, while surrounding eyewitnesses feared attracting ghosts and remained silent. Ultimately, they uncovered a single clue. On the day the ghostly infant caused chaos, an 8-year-old child had saved the others and driven the infant away. What could an 8-year-old child possibly understand? I dare say it was mere coincidence. A 500-year-old foundation establishment disciple spoke up, only to be nudged by his companion. The two immediately thought of the less than 10-year-old Golden Core junior brother before feeling regretful. However, ever since descending the mountain, Shunji had remained taciturn, listening solely to Suyu's instructions. We shall seek out this prodigious child for inquiries, Suyu declared decisively, leading the group to Aunt Nie's residence. This moment, Nie Baili was being chased around by her mother with a broom for not eating the duck's backside after having the duck legs. You can eat the legs, but not the backside. You devour everything with grease and refuse to drink a bowl of porridge. I suspect you are too comfortable in life. Aunt Nie felt that her daughter had become increasingly picky since being rejected by Qingxiao's sect. With the airs of a young lady, she was lazily indolent and frequently boasted, "Who among us has not faced death since time immemorial? Whether early or lazily, we all must meet our end. If I do not discipline you, you shall never find a husband." Nie Baili was prepared. Upon seeing Suyu, she was not surprised. However, the sight of the white-robed youth beside her made her heart stop, her pupils involuntarily dilating. This person I would recognize even in ashes. Moreover, he is merely diminished. Her steps faltered, and she was swiftly swept to the ground by her mother's broom. Startled, Aunt Nie hurriedly dropped the broom. "Are you too lazy to even run? You rascally girl!" Suyu rubbed his nose and clasped his hands in greeting. "Good day, madam. I am a disciple of Qingxiao's sect. May I inquire if you have a girl capable of exorcising ghosts? Would it be possible to meet her?" As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the ground where Nie Baili lay. Aunt Nie pulled her daughter up from the ground. "Can you not see with your own eyes? The answer is right beneath your eyelids." Thus, Nie Baili was hoisted by her mother, exchanging glances with the unyielding Shunji. The childhood Shunji lacked the icy demeanor and aloofness, yet still bore the innate beauty of jade, flawless and unblemished. Even the sect leader and elders were enchanted by such a seemingly obedient exterior. Only she knew that beneath the white jade skin lay a heart full of arrogance and disdain for all. Others sought his guidance on mental formulas, yet he would deliberately speak in riddles, growing impatient and advising them to change paths after repeated inquiries. Each time they sparred, he could easily defeat her in one move. Yet he refrained, giving her false hope, only to strike her down at the moment he was most likely to win. Upon seeing his face, the embers of her unfulfilled ambitions nearly reignited. If this grudge is not avenged, when shall it be? Nie Baili chuckled softly, revealing her small white teeth. Little Shinji likely had never encountered a mischievous child before. Had he? Seiyu observed that Nie Baili was fixated on Shinji, and his thoughts stirred. He lowered his head and said, "Junior brother, you are of similar age. Why not inquire? In this day and age, even young girls have discerning tastes and favor those with good looks. My little junior brother, having attracted attention at such a tender age, will likely become a force to be reckoned with as he matures." Shinji nodded and stepped forward, facing a pair of hazy, curious eyes, suppressing the coldness emanating from him. "Little sister, wah 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 wah." I want his clod. He remembered the command of the sect leader and dared not lead his junior brother into peril. After Seiyu departed, several centenarian golden elixir senior brothers, who typically addressed him as junior brother, retreated at a distance from Shinji. Shinji paid them no mind. In this world, all actions are driven by profit, and the throng moves for gain. Suddenly, the pursuing spirit child launched a surprise attack in another direction, shrieking with excitement. Chase, Shinji took a couple of steps, only to find his brothers standing still, perplexed. "What is wrong with you? What is the matter? It doesn't concern us. The credit belongs solely to Suyu." "Oh, and you, the sect leader's disciple. Indeed, we mere minions are risking our lives for what reason?" Words failed to resonate. Chunji never offered further explanations. Knowing it would be futile, he pressed on, the ghost child's cackling echoing like the croaking of desolate crows, stirring an unsettling restlessness within. As the mist thickened around him, ancient trees loomed in the fog, their gnarled trunks resembling faces etched with agony, silently crying out that a sword, glistening with frost, froze the air, ultimately transforming into an invisible blade that cleaved through the mist. The ghost child's lone tuft of hair was split in twain, and just as it reveled in its newfound abundance, the two strands fell silently to the ground. Ah-ba, ka-ka-ka-ka. The ghost child protested, "Don't think I'm a ghost," and have no pride. Enraged, the ghost child leaped into the air, and as it opened its mouth, its ashen face was torn apart, a long, coarse tongue lashing out towards Chun-Ji. Chun-Ji remained unfazed, deftly blocking the ghost child's cavernous maw with his blade, while his other hand seized the tip of its tongue, executing a maneuver akin to fishing for noodles, ultimately binding it tightly with a bow atop its head. Mission accomplished. Chun-Ji prepared to return with his gift when he heard footsteps approaching. The reluctant disciples, who had previously been hesitant to exert themselves, parted the branches and emerged from a mist. "Junior brother Chun, is the ghost child heavy? Do you need us to help carry it?" Chun-Ji understood their intent, to claim credit. Both sides were so focused on one another that they failed to notice a young girl foraging mushrooms in the fog. Nie Baili had not expected the usually aloof and dignified Chun-Ji to experience bullying. As Chun-Ji was about to hand over the ghost child, a sense of imbalance stirred within her. Why was he cowardly when he should be bold, and why did he falter when he should stand firm? If only he had once yielded in his past life, he would have long since called him his senior brother. Suiyu. The sudden scream nearly caused everyone to twist their waists. Chun-Ji lost his grip, and the ghost child plopped down onto the ground at ah-ba, ah-ba, ba, ba, ba. The ghost child cursed. "Who dares?" Upon spotting Nie Baili, Chun-Ji instinctively stepped back to, "Oh dear, esteemed immortals, I see this ghost child is rather heavy. So I called the leader to assist. Do not hesitate. It is my duty." Baili feigned ignorance, incensing the golden elixir disciples, a mere mortal, according to the fifth rule of conduct for cultivators. Chun-Ji's words silenced the crowd. No cultivator may harm a mortal. Those who do shall face certain death during tribulation. Nie Baili continued her pretense. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Or is it common for the shameless in the cultivation world? Then I must learn more. Chun-Ji stepped forward, positioning himself between Nie Baili and her ill-intentioned seniors. "Your family has come looking for you." Nie Baili turned and saw her older brother waving at her. Breathless, "Baili, mother sent me to call you home for dinner." Turning back, she was taken aback, as Chun-Ji placed a hand on her shoulder. Though only 10 years of age, he exuded a sense of stability and reliability. "Return home. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Do not act recklessly in the future." Nie Baili truly had not acted recklessly. Firstly, cultivators are bound by karmic duties, and secondly, she trusted that Chun-Ji would not stand idly by. He had been, after all, a gentleman of great integrity and a fierce opponent of evil in his past life, that a complex emotion surged within Nie Baili, prompting her to shake off Chun-Ji's hand. "Go away. Don't touch me." She then took hold of a basket brimming with vibrantly colored mushrooms and returned home with her brother. Chun-Ji's fingers twitched slightly, a tingling sensation lingering. Once everyone had disappeared from view, he gathered his emotions and presented the ghost child once more to a few senior brothers. "Ha, at least you have some sense. When Suiyu returns, he'll know how to address this. Right?" The three golden elixir practitioners wore expressions of arrogance and disdain. Oh, what if the Chun family from Zhongzhou is powerful? Their scion must still obediently call us senior brothers and serve us like cattle. Understood, Chun-Ji replied calmly. The leading late golden elixir disciple reached out to take the ghost child. "You're still young and lack experience. We are merely teaching you the ways of the world. You should be grateful." Crack. The ghost child's face, once a shade of ashen purple, was splattered with blood, a torrent of fear and icy dread washing over its features. The bow atop its head came undone. Its tongue lay motionless on the ground like a lifeless serpent, yet at that moment of escape, it merely sat wide-eyed in shock. "You." The late golden elixir senior brother felt his golden elixir shatter within him, blood gushing forth as his eyes bulged in terror. The two lackeys beside him immediately drew their swords, but were immobilized by Chun-Ji's overwhelming aura that "you're not a golden elixir." No sooner had he uttered this than he exploded into a bloody mist. Chunji coldly retracted his sword, his expression as indifferent as though he had not just taken a life. Thus, the deaths of his seniors were not in vain. The two disciples on the ground, trembling in fear, begged for mercy, but the invisible pressure crushed their insides, causing their golden elixirs to shatter in response. "Where do you think you're running to?" The ghost child had barely crawled 10 meters when a voice, cold as death, pursued it. After all, it was born to serve others, so it thought nothing of it. "Daddy." Chunji yanked its tongue as though walking a dog, pointing at the pile of bloody remnants on the ground. Eat. Chapter 5. In every profession, there are those who break defenses. When Suiyu returned, he was met with a scene of carnage, blood splattered everywhere, the scent of flesh drawing wolves to feast, the robes of Qingxiao sect torn and hanging from tree branches. "Junior brother." Suiyu hurriedly scooped up the unconscious junior brother from the ground, whose face was pale and lips tinged with purple. That it was his fault for leaving the junior brother behind. Hesitantly, he brought trembling fingers to the boy's nose. There was still a breath. "Who?" Suiyu exhaled a sigh of relief, his heart racing, cold sweat trickling down his back. Thankfully, the junior brother was unharmed, and he quickly began to channel spiritual energy into him. Before long, Chunji stirred awake. Confusion etched on his face. "Senior brother, there's a ghost child." "I know." "Junior brother, you are injured. We must return to the sect for treatment." Suiyu understood how much the sect leader valued Chunji. Yet concerning the other junior brothers, it seemed he could not escape punishment for this incident. The two, each harboring their thoughts, flew back to the sect on their swords that night, seeking assistance, with 3 disciples lost and Chunji injured. The sect leader was indeed furious. Suiyu was sentenced to face the wall for 3 years, while Chunji was ordered to recuperate properly, no longer permitted to leave the sect in the mountains. Time was meaningless, and the chill of winter blurred the passage of years. For the disciples of the sect, the days of cultivation were monotonous and tedious, passing swiftly. However, for Nie Baili, it was an entirely different experience. In winter, she built snowmen. In spring, she picked wild strawberries. In summer, she caught crabs. And in autumn, she harvested rice. She experienced all the joys of life. Through 12 cycles of seasons, she played with endless vigor, inventing new games at every turn. Now, Nie Baili had earned a new nickname, the madwoman overlooked by Qingxiao sect. Nie Ichuan, upon hearing others call his sister this name, could only seethe in frustration. After all, what kind of sister remains unmarried at 20? Frolicking daily with a throng of children? "Ichuan, where is your sister?" Mother Nie, full of vitality, wielded a sickle to harvest rice. Nie Ichuan attempted to cover for his sister. She went up the mountain to gather mushrooms. Mother Nie believed him, pondering who she might poison next. Last time, Nie Baili returned with a basket full of poisonous mushrooms, each more vibrant than the last. No. She has learned her lesson. "Mother," Nie Ichuan stammered, unsure how to explain when a melodious, silver bell-like laughter rang out behind him. "Mother, I'm here. Look, these are all the rice I harvested for you. You can come home early for dinner tonight." The girl, her hair styled like flowing clouds, adorned with dancing silver butterflies, bounced with joy. Her long hair flowed in the golden rice fields, carefree and unrestrained. She pointed to a section of the rice field that had already been harvested. However, as soon as Nie Baili spoke, her older brother began shaking his head frantically, eventually giving in and closing his eyes in defeat. Mother Nie was so furious that her hands trembled. "You might as well kill me. Open your eyes and take a good look. You've harvested someone else's field." Nie Baili's smile froze. It was a disaster. She had indeed cut the wrong field. She had hoped to surprise her mother. As dusk fell, the sky darkened, urging the farmers to return home. Nie Baili diligently supported her mother, massaging her back. "Mother, I know you have a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. Even if you scold me, you still care?" Mother Nie rolled her eyes. "Where's your proof? Does maternal love require evidence?" Nie Baili retorted, hastily providing examples. "The matchmaker comes to our house every day, and you chase her away. It's clear you care for me and don't want me to marry my dear daughter. Is there even a possibility, is there a possibility that your mother possesses a conscience and cannot bear to let you out into the world to wreak havoc upon others?" Nie Baili was rendered speechless. Wasn't it said that only a mother can be truly good in this world? Yet, the very next day, she would come to understand the true meaning of plastic affection. Before dawn, she was roused by her mother and found herself standing outside, yawning. "Baili, I do not wish to force you into marriage, so go find a job in the town that I have connections. Rest assured, everything has been arranged for you." With a bundle in her arms, containing a few warm corn cakes. A late-night preparation? Was this an expression of concern or eagerness? The door closed with a clang right before her eyes. Reflecting on herself, Nie Baili realized that having contributed nothing economically in 20 years, yet having caused numerous troubles, her mother's patience had surely reached its limit. "Mother, I will undoubtedly return in glory, allowing you to indulge in the finest delicacies." After shouting this, she set off down the road with her bundle. The morning glow kissed her face. The girl's waist was supple, unlike the thinness of willow branches, and her round face radiated vitality. After traversing country paths and hitching a ride on a passing ox cart, Nie Baili finally reached her destination. "Welcome to the Good Taste restaurant. How many guests do we have? Please come inside." The thought of having connections and support made her stand tall. "I am looking for Lin Yang." The young attendant looked puzzled. Raising her voice, she repeated, "I am looking for Lin Yang." She assumed Lin Yang was the manager or the proprietress, or at the very least, a supervisor of guest accommodations. Otherwise, her mother would not have mentioned this old friend with such pride. The attendant, albeit hesitant, led her through a series of twists and turns to meet the only Lin Yang she knew. "Xiaoli, someone is looking for you." The plump woman in the kitchen, hunched over washing dishes, instantly straightened up. "Hello, Nie Baili. Oh dear, I used to carry you when you were little, and look at you now. Your mother asked me to take good care of you. Come, the treatment here is quite good. You'll be washing thousands of dishes daily, and the work is never-ending." Nie Baili chuckled, her expression wavering. Was this truly her mother's exceptional network? Throughout the afternoon, Nie Baili washed 3,000 dishes, her hands becoming wrinkled from the water. The moment the proprietress saw her, her first words were, "What kind of family are you from? Washing dishes 5 times over. You're wasting the finest well water. Get lost, get lost." Thus Nie Baili was unceremoniously shown the door. "But my wages," the proprietress unceremoniously grabbed 2 buns from the table and stuffed them in her arms. "Get lost. Get lost. With your looks, I can't be at ease." Considering the proprietress was not blind, Nie Baili left, clutching the buns. She continued her search for her mother's second connection. "But I'm looking for Uncle Cohen." The next day, she donned servant attire, becoming the 36th night guard at the western gate of the U residence. That very night, the young master who had dared to harass her was dismissed. "I am looking for Sister Shio." The following day, she was fired for accidentally leaving a sewing needle in a garment, which resulted in the scholar's unfortunate mishap. For 3 consecutive months, she changed jobs countless times, either being dismissed or receiving complaints. In utter dejection, she had no choice but to seek refuge with her elder brother. However, as soon as she knocked on the door, she found a crowd gathered around a bed. "Baili, it's terrible. Your brother has broken his leg." Nie Baili dashed in like a whirlwind, crying out, "Brother!" Chapter 6. A night of sudden wealth is not a dream. "Brother, how could you leave me all alone?" Nie Baili wailed as she entered, only to meet the disdainful and shocked expression of her mother. "Mother, what are you doing here? If I weren't here, would you bury your brother? What kind of wailing is that?" "The doctor has said he is fine. He'll wake up in a few days." Nie Dama, having lost her husband early on, had single-handedly raised her children, her disposition resolute and calm in the face of adversity. Only then did Nie Baili breathe a sigh of relief, glancing at her brother, who was swathed like a mummy, and wondered, didn't my brother just break his leg? Why is he wrapped up like this?" As she leaned in to take a closer look, her mother replied, "Oh, it just so happens that beneath the tree is a latrine." Nie Baili instantly withdrew her hand, not out of disdain, but fearing that her uncontainable energy might further embarrass her brother. Nie Dama then turned her concern towards her daughter. "You've worked for 3 months. You must have saved quite a bit of money. Have you met any charming young gentleman? Truly a mother." A single phrase delivering 3 blows, striking precisely. Instantly, Nie Baili felt a pang in her heart and tossed her money pouch onto the table before fleeing. "Mother, please get some medicine for my brother. I'll go out and try my luck." If it were not for her desperate circumstances, her mother would never have inquired about her finances. An incense stick later, she walked the streets, deeply reflecting on her situation. While slacking off was enjoyable, one should also accumulate enough capital to withstand risks in order to truly indulge in idleness. How could she earn money quickly? She considered every method, ultimately discarding robbery as a viable option. Eureka! Disciples who made it through the preliminary selection but were eliminated in the second round of the Qingxiao sect would receive a compensation of 30,000 spirit stones. Those spirit stones could not be directly spent in a mortal realm. They could be exchanged at currency exchange centers, with one spirit stone equating to 100 taels of silver. This meant that if she passed the preliminary selection, she could obtain 3 million taels of silver. In a mortal realm, this would make her a veritable small fortune. A night of sudden wealth was not a dream. Nie Baili hurried home, her spirits soaring as she declared, "Mother, I'm going to participate in the 101st preliminary selection of the cultivation world." Nie Dama, accustomed to her daughter's exuberance, replied, go ahead, showing no signs of either support or opposition. Confused, Nie Baili decided to set off that very night, burdened by her small bundle. Once Nie Baili's figure disappeared, Lin Yang entered with medicine. "Are you really not going to tell her?" Annie Nie's calm demeanor was etched with sorrow. "Among us, Baili is the most gifted. We cannot let Yichuan's illness burden her. It has taken a lot of courage for her to consider rejoining the selection. If there is even a slight chance, she won't have to suffer with me." Nie Yichuan had not merely fallen from a tree and broken his leg. He had sustained severe burns while trying to extinguish a fire at the master's residence. Annie Nie kept this news concealed, fearing she wouldn't be able to hide it for long. To her surprise, her daughter had rekindled hope and was determined to reapply to the sect. Dark nights mingled with sorrow and anticipation as she drifted into sleep. Deep within the sick room, the man wrapped like a mummy furrowed his brow. His lips pale, fear gripping his heart and dragging him into a hell of suffering, tormented by flames. "Baili, sister." The cold night breeze slipped through the window cracks, brushing against his forehead, startling him awake. "No." The vigilant Nie Dama heard her son's call and rushed in, lifting the curtain. "Yichuan, you're awake?" At this moment, Nie Yichuan's gaze was unlike the gentle demeanor of his elder brother or the meticulous nature of the steward. It radiated a chilling aura, akin to a man on the brink of death. "Mother, where is Baili?" Nie Dama was at a loss, her mind in a whirl. She went to participate in the sect's preliminary selection. "No, she cannot go. They will harm her." However, Nie Baili could no longer hear her brother's pleas at that moment. She had already left the small town, walking along the rural paths. The hardest part of any endeavor is the beginning, followed by challenges in the middle and at the end. The easiest part is merely making a decision. Yet once the first step is taken, everything will fall into place. Nie Baili counted. Today she had taken 10,800 steps. What a refreshing walk it was. Based on her calculations, she still had 10 million steps to reach the site of the cultivation world's preliminary selection, held every 4 years, this year marking the 101st event. She expected to encounter many like-minded friends along the way. And surely, hitching a ride on a cart wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Thus, Nie Baili continued on, occasionally glancing back, hoping to meet a kind-hearted soul. However, after taking 3,875 steps and passing 59 carts, not a single one stopped to pick up this girl weighing no more than 100 pounds, until at last, a cart adorned with ostentatious golden embellishments came to a halt before her. A young man, dressed in fine silks embroidered with gold and wearing a jeweled crown, stepped out, holding a fan and donning exquisite shoes, exuding an air of elegance as he opened his fan. "Miss, are you heading to the half-moon forest?" The glaring golden light almost blinded her. Nie Baili shielded her eyes and took a few steps back. "Young master, could you please close your fan? I can't see. What kind of good person uses gold leaf for a fan?" Washing Sheng quickly folded his fan, bowing apologetically, the flash of gold from his teeth nearly dazzling Nie Baili again. "I apologize. The journey is long, my lady," Nie Baili, exasperated, remarked. "Your teeth. Washing Sheng had no choice but to tuck the fan under his arm and cover his mouth. Miss, would you like to travel together? It would save energy for the first selection. Nie Baili could hardly refuse and readily agreed. There are quite a few people. You should prepare yourself mentally, Washing Sheng warned. The prospect of traveling together was even better. With numerous friends come numerous paths, and I find myself in a quandary. No sooner had the words left my lips than the carriage curtain was suddenly drawn back, revealing a crowd of heads as densely packed as during the spring festival travel rush. You re-sitting on my feet. If I move, my leg go numb. If I shift slightly, I inhale sharply. Don't crowd me. Hiss 1, 2, 3, 25, 26, 27. Within the confines of less than 3 square meters, a staggering 27 people were crammed in. Even a garbage bag couldn't contain this. Nie Baili couldn't help but glance back at the sole elderly donkey, her heart swelling with profound respect. Did this, Nie Baili was so anxious she stumbled over her words. But Washing Sheng gave her a gentle push. The girl is right. With so many friends, we have countless paths. This carriage of mine is practically a gateway to the heavens. Hurry inside. Brother Zhou has a sliver of space behind him. Fill it up. Thus, Nie Baili embarked on her suffocating journey. Suddenly, she grasped the joy of hiking. But alas, people only learn to cherish things after they've lost them. Chapter 7. This is not fate. This is clearly finding a great fool. Inside the cramped carriage, swaying and jostling, Nie Baili nearly expelled the sour and spicy noodles she had consumed the previous night. Belching from the spicy noodles, her throat burned, coupled with the high concentration of carbon dioxide. Her entire head felt dizzy, swaying in unison with the carriage. After an indeterminate period, the carriage came to a halt. She leaned against the wall, breathless. Have we arrived? We're going uphill. Washing Sheng pulled back the curtain and entered, rubbing his hands together. You see, this donkey of ours can only carry one person at most. With so many of us, it's already overloaded. It would be impolite to make it pull us uphill. Nie Baili longed to ask, is it polite to have 28 people on flat ground? Yet, as she was one of the 28, she remained silent. Oh, what now? Washing Sheng slapped his thigh. Thus, we've decided to take turns sending one person to help the donkey uphill. Unfortunately, it's your turn, Nie Baili. She scanned the 27 faces, each expressing an unmistakable sense of helplessness. Clearly, they were all tricked onto the carriage, now being dragged out to assist in pulling the donkey. You want make one person get off at each uphill, and then you want have to cough. Washing Sheng held his folding fan to his lips. Fate, it's merely fate. This is not fate. This is clearly finding a great fool. Tears brimmed in Nie Baili's eyes. In her past life, she had soared effortlessly, never having experienced such scheming. Forget it. I'll accept my fate. She jumped off the carriage. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, just the thought of pulling a donkey along with 27 people made the air she inhaled turn to resentment. Brother Donkey, I'm here to help you. Nie Baili grasped the reins, the rope pulling the cart, while Washing Sheng stood atop the carriage, shouting, Charge! Charge towards the realm of cultivation. With all her might, she finally helped the old donkey bravely ascend the peak. Just as she thought she could finally catch her breath, the old donkey suddenly bit her clothing, making sounds of distress. Nie Baili closed her eyes and gasped. Stop messing around. Donkey, Save the donkey. Nie Baili opened her eyes in disbelief. What the heck? Who has a cliff after an uphill climb? With the donkey grieving heartless. She was dragged off the cliff. The 27 people in the carriage at the back were not spared either. Washing Sheng gaped, his mouth agape, as yellow talismans flew from his pocket. Flying talisman. Where's my flying talisman? Nie Baili pointed to the donkey soaring freely in the sky. Over there. Washing Sheng twisted in midair, struggling to turn back, and indeed saw his donkey sticking to the flying talisman. Grinning with drool, flying everywhere. As they were about to plummet to the ground, Nie Baili maneuvered her body in the air, directly crashing into the convergence point of the barrier above the forest. If her guess was correct, beneath the cliff lay the half-moon forest. Bang! Nie Baili shattered the barrier, cushioning her fall, landing on a tree, then bouncing down from it. Washing Sheng was less fortunate, crashing through the barrier and landing on the grass with a painful howl. Without a second thought, she pulled the man on the ground and ran. Hurry, hurry, don't wait for them to come. What? Washing Shing was baffled, but out of trust in Nie Baili, she followed suit. What on earth is happening? As they ran, Nie Baili pointed to the two large holes above their heads. Did you see those two holes? Washing Shing nodded blankly. I saw them point one hole, 100,000 spirit stones in her past life. She was most annoyed by the cultivators who broke barriers during fights. If she encountered them, she could beat them for 3 days and nights and demand 20,000 spirit stones in compensation. Holy cow! Upon hearing that figure, Washing Shing instantly dashed to the front of Nie Baili. Aren't you a newly rich person? What are you afraid of? Washing Shing shouted while running. I'm rich in silver, not spirit stones. Fair point. The two fled frantically, fearing someone would come demanding compensation. However, at the moment the barrier shattered, a young man far away on Hanchi Peak opened his eyes, senior brother on Hanchi Peak. Frost flowers fell like snow, the branches adorned with ice crystals. Even with his cultivation at the Yuaning stage, Suyu felt the biting cold as he ventured deeper into the peak. Yet he still bent down and cupped his hands in greeting, respectfully calling out to his senior brother. The person he referred to as senior brother was once his junior. King Xiaozong ranked its members by strength, and the young man before him exuded an unfathomable power. Suyu speculated that the other S cultivation had surpassed the Guixian realm, possibly even reaching the true immortal realm. Qinji, with his back to him, was meditating when he heard the call and rose, his long black hair untouched by ice and snow, a withered leaf-white jade hairpin binding his hair behind his head. His snow-white face was stunning, yet instilled a sense of awe. What is it? Qinji spoke, his cool gaze sweeping over the branches draped in ice crystals across the mountain. TS like this. Not going to SU was momentarily speechless. He and T even started speaking. In fact, the cultivation world has matured quite a bit recently. Many junior disciples have already weaned. Qinji couldn't help but think of the girl from Xinghua village, crawling all over the place. Her unreasonable wails still fresh in his memory. Not going. This matter is non-negotiable. However, Suyu is not here to negotiate. Whether you want to go or not, you must go. It's not that I'm making it difficult for you. But I just received news that the barrier of the half-moon forest is broken, and I need to go repair it. Qinji pondered for 2 seconds. I ascend Jianfeng, quite capable of causing a ruckus? I recall Jianfeng always snatching up tasks. Junior sister Fuming has already gone to help the sect leader organize the list and maintain order. Thanks to Fuming, if everyone around were like senior brother Qinji, so you would be worn out. Qinji hesitated for a moment. Where? Seeing his senior brother finally relent, Suyu let out a long sigh of relief. The half-moon forest, the initial selection meeting of the cultivation world, hasn't changed locations. I'm asking where the holes in the barrier are, not where? Suyu. I'm going to repair the barrier to SUU. It seems the little girl from 12 years ago has taught her senior brother a lesson. Even now, he doesn't dare to approach the new junior disciples. Fine, as long as you can work it. SUU told Qinji the location of the barrier breach and hurried off. Half an hour later, clad in a white robe embroidered with silver threads, Qinji hovered above the half-moon forest, stepping lightly on the air. The broken openings in the barrier still bore evidence of how this person had landed. Like a dog crawling, he reached out, and countless spirit threads intertwined and quickly mended one of the openings. Glancing at the other opening, he felt a slight admiration. The one who fell knew to protect themselves and remained calm in a crisis. Truly a talent. Soon, he had repaired both openings, only to hear a coarse, crow-like voice. Turning around, he saw a donkey soaring through the sky. Perhaps it was its first flight. The silly donkey had a crooked face, drool flying everywhere. Qinji calmly stored the donkey into his Qinquan bag. Whoever brought him trouble would naturally be returned the favor. Chapter 8. Wishing everyone a swift ascent to the immortal gates, soaring to bliss. Is anyone chasing us? No. I'm exhausted. Nie Baili leaned on her knees, panting heavily. She was now a mere mortal, and her stamina paled in comparison to her past life. Washing Shing simply lay on the ground, the golden fan making a rustling sound. The two of them had run frantically and finally reached the official entrance of the half-moon forest. Nowadays, the initial selection meeting of the cultivation world has truly become younger and more rigid. Countless young boys and girls from various families stood at the entrance, dressed neatly and decorously, like well-trimmed pines in a garden, waiting to be chosen by the sect for nearly 1,000 years. A saying has circulated in the cultivation world: ascend as early as possible. The optimal age for ascension is under 100. Beyond 500, it becomes exceedingly difficult to ascend. This saying has swept through the major families of the cultivation world, leading to early competition. Auspicious times must be calculated for marriage. Children must be born on lucky days. Prenatal education requires reciting incantations early and late, and all kinds of elixirs must be continuously supplied. In this atmosphere of competition, countless spirit babies were born already in the chi refining stage. This successfully raised the bar for cultivation and lowered the age for advancement. Additionally, sects prefer to nurture obedient children. They are easy to teach and, when grown, know to express gratitude. Youngsters like Nie Baili and Sheng, who are 20 years old and have yet to cultivate, are already out of favor in the cultivation world. Regardless of their innate talent for cultivation, a 20-year-old has their own thoughts and principles, making it difficult to harmonize in interactions. Whoa, I want my mother. Mother, don't go, I want my doll. I want my pacifier. Oh, get it back to me. Nie Baili and Sheng simultaneously turned their heads, following the sound towards an opulent celestial horse-drawn carriage, adorned with golden ornaments. Even the carriage curtains were embroidered with intricate golden thread formations, rendering it impervious to external scrutiny. What a spectacle! A celestial horse pulling a carriage. What family is so ostentatious? Sheng gazed at the celestial horse, reminiscing about his own foolish donkey, feeling a twinge of envy. One of the four prominent families of Zhongzhou and the foremost alchemical family in the realm of cultivation. The Zhang family S3 celestial horses pulling a carriage could already be considered quite low-key. Upon seeing the familiar emblem of the Jiang family, Nie Baili instantly recognized who was inside the carriage. Jiang Yueli, the alchemical prodigy of the Jiang family, rarely seen in a century, controlling at the age of 3 and concocting elixirs at 4. Her talents were unparalleled. Ironically, her remarkable alchemical prowess was inversely proportional to her ability to care for herself. She had witnessed how the peak master of the 100 Years Dan peak transformed into an invincible caretaker the moment he took her as a disciple, excelling in laundry, cooking, feeding, packing, and folding clothes. He seemed to age 1,000 years in an instant. Nie Baili often saw her clad in a drab sect robe, bustling in and out of the alchemical chamber. Once during a mission, it was utterly astonishing. She refused to consume the fasting elixir, insisting on fried rice instead, and after it was cooked, she demanded to be spoon-fed. The kicker was that after finishing, she remarked, "Sister, your cooking is not as good as Master S." Did she truly believe that everyone in the world would pamper her as the peak master did? Sheng closed his fan, gazing at his companion with surprise. "You certainly know a lot. Let's team up for the preliminary selection." Nie Baili. Teaming up? What is the significance of that? Just think, these little landmines are all geniuses, each one a certainty to explode. How can we, who only arrived at 20, compare with them? Teaming up is merely the final gathering of scraps. Well, it's fine. After all, her goal was also the second round of elimination. Very well, the two swiftly forged an alliance, prompting Sheng to become more talkative. My family is merely a nouveau riche in the mortal realm, lacking connections in the cultivation world that I wish to make more friends along the way. But unexpectedly, after falling off the cliff, you are all that remains beside me. Nie Baili. So you originally intended to form a group? Indeed, I have no lofty aspirations. I merely wish to enter a prestigious sect to honor my ancestors, even if it's as an outer disciple. Nie Baili couldn't help but glance at Sheng a few more times. Although they were strangers in their past lives, it did not hinder their potential for friendship in this life. Ambitious, good friends, the two individuals, both resigned to mediocrity, instantaneously reached a consensus. Those surrounding them quickly distanced themselves, fearful that the lackadaisical nature of the two would taint their own earnest endeavors. One talisman master even looked down upon them, sneering, "Opportunities are reserved for the prepared. Individuals like you, who are so inept, might as well pack your bags and return home early." Hua Shengsheng snapped his fan shut, striking his palm. Brother, you make a valid point. Opportunities are indeed for the prepared. If there are no opportunities, it's better not to waste effort preparing. The young talisman artist in charge of preparations, as the sun gradually ascended to its zenith. The throng gathered at the entrance of the half-moon forest swelled. Hundreds of thousands did not form a queue, but rather established distinct groups. The ambitious youth from well-established families clustered together, while the privileged scions formed their own clique. The striving contestants without family backgrounds were scattered, and those with neither a family background nor ambition were left with only Nie Baili and Hua Shengsheng standing some distance away, feeling utterly out of place. After all, there were hardly any oddities lacking both a family background and ambition. Inside the celestial horse-drawn carriage, Jiang Yueli was ultimately abandoned by her father, without even a pacifier. After all, if the pacifier were to be revealed, the Jiang family's century-old reputation would be at stake. Considering the child's first time away from home, coupled with separation anxiety, he reluctantly provided her with the small floral blanket she had grown up with. It was placed in her chinquan bag, with strict instructions not to take it out. The head of the Jiang family now regretted not teaching his child independence earlier, having always thought that talent sufficed, allowing bad habits to persist until now. Jiang Yueli's eyes were red as she looked back repeatedly, terrified that her father would abandon her. Hurry, go on. We will visit you once a month. The head of the Jiang family waved his hands anxiously. Jiang Yueli shook her head. 3 times. The head of the Jiang family nodded vigorously. All right, 3 times. Hurry along, and remember to collect more jade tokens. Jiang Yueli reluctantly withdrew her gaze, noticing the crowd at the entrance, their expressions filled with suspicion and hostility. The anxiety of separation surged once more, stifling her breath. In a flash, tears streamed down her face. Father! Upon glancing back, where was the silhouette of the carriage? Seeing her father leave, Jiang Yueli could only stifle her grief. Retrieving the small floral blanket that had accompanied her for 15 years, squatting on the ground with her head buried in the blanket. Taking a deep breath to regain a sliver of security, I thought she was a 5-year-old. I had no idea she was already 15. The Jiang family truly treasures this daughter, sending her in at 15. Hua Shengsheng looked on, slightly puzzled. Meanwhile, Nie Baili sighed inwardly. In truth, they had intended to send her in at 8, but Jiang Yueli had fainted from crying at that time. They had attempted to send her in twice more. But either Jiang Madam couldn't bear to part with her daughter, or Jiang Yueli refused to participate in the examination, ultimately leading to no resolution that it wasn't until Jiang Yueli turned 15 that the family elders could no longer tolerate it and ordered her to be sent out to learn. Only then did the head of the Jiang family resolutely send her off. The sun shone brightly, and the day was high in the sky. The barrier at the entrance of the half-moon forest shimmered with rippling water-like patterns. It's about to open. The contestants' hearts surged with excitement. It was a rare opportunity, fought for every 4 years. The jade token flashed at the entrance. Esteemed participants, the time has come. The examination will last for 12 hours. Those who collect the most jade tokens shall emerge victorious. Once the time is up, you will be teleported out. The path of humanity is fleeting. May you all ascend the immortal gates and attain bliss. Chapter 9. In such a vast forest, one finds all kinds of birds, accompanied by the blessings of the jade token. The barrier of the half-moon forest tore open a gap, the first to act were the well-bred and competitive youths. Some soaring on swords, others riding paper cranes, rushing inside, fearful that a delay would allow others to collect more jade tokens. Following them were the privileged scions, whose parental favoritism and innate qualities afforded them more advantages than ordinary individuals. Lastly came the ambitious youth without family backgrounds. This group also garnered the favor of several elders, occasionally producing a remarkable figure, and most were diligent enough to serve as free labor. Afterward, "Hey, you two, are you even participating? What are you still doing eating at this hour? Hurry up and get in." 2 disciples from the Qingxiao sect stood guard of the barrier. Nie Baili continued to leisurely eat her large pancake. "Elder brother, is the entrance closing soon?" "Not why it will only close after the competition ends." "Then there's no rush." Nie Baili thanked them for their kindness and continued to make pancakes with Hua Shengsheng. The white flour sizzled on the iron plate, exuding a fragrant crispness, enhanced by the mushroom sauce hua, shengxing broth. What a delightful flavor. Why the hurry? Perhaps we might just pick up some leftovers. Hua Xingshang flipped the pancake in his hands, believing that arriving first did not necessarily mean securing the prize. Exactly. One must be well fed to have the energy to compete, don't you think? An instinct told her that entering too early was not advantageous. As they continued eating, Nie Baili suddenly noticed Jiang Yule still squatting under a tree, clutching her blanket without moving. She approached and tapped gently on the blanket. A girl with tousled hair and 2 red marks on her face emerged from the blanket, looking bewildered. "Wake up! The competition is starting. You can go in now." Jiang Yule, upon hearing this, nodded in a daze. But her eyes remained fixated on the pancake in Nie Baili's hand. "Here, take it inside and eat." Jiang Yule received the pancake with both hands, stowing her small floral blanket, and began walking towards the entrance. However, she suddenly paused midway, recalling her mother's teachings, and turned around earnestly. "Thank you," Nie Baili internally exclaimed in surprise. Was this still the little junior sister who had needed to be fed in her previous life? She almost expected to have to break the pancake into tiny pieces and feed it to her. Feeling a bit awkward, she cleared her throat. "Ahem, it's nothing that if you can't finish it. Just toss it. Don't pack away everything into your bag." She recalled how a precious soul recovery pill had spoiled after being stored with a rancid pancake in her previous life, causing her heart to ache. Jiang Yuli absorbed this advice, nodding slightly. After eating, toss it. Don't keep it in the Chinquanbi 8G. To the entrance of the half-moon forest, the expansive mountainous forest was left with only the two of them. Unhurriedly eating. Their every move had long been observed through the water mirror by the heads and elders of various sections. Truly, in such a vast forest, one finds all kinds of birds. The slothfulness of the mortals was evident. They could not compare to the descendants of the cultivation families that, this statement is erroneous. There are indeed many diligent mortals. Even Su Wenjing, the typically taciturn master of the Sword Edge Peak, couldn't help but express his sentiments. Such latecomers must not be admitted to the Qingxiao sect. Floating Dream. What are the names of these two? No one responded. Floating Dream. Floating Dream finally awakened from her shock, suppressing her swirling thoughts. The disciples are here. Su Wenjing gazed at his disciple, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. "If you're tired, take a good rest." Floating Dream immediately straightened her back. The disciple is not tired. Not tired? Almost half of the various affairs of the Qingxiao sect fall upon Floating Dream's shoulders. Even the sect master, Shan Weiyue, wishes to take her under his wing, anticipating her to become the sect master of Qingxiao in the future. Glorious and boundless, everyone knew that the Qingxiao sect had produced a capable little junior sister. Yet more than a decade later, her cultivation had only reached the golden core stage, while the one from Hanqi Peak had reportedly broken through to the mysterious immortal realm. Comparing the two, what face remained for the Sword Edge Peak? If one is not fatigued, one should dedicate more thought to self-cultivation. Spending each day on trivial matters, when will one ever achieve a breakthrough? Perhaps fueled by inner agitation, Su Wenjing's tone grew somewhat sharper. The surrounding elders and sect leaders feigned ignorance, each engrossed in their own conversations, as if they were devoid of ears. Fu Meng's face flushed crimson, feeling both humiliated and wronged. What a day it was. If the master wished to reprimand, could it not be done behind closed doors of the Sword Peak Pass? In her previous life, he would never have publicly embarrassed Nie Baili. Disciple is taught, she thought. This expression hardly conveyed repentance, and just as Su Wenjing was about to utter a few more words, a white figure shattered the ethereal silence and appeared before them. Mouth agape, then immediately shut. Chunji politely clasped his hands, saying, "Disciple pays respects to all esteemed sect leaders and elders." The sect leader, Shan Weiyue, beamed with delight. "It is rare to see you descend from the mountain. Come, sit and observe your new junior brothers and sisters." With Chunji's presence, even if Su Wenjing was dissatisfied with her disciple, she would not express it that Fu Meng resumed her position behind her master. Her heart in turmoil. Why had Nie Baili come? Could it be that she had suffered setbacks in the mortal realm and sought to reclaim her fate? No, it was she who had usurped Nie Baili's destiny. leading to her current glory, and her situation remained precarious. If exposed, the reputation she had painstakingly built would be utterly destroyed. Absolutely not. If Nie Baili were an ordinary person, Fu Ming would have readily offered tens of millions of spirit stones and countless magical artifacts to win her over. Alas, the other party was Nie Baili, untouched by worldly affairs and possessing an ice-cold heart. She would surely disdain such mundane offerings. Thus, she could only take the initiative. But that would not do. This year, to prevent disputes over jade tokens, the water mirror had been strategically placed. Any slight movement on her part would be impossible to escape her master's keen eyes. Therefore, she could only fret in silence. If Nie Baili could read Fu Ming's thoughts, she would surely shake her shoulders and exclaim that the so-called ice-cold heart was nothing but a deluded pauper obsessed with wealth. Qinji noticed the conflicted expression on Fu Ming's face and followed her gaze towards the water mirror. The yellow substance he was pinching crumbled to dust in an instant. The nightmare had, after all, arrived. At this moment, Nie Baili remained unaware that she was regarded as a nightmare by the two. After finishing her pastry, she clapped her hands and brushed off the crumbs. Let us set off and seize the opportunity. The disciple guarding the entrance of Qingxiao's sect shot her an eye roll. If such opportunities truly existed, the clever geniuses would have already claimed them. Upon entering the forest, the two were rendered speechless by the sight before them. Hua Shengsheng lifted his fallen jaw. If I remember correctly, this place is called Half Moon Forest, not Half Moon Desert, right? Which forest lacks a single tree. It is all barren wasteland. Not a blade of grass grows. Nie Baili swallowed hard, to kill the hen for its eggs. We must chop down trees to find the tokens. How are the next batch of examinees supposed to manage? Would they dig pits in the desert to see if there are any hidden jade tokens? Above, the leaders of various sects could not help but voice their grievances. Who was responsible for this? Who could be so reckless? Do they not understand the concept of sustainable development? It is not easy to find a place that can accommodate tens of thousands of examinees while remaining safe for hiding items. Fu Ming, compile a list of the disciples who cut down trees and turned the forest into a desert. Even if they pass the assessment, they will not be employed. The sect leader of Qingxiao was utterly exasperated. Having lived for over 1,000 years without witnessing such short-sightedness among disciples, disciple obeys, Fu Ming replied. As Nie Baili and Hua Shengsheng ventured deeper, the ground began to sprout more grass and trees. Hua Shengsheng looked left and right, fearing that the preceding examinees might have overlooked a jade token or two. Nie Baili tugged at him to move forward. Stop looking. We haven't reached the inner area yet. There is definitely none here. How do you know? Because I have presided over the preliminary selection, served as an examiner, and personally led teams to hide the jade tokens. How could she not know? But she could not disclose this. Chapter 10, is it possible that this kind-hearted individual is none other than myself? I possess the ability to calculate. Nie Baili led Hua Shengsheng towards the location where the jade tokens were discarded 12 years ago. Each year, Qingxiao's sect releases approximately 100,000 jade tokens in a half-moon forest that on average, some disciples return empty-handed while others might find over 1,000 based on her experiences from her previous life. As long as one could secure 300 jade tokens, they would be nearly guaranteed a place in the second-round interview. Additionally, the energy stored in the jade tokens varies. Disciples with pure spiritual roots can see rarer tokens. Suddenly, a glimmer of jade caught Nie Baili's attention among the grass. Hua Shengsheng, over there are jade tokens. Hurry and pick them up. Hua Shengsheng put away his fan, looking around like a monkey. Where? I don't see anything. It seemed Hua Shengsheng's spiritual root purity was not above 90. Nie Baili calmly withdrew her gaze. Oh, I must have seen wrong. Let us search elsewhere. After they departed, the powerful figures above lamented. What a pity! I thought we would gain another disciple with 100% purity. So close. Did that child see or not? How could there be any misperception? Su Wenjing, the master of Sword Peak, leisurely sipped her tea. She must have seen wrong. Friends in Half Moon Forest are also competitors that if she truly saw it, would she kindly let her friend pick it up? Indeed, that is precisely how kind-hearted I am. Other sect leaders nodded in agreement, while Shenwiyue, the sect leader of Qingxiao, leaned back with his legs crossed. Shenji, What do you think? Chun Ji, whose courtesy name was Shan Yuan, crumbled the yellow substance between his fingers, refusing to consume it. Perhaps he was simply too lazy to pick. Shen Weiwei could not fathom his disciple's line of thinking. He found it hard to believe anyone could be that apathetic. Su Wenjing scoffed at this notion, and few present believed such a claim. Within the water mirror, Nie Baili and Hua Shengsheng had already ventured deep into half-moon forest. Surrounding them, the foliage was lush. And Hua Shengsheng had already collected 7 or 8 jade tokens. How strange. Despite having spent a fortune testing his spiritual root, it had never indicated such poor results. Why were the jade tokens so scarce? Or were there simply too many geniuses this year? Nie Baili elbowed him. See? It all comes down to technology and hard work. Hua Shengsheng looked up, surveying the scene. Countless signs of noble families wielded detection devices, adopting a demoning posture as they searched for jade tokens. Beep, beep, beep. A young noble held a long rod with a circular sensing stone at its end. Once within a meter of a jade token, it would emit an alarm. Found it. Simultaneously, a companion of his removed his glasses. Earlier, he had already known the purity of jade tokens through the hints from the spiritual mirror. A mere 50 purity, not worth a dog's attention. What he sought was a jade token with a purity of 100%. Even just one would suffice to secure his entry into the inner door, rather than languishing among a group of mediocrities in the outer door. Upon saying this, his companion seemed unable to withstand the disappointment and casually tossed the jade token behind him. Without a moment's thought, Nie Baili caught it effortlessly. What is face? Can dignity be consumed? Faced with the scornful gazes of the two noble youths, Nie Baili unabashedly echoed their words. Not worth a dog's attention? I want it. The two opponents struck out in frustration, rolling their sleeves as they departed, lacking ambition. Hua Shengsheng divided his jade tokens with Nie Baili. Don't listen to them. Those with blemishes on their chests are the ones who truly are not attractive. Why not join them? Perhaps you could pick up some leftovers. Nie Baili pondered for a moment. I know a place where we might find some leftovers. The two twisted and turned, eventually arriving at the spot where Nie Baili and Fu Meng had exchanged destinies 12 years ago. Behind the water mirror, Fu Meng was so tense that her breath hitched, her nails digging into her palm. The sound of a rapid, pounding ringing in her ears, images of disgrace and begging for mercy flashing through her mind. However, Nie Baili merely pointed at a token. Look, that is the jade token I collected during the competition 12 years ago. Wait, Hua Shengsheng grasped Nie Baili's arm. How could the sect place so many jade tokens in one location? Even I can see this as a trap. Who would hang a sign that says free to take jade tokens? Clearly a trap. Do they think we are fools? The one who set this trap is either brainless or foolish. Upon seeing Hua Shengsheng's reaction, Nie Baili understood why the bag of jade tokens had remained untouched for 12 years. Could it genuinely have been left behind by a kind-hearted contestant from previous years? She wanted to struggle against this notion. Tisich, Hua Shengsheng opened his folding fan, believing in his goodwill or in her potential as the future sect leader of Qingxiao. The current sect leader, Shen Weiwei, remarked, Fu Meng, who is this person? Quite ambitious. Fu Meng flipped through her records. No record. This should be an ordinary person from the mortal realm. It had been a long time since Qingxiao sect had such an interesting disciple. Shen Weiwei dropped this ambiguous remark. Meanwhile, within the water mirror, Nie Baili had already retrieved a bag of jade tokens. Look, there is truly no danger. As the bag opened, a multitude of verdant jade tokens dazzled Hua Shengsheng's eyes. He stared wide-eyed. Wow, there truly is a kind-hearted person. Baili, how did you know there were jade tokens here? Could it be you can indeed calculate? The astrology sect would be perfect for you. Nie Baili swiftly poured out the jade tokens from the bag, dividing them into 2 piles. Is it possible that this kind-hearted person is none other than myself? Aha! I participated in the sect's preliminary selection when I was 8. But due to bad luck, I returned home to farm. Nie Baili remarked nonchalantly, grateful for her diligent self in those years, which granted her the capital to be carefree now. Hua Shengsheng beamed with joy. No losses here. Thankfully, that didn't fall into someone else's hands. Nie Baili found it amusing, the remaining shadows of gloom in her heart dissipating. Then I shall rely on you, Grandmaster Hua, for further guidance. Well said, well said. The two individuals joyfully divided their spoils, while Shui Jing, hidden behind the mirror, was already drenched in cold sweat. It was a near miss. If Nie Baili were to utter even a hint of exchanging destinies, the sect leader would certainly investigate furthered. Su Wenjing, oblivious to her disciple's unusual demeanor, furrowed her brow. Logically, over 300 jade tokens should suffice for the intersect standards. Da Fu Ming. Could you find out this girl's name? Could it be that there were matters in previous years that we are unaware of? Fu Ming's heart raced, yet her expression remained composed. Perhaps she is merely concerned about the mortal realm? Su Wenjing grew increasingly perplexed by her disciple. Is it that I, as your master, cannot command you? Should I have the sect leader issue a command? Fu Ming's heart leaped into her throat, her parched lips forcing a smile. Master. Nearby, the sect leader cast a glance at the internal strife among the swordsmen, rubbing his temples. Su Shidi, why not wait until the competition concludes to clarify any misunderstandings directly? Su Wenjing relented. Very well. Fu Ming's heart twisted again at the sect leader's words. In her previous life, though she often found herself at a disadvantage, she lived without regrets. In this life, having garnered everything she desired, she felt as though she were treading on thin ice. Yet for now, she could only continue to observe. Inside the mirror, after Nie Baili and Hua Sheng secured enough jade tokens, they began to slack off, believing that merely meeting the outer sect standard sufficed. They had no intention of exerting themselves. Chapter 11. Rather than face humiliation, it is better to give up early. The two began to meander leisurely through the forest, occasionally commenting on the scenery, resembling carefree tourists. As they reached the spot where the barrier had been shattered, they heard Jiang Yuli's slightly aggrieved cries. Return my blanket to me. Give it back. A few young scions nearby clutched a floral quilt, tauntingly saying, If you want it, come and take it. However, when Jiang Yuli went to retrieve it, the quilt was tossed to their accomplice. A group of onlookers laughed at the spectacle. Jiang Yuli became increasingly agitated, her breath quickening and hands trembling. Nie Baili rushed forward to intervene. It's dangerous. Give it back to her. Hua Sheng, emboldened, spoke up. Bullying a girl is no feat. Yet the young scions paid no heed to the words of a mere mortal. Who do you think you are? Brothers, let us teach these two ignorant mortals a lesson. Hua Sheng, feeling a surge of defiance, rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Only Nie Baili pulled Hua Sheng away. It's dangerous, run. Hua Sheng, confused, asked, Isn't that a bit cowardly? Yet his feet obediently followed suit. Moments later, a violent explosion erupted, heat washing over their backs, prompting Nie Baili to drag his companion down to safety, narrowly escaping with their lives. Behind them, flames surged from Jiang Yuli's hands, roaring towards the young scions with an intensity that threatened to incinerate all in its path. I demand, return my blanket to me. The surrounding trees and grass were not spared, all reduced to ashes. The small voice wielded immense power. Even the sect leaders and elders above were left speechless. Particularly, the leader of Dan Peak, after a few seconds of astonishment, clapped in admiration. The leaf fire, the true alchemical fire passed down through generations in Zhongzhou, has indeed been inherited. Remarkable! In the forest, the clothes of several scions have been burned clean off, their bodies charred black. The floral quilt, however, remained pristine, even shining brighter after the flames. Jiang Yuli sobbed uncontrollably, her cries growing louder, fueling the flames. Seeing this, Nie Baili quickly picked up the quilt from the ground. Don't cry. Your quilt is right here. Hearing the word quilt, Jiang Yuli's flames dimmed slightly. Only her parents called her that. Soon, she saw the small quilt return to her hands. Blanket. The flames extinguished instantly, and Jiang Yuli, clutching the quilt, wept, looking up to see the one who had once provided her with pancakes. Her fondness for Nie Baili surged. Thank you. As she spoke, she pulled out a bottle of nourishing essence pills from her bosom. Worth thousands of spiritual stones each, the precious pills were casually given away as gifts by Jiang Yuli. Moreover, items from a Jiang family could easily fetch double the price. Nie Baili accepted without a hint of obligation. No need for thanks. Hold your quilt tightly and hurry to collect jade tokens. Watching Jiang Yuli depart, Hua Shang suddenly understood. So the danger you mentioned was her. Nie Baili exhaled in relief. She is an alchemist. Would her father dare to let her enter without some means of self-defense? Hua Shang nodded earnestly, committing the lesson to memory. Alchemists are not to be trifled with. As the trial concluded, tens of thousands of disciples emerged from the examination grounds. Those whose jade tokens met the quantity or quality standards were illuminated by a beam of light above their heads. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in a mystical realm. A majestic square held thousands of disciples, stretching endlessly, while at the forefront sat indistinct sect leaders and elders. Many contestants felt overwhelmed by the imposing atmosphere. Amidst the crowd, even the sound of falling needle was distinctly audible. Fu Meng shifted her form and approached the new disciples. Congratulations to all for passing the first round and entering the second round of martial trials. Please step forward to draw lots. Those who draw the same number may select a weapon and determine the victor within the span of an incense stick. No sooner had she finished speaking than dissent arose from the crowd. It's unfair. The Scions have trained early. What do we mortals have to compete with? Indeed, it's fundamentally unfair. We entered the sect to cultivate. Protest. However, the number of mortal disciples who could pass the second round was already scant, and such voices could hardly stir any waves. A mocking smile curved Fu Meng's lips. If you find it unfair, then you might as well leave. The rules were set by the myriad sects. Your inadequacy does not imply that everyone else is incapable. After she spoke, a group of Scions, already far beyond the chi refining stage, echoed her sentiment. Those who are more capable than you work even harder. Blaming heaven and earth for your own shortcomings is laughable. That if weakness were justification in the realm of cultivation, then why not simply return to being mortals and abandon the pursuit of immortality? Rather than face humiliation, it is better to give up early. The complaints of the mortals quickly faded, replaced by a sense of guilt and injustice. Why were they not born into noble families? Why do they not have elders as parents? Why must they endure scorn after reaching this point? Though Hua Shang remained silent, he felt a profound resonance. Observing Nie Baili lost in thought beside him, he deemed it necessary to comfort his companion. Fear not. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. If all else fails, at least we can say we tried. Nie Baili snapped out of a reverie. What is there to fear? I'm just pondering how exhausting it will be to walk home without a donkey cart. Hua Shang. The Scions erupted in laughter, with one even kindly offering, no worries. Ride my celestial crane. It will take you all the way to the west. Nie Baili smiled silently. The brief interlude soon passed, and everyone stepped forward to draw lots. As Nie Baili drew her lot, she glanced at Fu Meng with curiosity and asked, "May I inquire about your cultivation level, senior sister?" Fu Meng's heart tightened. She hadn't thought of how to respond yet, when a well-informed scion beside her spoke first. Senior sister Fu Meng, being the direct disciple of the Sword Peak Master, at the tender age of 20, boasts a cultivation level of golden elixir. Unlike you, who appears to be around 20 and hasn't even begun cultivating. Nie Baili shrugged indifferently. Oh. This simple response sparked a sense of shame in Fu Meng. In her previous life, Nie Baili had already reached the mystical immortal realm by the age of 20. Now, having usurped someone else's fate, she had yet to progress beyond golden elixir. No. In this lifetime, Nie Baili was merely an uninitiated mortal. What was there to fear? Fu Meng steadied her thoughts, waved her hand, and a circular arena rose abruptly from the ground. The duel commenced, and the first contestant took the stage. Nie Baili looked at the paper inscribed with one in her hand and stepped onto the platform with a confident stride. The other contestant who drew one was one of the loudest mockers among the Scions. Ha ha ha. Chigo, what luck. Let's give these ignorant mortals a taste of the Scioness might. Just go easy. Don't let it get too serious and hinder your ascension. Chin Shi, wearing a sneer, climbed onto the circular platform. I'll give you a chance, forfeit now, and you might just save your life. Nie Baili replied, such a splendid opportunity is better reserved for yourself. If you don't want to drink wine, you'll be forced to drink the punishment wine. Chapter 12. 30,000 spiritual stones. Gone. 100,000 spiritual stones owed. Chun Shi chose a long sword, while Nie Baili selected a short blade. The Sword Peak Master shook his head disapprovingly. Lacking talent, lazy in character, and poor judgment. Relying on luck will ultimately lead nowhere. But it seems this is where your journey ends. The master of the astrology sect, glancing at the fate chart in his hands, interjected. The divination indicates she has the makings of a fine sword cultivator. Are you not going to accept her? Su Wenjing, the Sword Peak Master, retorted sharply. The Sword Peak will never allow such self-indulgent disciples to step even half a foot inside. The master of the astrology sect immediately challenged. I bet 5,000 spiritual stones on it. Just as the Sword Peak Master was about to agree, he was interrupted by the sect leader, Shun Wuyu. The Sword Peak still owes Dan Peak 30,000 spiritual stones. Wenjing, how many coins do you have in your pocket? Su Wenjing, whose pockets were cleaner than her face, proudly declared, 0. Though the wager did not come to fruition, the words of the master of the astrology sect nonetheless captured the attention of the Elder Council regarding the girl from the mortal realm. It is widely known that the master of the astrology sect was turned away by the major gambling houses at the tender age of 10, having gained a notorious reputation for always winning when it came to bets. To be the subject of a wager by such a figure surely indicated that she possessed considerable merit. Consequently, all eyes were fixated upon the circular platform. Only Shinji silently examined the Chinquan bag concealed within his sleeve. Chen-Chi felt a surge of delight as he observed Nie Baili selecting the shorter blade. Indeed, it seemed that the girl from the mortal realm was rather naive, oblivious to the principle that a sword's length afforded an advantage in battle. He was the first to launch an attack, executing a well-known sword technique from the realm of cultivation with formidable prowess. The prominent figures above expressed their admiration, recognizing a promising talent with solid foundational skills. Wenjing should certainly take a gamble. Alas, what a pity! However, the more Su Wenjing observed, the more serious her demeanor became, her brows knitting together in concern. Half an incense stick's time had elapsed, and the battle raged on. Each time Chen-Chi appeared poised to secure victory, Nie Baili would miraculously evade disaster, unsettling his mindset. I concede that I misjudged. Upon hearing Su Fengzhu's words, the onlookers instinctively echoed, indeed, one should accept the wager. No, I meant that I misjudged this mortal contender. Look at her stance. It is remarkably stable. As the master of the Sword Peak, Su Wenjing focused solely on the fundamentals of swordplay, never swayed by flashy tricks. Mortals, too, could wield a sword. With sufficient diligence and a solid grasp of the basics, they could surpass the superficial techniques of the cultivation realm. Under the watchful gazes of the esteemed figures, Nie Baili prolonged the match until the very last moment. A mere mortal, destined for defeat, Chen-Chi, having grown impatient after failing to secure victory for an extended period, had forgotten the principle that cultivators should not harm mortals. He thrust his sword toward Nie Baili's heart. Yet, she did not evade. Only when the blade was a mere 5 centimeters from her chest did she sidestep, bending her elbow to disarm Chen-Chi's sword and swiftly slashing his arm with a dagger. Time's up, Fu Ming, with a complex expression, announced the result. In the first match, Nie Baili emerges victorious. Nie Baili, unhurried to leave the stage, retrieved her long sword and returned it to its rightful place. This habit, learned from her previous life with her master, had become second nature in this life. Su Wenjing's heart felt as though it had been struck by lightning upon witnessing this scene. Her own path in cultivation had not been smooth. She had commenced her training at the age of 30, but initially, she could only serve as a lowly disciple tasked with returning swords carelessly discarded by others. Thus, she had been mockingly dubbed sword-wielding real person, a title that was later forgotten as she proved herself through strength. To her astonishment, a disciple had voluntarily returned the sword to its place. Nie Baili gazed at the still-stunned Chen-Chi on the ground, smiling as she spoke. So this is the strength of a scion born into a family of Qi refinement. Truly an eye-opening experience. However, as you rightly said, if one lacks strength, one should not blame fate. The cultivation realm is not governed by the weak. Do you not agree? Chen-Chi was rendered speechless by his embarrassment. The group of noble signs below felt a profound sense of humiliation. They, born into families of cultivation, had resources far superior to those of mere mortals. And yet they had lost to one. Hua Xingxing's eyes brimmed with admiration as he raised his hands and applauded vigorously. Well done, splendid. The other mortals joined in the applause, their pent-up frustrations dissipating in an instant. Who says mortals are inferior to noble science? Did not Qinshi also suffer defeat? What a relief. Su Wenjing, observing from above, regarded Nie Baili with appreciation. She is a promising candidate for swordsmanship. The master of the astrology sect interjected once more. Did you not say that those of the sword peak are not permitted to step foot here? Su Wenjing huffed and glared, irked at her own contradiction. While they cannot tread a single step, they may take 1 or 2 or 3 steps. The competition continued, and it was now Hua Xingxing's turn. Facing another noble scion. Fortunately, he had not yet exhausted his supply of talismans, managing to throw over 100 various charms in this modest contest. Binding talismans, ghost-repelling talismans, gravity talismans, sneezing talismans, farting talismans. In short, he cast them indiscriminately. Disregarding their types, the noble scion opposite him was utterly taken aback. Are you not a mere mortal? Where did you acquire so many talismans? Hua Xingxing continued to pull out more talismans. Even as his opponent remained immobilized, I drew them myself. I just don't know which ones will be effective, so I thought it best to throw a few more. As he spoke, he unleashed yet another 100 talismans upon his adversary. This spectacle left the esteemed figures above utterly speechless. What a waste, truly, so ignorant. Yet undeniably, he is a promising talent. The masters of the various sects felt a stirring of interest when Yuli took the stage. His opponent promptly conceded. Faced with the prospect of being burned and stripped of his clothing, he opted for a more dignified defeat. After one round of competition, only a few hundred participants remained. Still too many. Thus, the victors commenced drawing lots once more. However, the one whom the major sects had high hopes for, Nie Baili, frequently faced defeat in subsequent matches. Either she was disarmed or chased from the platform for infractions. Ultimately, after losing too many times, she simply conceded. Watching this unfold, Su Wenjing felt exasperated. Fight. Strike with your sword. Is this a lesson in slow motion? Her anxious demeanor suggested that she feared witnessing a promising talent degrade into mediocrity. Fu Meng, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. If Nie Baili truly entered the Qingxiao sect, how would she navigate her own path? Nie Baili was also pleased, her goal being to be eliminated in the second round. While cultivation is indeed admirable, rather than enduring a monotonous journey, it is preferable to broaden the depth of life. Living a brief life with brilliance is far more rewarding than merely surviving. After 3 rounds of competition, Nie Baili ranked beyond 300, making her fate with the major sects unlikely. Hua Xingxing claimed 32nd place, while Yuli secured first. Hua Xingxing turned to glance at Nie Baili. His eyes filled with reluctance and regret. How rare it is to encounter a like-minded companion on the path of cultivation. Nie Baili responded with an encouraging smile. The path of cultivation is inherently solitary. She wished him success in glimpsing the greater truths and achieving his aspirations. The rankings were announced, and the representative of the Qingxiao sect addressed the assembled sect leaders. The 101st cultivation selection competition had come to a formal conclusion. The top 10 participants could choose their sect, while the bottom 30 would be assigned to various sects by the elders. In total, 40 disciples were selected, while the remainder were left without a chance. As soon as the announcement concluded, several disciples burst into tears. Although the selection competition occurs once every 4 years, the number of accepted participants has been steadily decreasing. The previous round accepted 80 individuals. Yet this time, with hundreds of sects competing, only 40 were chosen. It was evident that they did not lack for disciples. Hua Xingxing's voice trembled. Baili, thank you. Truly, I even wish to walk with you now. What nonsense. You earned that spot through your own efforts. How could you so easily give it up? Nie Baili patted his shoulder, her mind already planning how to spend the 30,000 spirit stones. Buying a house was a certainty. A carriage must also be prepared so that her mother would not have to walk when she traveled. Perhaps she should acquire a few more shops? Wealth begets wealth. Just as she was meticulously arranging her 30,000 spirit stones, the water mirror was activated, displaying the disciples who ravaged the environment like a swarm of locusts. The master of the Qingxiao sect's voice resonated with authority. Those who have damaged the environment and used artifacts to procure jade tokens will be summarily dismissed. The disciples erupted into a cacophony of discussions, and yet Bailey looked up in astonishment. The competition had utilized the water mirror. Those who had felt assured of their victories now plummeted into despair. This is unfair. How could this be fair? Had I known, why not say so earlier? Why wait until now to mention it? A young noble scion wept openly. I exhausted all my efforts for nothing. Had I known, I would have preferred to be eliminated in the first round, offering hope only to snatch it away. Such is the essence of despair. The master of the Qingxiao sect, Shen Wuyue, scoffed coldly. I did so intentionally. What can you do about it? Nie Baili. The cultivation realm does not require schemers. Consider this a lesson to in the next competition. Should you dare to bring artifacts, you need not participate again. The Qingxiao sect imparted a lesson to the various cultivation families through action. Countless disciples were forcibly removed from the illusion. Yet inexplicably Nie Baili remained. Wait, what about me? She glanced behind her, finding herself utterly alone. Congratulations, you have been elevated to the 40th position as the 357th. Successfully selected. Destiny has decreed it. Shen Yue's lips curled into a smile as he regarded the final fortunate recipient. However, all Nie Baili heard was one phrase. 30,000 spirit stones gone, just when it seemed the rain was falling on a leaky roof. The snow only served to exacerbate her plight. Shunji, watching the spectacle, stepped forward to deliver a final blow. Today, a participating disciple broke the barrier, creating a hole costing 100,000 spirit stones. Who will step forward? Nie Baili's heart sank, and a phrase echoed in her mind. 30,000 spirit stones gone, 100,000 spirit stones now owed. Chapter 13, A Century of Sect Affection, a Lifetime as a Qingxiao Person. It matters not. It matters not as long as she does not confess. That hole was not her doing. After all, there was no evidence. She absolutely cannot acknowledge this debt. Nie Baili turned her head to exchange a glance with Hua Shengsheng, and in each other's eyes, they saw the same resolve. Shunji waited 3 seconds. No one is willing to admit it. Is there? Nie Baili rolled her eyes, thinking, who would willingly confess to such a thing? Truly, the aloof senior brother is without peer. Shunji's gaze settled on the top of Nie Baili's head. Fine, since no one is willing to confess, let the evidence seek out its own culprit. Evidence will seek out its own culprit. Nie Baili curiously looked up, and upon seeing the foolish donkey, it felt as if she beheld the heavy debts she bore upon her shoulders. Oh no. Don't come any closer. However, the foolish donkey bypassed its ungrateful former master and made a beeline for the beautiful sister, who possessed both charm and kindness. Nie Baili desperately pushed away the donkey that sought to draw near, yet remained undeterred, exclaiming, "No, let me articulate my defense. My explanation." Cheng-ji recalled a certain little girl rolling on the ground, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. "It seems the true culprit is you, Sister Nie." Unable to mount a successful rebuttal, Nie Baili glanced at her feigning partner. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "Brother Cheng, I report that it was he who broke the other hole." Thus, the alliance of laziness shattered. And Hua Shengsheng displayed a pained expression, retorting, "Who are you? I don't know you. Don't wrongfully accuse me." The two immediately fell into an argument, ultimately unable to escape the fate of bearing debt. The heavy burden of debt overshadowed the joy of entering the sect. Hua Shengsheng stood amidst the 40 disciples, his expression filled with sorrow, yet surprisingly exhibiting a semblance of composure. This pleased the prominent figure seated above. Although he appeared more carefree on the martial arts stage, his stable demeanor in private suggested he was a talent worth cultivating. After excluding the disciple who had previously damaged the environment, Hua Shengsheng ascended to the 5th position, granting him the autonomy to select a sect. The collaboration with Qingxiao sect had long been established, rendering this competition merely a formality. The various sect masters were already aware of Yuli's entry into Qingxiao sect's peak. Hence no one contended for her. The second place was claimed by a robust young man, who opted for the astrology sect. The third was a woman clad in red, who chose the Hahuan sect, indicating that the Hahuan sect's aesthetic appeal was becoming increasingly competitive. The fourth place, upon removing his hat to reveal a bald head, pledged allegiance to the Buddhist sect that as for the fifth place. Hua Shengshang stepped forward, hesitating to make an immediate choice, instead inquiring, "If I join Qingxiao sect, can my debts be forgiven?" The master of Fu Peak promptly responded, "If you join, I shall clear your debts. It is merely 100,000 spirit stones. Consider it pocket money from Fu Peak." Nie Baili's eyes lit up instantly. However, Su Wenjing, the master of Jianfeng, nervously touched his purse. It was all Fu Yuan's fault for making him appear so stingy. Hua Shengshang smoothly joined Qingxiao sect as Fu Peak. Watching as those ahead pledged their allegiance, Nie Baili remained in the back, glancing around, alternating between laughter and tears. At this point, all the prominent figures discerned her instability but were unable to fathom her thoughts. Gue Jinxiu wishes to join Qingxiao sect, as long as a peak master is willing to accept him. Upon hearing the familiar name, Nie Baili abruptly looked up. Gue Jinxiu, she was well acquainted with him. In her previous life, he was one of the 4 guardians under the Demon Lord. Originally named Mo Ruei. It was said that his magical artifact was the Soul Gathering Banner, capable of summoning both living and deceased souls, all captured by the banner. The reason the two had never encountered one another in the past was due to the misfortune that befell this guardian. His first foray outside resulted in his demise under Chengji's sword. This led people to believe that slaying the demon clan as guardians was as simple as chopping vegetables, only to find themselves thoroughly defeated. Gue Jinxiu, Nie Baili mentally repeated the name, concluding that the demon clan's naming skills were indeed lacking. Mo Rahai Gue Jinxiu. How mundane. However, Nie Baili had no intention of exposing this on the spot, regardless of her own ability to confront the demon clan. Just the fact that he dared to boldly infiltrate the realm of cultivation as an undercover agent indicated he had allies within the righteous path and methods to conceal his identity. Gue Jinxiu's declaration directly offended all sects aside from Qingxiao. Although Qingxiao sect boasted the strongest overall power, other sects were not lacking in certain respects. The peak masters of Qingxiao sect were also apprehensive. Accepting him seemed unwise, for the child appeared to possess no exceptional qualities. Refusing him would leave the child with nowhere to turn. Ultimately, it was Master Lu who stepped forward, stating, "In that case, you may join my Lu Peak." A demon clan guardian playing the Suona. Nie Baili gazed at the Suona dangling from Master Lu's waist, finally understanding the meaning of magical realism. Just as she pondered this, she suddenly heard the voice of the second-to-last contestant. "What should I do? Where should I go? Which sect is truly the mightiest?" Without hesitation, Nie Baili responded, "Of course it's Qingxiao sect." "Good, then I shall go to Qingxiao sect." The man, with his head of white hair, nodded foolishly. Nie Baili panicked. "No, brother. Are you a tiger?" The white-haired man turned, wide-eyed. "How did you know I'm a white tiger?" Nie Baili. She herself was unsure how she knew. Clearly, it was the brother who had revealed it. Is Qingxiao sect truly that formidable? Nie Baili nodded emphatically. Absolutely. A century of sect loyalty, a lifetime of being a Qingxiao disciple. Despite her frequent complaints, Nie Baili would never allow anyone to utter a single word against Qingxiao sect. When it was the turn of the second-to-last contestant, this good brother, without uttering another word, immediately expressed his desire to join Qingxiao sect, prompting the master of the 10,000 Beast sect to glare at Nie Baili several times. "Look at you promoting someone. This promising talent joining Qingxiao sect is nothing but a waste." Thus, the master of the 10,000 Beast sect began to recruit. "Oh no, to snatch beast that you're a white tiger. Joining my 10,000 Beast sect would be most fitting." The white tiger candidly replied, "But I only wish to join the mightiest sect." The master of the 10,000 Beast sect coaxed. "You are a beast. Qingxiao sect lacks suitable cultivation methods for you." The white tiger remained straightforward, "But Qingxiao sect is the mightiest sect." The master of the 10,000 Beast sect lamented, "Child, please wake up. You are a beast." The white tiger continued to be forthright. Which is stronger, the 10,000 Beast sect or Qingxiao sect? The master of the 10,000 Beast sect, in a state of surrender, conceded, "Fine, fine. Go wherever you like." Nie Baili was left dumbfounded. How did 3 sentences cause the master of the 10,000 B sect to falter? This little white tiger accomplished the feat. Once the conversation reached this point, sect master Shungyue felt compelled to accept him. Coincidentally, Qingxiao sect was looking to establish a beast peak. Why not let you enter first and select a master once the beast peak is founded? All present were left speechless for the sake of a mere grievance. A feast of dumplings was prepared. Could this truly be the confidence of the first sect in Yunzhen continent? The master of the 10,000 B sect sourly remarked. Establishing a new peak is no great matter. I wonder where sect master Shun will find a suitable elder to preside. It is well known that famous beasts on the continent typically retire to the 10,000 B sect to relax and educate the next generation. Shun Yue smiled lightly, a streak of white hair enhancing his presence. There is no need for the tiger sect master to worry. Beneath the setting sun in the cold pond, is there not an ancestor? The master of the 10,000 B sect narrowed his eyes, his vertical pupils appearing even more menacing. The astonishment of the other sect masters and elders was no less than that of the tiger sect master. Could they really summon this individual? Ultimately, the master of the 10,000 B sect waved his hand, regaining his former robust demeanor. If only you had said so earlier. He then addressed the white tiger ahead. Young one, you possess remarkable fortune. The white tiger, bewildered, simply understood that he could join the mightiest sect, bringing him one step closer to vengeance. He joyfully knelt in reverence. Finally, it was Nie Baili's turn. Despite being under the watchful eyes of numerous influential figures, she maintained an air of nonchalance. This was evident as she returned the gaze of anyone who looked at her, shaking her legs and occasionally exclaiming in awe. Ahem, may I inquire if any esteemed individual has taken a liking to me and wishes to accept me as a disciple? Not much, just 10,000 spirit stones for the privilege of acquiring a new disciple. The influential figures were left in stunned silence. The silence was thick with embarrassment. Fortunately, Nie Baili was unfazed, treating it as she prepared to casually swindle someone when a shimmering water curtain suddenly appeared before her eyes. Slowly, a line of text emerged. Have you eaten? Chapter 14. A lifetime of mediocrity I have. I just had some pancakes. Would you like to have a couple as well? Nie Baili was utterly perplexed. She suddenly recalled the scene from her previous life upon entering the sect, though it turned out to be that mischievous granduncle. The expressions of the esteemed figures above were equally puzzled, yet in the face of power. They understood the need to remain silent. The water curtain then faded, only to materialize a new line of text. Do you prefer your father or your mother? Upon reading the question, Nie Baili boldly responded, I prefer my mother. My father passed away long ago. Qingji's gaze flickered before he lowered his eyes to continue observing. The water curtain vanished again, posing the final question. What does it mean to be a cultivator? Upon seeing this question, Nie Baili could not help but burst into laughter. To be unaccomplished. What can one achieve? Though one cultivates immortality. Throughout history, countless cultivators exist, yet those who ascend are few and far between. If this is the standard by which to set goals, the majority of cultivators remain unaccomplished. A lifetime of mediocrity. This response caused all the prominent figures present to gasp in shock. Cultivating immortality? How many can truly become immortal? Hence, cultivators have established a hierarchy of spiritual power for each stage, creating various sects to showcase their prowess, and even compiling rankings to flaunt their pride. Yet before the ultimate goal of ascension, everyone stands as a failure. What does it mean? To be unaccomplished. Ha 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 ha. What a splendid notion of being unaccomplished. The water curtain coalesced into a human form, revealing Shun Tu Wutsua, with his disheveled white hair haphazardly tousled atop his head. He joyfully clapped his thighs and burst into hearty laughter, a stark contrast to the lofty image of an elder. Little one, what is your name? Would you be willing to become my disciple? Nie Baili respectfully knelt and replied, Disciple Nie Baili, of humble talent and weak spiritual roots, truly unworthy of being your disciple. To be the disciple of a great figure would mean she would have to outshine even the disciples of the most esteemed. No, she would rather die than compete. Little one, since my granduncle values you, your talent matters not. Shunmu interjected, It is rare for a granduncle to take notice of a disciple. there is hope for future generations. Moreover, the Qingxiao sect possesses an abundance of elixirs that can enhance one's spiritual roots. Nie Baili, momentarily a loss for words, found it difficult to refuse. How could she possibly have the audacity to decline the esteemed old peak master of the Qingxiao sect, the foremost in cultivation, and then also reject the sect leader? Shintu Wusaw, recognizing her reluctance, paid it no heed. Alas, the selection of disciples relies heavily on fate. If the young child is unwilling, we cannot compel her. Xiaoye, you are being rather excessive, he remarked. Shen Wuye, feeling embarrassed, covered his face in such a public setting. Even a sect leader must maintain their dignity. Shintu Wusa turned to Nie Baili and said, "Did you not just inquire if I wish to eat?" "Yes, I am quite famished, having not eaten for a long time," with the prominent figures casting glances that seemed to suggest, "You lack discernment." Nie Baili reluctantly procured a cake and offered it to her great-uncle. Shintu Wusa accepted it, taking a couple of bites. Delicious, yet not as delectable as that half-cake from years past. "Little girl, having enjoyed your cake, I now owe you a favor. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to disturb me." As the final word fell, her great-uncle's figure vanished from sight, leaving behind a jade pendant resting in Nie Baili's palm. Following this incident, the prominent figures hesitated even more to take Nie Baili as a disciple. Clearly, it would appear as if they were competing for disciples with her great-uncle Fu Meng. Consumed by jealousy to the point of nearly grinding her teeth, berated her great-uncle for his unrefined nature, while simultaneously yearning to take Nie Baili as a disciple. In both this life and the next, was she truly inferior to Nie Baili? The most ironic part was that Nie Baili had yet to accept the offer. How could she turn down such a fortunate opportunity? Fu Meng discerned that her master was also quite pleased with Nie Baili. Indeed, amidst the awkward silence, the master of the Sword Peak, Su Wenjing, finally spoke. "Nie Baili, would you be willing to join the Sword Peak and become my disciple?" Once again, Nie Baili politely declined the offer. Would Master Su be willing to repay the disciple with 100,000 spirit stones? Very well. You have hit the nail on the head. Su Wenjing attempted to persuade her further. "I can accept you as my disciple, a personally taught disciple." Yet Nie Baili persisted in her inquiry. Would Master Su be willing to repay the disciple with 100,000 spirit stones? Su Wenjing, in his final struggle, declared, "I shall impart to you my unique sword techniques." Fu Meng's eyes widened. That was the sword technique her master had comprehended, one that she had not even been taught. And yet, for Nie Baili, he was willing to cast aside such a significant opportunity. Nie Baili remained steadfast as a mountain. Would Master Su be willing to repay the disciple with 100,000 spirit stones? Su Wenjing, exasperated, retorted, "No repayment? Then begone." "Very well." Nie Baili swiftly departed. She had contemplated the significance of her rebirth. In her first life, she chose to continue striving, entering the wrong path, and met with a tragic fate. In her second life, she naturally aimed for the wealthiest of industries. Thus, she knelt before the master of the medical peak. The disciple wishes to join the medical peak, to heal and save lives. The master of the medical peak, utterly speechless, wondered how the drama had ignited right before his own peak. He tactfully inquired, "Do you know the difference between Sanqi and Tianqi?" Nie Baili innocently asked. "What difference could there be?" The master of the medical peak gaped in disbelief. "I ask you, yet you question me back. Am I not testing you, and you fail to comprehend? This child must be lacking in wit. They are the same medicinal herb." Nie Baili clapped her hands in admiration. "Wow, master, you are truly erudite." The Lord of the Beast sect had never encountered someone as oblivious as this big-headed tiger. But today he had finally witnessed it. The tiger, clutching his belly with laughter, shed tears. "Ha ha ha. From this day forth, I, the tiger, shall no longer be the most oblivious in the realm of cultivation." The master of the medical peak felt quite embarrassed. To accept or not to accept? Nie Baili seemed to sense the awkwardness, and kindly remarked, "If you do not wish to accept me, it is of no consequence. It is not as if." The master of the medical peak felt a twinge of guilt rising within him. What a considerate child. Yet, shortly thereafter, Nie Baili began to slap back with her words. The disciple has grown independent and can walk to the medical peak on her own. The master of the medical peak was left speechless. Had he truly encountered someone attempting to take advantage of him? Forget it. It was his misfortune. I will accept you. I never said I would not. Come along, but you must repay your own 100,000 spirit stones. The glimmer of hope in Nie Baili's eyes was extinguished in an instant. Very well. However, it mattered not, for who did not know that healing arts brought wealth swiftly? Just 100,000 spirit stones was but a drop in the bucket. In this life, no one could obstruct her path to riches. Thus concluded a selection ceremony in the whimsical and farcical realm of cultivation. Just before dispersing, Su Wenjing, the master of Sword Peak, called out to Nie Baili, "Wait a moment. You previously mentioned participating in the preliminary selection at the age of 8, collecting over 300 jade tokens. Why were you eliminated?" Fu Ming shut her eyes tightly. Her master was eternally more concerned about others than herself. Even over a disciple who had once declined him. Well, the demon clan was not entirely off limits. At worst, she could try again. Nie Baili turned around and replied coolly, "I was young and missed home." She then cast a sidelong glance at Fu Ming, as if mocking her anxiety and tugging at her heartstrings. Fu Ming felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, her heart tumultuous, yet unable to voice her thoughts. She did not understand why Nie Baili would help her, but she felt an immense sense of relief. Could it be that the other party did not wish to reclaim her own fate? At worst, she could offer more resources and treasures in return, considering it a debt repaid. Su Wenjing was unsatisfied with this response. Foolish. 12 years of diligence could easily lead to the golden core stage. Far superior to starting cultivation at 20. Chapter 15. I have returned to accomplish 2 matters. Fu Ming, take the new disciples to settle in the outer sect. Shen Weiyue held little regard for this batch of new disciples. Aside from one, Jiang Yueli, the rest possessed only average aptitude. Oh wait, there was also the one with a rather peculiar mind. Nie Baili. Disciples, you have your orders. Fu Ming led the new disciples toward the outer sect. Barring any unexpected events, today marked the first time this group would step into the inner sect, and the last time they would see the sect leader and many elders. Jiang Yueli was taken aside by the master of the Dan Peak. Upon passing through the barrier, Nie Baili distinctly felt the concentration of spiritual energy diminish sharply. The mountains were flat, and the buildings before her were modest, lacking the grandeur of the inner sect's towers. Disciples rushed about or strolled leisurely. Yet whenever they passed Fu Ming, they would tighten their expressions and respectfully address her as Master Uncle. Fu Ming nodded indifferently, maintaining a stern demeanor as she continued onward. Unlike her cautious demeanor in front of the sect leader and elders, Fu Ming appeared equally formidable and intimidating upon reaching the outer sect. Nie Baili pondered whether she had also acted so pretentiously in her previous life. Surely not. She recalled that some outer sect disciples had greeted her warmly. Lost in thought, they arrived at the Sanqing Pavilion. From south to north, the rooms were available for selection, although they had already chosen their peaks. Prior to that, they needed to concentrate on learning the regulations of the Qingxiao sect. Early the next day, a steward would guide them to the general knowledge peak. Nie Baili selected a room facing south. Hua Xingsheng chose the room next door. What a cunning individual. After giving a middle finger to the neighboring room, Nie Baili slammed the door shut, clearly still vexed about the 100,000 spirit stones. Just as she turned around, Fu Ming appeared in the room. Nie Baili was not startled. Instead, she leisurely set down her belongings and began to tidy the room, even treating the pickled vegetables she had brought from home as treasures, placing them in the storage cabinet. However, Fu Ming was the first to lose her composure. You have returned to reclaim what belongs to you. Nie Baili chuckled. Pray tell, what is it that is inherently mine? The sect's resources, or the position of the eldest senior sister? Fu Ming gasped in shock. You too have been reborn. No wonder after exchanging fates. Nie Baili remains so composed, and why she carries herself with such confidence. Suddenly, Fu Ming felt a pang of sadness. Her own self-satisfaction was merely a reflection of what others deemed unworthy after being reborn. Nie Baili continued, If I must mention a task, I have returned to accomplish 2 matters. What 2 matters? To earn money, to amass great wealth. Fu Ming. In this day and age, speaking the truth yields no belief. I am not deceiving you. I initially intended to take 30,000 spirit stones and leave. However, I did not anticipate the abundance of peculiarities this year. Now, I owe 100,000 spirit stones. It would be impossible for Nie Baili to claim she is unperturbed. How about this? Since we are old friends, could you lend me some? Nie Baili rubbed her hands together. Her gaze filled with desire. Fu Ming could no longer bear to look at her, turning to leave. Yet suddenly, a cold reminder echoed behind her. Fu Ming, reaching this point, can you distinguish whether it is by your own merit or by my fate? In a daze, Fu Ming recalled her previous life's resolute elder sister and declared firmly, my merit is my merit. Your fate now rests in my hands. It is also my merit. Nie Baili chuckled and shook her head. Do you truly believe that I reached that point in my previous life solely by fate? Fu Ming envied only the aura of her elder sister from her past life, while the struggles behind it were known only to her. What else? My background and efforts cannot compare to yours. Yet I still found myself beneath your heel. I assent that also fate. After saying this, Fu Ming pushed the door open and left. However, Nie Baili's words tore open the hidden wounds in her heart. From the moment she became involved in sect affairs, she had been self-satisfied, believing she had inherited everything from Nie Baili. Yet upon waking from this dream, she felt that she could achieve her current success without depending on Nie Baili. In her rebirth, had Fu Ming truly climbed to the peak by her own merit, or had she merely become a second Nie Baili? Fu Ming returned to the Sword Peak and felt someone present as soon as she entered the door. Who? Why not kill her? Fu Yunxing lifted his hood, sitting in the main seat. I ask you, why not kill her? It was you who proclaimed the desire for a more favorable destiny. After much effort, you have ascended to the esteemed position of second in the Qingxiao sect. You truly wish to squander all your hard work. Fu Ming, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Second uncle, this is the Qingxiao sect. Such insolence is intolerable. Fu Yunsheng, seemingly indifferent, remarked, Your father has instructed me to convey a message. Hasten your cultivation and strive to defeat Qinji in the next sect competition. The Fu family of Zhongzhou will not tolerate a perennial second place. Fu Ming felt a lump in her throat, a multitude of words swirling in her heart, yet she sensed it was akin to playing a lute to a cow, defeating Qinji as a mere golden core cultivator. How could she possibly achieve that? Just as she grappled with her thoughts, she felt a weight on her shoulder. Fu Yunsheng patted her gently. You are the only hope for the Fu family. Second uncle will do everything in his power to clear the obstacles in your path. Fu Ming shook her head. Since Nie Baili has chosen not to speak, it proves she harbors no ambition and will not actively oppose me. Would it not be better to let her languish in the outer sect? What nonsense! Raising a tiger only invites calamity. Yet Fu Yunsheng, understanding his niece's temperament, relented, Fine, I shall not interfere. Do as you wish. However, you must indeed enhance your cultivation, or even the likes of Shattered Jade will surpass you. Fu Ming swallowed her discontent. I understand. Unbeknownst to her within the inner sect, the turmoil surrounding Nie Baili was completely foreign to her. Her focus was solely on amassing wealth. However, the Qingxiao sect had a rule that newly admitted disciples could not accept tasks within the first 6 months, as their sustenance was provided by the sect. The intention was noble. After all, the grand sects were abundant with talents. There was concern, however, that someone might attempt to prove themselves by taking on hellishly difficult tasks and ultimately lose their life. Nie Baili, having searched in vain for a way to make money, finally conceived a plan. To borrow it, she approached Hua Shengxing's door, resolute to put aside past grievances. Yes, she raised her hand. The door swung open. Shall buy? Just in time. I was about to look for you. Come, I'll take you somewhere. Dragged along by Hua Shengxing, Nie Baili was perplexed. Where to? To the moon viewing platform. As they sprinted forward, Hua Shengxing not only took Nie Baili with her, but also found Jiang Yueli, the Devil Clan spy Gue Jinxiu, and the White Tiger Princess Yan of the Beast sect. That a group of them stood at the moon viewing platform, gazing blankly at the sky. What are you all looking at? Fireworks. Jiang Yueli instinctively took Nie Baili's arm, drawing closer. Hua Shengxing closed her golden fan. Ah, you don't know this. It's a long-standing tradition of the Qingxiao sect. Whenever a new disciple is received, a firework is released. There will definitely be a grand display tonight. Nie Baili internally scoffed at the absurdity of this tradition, yet she still looked up, joining the others in anticipation. Gue Jinxiu was busy learning how to blend in, patiently sitting in wait. Yan, having been pursued since birth, had never seen fireworks. As the sun sank and the moon rose, Jiang Yueli yawned. The fireworks had yet to appear. Nie Baili mentally prepared her words, gazing at Hua Shengsheng with the kindest of eyes. Shengsheng. Hua Shengsheng shivered, dropping her golden fan, as she turned towards the source of the voice, feeling as if she had stumbled into a clear spring. The gaze was warm and fervent, flattering yet gentle. In that instant, Hua Shengsheng sensed impending doom, realizing what Nie Baili was about to say. Xiaobai, it's like this. Although I am charming, gifted, and exceptional, I actually have a childhood betrothal. However, Nie Baili's eyes remained ablaze, seemingly unfazed by the notion of a betrothal. Could this charming, gifted, and exceptional man possibly— No, just lend me some money. The evening breeze was mournful as Gue Jinxiu turned. Entranced by the pitch-black night, sky devoid of the moon, Yin lamented the acute hearing of the beastmen. Jiang Yueli scratched his head, wondering if borrowing money necessitated so much discourse. Chapter 16. Fireworks explode at the pavilion's silence enveloped the night air. Hua Shengsheng was uncertain whether to blame herself for overthinking or to be relieved that Xiaobai was not overly concerned. Borrow money. Sisterly, I have money. Lend for me. Jiang Yueli swiftly produced 10,000 spirit stones. Is this enough? If not, my father will send another 100,000 tomorrow. Truly, as expected of a young lady, she dealt in sums of 10,000, yet Baili graciously declined. Thank you, but I require silver, not spirit stones. Ah, then I have none. Jiang Yueli, raised in a family of cultivation, had never encountered mundane currency like silver. I'll lend whatever you need. Hua Shengsheng gritted her teeth, wishing to reclaim her shattered pride. Nie Baili raised a finger. 10,000 taels? No problem. She silently swallowed the 100 taels that had lingered at the edge of her lips. The two exchanged knowing glances, looking up at the night sky, hoping the fireworks would dispel the awkwardness among them. They waited and waited, but the air was thick with tension. An hour passed, and Hua Shengsheng's neck grew sore from craning, yet not a single spark was seen. What happened to the promised fireworks? Gue Jinxiu bluntly queried. Could it be they think our qualifications are too poor to warrant a display? Hua Shengsheng, ever the know-it-all, replied, clearly there were fireworks in the last session. Meanwhile, in the miscellaneous storage room, for reasons unknown, no one mentioned the fireworks. Each caretaker preoccupied with their tasks. Fu Meng, too, did not inquire, and this trivial matter was thus forgotten. Another half an hour slipped by, and Jiang Yueli rubbed her tired eyes. Sisterly, are they still going to set off fireworks? Nie Baili looked at Hua Shengsheng, who was visibly agitated, her teeth clenched in frustration over the sect's apparent disregard for them. Of course they will. I'll go down a mountain to buy some. Nie Baili halted her. No need. Yueli, do you have any warming pills on you? I do. Nie Baili quickly gathered some explosive herbs nearby, mixing in a bit of dye. The warming pills contain a large amount of heat-concentrating ingredients, while the explosive herbs were notorious for their volatile temperament. Even a slight touch could cause them to detonate. Thus, these herbs were often planted near the edges of barriers to prevent intrusions. Will this work? Hua Shengsheng squatted down, pulling out a pile of fire-starting talismans. Shall we add a bit more? Nie Baili was uncertain, having yet to turn a page in her medical texts. The outcome of mixing various medicinal properties remained unknown. Shall we give it a try? She wrapped the fire-starting talismans around the pills and herbs, igniting them and tossing them into the sky. Within the inner sect, Fu Yunshang stood in the shadows, gazing at the gloomy sky. A mere mortal, fortunate enough to be regarded as a prodigy, dares to contend with the noble families. Before he could finish his thought, a dazzling firework erupted, illuminating the darkness with blinding brilliance. The ground trembled, and the resounding explosion reverberated in their ears, vibrant, colorful fireworks blooming in the sky, lingering long after. The words Fu Yunsheng had yet to articulate were swallowed back, his ears ringing with the aftermath. The moon viewing platform. The 5 onlookers gaped in astonishment. To be candid, the fireworks from Nie Baili's previous life upon joining the sect were far less magnificent and enduring. The key was that the first explosion resonated 5 times in succession. The sky was ablaze with light, and it showed no signs of ending, drawing the attention of both inner and outer sect disciples. At Hanchi Peak, Chunji paused in contemplation upon witnessing the fireworks, his thoughts drifting. The donkey beside him pushed him aside, braying loudly at the display, saliva flying. This donkey had been given to him as collateral when Nie Baili could not repay her debts. Initially reluctant to accept it, he had no choice, as the Qingxiao sect had yet to establish a beast peak, and new disciples were prohibited from bringing pets. Once the beast peak was completed, he would send it for breeding, point one more spray of saliva, and he would be dining on donkey meat hot pot. The foolish donkey instantaneously transformed into a refined donkey at the Wuji Pavilion. The sect leader, Shunwei, was occupied with sect affairs when the sound of fireworks erupted overhead, causing her to drop her brush in surprise. What is this? It seems our sect has gained a few more little geniuses. Fu Ming and Shattered Jade stood by, unsure of how to respond. The brilliance of the fireworks was closely tied to the individual's spiritual root qualifications among the newly admitted disciples, apart from Jiang Yueli. None exhibited particularly outstanding abilities. Those witnessing the display would undoubtedly mistake it for the Qingxiao sect having recruited 5 more Chunjie to the moon viewing platform. The White Tiger Princess Yan's ears perked up like mushrooms at the sight of the vibrant fireworks. Unable to resist, Nie Baili reached out, her fur soft and plush. Oh, what a big tiger! Jiang Yueli, mimicking her, began to play with the other ear. However, as she inherited the fire element, her golden attributes were too strong, leaving Yan's fur standing on end. Hua Xingsheng quickly unfurled her fan. Though merely an outer sect disciple, she refused to belittle herself. I was born with talent. Surely I have my uses. Nie Baili, ever quick-witted, retorted, what if it's of no use? Even if it's useless, it still exists. Can it be stuffed back in? The momentous excitement was abruptly interrupted, and Hua Shengsheng, fuming, waved her fan furiously. Bang, bang, bang. The fireworks continued to burst forth, yet Yin suddenly revealed her tail with a yelp. Nie Baili exclaimed, "You're so kind. Not only do you let me play with your ears, but you also allow me to tug your tail." Reaching out, she attempted to grab it, but Yin sprang to her feet. That's my instinctive reaction to danger. Danger! Get away! Gue, Jinxiu shouted. Only then did Nie Baili lift her head, realizing the fireworks were spiraling out of control, exploding wildly in the sky, with one particular burst heading straight for the moon viewing platform. Quick, run! Nie Baili grasped Hua Shengsheng with her left hand and Jiang Yueli with her right, sprinting faster than Yin. Yet Jiang Yueli remained confident. Sister Baili, I can handle it. Nie Baili tugged desperately. No, absolutely not. Regrettably, it is too late. Flames surged forth from Jiang Yuli's palm, colliding head-on with the approaching fireworks, accompanied by a resounding explosion. The pavilion on Wangyue platform was sent flying. Simultaneously, a vigorous and commanding voice echoed, "Which rascal dared to overturn my pavilion?" The 5 companions responded in unison. Run! Hua Xingsheng hastily took flight, but was promptly apprehended by the approaching steward. Ah, I thought a genius was setting off fireworks tonight. Turns out it is you few outer disciples. Hua Shengsheng's countenance alternated between shades of green and red. Nie Baili indignantly interjected, raising a timid hand. That is not a genius. Is it possible to enter Qingxiao sect? The steward paused, acknowledging the logic. Yet there are always extraordinary outliers, and do not think you can escape. You lot, Jiang Yuli, though you are a direct disciple of the inner sect. You too shall face punishment for your transgressions. Jiang Yuli hesitated, contemplating whether to set a fire and flee, but was firmly grasped by Nie Baili. Yin expressed some trepidation. Will we be expelled? The steward reassured. Not quite. Let us consider this a first offense. After school tomorrow, follow me to Beast Peak for a month of clearing land. Ah, Beast Peak has yet to be cleared. At the mention, the steward's expression turned peculiar. When the sect leader speaks, the rest of us must run as if our legs were broken. For a single beast, a new peak has been opened. Yin scratched his head. Resigned. Well, clearing land is also for the sake of schooling. Nie Baili remained unconvinced, recalling that in her century of managing Qingxiao sect, She had never heard of such a punishment involving land clearing. "Steward, is there any remuneration for this clearing?" The steward seemed somewhat embarrassed, explaining that hiring skilled laborers was prohibitively expensive, 1,000 spirit stones a day. "What?" Without hesitation, Nie Baili agreed, recognizing that spirit stones could be converted to currency. Repaying Hua Shengsheng and saving for her family. Chapter 17. Cultivating Beast Peak, a deceptive contract. The steward felt he had saved money, while Nie Baili felt she had gained wealth. Both parties were quite satisfied. The following day, Nie Baili donned the uniform of Qingxiao sect and dragged Hua Shengsheng along to class. It must be said, the attire of major sects is indeed unparalleled. Upon wearing it, they resembled proper individuals and possessed a certain ethereal elegance. On the way, Nie Baili inquired, "Last night, why did you seek out those three? One is naive, one a prince of the demon race, and the other an undercover agent." Hua Shengsheng shrugged. "Not at all. I sought out this batch of newcomers, and as long as those three were willing to join, the others all said their parents advised them to sleep early or they wouldn't grow tall." Nie Baili responded, "Well, the little brother and sister indeed ought to sleep early and rise early. Only the bored adults would stay up at midnight to set off fireworks." Following the map, they arrived at General Knowledge Peak. There was but a single room, easy to find. Upon entering, Jiang Yuli eagerly patted the seat beside her. "Sister Baili." Baili approached and sat down, while Hua Shengsheng exclaimed, "What about me?" Jiang Yuli tapped the table of Gue Jianshou, who immediately withdrew a book, thus freeing up a new table. The 5-member group formed, with 2 girls seated in the front row and 3 boys in the back. The embryonic shape of a small community began to emerge. The lecturing elder was last night's steward, accompanied by a young disciple. This is the outer sect steward, Elder Lu Chuyin, and beside him is the outer sect's top disciple, Chu Fengshi. Hua Shengsheng leaned over the table, whispering to Nie Baili. Chu Fengshi, not deaf, immediately turned towards the sound, his gaze meeting Nie Baili's. He quickly understood that she was the female disciple who had gracefully declined his master yesterday. Unlike the ordinary outer disciples clad in white sect robes, Chu Fengshi donned a layer of azure gauze, a mark of the steward's authority. Like green algae in water, he flowed with a calm exterior while turbulent currents swirled beneath. In a single glance, Nie Baili discerned the innate pride within Chu Fengshi. In her previous life, she had also heard of this figure. Alas, during the war against the demon race, he had led the charge and became a soul beneath the ghostly soul flag. She averted her gaze, no longer looking at him. "This old man is Lu, given the name Chu Yin. The individual beside me is my foremost disciple, Chu Fengshi. You may seek his assistance in the future." The new disciple's envious and admiring gazes swiftly shifted to Chu Fengshi. However, he merely nodded indifferently, distributing the entry manuals to the new disciples before departing. The room was soon filled with whispers. "He is so aloof. He is the top of the outer sect. He may soon enter the inner sect, thus looking down on us." Stop dreaming. The inner sect hasn't selected disciples from the outer sect for 5 consecutive years. He may be proud among us, but against those inner disciples, he is merely kneeling and licking boots. Enough, the elder hasn't spoken yet. Such discussions fell on deaf ears for Nie Baili on the first day of entering the sect. The new disciples were not eager for promotion, but rather to understand the sect's rules. Since you have entered Qingxiao sect, you must be the cream of the crop, the best of your locality. Perhaps even the best of thousands. Yet Qingxiao sect is not lacking in talent. I advise all of you, do not rush for advancement. When you have time, strengthen yourselves. The path of cultivation is fraught with obstacles. Upon hearing this, many young faces flushed crimson. A good number of them had stayed up late meditating just to avoid falling behind. Young and easily fixated, they were prone to obsession. Elder Lu had witnessed countless prodigious youths striving for rapid advancement, only to stagnate at the golden core stage their entire lives. I have managed this kindergarten for so many years. This year, with a few more youths, I finally feel a semblance of authority. Nie Baili surveyed the room, noting that most were children under 10, with only the 5 of them in their teens or 20s. Oh wait, Gue Jianshou is hundreds of years old, still mingling in kindergarten. How shameless. On the first day of cultivation, Hua Shengsheng was awarded the position of head of the dormitory, assisting Elder Lu. After class, Elder Lu led the five to Beast Peak, AT the mountain's foot. The five collectively gazed upward, mouths agape. Elder Lu, with his hands tucked away, declared, "This mountain spans 1,000 acres, stretching endlessly, perfect for beasts to roam freely. Primarily, hiring skilled laborers to clear land is insufficient at 7,000 spirit stones a day. Now, with 5,000 spirit stones, we have 5 laborers. What a bargain." Even Jian hesitated. "Actually, I could manage without rolling around." "How could that be?" "This is the first time Qingxiao sect is opening a new branch. We cannot lose face." After an incense sticks time, the 5 wielded shovels, gazing at the forest in despair. Hua Xingsheng turned to the most inventive, Nie Baili. "What do we do?" "Let it be." Nie Baili seized the shovel and began to clear away the wild grass and tangled vines. With a sigh, Hua Xingsheng followed suit. Jiang Yuli, undertaking her first task beyond alchemy, found it quite novel and eagerly imitated Nie Baili in clearing the land. Jian, envisioning that this would soon be his home, felt a surge of confidence. Only Gay Jian Shou, holding the shovel, pondered his identity and presence. The esteemed guardian of the demon race, reduced to clearing land for a righteous sect, last night, in a moment of camaraderie. He had softened, not realizing that this act of solidarity would lead to a vast expanse of land to clear. He suddenly felt that being a maverick disciple of the righteous path might not be such a bad choice after all. An hour later, huff! Nie Baili thrust the shovel into the ground, balancing on one foot atop it, one hand resting on the handle, panting heavily. "How much ground have we cleared?" Hua Xingsheng estimated. "An acre." "Not bad. Not quite." Nie Baili snatched Hua Xingsheng's fan and lightly tapped his head. "Will you die if you speak without panting?" Hua Xingsheng dodged while retorting. "Is it my fault you lack patience and won't listen to the end?" Noticing the two were still in the mood to bicker, Gui Jian Cho felt compelled to remind them. "Elder Lu explicitly stated in the contract we signed that if we do not complete the work, we will not receive payment." Jian, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, "But such a massive mountain, with just a few of us in the chi refinement stage, we won't finish in a year." His reasoning was sound. Gui Jiancho contemplated whether to wait until nightfall to unleash his powers and clear it all. But how to explain that? Just as he was troubled, a chilling laughter echoed from behind. Hee hee. Gui Jiancho turned around to find Nie Baili grinning ominously, her voice more frightening than a bat's wings. Hua Shengsheng dropped his shovel. "Xiaobai, what is wrong? Don't scare me." Jiang Yuli was already rummaging for a soul-returning pill. Nie Baili shook her head. "It's nothing. It turns out the contract had hidden clauses. No pay unless the work is completed." How insidious. After silently giving a middle finger to her mind, Nie Baili turned. Gritting her teeth as she asked Jiyan, "Xiaoyan, can you transform?" Jiyan instinctively nodded. "Uh-huh. Sheng, did you bring fire-repelling talismans?" "I did." "Yeah, can you control the fire to minimize damage?" "I can." "Gay, do you have a rake?" "You re the one being shameless. Your whole family is shameless." Gui Jiancho nearly jumped 3 feet high upon being called that. Where on earth would he find a rake? Yet the 4 gazed at him with expectant eyes, leaving him unable to utter a refusal. A rake. "I might have one, but it only has a handle, probably 1 TB useful." After speaking, he fearfully produced the handle of the soul summoning flag. Chapter 18. Finally infiltrated, and now delivered to the enemy. Nie Baili narrowed his eyes, his expression grave. This stick, Gate Jiancho felt a pang of anxiety. It was all due to his thick-headedness. Why on earth did he have to grab the soul-calling banner? After finally infiltrating the place, he was practically handing over his head. What was wrong with the stick? Nie Baili held the iron rod, feeling it from top to bottom, from one end to the other. The way he touched it sent chills down Gui Jiancho's spine. This iron rod, its quality is superb. Where did you get it? Gui Jiancho wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead. "I found it at the foot of the mountain." Hua Shengsheng, with a mischievous grin, chimed in. "Which foot of the mountain?" "I want to find one too. I don't fancy ordinary sticks. I must have one that is thick, long, and smooth." Gui Jiancho replied. "The demon clan's Ileo Mountain." "All right, hurry up and weld the shovel onto the iron rod." Before long, a simple farming tool was completed. They tied the rake around the neck of the white tiger and plunged the shovel into the ground. Standing on the soul-calling banner's rod, Nie Baili raised a small vine and struck it against the white tiger's pert backside. Giddy up, white tiger Ji Yin shook her rear. Sister Nie. I'm not a COWS. Oh, what? Ji Yin, feeling aggrieved, rubbed her tail against her itchy backside. So there's no need to hit me. I can run on my own. Nie Baili understood. Indeed, cows need to be prodded to work. And once you harness them, they move. Ji Yin retorted. It's not that lowly. Nevertheless, the white tiger still lifted its paw, dragging the rake along with Nie Baili forward, in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. An acre of land was cultivated. Sheng Sheng, you used the fire-dispelling talisman to mark the clear areas on the map, and yeah, you burn all these tangled vines and wild grasses with a fire of separation. Remember, it has to be a gentle flame. A gentle flame. Nie Baili feared that Yu Li would inadvertently set the entire mountaintop ablaze. Understood. Hua Shengsheng isolated the reserved area with talisman paper, while Yu Li restrained her urge to unleash a fierce fire. Summoning a gentle flame from her palm to incinerate the surrounding vines, in no time, the tangle of vines that required 5 people to clear transformed in a flat ground. Nie Baili repeated the process, instructing Ji Yin to plow the land. However, Hua Shengsheng stopped her. I want to stand on top too. Immature. Nie Baili stepped down from the soul-calling banner as handle, allowing Hua Shengsheng to take her place. Guei Jianshou watched helplessly as his treasured artifact was used as a footstool. Nie Baili approached and patted his shoulder. Brother, thank you. Guei Jianshou, with tears in his eyes, muttered, You're welcome. Hua Shengsheng's land surfing left Yu Li envious. After plowing a few acres, he waved his hand. It's my turn. Let me play. Hua Shengsheng had no choice but to step down, letting Yu Li take over. He couldn't help but exclaim, Junior brother Gay. Just tell me where you found this. It's perfectly unyielding underfoot, truly a marvelous stick, soul-calling banner. Thank you for the compliment. Guei Jianshou turned his back, unable to bear to look, just thinking about his refined artifact, which he had to wipe clean with heavenly silks even upon a mere drop of blood, now being trampled underfoot by others made him heartbroken. The group was having fun, making Ji Yin restless. I want to. Yu Li frowned. Then who will pull? Ji Yin pointed at them. You 4 should pull together. Hua Shengsheng felt a barrier existed between humans and beasts and was about to shake his head. But Nie Baili said, That makes sense. Let us take turns. Hua Shengsheng complained. Ah, is it true that my first task upon entering the cultivation world is to plow fields? Yet, he had already stepped forward, not forgetting to drag Guei Jianshou along. Poor Guei Jianshou, who not only had never experienced land surfing, but also had to pull the plow. Standing on top is so exhilarating. Giddy up, you all better run. Ji Yin stood atop the soul-calling banner, laughing to the heavens, directing the 4 plow pullers with a commanding air. Guei Jianshou, torn between concern for his artifact and the effort of pulling the 1-ton Ji Yin, wore a twisted expression. Yu Li, struggling to pull, turned red in the face. Ouch! I can't move it. Tiger brother, you need to lose weight. I can't run if I'm not well fed. Laughter echoed through the air, settling gently upon Chu Fengshi's sleeves like falling leaves. You should learn from these little ones. They remain undeterred in adversity. This pace. I fear my 150,000 spirit stones may not be secure. Chu Fengshi brushed the leaves off his sleeves, diverting his gaze from the group on Beast Peak. The disciple took his leave. Elder Lu sighed. Why bother? The inner sect is not short of people now. He wished his disciple would learn from the newly arrived students, who, unrecognized by the sect, would still set off fireworks on their own. Maintaining a positive attitude, they steadfastly pursued their path. Chu Fengshi replied lightly, It matters not whether inner or outer sect. On the path of cultivation, one either advances or regresses. He then turned, leaving without a whisper of the gentle breeze. In the dead of night, a group returned with shovels to their quarters. Only Guei Jianshou cradled his soul-calling banner, evading Hua Shengsheng's wandering hands. Let me take a look, just for one night of fun. Nie Baili truly couldn't discern that this was the soul-calling banner's rod, as she had never seen one in her previous life. The only person she had encountered being Chan Ji. Just as she ascended the stairs, a young disciple in charge of affairs descended from above. Nie Baili instinctively stepped aside. But he confronted her, surveying her with a disdainful gaze from top to bottom. "Stop. Do you not know the rules when meeting a steward?" She replied impatiently. Good dogs do not block the way. The little junior sister certainly had a fiery temper. No wonder even the great uncle refused her, leaving her deliberately in the outer sect, hoping to entangle with you bunch of emotional brothers. Clean up your mouth. Hua Shengsheng rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. "You dare? Junior brother, the performance of new disciples after the common knowledge assessment must be reported by me to all the peak masters." The implication was clear. This person held the future of all new disciples in his hands. Nie Baili raised her hand, signaling her friend to calm down, a smile ever present on her lips. "Is this how Sister Fuming taught you?" The young steward was momentarily taken aback. "What Sister Fuming?" "It is you who act frivolously. How many disciples in the outer sect look upon you unfavorably?" "I warn you." Before he could finish, Nie Baili lost interest in listening. The shovel was aimed directly at his forehead. The young steward smirked disdainfully, but before he could react, he felt a chill at the back of his neck. Dodging the shovel strike, he instead crashed headfirst into Nie Baili's fist, with his Adam's apple crushed. His lower body stiffened, and he toppled down the stairs. "Nie Baili, that kick of yours, he deserved it. How dare he casually speculate about the pure friendship between him and Xiao Bai?" Unlike the tales where one strikes and walks away coolly, Nie Baili would never allow the steward to simply fall to the ground and then blame her later. "Sheng, go find Brother Chu to report this matter." "And you?" "Me. There are no ambulances in the cultivation world. I'll just throw him to the medical peak." In her previous life, such a person would not even warn her attention. But now she was merely a new disciple of the outer sect. Hua Shengsheng was equally furious, but under the eaves, one must bow their head. "Once I become the outer sect's chief steward, I'll have him fetch my shoes every day," Nie Baili advised. "Oh, wasn't your prior ambition to become the sect leader of Qing Shao? How has it depreciated?" Hua Shengsheng mumbled. "I'm just adjusting my goals based on reality. One cannot be unrealistic." After saying this, the two parted ways. Nie Baili had never been to the medical peak before. Her first visit was to treat someone who sought trouble. Truly a living saint. Chapter 19. Shameless scoundrels harm patients. Barefoot doctors driven M8D in the dead of night. The medical peak was brightly lit. Before Nie Baili even reached the mountain, two teams were already waiting halfway up. Upon seeing her, a group of disciples carrying a stretcher charged forward. Nie Baili marveled. The medical system of Qing Shao sect is remarkably well established. Before she could finish her admiration, the stretcher bearers began to brawl. Senior Sister Yunjia left a patient's skin raw while treating epilepsy last time. How dare she snatch a patient? Senior Brother Siwa broke a patient's bones last time. How can he continue to practice medicine? Shameless scoundrels harming patients. Barefoot doctors driven mad. Nie Baili raised her hand in greeting, unsure where to place it, as both sides sounded equally culpable. That before she could finish, both factions turned to her, donning smiles in unison. "Fairy, choose my senior sister. Guaranteed to cure all ailments. Fairy, don't listen to him. Choose my senior brother. Guaranteed, no lingering issues. Choose senior sister. Choose senior brother." Nie Baili facepalmed. She merely wanted to see a doctor. Just as she was caught in a dilemma, a waft of medicinal fragrance mixed with the fresh breeze of bamboo entered beneath the moonlight. Siyu appeared before Nie Baili, holding a lantern. This person was not particularly outstanding in appearance, but the compassion in his brows truly matched his image as a benevolent healer. He must be a noble-minded physician. The next second, the noble-minded physician raised his left hand in a gesture. First time seeing a doctor? A flat 40 discount. Nie Baili hesitated. Such a good opportunity should not be wasted on her enemy, but rather shared with her friends. Siyu truly was an extraordinary healer. His diagnostic skills were exquisite. He quickly noticed the subtle relationship between the girl and the patient. "This is your." He was looking for trouble, and I dealt with him. "Oh." Siyu swiftly shifted tactics. "Look at his darkened brow. It seems he is destined for calamity. His aura is feeble. His body fractured. He is likely facing a life-or-death situation." Nie Baili would not admit that she had struck him hard. I clearly. Before she could finish her sentence, a bag of spirit stones suddenly appeared in her hand. That it felt substantial. She couldn't determine the severity of her actions. Siwa was quite pleased, coaxing gently. This individual might be difficult to treat. Soul-reviving pills, fortune-turning pills, bone-strengthening pills. Each one could bankrupt a family. After saying this, yet another bag of spirit stones landed in Nie Baili's palm, causing her heart to flutter. Without hesitation, Nie Baili pushed the person onto a stretcher, stowed the spirit stones securely, and with tears of gratitude, grasped Siwa's hand. A fine physician. Siwa nodded in satisfaction, signaling his junior to take the person away. The junior sister and outer disciple. You can come to me directly in the future if you need anything. Nie Baili responded without reservation. No need to wait for the future. I want to ask when the new medical disciples will return to the medical peak for study. Siwa, taken aback, then inquired, could it be that you are Nie Baili, junior sister? Indeed, that is Siwa, then assumed a more senior demeanor. I have long admired you. However, it is still quite a while. New disciples must study at the general knowledge peak for a month, and afterward, they must go to other peaks for further training. Only if they are deemed unsuitable for other studies will they return to the medical peak. Nie Baili frowned, but I came to Qingxiao sect precisely to study medicine and make money. Siwa suppressed a laugh and patted Nie Baili's shoulder. Well then, focus on learning swordsmanship. If you excel, the peak master will surely allow you to return to study medicine. Must one excel in swordsmanship before studying medicine? What kind of logic is that? Just as she was about to press for more details, Siwa had already vanished around the corner. Another group of disciples could only carry the empty stretcher away dejectedly. With a head full of questions, Nie Baili returned to her room. Just as she was preparing for sleep, there was a knock at the door. It's me. Nie Baili opened the door to find Hua Shangshang gliding and effortlessly pouring 2 cups of tea. How many spirit stones did this trip cost? Just tell me the number, and I will go find Brother Chu tomorrow to register. I cannot let you suffer in vain. Nie Baili pulled out 2 bags of spirit stones. I'm actually out 200. What? Is that what he understood by out 200? Physicians giving money to patients. Could it be that he's a fraudulent physician? After speaking, he counted the spirit stones, and indeed, it was exactly 200. Finally, Hua Shangshang accepted reality. The medical peak is a wonderful place. Physicians are truly kind-hearted and benevolent. The next day, as Nie Baili was heading to class at the general knowledge peak with her manual in hand, she encountered Chu Fengshe on the way. Junior sister, Nie Baili, unaware, continued walking forward. That junior sister who struck and kicked. The surrounding children instinctively lowered their heads, shielding themselves with their hands. Without a word, Nie Baili turned back and rushed to Chu Fengshe. Brother Chu. My surname is Nie, not the one who strikes and kicks. You may also call me Xiao Bai. Chu Fengshe clasped his hands behind his back. Junior sister Nie, the matter has been thoroughly investigated, although Brother Feng Yuan spoke rudely. You initiated the conflict and severely injured him. Therefore, my master and I have decided to revoke Brother Feng Yuan's responsibilities. Hua Shangsheng, who had been sweating for his friend, sighed. Nie Baili clicked her tongue. Thank you. Brother Chu Fengshe explained seriously. Regardless of the outcome, using authority to bully new disciples is a violation of sect rules. However, junior sister Nie, have you perhaps offended someone? Nie Baili already had an answer in her heart, but feigned indifference. How could a brilliant, diligent, kind-hearted, and charming junior sister like me offend anyone? Chu Fengshe endured and then patted her shoulder. Go back to class now. If there's anything, just come directly to me that I end class. Elder Lu distributed spirit communication jade to each disciple. When she dripped her blood, her jade revealed her name. As the spiritual light flowed, it seemed to form a formation, and soon, everyone's jade bore the names of Chu Fengshe and Elder Lu. Elder Lu rapped the table. Addressing the talented youngsters, with a heavy heart, I must inform you of a sorrowful matter. Within the elders, there are nefarious individuals. Just yesterday, there was an atrocious incident where the head disciple bullied new disciples. In the future, should such occurrences arise, strike directly. If you cannot win, call for your senior brothers. He intended to be impassioned, but was pushed aside by Chu Fengshe. Ahem, the younger disciples are still quite young. Just call me if you need assistance. But what if we can win? Nie Baili raised her hand, for she had not been enlightened at the general knowledge peak, but had been personally taught by the master of sword peak. Chu Fengshe's lips twitched. As long as you don't kick below the belt, you'll be fine. Immediately, Nie Baili turned to a group of budding flowers. Did you hear that? In the future, if you get into a fight, follow my lead. Even golden core cultivators are hard to guard against. The little kids nodded earnestly, expressing that they had learned something. Chu Fengshi's face darkened. Wasn't this leading astray the future of Qingxiao sect? Thus, he spent the entire morning imparting proper defensive techniques. However, when it came time to demonstrate with a small child, he still inevitably chose to showcase below-the-belt tactics. In the end, the mischief maker Nie Baili was punished to perform labor at the External Affairs Pavilion. The task was quite simple. Just help deliver a letter. For instance, transporting a document from the External Affairs Pavilion to the sect leader's Qingxiao Hall. It was not far. One merely needed to cross 3 mountains, traverse 2 rivers, climb the Xianyu ladder, and avoid Hanxi Peak to arrive. Just that? Only. After assigning the task to Nie Baili, the External Affairs Pavilion clerk nonchalantly departed. Left alone, she stood bewildered in the wind. In her previous life, she could fly with a sword, and when leaving, there was always a celestial vessel waiting. It wasn't said that she needed to run such distances every day. Suddenly, a flash of black caught Nie Baili's attention. A mischievous smile spread across her face as she feigned seriousness. Oh my! Such critical secrets have been entrusted to me. I vow to safeguard the confidentiality of the External Affairs Pavilion and must not let the Demon Clan be aware. Gue Jinxiu and the head of the External Affairs Pavilion halted in tandem. The former was intrigued by the term Demon Clan, as he was here as a spy. What secrets could possibly be hidden from the demons? The latter wore a look of "Are you out of your mind?" as if to say, what secrets could the External Affairs Pavilion possibly harbor? Newcomers are so easily brainwashed. A few words from others, and they treat the task as a treasure. Nie Baili quickened her pace, feeling guilty as she concealed the item in her bosom, her eyes darting about. Simultaneously, she mentally counted down. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Junior sister Nie. What are you doing? Nie Baili feigned tension. Gue Jinxiu was further convinced that what she was clutching was indeed some secret. The journey was long, and since the junior sister had yet to cultivate. Why not let me assist you? Nie Baili stepped back warily, evading Gue Jinxiu's hand. What are you doing? I tell you, this is a direct line to the sect leader's secret. How could I casually hand it over to someone else? Hua Shengsheng wants to see it, but I won't let him unless he pays me 1,000 spirit stones. How much? Gue Jinxiu doubted his ears. Wasn't she just saying it couldn't be given to others? Why was she now charging a fee? Forget it. Secrets cannot be leaked. It's better for me to deliver it personally. With that, she turned and left, starting her countdown in her mind. Sure enough. Just as she counted to 1. Gue Jinxiu gritted his teeth. Junior sister, let us negotiate. My brother's worried about your burden, so let me help you. Chapter 20. Practicing swordsmanship and becoming a wretched person. I truly want to spar. Nie Baili held 999 spirit stones, smiling as she waved at Gue Jinxiu. Very well, the task is complete. Gue Jinxiu, duped, felt as if he were carrying a heavy weight, his heartbeat quickening. His cheeks flushed visibly, and he awkwardly walked, matching his hands and feet. If Nie Baili saw this, she would probably laugh at him for being a spy without any decent qualities. Arriving at a secluded location, Gue Jinxiu hesitated to open the box. Such a critical secret must have protective spells. Opening it would surely lead to being tracked. No, how could a true secret fall so easily into his hands? Could it be that he has already been exposed, and this delivery is a test for him? Indeed, the righteous are cunning. With a whirlwind of thoughts, he struggled over 2 mountains, waded through 2 rivers, climbed the Xianyu ladder, and narrowly avoided being pecked bald by a celestial crane, finally reaching the core of the Qingxiao sect, the administrative hall, just as he was about to step into the great hall with small, hurried steps. Sui Jade smiled as she took the document from him, casually inquiring, Junior brother, you've worked hard, but I heard that a junior sister is coming to deliver today. Gue Jinxiu's heart raced. It's over. They are indeed suspicious of him. Junior sister. I'll deliver it for her. Little did he know, his nervousness appeared to Sui Jade as youthful infatuation. She smiled and patted Gue Jinxiu on the shoulder. You have good insight. Gue Jinxiu was so startled that he nearly pulled out a soul-calling banner. What did that mean? Compliment him. Does that mean he could come often in the future? For the next 2 days, Gue Jianxiu was exceedingly attentive, running errands for Nie Baili, and each time, he even paid her. Nie Baili felt at ease, while Gue Jianxiu believed he had smoothly infiltrated the core of Qingxiao sect. This loss-making collaboration had somehow turned into a win-win situation. The only puzzlement remained with the connection between him and Gue Jianxiu. During the 13th request for spirit stones, the man shook his money pouch. What on earth have you been up to? You've spent tens of thousands of spirit stones in the last couple of days. The demon clan is no longer as it was. Every cent must be meticulously accounted for. Gue Jianxiu replied earnestly, I have entered the core of Qingxiao sect. You have had contact with Xinwu Yue? Gue Jianxiu recalled his earlier delivery of the document. The sect leader's programmed remarks. Place it there. Stand down. He nodded slightly. There had been discussions. Undercover surprises unfolded, as if the revival of the demon clan was imminent. Subsequently, he made the fateful decision to betray his ancestors. Take the entire coffin fund. But you must not let me down. Gue Jianxiu nodded and accepted his companion's purse. As he turned to leave, he failed to notice his companion clenching his fist as he entered the Southern Wind Pavilion. Within 3 days, yet another astonishing furnace was put up for sale on the 4th day. When the payments were collected, Hua Shengsheng, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, approached. What nefarious spirit stone dealings are you engaged in? Nie Baili retorted, Not telling you. I heard that in a few days, we will soon be unifying the disciples to draw energy into the body. Shouldn't we purchase some gathering spirit talismans? As a knowledgeable individual, Hua Shengsheng was adept at gathering information. Nie Baili shook her head. No need. Had it not been for the overly pleasant days, she might have almost forgotten about the necessity of cultivation. All right, I know you're broke. Here, take this. Hua Shengsheng produced a stack of gathering spirit talismans and leaned in conspiratorially. To be honest, all the circulating gathering spirit talismans are drawn by me. Others charge 100 spirit stones. You get them for free. Nie Baili, intrigued, questioned, Generally, only those who have drawn energy into the body can successfully create talismans. Yet you seem to possess this ability naturally, despite not having cultivated that. I learned it from my mother. She is a loose cultivator, and my father is immortal. So I picked up a bit that explains it. Just as the two were about to leave with camaraderie, Nie Baili felt a chill at her back and unhesitatingly pushed Hua Shengsheng aside. Drawing her wooden sword, she slashed horizontally, breaking through. The assailants were outer disciples. Nie Shimi, this is the martial arts arena. Upon your arrival, I thought you wished to spar. Looking down, Nie Baili realized her foot was on a boundary line. The outer sword training ground was limited in space. Thus, there was not much distinction between the martial arena and the passageway. However, practitioners were typically very cautious not to injure their fellow disciples during training. Nie Baili, twirling her sword in a flourish, smiled slightly. Seeing you practice swordplay to such a disgraceful extent, I indeed wish to spar. The outer disciple's expression shifted, and he charged at her with his sword. He could hardly believe that a disciple in the chi refinement stage could defeat one who had yet to cultivate. Half a jaw stick later, the man lay unconscious. Nie Baili had no choice but to make another trip to the medical peak. Upon seeing her, Siyu appeared as if he had encountered the goddess of wealth. Oh, Iasin, this Nie Shimi. Please take a seat, as for this unconscious fellow. Nie Baili cut to the chase. Whatever the most expensive treatment is, administer all to him. Ensure he is cured. Siyu gave her a knowing glance. Rest assured, Shimi, I will handle it. Even my vast fortune cannot cover this. Saying this, he produced yet another pouch of spirit stones. Nie Baili felt she had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. Just as she was about to leave, an unusual noise emanated from inside the room. What? 100,000 spirit stones. You medical practitioners are nothing but swindlers. Nie Baili promptly turned on her heel and followed Siyu into the inner chamber, but a large cot was filled with patients. And a man, clutching a bill longer than his life, shouted at a female practitioner, Tell your supervisor to come speak with me. You are unworthy. Siyu approached politely. Do you have any questions regarding the bill? Questions? I see your medical practitioners have gone mad with poverty. Who brought me here? This could have been resolved with a single gathering spirit pill from the Dan Peak. Yet you insist I lie here for 10 days. See, you patiently explained, we not only treated your external injuries, but also addressed chronic ailments. 100,000 spirit stones is already a discounted figure. The supervisor, who had bullied Nie Baili, blinked nervously but still sneered. Chronic ailments? I see this as nothing but a fabricated excuse to extort money. And did I ask you to treat my chronic ailments? By what right do you declare me healed based on mere words? I feel nothing. See, you remain calm, even nodding in agreement. Indeed, there are still unhealed chronic ailments. The supervisor seized this flaw and boldly proclaimed, see, I told you, quack doctors, unable to cure my stubborn illness, I will not pay a single coin of this 100,000 spirit stones. See, you met his gaze. Foolishness has no remedy. The supervisor, still eager to provoke, was met with see you rolling up his sleeves. If you cannot understand human language, I possess some knowledge of martial arts as well. The supervisor laughed. You think your medical practitioners can? Before he could finish, See-Yu's muscular arm swelled, and to Nie Baili's astonished expression, he delivered a blow that broke the man's bones in an instant. All the onlooking disciples in the room hastened to pay their medical fees. Settle the bill? I will pay first. It's only 50,000 spirit stones. I'll give 60,000. Just let me leave first. In less than a joss stick's time, all the indebted disciples settled their accounts and fled. A junior medical disciple leaned toward Nie Baili and whispered, it would have been better if we had done this sooner. It feels satisfying only after another beating. Nie Baili covered her mouth in amusement. Senior brother, you're also a part-time martial artist? His bronze muscles were indeed impressive. The junior disciple added, Senior brother See-You is the best in martial arts among the medical practitioners and the best in medicine among the martial practitioners. Every time there is a medical dispute, it's senior brother See-You who resolves it. Now it all makes sense. Nie Baili suddenly understood why one must learn both medicine and swordplay. After incapacitating the man, See-You kindly dragged him back to his bed, continue administering the best medicine, ensure full recovery, deducting the cost from his current bill. Chapter 21. Seeking trouble. Shouldn't they be the ones seeking me? After leaving the medical peak, Nie Baili swiftly pulled Hua Shengsheng to draw energy into their bodies. Quick, we must enhance our combat prowess. I have discovered yet another path to wealth. Hua Shengsheng, astute, caught the keyword again. So, you were indeed deceiving Gue Jiancho before? It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. How could that be considered deception? The two found a location with exceptional feng shui and began to draw energy into their bodies. All around them, the world blurred, and spiritual energy swirled gently, reminiscent of their previous lives, as they felt the flow of spiritual energy surrounding them. Countless specks of light rushed into Nie Baili's body. And after an hour, the process was complete. In contrast, Hua Shengsheng, despite following the elder's instructions, felt no trace of spiritual energy. After 3 hours, he still had not succeeded. Now, Hua Shengsheng was genuinely anxious. Could it be? Could it be that the elder was mistaken? I have no potential for cultivation. Chu Fengshe, having appeared behind them at some point, spoke in a low voice. Fool, she has absorbed all the surrounding spiritual energy. What do you expect to draw into your body? Hua Shengsheng opened his eyes to see Nie Baili meditating beside him. He quickly relocated to a more spiritually abundant area. After 2 hours, he successfully drew energy into his body. Once Nie Baili ensured the spiritual energy was flowing normally, she stood up to see Chu Fengshe scribbling on paper. What are you writing? Chu Fengshe replied without looking back. Recording the new batch of disciples who have successfully drawn energy into their bodies. Nie Baili craned her neck to peek, seeing a list of qualified names. Only she and Hua Shengsheng were newly added. Truly impressive for a young child. However, Chu Fengshe unexpectedly remarked, do you genuinely believe they're prodigies? Nie Baili was taken aback. Aren't they? I heard that senior brother Qinji entered the sect already at the golden course stage. Raising the admission standards, Chu Fengshe gave a cryptic smile. There's only one Qinji in Qingxiao sect. This group of children, at their most naive age, are forcibly made to draw energy into their bodies by their relatives. It risks damaging their foundations, or worse, creating inner demons. The earlier one embarks on the path of cultivation. The easier it is to stray in the previous batch. More than half of the so-called prodigies remain stuck at the foundation establishment stage to this day. Nie Baili fell silent. In her past life, She was in the inner sect, surrounded by golden core and nascent soul cultivators. Those eliminated never came close to her. Did you get into a fight again yesterday? Nie Baili was caught off guard by the abrupt shift in topic. The weather was splendid, so I went for a walk. She hurriedly excused herself. When Hua Shengsheng awakened from his meditation, he saw a figure no larger than an ant retreating. Ignoring senior brother Chu, Hua Shengsheng dashed after her. Wait, what path to prosperity are you on? Take me with you. The two playfully quarreled as they left, heading straight to the outer sect's busiest training ground. Hua Shengsheng did not question why so many people seemed to be targeting her, but he had a hunch about the source. If true, Nie Bai's life in the outer sect will be difficult ahead. Are you certain that there are people here specifically targeting you? With so many around, where would we find them? Nie Baili replied, Isn't it obvious? Shouldn't they be the ones seeking me? With that, she swaggered through the crowd. Hua Shengsheng held back the words, Are you a weasel? Make way. Good dogs do not block the path. In the next moment, a pack of dogs rushed forward, furious. Who are you calling a dog? Draw swords. How am I a dog? Just because I admire senior sister. Is that so? Stop right there. Accompanied by the clashing of swords, a group fell to the ground. Hua Shengsheng was astonished. Could it be that you are a reincarnated great being? Nie Baili was equally shocked. This time, it truly wasn't me. It was me. Chu Fengshe emerged, visibly displeased, bullying newly admitted disciples. That warrants punishment. Upon concluding his remarks, he summoned forth each individual's communication jade, recorded their names, and then departed with an air of nonchalance. Hua Shengsheng wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering whether the man had indeed missed the phrase, a good dog does not block the way. Nie Baili remarked, Let us go earn our commission. Within the span of less than an hour, 3,000 spirit stones were credited to their account. Hua Shengsheng was taken aback. No one had informed him that delivering the injured to the healing peak could yield a commission. Thus, the two embarked on their hunting escapades, deliberately seeking out quarrels to engage in combat. If something displeased them, they would strike. If they perceived wealth, they would attack. Moreover, with CU willing to invest handsomely, every person who left the healing peak emerged empty-handed. The several thousand spirit stones provided by Fuxing were utterly insufficient. Ultimately, when Fuxing covertly attempted to continue bribing others, no one fell for it anymore. 5,000 spirit stones? Did he think me so cheap? Fuxing angrily retracted his spirit stones. 5,000 is deemed insufficient. A bunch of worthless outer sect disciples, and yet they still consider it an honor. Yet by the end, even an offer of 10,000 was met with reluctance to provoke Nie Baili, leaving Fuxing no choice but to devise another approach. Unbeknownst to Nie Baili, she merely sensed that the number of those lacking discernment had significantly dwindled. Many would greet her with, I'm a good dog. I shall take my leave immediately. It had become increasingly difficult for her to seek out trouble. Coupled with the 20,000 spirit stones from Gue Jianshou, she ultimately amassed 50,000 spirit stones. The 10,000 spirit stone deficit was now within reach. Nevertheless, Nie Baili exchanged 1,000 spirit stones for silver, dispatching a messenger to deliver it to Xinhua village in the mortal realm for her mother and brother. In the finance pavilion, Nie Baili clutched her 40,000 spirit stones, kissing them repeatedly. Farewell, my treasures. The small steward nearby rolled his eyes. Are you going to give them or not? With a resounding slap. Nie Baili tossed them onto the table. Give, purpose, to repair the barrier. After a moment, the disciple perused the records and replied, There are no records of the barrier needing repairs. Nie Baili clarified, It pertains to the barrier of the half-moon forest. Ah, indeed there is, but it has already been restored. Nie Baili frowned. May I see the records? The bill was pushed before her. Half-moon forest barrier, 100,000 spirit stones, repaired by Chunji. Chunji? Does he possess such benevolence? Nie Baili had never considered that her former master brother knew the meaning of kindness. He didn't require me to compensate. The steward chuckled. A mere 100,000 spirit stones is but a trifling matter. Master brother Chunji gave it willingly. Makes sense. With no psychological burden, Nie Baili reclaimed her spirit stones. After all, he chose to give them. I did not coerce him. She exited the finance pavilion with elation. Free of debts and unencumbered, having repaid all and even saved a fortune for her later years. Nie Baili felt it was time to contemplate how to contravene the sect's regulations while ensuring her retirement funds remained intact. Soon, an opportunity arose. During the general studies class, Elder Lu announced the forthcoming division of the disciples. Although everyone had already chosen their paths, he noted that many had a muddled understanding of their own capabilities. Often driven by wishful thinking, that he particularly emphasized the phrase wishful thinking, casting a glance at Nie Baili. Following discussions among the elders, it was decided, based on my observations, that you would be assigned to other peaks for further training. Gui Jianshou for physical cultivation, Yuli for medical training, Hua Shengsheng for alchemy, Nie Baili for sword cultivation. After reciting the list, Elder Lu invited any dissenters to raise their hands. Nie Baili eagerly raised her hand. Elder, I do not wish to learn swordsmanship. I prefer to practice alchemy. Elder Lu rolled his eyes. Alchemy? You, who have been wielding a peach-wood sword with such flair during your recent brawls, are a prime candidate for sword cultivation. What else would you learn? Protests were futile, and the 5 individuals were assigned to different peaks, embarking on a schedule of general education in the morning and specialized training in the afternoon. On the first day of her sword cultivation internship, the scene was set atop Sword Peak, where a colossal stone sword had split the mountain in twain. The entire mountain appeared as though it had been cleaved. Teetering on the brink, yet standing resolutely for millennia amidst treacherous terrain. Typically, the attitude of sword cultivators towards new disciples was one of indifference, as it was presumed that none of them would remain within Sword Peak after mastering the sword. Hence, there was little incentive to invest significant effort in their instruction. Consequently, the newcomers were not greeted by the esteemed Fu Meng, but rather by an ordinary foundational sword cultivator. Here, practice on your own. With that, the sword cultivator turned and left. Wait, practice what? Who will teach us? The new disciples were puzzled. Who would willingly become a sword cultivator, given the widespread knowledge that sword cultivators were the poorest in the realm of cultivation? You shall see, he remarked before vanishing at the door. Initially, they thought they would wait several hours, but to their astonishment, Su Wenjing, the peak master, appeared before them after just the duration of a joss stick. Such a display of regard. The new disciples promptly bowed. Greetings. Peak Master Su Wenjing was about to nod in acknowledgement when another elder suddenly appeared at the entrance. Peak Master, what brings you here? Su Wenjing clasped his hands and fixed his gaze intently upon Nie Baili. Junior Brother Zhou, I have heard there is a troublemaker among the new students who, without any cultivation, has already bested a group of individuals. I fear you may struggle to maintain discipline in the classroom. Thus, I must intervene personally. Nie Baili looked up at the ceiling, bewildered. What troublemaker? This had nothing to do with her. Elder Zhou was equally perplexed. As a full-fledged elder, could he not handle a mere new disciple? Yet, with the peak master asserting such, he had no choice but to shoulder the blame. Indeed, the recent disciples have become increasingly unruly. It requires your authority, peak master, to bring them to heel. Such words were uttered, yet no one dared to voice their dissent. Elder Zhou dutifully entrusted this group of new disciples to the peak master. And soon everyone held a spirit sword in their hands. Su Wenjing surveyed the group. Whoever can strike me with their sword, or even merely touch my clothing, may henceforth forego attending my classes. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the disciples gleamed with excitement. None among them wished to learn swordsmanship. They would have chosen sword cultivation earlier if they had. Even Nie Baili was reluctant to engage. Su Wenjing was pleased with their reaction. I do not draw my sword. Who dares to give it a try? A strikingly handsome youth stepped forward, appearing no more than 17 or 18, already possessing foundational cultivation. Observing his grip on the sword, it was evident he had some skill. I am Shen Song, and I wish to receive guidance from the peak master. Su Wenjing inquired. Are you from the Shen family of Zhongzhou? The 37th direct descendant of the Shun clan. I have long wished to experience your Tsanyue sword technique. By the way, what is your cultivation path? I practice weaponry. Su Wenjing clicked his tongue, pondering how a promising sword cultivator from a renowned family would choose to forge weapons instead. The new generation of cultivators was increasingly audacious. Draw your sword. The jade-hued, long sword flowed like water, seamless and unobtrusive, yet it enveloped the space like the night. Truly, a disciple of the Shun family. Even without studying the sword, he was not to be underestimated. Remarkable, a dual practitioner. The Tsang sword technique would likely challenge even the master of sword peak, just as the atmosphere was charged with excitement. Nie Baili could not resist dousing it with cold water. "You're about to lose." The new disciples, feeling indignant, retorted, "Do not think that because you have defeated a clan member once, you can speak so arrogantly." The previous defeat was to a minor family. The Shun family of Zhongzhou is the foremost family allied with the Chun family and will not yield easily. If you're capable, step forward. What is the point of speaking ill of others behind their backs? Indeed. Yet soon, with a muffled grunt, Su Wenjing stood firm. Having made no movement, the blade of sword energy surged forth from the web, shattering Shun Tsang's sword and sending him sprawling to the ground. The faces of the new disciples turned pale, that Su Wenjing offered a succinct critique. "Your technique is proficient, but you lack real combat experience. Do you not?" Shun Tsang, his face flushed, scrambled to his feet, stammering. There was no opportunity. After Shun Tsang's defeat, the remaining impetuous new disciples stepped forward one after another, each lasting at most 10 exchanges. Even with the peak master suppressing his cultivation, in the end, only Nie Baili remained. Su Wenjing, now intrigued, declared, "Come, let me teach you how to strike properly. Your previous performance on the competition stage was simply chaotic." The other disciples snickered, relishing the irony that hadn't she mocked the clan's offspring? Now it was her turn. How many moves could she withstand? Under the watchful eyes of the new disciples, Nie Baili slowly raised her sword, executing the Qingxiao sword technique. Humph, I thought she might have some hidden ACE. It turns out to be the Qingxiao sword technique. Even a few casual slashes would surpass this for a commoner without clan backing. The Qingxiao sword technique was merely a trinket. The Qingxiao sword technique was the cornerstone upon which the Qingxiao sect was founded. Regrettably, during its transmission, the latter half had been lost. Moreover, with so many practitioners, it held no secrets. Ultimately, this sword technique had become a mere shell of its former self, even inscribed on stone walls for disciples to observe, lingering only in the realm of tradition. In truth, no one practiced it anymore. The new disciples felt disheartened. After all, they had harbored a glimmer of hope that perhaps Nie Baili possessed some skill. However, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Wenjing's eyes. It has indeed been a long time since I have seen a disciple of the Qingxiao sect employ the Qingxiao sword technique. Yet the greatest flaw of the Qingxiao sword technique was not its incomplete transmission, but rather its notoriety. Even the medical practitioners, in their quest for physical enhancement, possess a few techniques that pose no genuine threat. Such was the notion held by Su Fengzhu. Indeed, after a series of 5 exchanges, as soon as Nie Baili made a move, Su Wenjing, with eyes closed, could effortlessly evade, just when the disciples anticipated an imminent defeat. Nie Baili unexpectedly unleashed a 9th move at the junction of their techniques. Su Wenjing was momentarily startled. However, it was too late. Additional moves, in Su Wenjing's perception, unfolded as if in slow motion, revealing flaws from the very outset. As he poised to strike down the opponent's sword and impart proper technique, the expected sword attack suddenly morphed. The previously sluggish sword play surged forth like a gale, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Su Fengzhu, after his initial astonishment, was unable to suppress his satisfaction. Finally, it bore some semblance of skill. The new disciples were equally astonished. Is this the Qingxiao sword technique? How did it suddenly accelerate? She is deconstructing the moves, blending them. Shun Tsang also watched with keen interest, his gaze fixed upon the two. Nie Baili's demeanor was no longer lax. Each move was both familiar and foreign. The key lay in her swift execution, her stance unwavering. When the glimmer of her sword struck Su Fengzhu's face, it compelled him, for the first time, to take a half-step back. That mere half-step was akin to a chasm. Excellent. Shun Tsang clenched his fist and exclaimed. He cared not for the victor, but he detested the disregard the sword-peaked disciples held for them. Seizing the opportunity, Nie Baili advanced a half-step and unleashed a lethal strike aimed at Su Fengzhu's left arm. Regrettably, it was ultimately a moment too late, as Su Wenjing pivoted to block. Yet, just as the strike was about to land, Nie Baili abruptly withdrew her sword, hastily bending in a bow. "I pay my respects to the sect master." Shensong hesitated for merely half a second before mirroring the bow. "I pay my respects to the sect master." Su Wenjing hastily retracted his move and turned to glance back. In that instant, Nie Baili's lips curled into a mischievous smile, her sword slicing through Su Wenjing's sleeve. "I have won." Su Wenjing glanced at the empty doorway, then at the tattered sleeve, uncertain whether to feel relieved that it was not one of his own disciples. Nie Baili gleefully leapt, reveling in the fact that she no longer needed to sheath her sword. She could recline as she pleased. Within the span of a mere incense stick, she had not exceeded the contest circle. And surely, there were no stipulations against speaking during a duel, right? As she spoke, she effectively silenced Su Fengzhu. The latter inhaled deeply, his frustration palpable, before finally pointing at her. "Shun family's brat, did you see? This is what comes from rich combat experience, using not just the sword but also the mind." Shun Song. Chapter 23. Others are sword practitioners. Only the senior brother is a jester practitioner. Nie Baili retrieved her sword and returned it to its place. Then, with a spring in her step, she turned. "I take my leave, master. Skipping class is simply delightful." "Wait!" Su Wenjing suddenly interjected. With her back to the assembly, Nie Baili took a step back, then two, then three. Turning around with a smile, she reminded. "The sect master himself said." Su Wenjing burst into laughter. "Indeed, I did say that anyone who could touch even a fragment of my sleeve need not attend my classes again." Yet, he swiftly altered his tone. "However, I never said you could skip the swordsmanship lessons of others." Nie Baili. Su Wenjing called out to the doorway. "Come in." Nie Baili turned back to see several rays of slanting sunlight cascading onto the white jade platform. A youth clad in white entered, golden threads entwining the sleeves, a jade hairpin securing his hair, stepping into the fading sunlight. His entire being emanated a chill that subdued the warmth of the evening sun. Instantly cooling the room, he bore an aloofness akin to that of an otherworldly being, keeping others at bay. Shun Song was the first to react, bowing. "I pay my respects to the senior brother." For him, Chun Ji was not merely the senior brother, but also the heir of the clan, the one he would wholeheartedly support in the future. The other disciples, intimidated by Chun Ji's cold demeanor, bowed their heads in unison. Su Fengzhu strode forward confidently. "So, what do you think? I told you someone would win. Did you not believe me?" Having said that, he patted Nie Baili on the shoulder. "Since you are unwilling for me to teach you, let Chun Ji take over." Nie Baili inhaled sharply. It would be far preferable to learn from the sword peak master. After all, in her past life, she and Chun Ji were more or less equals. Yet now she was being relegated to the status of a disciple. The realm of cultivation places great emphasis on such trifling relationships. Should Chun Ji teach her, she would inevitably find herself overshadowed in the future. Unwilling? Who says I am unwilling? Su Fengzhu, your willingness to teach me is truly a stroke of good fortune. Having flattered to such an extent, surely he would reconsider. However, Su Wenjing merely earnestly advised her, make sure to learn well from Chun Ji. He swiftly exited. Upon reaching the threshold, he also took away the eavesdropping Fu Ming. Master, are you truly allowing the senior brother to teach? Will that not be inappropriate? Su Fengzhu waved his hand dismissively. Why do you care? I'm assigning him work precisely to allow you to overtake him. From now on, you must devote yourself to your training. He unceremoniously tossed Fu Ming into the cave dwelling, sealing it off with a barrier. Inside, silence prevailed. Chun Ji remained taciturn, and none dared to break the quiet. Nie Baili appeared preoccupied on the surface, but was internally strategizing on how to skip class. Unexpectedly, Chun Ji's first words were, "Do you not wish for me to teach you?" Nie Baili, I dare not. Dare not means take up the sword. As Nie Baili grasped her spirit sword, she heard Chun Ji's voice. Withstand 3 of my moves, and you need not attend my lessons anymore. Nie Baili was not foolish. If I do not attend your lessons, whose lessons will I attend? Chun Ji replied without hesitation. Let the sect master teach you. Are we playing house? Nie Baili dropped her spirit sword onto the ground. What kind of nonsense is this? Both of them are merely engaging in verbal sparring. Shinsong's heart raced with each clang of the sword against the ground, fearing that if senior brother became displeased, he might throw Nie Baili out. Unexpectedly, Chunji simply bent to retrieve the spirit's sword from the ground. He addressed the gathered individuals. The playtime is over. From now on, employ all your methods to attack me. One disciple lowered his head. But we are practitioners of leisure. Chunji stepped back 3 paces. Is that particularly noble? Leisure practitioners. Generally noble. I am a talisman practitioner. Should I injure my hand during battle? How would I draw talismans in the future? Chunji replied nonchalantly. Use your feet to draw. Talisman practitioner. Nie Baili suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. This was the true essence of his character. The previous moment's ethereal demeanor was merely a facade. His sharp tongue was the true nature of the senior brother. The newly initiated disciples fell silent by the end. Others were sword practitioners. Only the senior brother was a jester practitioner. His wit was as sharp as his sword. Once the sparring commenced, nearly all participants wielded their sword against him. Yet, Chunji evaded their attacks with ease. As if taking a leisurely stroll while offering critiques. Your hands are trembling like that. Are you learning to mimic a butterfly's fluttering? Does spiritual energy bear a grudge against you? Are you stabbing at thin air instead of me? Yes, maintain that pace of assault. A bit faster, and you might just catch up to a tortoise. Nie Baili stood to the side, utterly speechless that I in under the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Everyone lay defeated, while Chunji had suppressed his cultivation to the foundational level. Without even drawing his sword, he flipped the spirit sword in his hand, tossing it to Nie Baili. She caught it empty-handed and, in one fluid motion, slashed downwards. When Chunji and Su Fengzhu sparred with her, they both suppressed their cultivation to the foundational level. This meant that she, Nie Baili, was now battling Chunji at his foundational level with the skill from her 2 lifetimes. At this point, Nie Baili ceased to feign ignorance. She reined in her strength just a tad and unleashed all her might in a fierce attack. 1 strike. 2 strikes. Just as victory seemed within her grasp. A flash of white obscured her vision. Shortly after, a sharp pain shot through her wrist, and with a clatter, the spirit's sword fell to the ground. Her mind blank by the time she regained her senses. She found herself sprawled on the ground. Chunji supported her back, half squatting beside her. Junior sister, are you all right? Nie Baili sprang up from the ground with a swift motion. Did you drug me? Chunji shook his head. Not at all. The impact of the spiritual energy collision was too great, affecting your spiritual consciousness. Thus, a brief amnesia occurred. As a consequence of her defeat, all disciples were sentenced to practice their slashes 30,000 times. Only Nie Baili was required to continue sparring with Chunji. With a firm wrist, incorrect angles, stabbing at the heart, and a steady stance, Chunji instructed her while they fought for the first time. She managed to land 2 strikes against him in the foundational stage. Yet, whenever those words emerged from Chunji's lips, Nie Baili felt as though 500 ducks were quacking incessantly in her ears. Disorienting her thoughts, she twirled her sword. Senior brother, do you know the difference between you and a duck? Just as she finished speaking, the wind from the sword swept toward her, toppling her onto the ground. Chunji remarked nonchalantly, Junior sister, have you ever been defeated by a duck? Nie Baili, if you cannot win, do not expect to rest. Nie Baili launched another strike, gritting her teeth. That is precisely my intention. 3 hours later, Nie Baili emerged, clutching her spirit sword, her hair disheveled, her clothes dust-laden, her mind adrift. In those 3 hours, she had undergone a comprehensive and unrelenting drubbing. She had barely progressed from being struck 10 times to only 3 before she could retaliate. Yet, all she wished for was to be a slightly capable medical practitioner. Why was it so difficult? Wiping her face, Nie Baili merely longed to return to her room and sleep. Just then, someone called out, Junior sister. Turning around, she was surprised to see Shun Song. There's something you need? This is a Yang Yuan Dan given by your senior brother to replenish your spiritual energy. Nie Baili accepted it. Would he not give it himself? Shun Song scratched his nose. The senior brother said he offended the junior sister today, fearing you would refuse to accept it. Nie Shimi is small-minded and petty. I fear she might throw the elixir in my face. What a waste that would be. Nie Baili graciously accepted this goodwill, clutching the elixir and the spirit's sword, and drowsily returned to her residence. As she ascended the stairs, she spotted Washing Sheng. Jiang Yueli, Jiyan, and Gue Jiancho squatting at the entrance. Are you blocking me? Washingsheng replied, Indeed, we are blocking you. Jiang Yueli, embracing her arm, added, Not at all, Sister Baili, we have all managed to draw qi into our bodies, but no matter what, Gue Shidi cannot seem to cultivate Ji. Yin nodded in agreement. Yes, even my demon beast successfully drew qi into its body. Washingsheng closed her fan, declaring thus, We have decided to seek out some unconventional methods to assist Jiancho in embarking on his cultivation journey. Nie Baili pouted in response. Gue Jiancho is a demon cultivator. He has long since absorbed demonic energy, thus he cannot practice orthodox techniques. Yet she could not voice this, and could only feign a reluctant demeanor. Oh, what methods have you come up with? I'm so sleepy, I wish to rest. Upon hearing this, Washingsheng lamented, All right then, we shall go to Chunfeng Tower to find a furnace that can assist Jiancho in his cultivation. You can rest what? A furnace? If you're speaking of that, I am no longer sleepy. Please repeat. How will it help? Nie Baili sprang up as if revived from the brink of death. Washingsheng reiterated, a genuine furnace. Specifically for treating cultivation impediments. Without hesitation, Nie Baili pulled the others to leave, exclaiming, Let us go. Helping others is my nature. Just the thought of assisting Jiancho makes me so excited I cannot sleep. Where is Chunfeng Tower again? Washingsheng remarked. Why do I feel you are even more excited than Jiancho? How can I not be excited? In 2 lifetimes, I have never visited a brothel or seen a furnace. Chapter 24. The furnace knows no gender. What exists in the mortal realm is also abundant in the realm of cultivation. It is even more splendid, with countless jellyfish lanterns floating in the night sky, illuminating every small path with a shimmering golden hue, casting enchanting shadows. The group changed into casual attire and wove through the bustling streets. Washingsheng navigated with the ease of returning home, leading everyone to the entrance of Chunfeng Tower. Nie Baili teased, Washingsheng, impressive. Are you a regular? Washingsheng unfurled her gilded fan, striking a pose like a peacock displaying its feathers. Have you never seen a pig run after eating one? Gue Jiancho was exceedingly reluctant. He had initially intended to find a secluded spot to release some spiritual energy as a means of drawing qi into his body. However, Washingsheng and Jiang Yueli were overly eager to impart their knowledge, preventing him from acting discreetly, and now he was being taken to find a furnace. As a destitute demon cultivator, was he even worthy? Yet, Nie Baili insisted on dragging him along under the pretext of helping a fellow disciple. When it was clear she was the one who wished to go, perhaps it would be better to just return and make another attempt. Gue Jiancho turned to leave, only to be simultaneously detained by Nie Baili and Jiang Yueli. What unconventional methods yield quick results? Jiancho, as a fellow disciple, I will cover the spirit stones. Gue Jiancho hesitated, wanting to argue that the spirit stones had also come from him. It was just that he was too young, gullible enough to believe in some sect secrets. Nonsense, just passing along a book. Anyone could read it, and it would later be published as a sect task. Jiang Yueli was even more straightforward. I want to see. I have never encountered a furnace before. She was determined to explore this establishment. Unable to resist the two, the group stepped into this bustling venue. They expected to witness some scandalous scenes, but instead found themselves amidst tea brewing, chess games, calligraphy, and philosophical discussions that it was as refined as entering an academy. This it. Washingsheng voiced her soul's doubts. Gue Jiancho chuckled. What did you expect to see? Dear friends, what brings you here? A woman, adorned with a subtle elegance, twirled her fan and smiled, instantly evoking a sense of intimacy that was evident she was the proprietress of Chunfeng Tower. Having only witnessed the frivolities from afar, Washingsheng's face flushed crimson at this critical moment. Leaving her speechless, Nie Baili stepped forward with a determined stance. Do you have anything that can assist in cultivation? You know, that sort of thing? Her eyelids fluttered as the proprietress grasped the implied meaning. She cast a flirtatious glance. Of course, we have plenty. Then, surveying the group, she remarked, You are all still in the qi drawing stage, quite young, yet you seem to know a lot. She led them upstairs, winding through to a room. Here it is. For dual cultivation to stabilize spiritual energy, it costs 1,000 spirit stones for a night. For dual cultivation to advance, 3,000 spirit stones for a night. The door opened. They found a jade-faced young man seated on the bed. His attire hung loosely at his waist, revealing a generous expanse of his chest, water droplets gliding from his collarbone into his clothing, disappearing from view, yet all the more alluring. However, Guei Jiancho's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the young man on the bed. Wasn't this the same person he had encountered previously? The young man on the bed also struggled to contain his fierce expression. Wasn't this the same person he had encountered before? Their gazes collided in a passionate yet restrained manner, and Nie Baili watched in astonishment as they sparked with romantic tension, with a decisive sweep of his hand. "This one will do." He then pulled the astonished Guei Jiancho to the forefront. How much for helping him draw qi into his body for one night? The proprietress momentarily froze at the sight of a man so bold, then extended a hand. 5,000, Nie Baili casually declared. "I will pay." Guei Jiancho, caught between horror and disbelief, shouted, "But I am a man." The proprietress, eager to make a profit, quickly reassured him. "Furnaces know no gender. The greater the stimulation, the easier it is to cultivate." Guei Jiancho resolutely refused. "I will not cultivate. I refuse. Is that not enough? No one mentioned I had to sell myself as a spy." Nie Baili furrowed her brow and inquired, "Are there any willing female furnaces?" The proprietress hesitated. "Those are all in high demand, and they focus on spiritual guidance. Being well-versed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, they naturally do not need to engage in such activities." Just as Guei Jiancho was wavering, Jian unexpectedly appeared, kicking him into the room. "Go on, Jiancho." The door promptly slammed shut behind him. Washing Sheng exclaimed, "How did you end up here?" Jian transformed from a small white tiger into human form. "I've been following you all along. You all went out to have fun without inviting me." Nie Baili was at a loss for words. Based on his age as a beast, Jian was merely a young tiger, not yet an adult. Visiting a brothel was not a dignified affair, which is why they had all overlooked him on their way here. With the purest expression, Jian spoke the most audacious words. "Cultivators are quite particular. They even have dedicated places for mating. Unlike us demon beasts, when the mood strikes, we can do it under any big tree." Even the proprietress was taken aback by his words. Nie Baili quickly covered his mouth. "You should say less." Jian, oblivious to the inappropriateness of his remarks, pulled her hand away, but the realm of cultivation is even more intense. Males can mate with males. Washing Sheng interjected, "Let me out. I don't want to cultivate anymore." "Let me out." Nie Baili was well aware of Guei Jiancho's capabilities and felt no concern. Rather, she anticipated the unfolding drama. "Enjoy yourself, Jiancho. 5,000 spirit stones, and you must not waste a single moment. I will be waiting for your successful qi drawing." After saying this, she pulled the dazed Washing Sheng and Jiang Yueli away. "Let us leave. We must not disturb them." The group settled into a window side room, leaving only Guei Jiancho and the young man on the bed to exchange glances. After 3 seconds of mutual glaring, the young man seized a pillow and began to beat him. "I told you to use the spirit stones for the revival of the demon clan to find a furnace. I will beat you to death." Guei Jiancho felt entirely wronged and explained the situation. To his surprise, the young man, upon hearing the explanation, wore a face of utter despair. "So, you spent all the spirit stones and gained not a single useful piece of information?" Guei Jiancho pondered for a moment, realizing that this assessment was not incorrect. He nodded, only to then receive another blow. "Go die." In the adjoining room, a ruckus ensued while Washing Sheng and her group enjoyed a lively atmosphere. Despite their lack of experience, they gathered 100 spirit stones to witness a performance. The dancers moved gracefully, utterly captivating their souls. Nie Baili was astonished. No wonder wealthy families always preferred to enjoy a song during meals. It was quite appetizing. Before they knew it, the snacks on the table had all been consumed. After one performance, the audience was left in deep contemplation. The proprietress noticed that this group of naive youths had come for the first time and, not serving them any heavy dishes, warmly entertained them with delightful food and drink. Having indulged, Nie Baili found herself in urgent need and casually pointed to one of the dancers to guide her to the restroom. Just around the corner, she caught a glimpse of a white figure. She immediately stepped back, But alas, the person was already gone. Rubbing her eyes, Nie Baili felt that the individual she had just seen resembled Chunji. Impossible. She would rather believe that Chunji had not washed his hands after using the restroom than think he would come seeking a furnace. In modern terms, this situation would be deemed scandalous. Thus, heavy-hearted, she exited the restroom, forgetting to wash her hands. Chapter 25. The family tradition of enjoying the drama. Nie Baili contemplated for a while before deciding to follow the mysterious figure. Perhaps she could use a recording stone for some minor extortion. She dismissed the dancer and stealthily followed the corridor inward. Sure enough, she encountered a barrier. Just as I thought, the protagonists in the stories seemed to easily steal from others, displaying their unruly nature. She did not wish to alert the situation and was about to turn back when a sound of cracking echoed from behind her as the barrier shattered. A group of demon cultivators, with their overwhelming demonic energy, surged through the barrier, completely disregarding her presence. Not even glancing at her, they pushed forward as if she were invisible. After the last demon cultivator entered, Nie Baili could no longer contain herself. Am I a living person? And they can't see me? Hua Shengshang crawled on all fours, lamenting, alas, how many souls have perished beneath their blades? Would you care to reserve one? Nie Baili, dragging Hua Shengshang's feet, retorted, I shall reserve one for you as well. With a hereditary penchant for reveling in chaos, this splendid opportunity must not be squandered. Hua Shengshang's nails scraped against the floor, leaving a long mark, yet did not deter Nie Baili's reckless advance. The two followed the aura of malevolence to the innermost chamber. Before they even approached, the sound of melodious singing wafted through the air, continuous and flowing like a spring on a balmy day. Hua Shengshang commented, their singing is far superior to ours. That young lady's voice is exquisite. Nie Baili smacked his head. 100 spirit stones. What need have you for a bicycle? Hua Shengshang inquired. What is a bicycle? Is it superior to my donkey cart? Nie Baili nodded. 100 times better. Shall I sell it to you for 10,000 spirit stones? 800. Is there anyone who bargains like you? Is there anyone who raises the price like that? The two believed they were whispering, yet the occupants within the room had heard their every word. A certain level of cultivation, it is difficult to remain oblivious to certain matters. Shunji rested one hand upon his head, reclining against a beautiful maiden, exuding a languid charm, one leg bent, while the other hand tapped his knee. In rhythm, a carefree smile graced his lips, as if he had shed the facade of a high-minded senior brother, becoming an alluring rogue. The proprietress, with great attentiveness, poured wine, her bosom almost spilling forth as she leaned in. Please, immortal, partake. The enchanting beauty before him was adorned with mere strips of cloth, swaying in harmony with the melody, her flowing sleeves brushing against Shunji's prominent nose. The Hahuan powder also settled upon him. Observing Shunji's disinterest in the wine, the proprietress knelt, raising the cup with both hands, slowly bringing it to his lips. Outside, Nie Baili and Hua Shengshang peered through a viewing mirror, witnessing everything clearly. The room was surrounded by demonic cultivators, and the implications of that cup of wine were all too evident. What began as a seductive tune was tinged with an undercurrent of lethal intent. Hua Shengshang, anxious, found himself at a loss for action. The demonic cultivators did not spare them out of mercy, but rather because they deemed this group incapable of stirring any trouble, thus not hindering their mission. Just then, Yu Li and Ji Yan arrived at a crucial moment. Nie Baili, as if seeing a savior, exclaimed, Quickly, Yu, burn down this wall. Use all your strength. Before the demonic cultivators could intervene, Nie Baili burst through the wall, shouting, Do not drink. She has not washed her hands after using the restroom. Inside, the music and dance abruptly ceased. Shunji had just taken half a sip from the proprietress's hand. With a splutter, he expelled it all. While poison could be ingested, filth was absolutely unacceptable. The proprietress, taken aback by the audacity of this diminutive figure, straightened up. Since you're here, let us all stay. In an instant, the enchanting dancer transformed into a killer. Shunji, without drawing his sword, merely flicked his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of spiritual pressure. The pink ribbons cascaded before the four, creating an enchanting spectacle that it was the first time Hua Shengshang witnessed Shunji in action, exclaiming in awe, "Remarkable." Yet, as the dancer's attire fell, exposed muscles bulged, the slender waist transformed into a barrel, tearing garments asunder. Biceps swelled instantaneously, revealing that this troupe of dancers was, in fact, men in disguise. Hua Shengshang immediately shielded his face. What a sight to behold! Nie Baili cleaved through a demonic cultivator, shielding Hua Shengshang behind him. "Do not dawdle." The proprietress transformed into a burly figure, her voice now gruff, a swarm of ants daring to impede the plans of the demon clan. "Kill!" Nie Baili brandished her sword, while Hua Shengshang, hiding behind her, occasionally scattered amnesia talismans, claiming, "Apply it, and one shall forget even how to fight." What a nefarious talisman master! The proprietress, witnessing several Qi refining stage disciples wreaking havoc, felt a surge of trepidation. Were mere newcomers this formidable? Eliminate that female sword cultivator. All henchmen converged on Nie Baili, while the proprietress wielded a hammer aiming for Shunji. Nie Baili felt wronged. "This is unjust." "It wasn't me. Are you not a female sword cultivator?" Nie Baili dispatched one demonic cultivator after another with astonishing speed, her strikes swifter than slicing through sweet potatoes, yet her words remained exceedingly humble. "Oh no. I am merely a compassionate healing cultivator." The demonic cultivators responded. "Compassionate? The righteous disciples of this age truly have no shame." With each swing of her long sword, Nie Baili executed the Qingxiao sword technique with remarkable finesse. Yet her actions diverged significantly. Beside her, Jian and Yuli could only rely on raw instincts, one biting, the other setting fires. Thus, Nie Baili dispatched foes on the left before turning to the right. Just as she felled one demonic cultivator, Hua Shengsheng on the left cried out, "Ah, little Bai, save me!" Nie Baili dashed to rescue him. Before she could finish, Jian's scream echoed from the right, "Bye-bye! Save me!" She hurriedly rushed over. If a step count were recorded, she must have traversed at least 20,000 steps in that small chamber. Yet, the true culprit remained leisurely engaged in combat with the demon lord. Clearly capable of dispatching the enemy in one blow, he chose to dawdle, refusing to assist. "Senior brother, save me!" At this moment, Nie Baili, disregarding her pride, cried out for help. Shunji, leisurely battling, remarked, "Do you not see that senior brother is quite busy?" Nie Baili felt utterly exasperated. "Just say you do not wish to save anyone." In a fit of anger, she unleashed her strikes with even greater ferocity, swiftly dispatching all henchmen. Only then did Shunji leisurely deal with the demon lord. Following this, he approached Nie Baili, speaking in a gentle tone. "Seems you are quite capable." Nie Baili thought it would have been preferable to let him drink poison. "Senior brother, I saved you. Should you not express your gratitude? Though mere words of thanks will not suffice, how about something tangible?" Hua Shengsheng immediately chimed in. "Senior brother, with a heart of gold, would surely not mind a small favor." Yuli retracted his flames. "Indeed. Do not be stingy," Jian, with a foolish grin, interjected. "What will you give us?" In mere moments, they had coaxed Shinji into opening his storage ring. "Choose whatever you desire." Upon inspection, Nie Baili was astounded to find treasures of the highest order. Even beast cores did not fall below the 7th grade. She decisively selected spirit stones, extracting 100,000. Hua Shengsheng opted for purple spirit talisman paper, rumored to amplify effects 100-fold when used. Yuli chose the soul-severing grass, while Jian picked the art of divine speed, for although he had 4 legs, he still felt inadequate in speed. "Are we done?" Shunji stowed away the storage ring. The 4 nodded in unison, realizing they were at the mercy of the senior brother, whose otherwise frosty demeanor now appeared remarkably genial. Yet his next words sent the 4 straight into despair. "Now, let us discuss why my junior siblings will be found in the Spring Breeze Pavilion at such an hour. The 36th rule of the Qingxiao sect prohibits unauthorized nighttime outings. While learning the rules, one would not have learned how to break them. Would you? Chapter 26. A salted fish rolled in a dried fish. The 4 were instantly dumbfounded. How to respond? Every answer was wrong. Quick-witted, Nie Baili countered, And why might senior brother be visiting the Spring Breeze Pavilion at such an hour? Have you also learned how to bypass the restrictions? Yuli gave her a thumbs up in public. Shunji admired her courage, that I hope you can maintain such fortitude when you meet Elder Lu. Half an hour later, Lu Chuyin squatted on a stone bench, unleashing a torrent of curses. Your senior brother is eradicating demonic cultivators in the dead of night, and you lot are out having fun? The Qingxiao sect had maintained its integrity for a century, never having a disciple consort with prostitutes, and yet you dare to venture out at night to find a furnace. Besides, what is there to enjoy inside? Is it not just tea and music? If you provide me with spirit stones, I shall play for you. The four had initially bowed their heads in shame, yet Nie Baili suddenly lifted her gaze. How do you know? Have you been there yourself? Was it not said that no disciple ventured there for hundreds of years? Hua Shangshang bit his lip, stifling laughter. Lu Chuyin nearly lost his balance, almost falling off the stone bench. Cough, cough, hearsay, hearsay. After speaking, he cast a sidelong glance at Shinji, who remained as steadfast as a mountain, pondering how long he would have to scold this disciple before he would leave. It was not until his voice had grown hoarse from scolding that he finally delivered the punishment. You four shall each transcribe the sect rules 300 times. With the punishment set, Shinji leisurely departed from before the four, clearly reveling in the spectacle. The pure white wide sleeves brushed into Nie Baili's line of sight, exceedingly irksome. Acting on impulse, she grasped Shunji's sleeve, causing him to pause, his peripheral gaze falling upon her delicate wrist. Oh, slender. A gentle knock could shatter it. Nie Baili flashed a faux smile. Senior brother, the proprietress has indeed washed her hands after using the restroom. Shunji raised his eyes. And so, Nie Baili displayed her sharp canines, exuding a challenge, reminiscent of her rebellious nature. An ominous premonition surged within Shinji as he recalled how, in their childhood, Nie Baili would lay on the ground, throwing tantrums, but I did use the restroom, and have yet to wash my hands. Swish! The sleeve tore. Shunji's eyes narrowed, an aura of coldness emanating from him. Yet even so, he felt sullied, grasping the torn sleeve. Nie Baili vigorously wiped her hands, her smile taunting. She was eager to see how long Shunji could maintain his genteel facade. What a fastidious individual. This revelation came to her during her previous life when she sought out Shunji to discuss her tasks. After her departure, Shunji promptly stored the chair she had occupied into his mustard seed pouch, never to use it again. Is this not a form of obsessive cleanliness? Ultimately, Shunji managed to suppress his feelings. A smirk appeared on his lips. Observing my junior sister's mischievous demeanor, I fear that 300 repetitions are insufficient to instill the sect's rules in her. Perhaps I should increase it to 500. I shall personally review them once completed. With that, he vanished from sight. Nie Baili, infuriated, opened her mouth to curse, only to be silenced by Hua Shangzhen. Do not say anything further, or I will break your hand after 1,000 repetitions. Lu Chuyin crossed her arms, watching the spectacle unfold. She never expected that a mere outer sect disciple could provoke such ire from the sect master's first disciple. What a talent. All right, hurry back and rest. We have morning lessons tomorrow. Nie Baili cast aside half of her sleeve and retreated to her room to copy the rules as punishment. The following day, the four of them arrived at the morning class, sporting conspicuous dark circles under their eyes. Nie Baili inquired, "Did any of you find something odd?" Hua Shengsheng responded, "It does seem a bit strange, as if something is missing." Jiang Yueli added, "It feels like there's an inconsequential element absent." Jian asked, "What do you mean?" The four of them, startled, discarded the rules they had copied overnight and hurried towards the gates of Qingxiao sect. Just as they turned around, they caught sight of Gue Jianxiu, exuding an aura of resentment, trailing behind them. Nie Baili chuckled. "So you have returned. You made us worry all night." Gue Jianxiu, do not do this again. Gue Jianxiu merely responded with silence. Hua Shengsheng admired Nie Baili's ability to deflect blame. He approached Gue Jianxiu and asked, "Brother, how are you? Have you managed to draw energy into your body?" Gue Jianxiu nodded with great difficulty. Jiang Yueli clapped in delight. "That's wonderful. This remedy truly works." Jian also expressed his happiness for his companion. "Thank goodness you did not fall behind." With each congratulatory remark, Gue Jianxiu's expression darkened further. Ultimately, it was Nie Baili's kindness that led her to drag the four of them to morning class. In the afternoon, they went to Jianfeng as usual. Upon entering, they found Chunji seated in the main position. "Have you completed your tasks?" Nie Baili nodded, dramatically presenting the 500 copies of the sect rules. In reality, there were probably only 498 copies, as fatigue had rendered her unable to finish. Chunji took them, casting a cleaning spell over them first, fearing that Nie Baili might have sullied them. Unfortunately for him, the worst he found was a trace of her saliva. The time spent under scrutiny felt interminably torturous. "At your age, and you still write incorrectly? Senior brother, I'm still young, merely 20. Still just a child. Why do the characters vary from beginning to end? After writing for so long, my hand grew tired. Naturally, the writing would differ. 3 people helping her copy would yield consistent handwriting." Chunji cast a long, scrutinizing glance at Nie Baili, but ultimately chose silence. "There are only 495 copies." "What? That cannot be. I counted. It was clearly 500. Did your cleaning spell erase some of the characters?" Nie Baili feigned innocence with the most abysmal acting. Chunji was driven to laughter by her audacity. "Having you as a junior sister is truly a blessing from the heavens. Could this fellow really be praising her?" Nie Baili was incredulous. "Why? Even if the sky were to fall, my junior sister would hold it up with her voice." Nie Baili was left speechless. Perhaps it was her illusion, but she felt that during their sparring that afternoon. Chunji's strikes were heavier. After several hours, as her spiritual sword was once again knocked from her grasp, Nie Baili tumbled to the ground. Sweat dripped from her forehead, her hand shielding her eyes from the bitter taste of defeat. Her body sprawled like a salted fish. Chunji prodded her arm with his wooden sword. "Get up, continue." Nie Baili rolled over, lying face down on the ground. "Senior brother, this is my limit. Do you know what this is called?" "What?" "Salted fish. The fact that I can roll over is a remarkable feat for a salted fish. You can't expect a salted fish to roll. If it rolls too much, it will become dried fish. And that is no longer appetizing." Chunji unconsciously curled his lips, gazing at the girl on the ground who was playing the fool. It reminded him of her childhood, when she would roll about on the ground. "All right, I grant you early leave today. Go on." Nie Baili immediately sprang up like a salted fish resurrected. With a leap, she dashed out without a backward glance, waving her hand. "Thank you, senior brother." The other disciples watched in discontent. Is it just because she's a girl that she can act cute and leave early? Oh, how lucky it is to be a woman who can charm her way out. Shinsong passed by the group. "I wonder who has ever withstood a single strike from senior brother Chun. Junior sister Nye seems capable of enduring 30 strikes. She is truly delicate." The 2 disciples who had been mocking fell silent in shame. Chunji, with his hands clasped behind him, remarked nonchalantly, "Whenever you can withstand 30 strikes from me like Nie Baili, you may leave at any time." The disciples dared not respond, nor did they dare to leave. Who would risk offending the sect master's first disciple? Moreover, Nie Baili had endured an entire afternoon of sparring. Just looking at her was painful. They had no desire to suffer that fate, with no one answering. Chunji continued, "Actually, if you wish to leave, you may not if you cannot even hold your sword steady. There's no point in embarrassing yourselves." The hall fell silent, and all resumed their sword practice, feeding each other techniques, no longer daring to speak a word. Chapter 27. Knowing full well there are tigers on the mountain, one boldly beats the retreat drum after 2 days of feeling like a salted fish. Lu Chuyin finally settled the payment for cultivating Beast Peak, that a total of 50,000 spiritual stones. Gue Jinxiu received a new musical instrument, a drum. Hua Shengsheng successfully drew the first advanced version of the memory loss talisman using the talisman paper given to him by Chunji. This time, the effect was even more advanced. It not only made one forget how to cast spells, but also caused one to forget whether they were human or ghost. This left Nie Baili restless, itching to stick one on Gue Jinxiu. Why not act as a spy? The righteous disciples have a clear path. Jiang Yuli was absent this time, as she had been taken by her male guardian. The master of Pill Peak, to refine pills that Jian had transformed into a large tiger, frolicking in thousands of acres of forest. He was the only beast on the entire mountain, and even if he gallivanted about with all 4 legs moving in unison, no one would mind. After rolling around for 7 or 8 circles, Jian, covered in grass, asked, "I live on the farthest mountain peak on the right. What should I name it?" Hua, Sheng suggested, "White Tiger Mountain." "How vivid and lively." Yet Bailey shook her head. "I think it should be called Knowing Full Well Mountain." Jian's eyes lit up. "That name sounds cultured." Gui Jinxiu scoffed with disdain, "Of course, knowing full well there are tigers on the mountain." "How vividly and aptly put." However, Nie Baili immediately turned her attention to his new magical instrument. "Does this drum have a name? Why not call it the retreat drum?" Hua, Sheng clapped his hands. "Great name. Knowing Full Well Mountain has tigers, and boldly beating the retreat drum is a perfect match." Nie Baili boasted, "This is the legendary CP name." Ji Yin scratched his head, confused by the term CP name. He only knew that his friend was cultured. Unlike him, a wild tiger in the mountains. Gui Jinxiu. Why not just name it the retreat drum? It links beautifully with my Knowing Full Well Mountain. It's melodious. Gui Jinxiu looked utterly repulsed. Who cares about being linked with you? Yet, when he went to the artifact hall the next day to report the drum's grade, when the elder asked him what it was called, he found himself, for some inexplicable reason, saying retreat drum. Surely he had been led astray by Nie Baili and her group. But could this be considered friendship? The feeling of having friends seemed rather pleasant in an instant. Gui Jinxiu's smile vanished. What was he thinking? Without the demon lord, he would still be a mere demon cultivator suffering in the demon abyss. Having seen a bit of sunlight now, he was beginning to yearn for the light. He did not deserve it. Gui Jinxiu's inner turmoil was unknown to Nie Baili, for her past few days had been even more arduous. Each day was either filled with beatings or the journey towards being beaten. She had never been beaten so severely in her previous life. After all, she was the senior sister of Qingshao's sect. Chunji was not a sadist who would deliberately suppress her, by the end. She had managed to counterattack once, nearly scratching that endlessly pleasing face, leaving a mark of blood on Chunji's neck. Chunji turned his head, tugging at his neck as blood immediately seeped out, staining his collar. The other disciples looked on with amusement, and Shun Tsang interceded. Junior sister did not do it on purpose. I hope senior brother can be understanding. Nie Baili felt a flicker of joy. After all, she had endured considerable punishment in recent days. Finally managing to strike back, her spirits were naturally lifted. She stepped forward slightly, her eyes filled with "See, why have I not heard that in order to return to the medical peak for training, one must achieve first place in the swordsmanship graduation assessment? Are the external sect rules truly this absurd? You must be deceiving me. I am a disciple of medicine. Why must I be first in swordsmanship?" Upon seeing Nie Baili's anxious expression, Chunji couldn't help but feel delighted. "Have you heard of Siyu, the foremost disciple of the medical peak?" "Siyu, the senior sister? She is well known." Nie Baili nodded. Originally, he was not a practitioner of medicine, but of physical cultivation. However, due to his delicate appearance, he was often overlooked. Yet he proved himself by securing first place in the physical cultivation competition, which caught the attention of the medical peak's leader. Subsequently, he rose to become the chief disciple. The chaos and outstanding medical fees of the medical peak significantly diminished. Since then, the leader of the medical peak has favored selecting disciples from those proficient in swordsmanship, talismans, and physical cultivation. Medical skills are secondary. If one cannot heal, the leader will treat them personally. Yet Baili suddenly understood, yet remained perplexed. "But I am already a disciple of the medical peak. Why must it be so difficult to return?" Chunji, reveling in her misfortune, replied, "Can you guess why you were assigned to the sword peak initially? It must be because the leader of the medical peak did not want you." Nie Baili was left speechless. Is it really so difficult to become a practitioner of medicine? Glancing at Chunji's gleeful face, she looked down at the sword in her hand. "That I must secure first place today. Otherwise, I will be destined to remain at the sword peak, practicing swordsmanship and unable to earn great wealth." With her head held high, Nie Baili strode toward the sword peak assessment point. Unexpectedly, she stumbled upon the inaugural assessment for new disciples at the sword peak. The victors could transition from the outer sect to the inner sect. However, to reach the assessment point she intended to go, she still needed to walk 100 meters straight and then turn left. Without a second thought, she entered directly. The sword peak leader, Su Wenjing, exchanged glances with the elder in charge of registrations. Without uttering a word, the elder allowed Nie Baili to register. How peculiar. Where are Shun Song and the others? Why is she the only one here? The registering elders sighed softly. They might be at another assessment point. Nie Baili paid no heed, thinking perhaps there were multiple locations for the graduation assessment, thus harboring no doubts. Her registration number was Jia 13. When it was her turn, she found her opponent to be on an entirely different level compared to her past sparring partners. Their strikes, blocks, and movements were far more decisive. Fortunately, she had been well trained by Chunji over these days and managed to prevail after expending considerable effort to her surprise when her opponent found herself at the point of being defeated. She began to cry. "What is this? Can't you handle losing?" The opponent wept even louder. "I cannot lose to you, no matter who else I lose to." Nie Baili was utterly bewildered. Was she truly such an unworthy opponent? Why could she not be defeated by her? The Sword Peak leader, Su Wenjing, nodded repeatedly, wearing a look of satisfaction that in the second round. She disarmed her opponent, winning again in the third round. She exhausted her opponent's stamina and emerged victorious once more. Ultimately, there was no doubt that Nie Baili claimed first place. The defeated opponents were filled with resentment. They acknowledged her excellence, but surely there was no need to flaunt it before them. Why abandon the perfectly good outer sect graduation assessment to seek validation within their Sword Peak inner sect? Could it be that she intends to join the Sword Peak? After hearing this, Nie Baili's mind buzzed. The only thought that occupied her was, "Oh no, I've gone to the wrong assessment venue." Chapter 28. Based on your swordsmanship, I conclude you are a fine medical practitioner. She turned on her heel and dashed toward the exit, only to be intercepted by Su Wenjing. "Halt. What do you think you're running off to?" Nie Baili exclaimed. "I will be late." "Late for what?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from outside, that of Wan Muchuan, the leader of the medical peak. Turning around, she saw Siyu as well as Ayu cast a reassuring glance toward Nie Baili. Wan Muchuan inquired, "Little Nie, what place did you achieve in the assessment?" Having witnessed the outer sect assessments, he had not seen Nie Baili and suspected this child might be particularly ambitious. Thus, he came to see the internal assessment of the sword practitioners, and to his surprise, he actually found her. Nie Baili replied. First, Wan Muchuan immediately changed his mind. Truly worthy of our medical peak disciples. This time, Su Wenjing objected. How can it be that you are a disciple of the medical peak? Since you have entered the inner sect assessment, you ought to be a disciple of the sword peak. Wan Muchuan showed no signs of worry. Asked the child herself where she wishes to go. Su Wenjing fell silent. After all, Nie Baili had intended to go to the medical peak from the very beginning. It was his concern about losing a promising talent that prompted him to enlist Chunji's assistance in training her. Ultimately, his foresight was validated. Alas, her mind is so set on medicine that she cannot be swayed. Su Wenjing turned to Nie Baili and said, "You must consider carefully. Your innate talent in swordsmanship is exceptionally high. Should you abandon it now, your future ascension may be jeopardized." Nie Baili immediately recalled the unfortunate demise she faced prior to her ascension in her past life. It was her excessive diligence that had prevented her from reaching ascension. "Thank you, Peak Master Su, for your concern. My mind is made up. Let me be a carefree medical practitioner, free of worries and riches." Yet unable to ascend, Su Wenjing took a deep breath, turning away from her. Go on, do not linger here." Wan Muchuan joyfully led this promising talent back. Along the way, he mused, "Based on your swordsmanship, I conclude you would make a splendid medical practitioner." Nie Baili was at a loss for words. Perhaps a smile would suffice to celebrate. Upon arriving at the medical peak, the first book she received was not the compendium of Materia Medica or a comprehensive medical tome, but an enormous ledger of debts. "Senior brother CU, what is the meaning of this? Does our medical peak not only save lives, but also double as debt collectors?" CU sighed, recalling the moment he first entered. Confronted by a debt list taller than himself, he understood the despair. What is the ethos of our medical practitioners? Nie Baili pondered. Compassion and benevolence. She was merely guessing. Yet CU nodded vigorously. Exactly. It is this very prejudice from the world that exacerbates the already meager finances of our medical peak. CU lamented, flipping through the ledger. The earliest entry could be traced back to the founding year of the Beast sect. when the founding beast sustained injuries, incurring a debt of 300,000 spirit stones to the Qingxiao sect's medical peak. The most recent entry was a debt of 500,000 spirit stones owed by a sword peak disciple who was injured during a mission. Nie Baili pointed and asked, "Why not seek the sword peak for repayment?" CU's expression darkened. At that time, the sword peak leader was present, and I could not stand against him. Such a straightforward reason. Nie Baili found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, her master in her past life was indeed capable of refusing to pay debts. Wait a moment. In her previous life, every time she returned injured, her master would shove various medicinal herbs into her hands. Could it be that these were all acquired through such dubious means? No wonder Wan Muchuan favored disciples who could fight. They couldn't afford to go bankrupt. Holding the heavy ledger, she felt deeply that she had entered the wrong profession. She had intended to amass wealth, but instead found herself laden with debts. CU patted her shoulder. "If you can recover the debts listed here, we can split it 70-30. Nie Baili's interest peaked instantly. "I get 30. The sect gets 70? CU shook his index finger. "You get 70. The sect gets 30. Without a moment's hesitation, Nie Baili hugged the ledger close. "It is my unshakable duty to recover the debts for the medical peak." Watching Nie Baili's lively back, CU couldn't help but smile. Ah, the new junior sister is still so easy to deceive. In that instant, a silver needle whizzed towards his temple. As Yinjia leaped down from her celestial crane, her demeanor fierce. "CU, I heard you snatch my patient again, and you are not allowed to swindle the new junior sister." CU caught the silver needle between his fingers. "Can't beat me, so you switch tactics?" Yinjia rolled up her sleeves aggressively. "What of it? If you have the ability, fight me." Yunjia, a Dan practitioner turned medical practitioner, had once hurled 30 Dan furnaces using her golden core strength to crush a nascent soul. Earning the favor of the medical peak leader, IU seized her fist. "Back so soon. Did you fail to collect any debts?" Yunjia's spirit deflated instantly. Those beasts, they insisted they couldn't read and claimed their ancestor was a leopard. Not a lion. The paw prints didn't team-match. Had I known, I would have stabbed that jumping tiger with a needle. CU is unfazed. Next time, let the junior sister give it a try. You used to have me collect debts when I entered. Now that the junior sister has entered, you want her to collect debts too. Yinjia rolled her eyes, feeling quite exasperated with such a brother. Yet CU was brimming with confidence. "Let us make a wager. If our junior sister collects spirit stones tonight, you can consider me your test subject for 3 days. If she comes back empty-handed, you can have me as your test subject for 30 days. Yinjia immediately retorted, "Deal." On another note, Nie Baili, clutching the ledger, set out to demand payment. Her first choice was the Sword Peak. Did Sister Fu Ming here? The Sword Peak disciples still regarded her with apprehension. "Yes." Nie Baili smiled sweetly. "I'm looking for Sister Fu Ming." She waited for an hour before Fu Ming finally arrived. "What do you want?" Fu Ming eyed her warily, yet tentatively trusted that Nie Baili would not pose a threat. Today, her senior sister radiated a glow, stunningly beautiful, making her unforgettable at first glance. Nie Baili approached with flattery. This was a tactic she had inadvertently discovered in her past life. Fu Ming responded better to soft words than hard confrontations. She was more stubborn than a mule in a straight fight. However, once flattered, she would soften. Do not think that a few kind words will sway me to give you everything. Dream on. Fu Ming was unaware of the schemes brewing in Nie Baili's mind. "Sister, such words are truly hurtful. I heard you reach the late stage of Golden Core in less than 10 days. It is truly a remarkable talent. Congratulations." A fleeting dream caused her ears to flush crimson. This matter was known to both her master and family. Yet not a single person congratulated her. They all deemed it a matter of course. Her father even wrote a letter of reprimand, expressing his disappointment that she could not manage both sect affairs and cultivation effectively, urging her to devote herself to her training. Ironically, it was Nie Baili who was the first to extend her congratulations. "Ahem, what exactly do you wish to achieve?" Nie Baili inquired, producing an account book. "Primarily, I have come to congratulate my senior sister on her advancement in cultivation. Secondly, to discuss matters concerning Master Su." Fu Ming responded with curiosity. "What is this about?" You see, Master Su has incurred a total debt of 890,000 spirit stones over the course of 100 years, 57 years, 36 years, 19 years, and 3 days ago. Due to injuries sustained while receiving treatment at the medical peak, Nie Baili explained. Fuming accepted the account book, her lips twitching as she read. She was aware of her master's financial struggles, but she never anticipated that the debt would be so substantial. As a fellow disciple of King Suzong, she knew that the master of the medical peak, being a person of stature, would never demand money from her, a junior. Yet Nie Baili would, upon reaching the end of the account. Where Shimu Chao was inscribed, she suddenly recalled the herbs her master had casually handed to her upon her emergence from seclusion. It turned out they were specifically requested from the medical peak. Fuming's heart softened slightly. I shall repay at 1 million spirit stones. No need to seek any more. Senior sister, you are magnificent. I wish you a swift breakthrough into the nascent soul stage, and may you tread upon the path of our senior brother. The words of congratulations flowed forth, and Fuming's purse seemed to open even wider as she tossed 110,000 spirit stones to Nie Baili before turning to leave. Emboldened, Nie Baili took the account book to the cold rest peak that very evening. Had it not been for the account book, she would have been oblivious to the fact that even the sect leader was in debt. However, seeing the most favored disciple of the sect leader was a different matter altogether. It is but natural that the disciple should repay their master's debts. Siyu kindly informed Nie Baili of the incantation to breach the barrier of cold rest peak before departing. As soon as she stepped foot on the peak, a chilling breeze enveloped her from below. In this life and the last, she could never fathom why the sect leader's most esteemed disciple chose to reside in such a harsh environment. She needed to find someone quickly. The longer she lingered, the greater the chance of developing old cold legs. Nie Baili rubbed her hands together as she climbed the mountain, the cold rest peak. Amidst the icy cliffs, Chunji was submerged in the frigid waters, sensing an intrusion and furrowing his brow. After a moment, he noticed the presence drawing closer and coldly rose to dress. You are indeed hard to find. Nie Baili exclaimed, her vision obscured by the swirling snow, shielding her eyes with her hand as she approached Chunji. What do you seek? He erected a barrier, immediately isolating them from the storm outside. Lowering her hand, she found herself staring at his Adam's apple, delicate snowflakes settling upon it and gradually melting away. Her gaze drifted lower, where droplets of water clung to his collarbone, accentuating his fair skin with each breath. Though he was fully clothed, there was an added allure of disheveled beauty. She swallowed hard, hastily covering her eyes with her hand, silently reciting, Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Repayment. The sect leader owes spirit stones to the medical peak. And as his disciple, you ought to repay them. Chunji regarded her for several moments before accepting the account book, that a total of 260,000 spirit stones to owe him. It was but a trifling amount. Yet she stood in silence, waiting for him to respond. Lowering her hand, she locked eyes with Chunji's scrutinizing gaze. What are you staring at? Pay up. At that moment, Chunji had composed himself, stating, I see a little pervert. Nie Baili firmly denied it. Do not think you can evade payment by employing such tactics. Their eyes met, and she understood that whoever averted their gaze first would be the loser. Ultimately, it was Chunji who faltered, shifting his gaze and producing the spirit stones. Nie Baili estimated the sum to be around 500,000. The remainder shall be considered a credit at the medical peak. In the future. When you come for treatment, just mention my name for a discount. Chunji scoffed. This is a roundabout way of cursing me into injury. Without hesitation, Nie Baili took the money and departed, for the icy weather was unbearable. Chunji watched a retreating figure disappear into the storm, leaving him alone once more amidst the swirling snow at the medical peak. Siyu and Yunjia were still perched on a tree branch, clearly disheartened by the late hour. What if? I believe in my junior sister. She will create a miracle. After a while, they saw Nie Baili bounding up the mountain. Did she actually succeed in retrieving the debt? Yunjia exclaimed in astonishment. Siyu straightened up, brushing off the shoe prints Yunjia had left on his clothes. Look at our junior sister. Then look at you. Yunjia immediately wanted to retort, but remembered her junior sister was present and felt she must set a good example as a senior. Little sister Bai, you have returned. Nie Baili relished being called junior sister, as it always gave her a sense of being the cherished one. As she spoke, she displayed the spirit stone she had collected. Upon seeing the heap of stones, even Siyu couldn't help but utter an expletive. Damn, Master Su's pockets are cleaner than his face. Where did you manage to procure this money? Nie Baili's forehead twitched slightly. Has Su Wenjing's poverty become so notorious? I asked senior sister Fuming. Both Siyu and Yunjia gasped in unison. You dare to ask her? Senior sister Fuming? You actually dared to approach her. Everyone in Qingxiuzong knew of senior sister Fuming's esteemed background. Not to mention, she was favored by the sect leader. It was entirely possible that after senior brother Chen's ascension, she would assume leadership of Qingxiuzong. Everyone regarded her as the likely future sect leader. Nie Baili adopted the most innocent tone to express the boldest statement. Otherwise, it is only right that the disciple repays the master's debt. Siyu glanced at the crossed-out name of the sect leader, his lips twitching involuntarily. You aren't seriously considering asking senior brother Chen for money, are you? Nie Baili nodded, appearing entirely unperturbed. Of course. If not him, then who? Siyu raised his thumb in admiration, daring to ask Shunji for money. Our little junior sister is the first. Yunji's eyes lit up with a newfound perspective. Yes, why didn't I think of that? You can request debt repayment like this. If those in debt refuse to pay, there will always be someone willing to part with their money. Yunjia immediately twirled Nie Baili in excitement. Little sister, you are truly my lucky star. With that, she danced away, leaving only Siyu, who suddenly produced a stack of account books. Little sister, he called in a tone laced with affection, causing Nie Baili to feel a shiver run down her spine. Thus, the notion of being the cherished one was revealed to be a mere illusion. She was simply a tool. With your prowess, the future of the medical peak is entrusted to you. Nie Baili sighed deeply. Very well. It seems those capable must bear more burdens. The following day, Nie Baili enlisted the help of Wei Xingxing, Jian, and Gue Jianxiu to form a debt-collecting alliance, promising each a 10% share of the profits. Gue Jianxiu had initially been reluctant to participate, but after being thoroughly beaten by his superior that night, he found his financial support cut off. With no other option, he had to follow Nie Baili to share in the spoils. The first target of their debt collection was the master of Jiangyu Li, the master of the Dan Peak. Wei Xingxing felt somewhat awkward, as they were good friends. This might not be appropriate. After all, he is Jiangyu Li's master. Nie Baili clapped her hands together. Perfect. The five of them sat down at the gathering of Elixir's Hall under the pretense of visiting a friend. And soon a celestial servant presented them with spirit fruits and spirit tea. The Peak Master and Senior Sister are currently refining pills and may not be able to entertain you. The implication was clear. They were to drink their tea and depart promptly. Nie Baili seized a spirit fruit and took a bite, and oh worries. They can refine their pills, and we shall enjoy our feast. Oh, by the way, this fruit is delightful. Bring me another platter. The celestial servant had no choice but to comply. As day turned to night, Jiang Yuli finally emerged from the alchemy chamber, her words filled with excitement. You should have added 3 herbs. You insisted on adding them one by one. If you were afraid of losses, why bother refining pills? You might as well plant vegetables. Her fellow senior brothers and sisters bore her scolding in silence. For Jiang Yuli had backed up her words with action. The master of the Dan Peak was quite pleased with this new disciple. Take your time. There is no rush. Nie Baili had consumed 2 large platters of fruits and replenished her teeth 3 times before finally waiting for Jiang Yuli. She waved enthusiastically. Jiang Yuli's gloom lifted as she dashed over joyfully. Senior Sister Baili. The master of the Dan Peak was not particularly impressed by Nie Baili. And who might this be? Before Jiang Yuli could respond, Nie Baili introduced herself. I am a newly initiated disciple of the Medical Peak, here to collect a debt. The master of the Dan Peak's lips twitched as he recalled the outstanding payment. It wasn't that he lacked the means to repay. He simply found the haughty demeanor of the surname Wan to be intolerable. The one in debt was a lord. If someone from the Wan family were to mention it, he would have gladly settled the amount. However, Wan Muchuan had stubbornly refrained from visiting the Dan Peak for centuries. To his surprise, a mere medical disciple had come to seek repayment from him. Unaware of the backstory, Jiang Yuli asked curiously, what debt? Senior Sister Baili. Of course, I shall present it to you before my sister snatches it away. Nie Baili exaggeratedly pulled Jiang Yuli aside. A sly grin on her face. You are not aware, are you? No matter. You can repay it just the same. Listen to me carefully. First, channel your spiritual energy. Second, open your storage ring. Third, you shall be privy to the story. Without a hint of doubt, Jiang Yuli immediately activated her spiritual energy, preparing to open her storage ring. The master of the Dan Peak intervened, his expression darkening. You just open it because she tells you to? Are you foolish? What if she snatches your magical artifact? Jiang Yuli, ever straightforward reply, of course, I would present it to her before she could steal it. Dan Feng, the Peak Master, inquired, what breed of loyal dog is this? Suddenly feeling a pang of jealousy, he added, what if I were to seize it? Jiang Yuli remained silent for a moment before asking, Master, do you enjoy running around in the nude? Dan Feng spat in disdain and shot a glare at Nie Baili. 67,824 low-grade spirit stones, correct? It's just spirit stones. I have a poor memory and momentarily forgot. Nie Baili cherished those who willingly provided him with an escape route. Your memory is quite impressive, but given the current inflation rate in the cultivation world, it likely requires around 80,000 low-grade spirit stones now. Dan Feng's face turned red with indignation. Nie Baili continued with a teasing tone. I heard that the Sect Master and the Sword Peak Master have been doubling their repayments, serving as a commendable example. This left Dan Feng genuinely astonished. That scoundrel Su Wenjing has money to spare? What a joke. If he could prosper, I would have already ascended. Nie Baili sighed. It seemed many were aware of Sword Peak Master's financial woes. Yet with Su Wenjing repaying debts, Dan Feng did not wish to be outdone. He promptly produced 100,000 spirit stones without batting an eye, declaring, take it, surely Su's repayment, listen, more than mine. Nie Baili candidly replied, it's actually a bit more than yours. Dan Feng tossed out another 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, saying, take this as pocket money for the new disciples. Nie Baili's eyes sparkled as she accepted the sum, thinking she should have joined Dan Peak sooner. Thank you, Peak Master, she exclaimed, then leaned in to whisper, the Sect Master hasn't repaid as much as you, proving Dan Peak's generosity. Dan Feng beamed, his gaze toward her turning notably warmer, but Nie Baili was no novice. She was adept at milking opportunities. Peak Master, other sects have elders who owe significant debts as well. Just a mere 100,000, and Dan Peak's reputation as the wealthiest sect will spread across the continent. Dan Feng, unable to resist the allure, acquiesced. Here, 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Ensure they know my name is synonymous with wealth. Overjoyed, Nie Baili departed with 210,000 spirit stones, also taking Jiang Yuli along. Hua Shangsheng was utterly astounded by her audacity. How did she manage to extract 210,000 from a man in just 3 sentences? Truly, the most profitable endeavor in this world is to exploit others. Nie Baili, however, was not stingy, leaving behind a portion for herself, amounting to 21,000 spirit stones for each of the 5. The moment Ghost Jianshou touched the spirit stones, an idea struck him about his selling price. He had merely accompanied Nie Baili for a brief while and received 21,000, while his own price tag was only around 70 to 80,000. He believed aligning with Nie Baili would lead to greater opportunities. Nie Baili recounted the situation, and Jiang Yuli half understood. So you're saying the entire cultivation world owes you money? Nie Baili paused for a moment and vigorously nodded. That's one way to interpret it. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go collect our debts. The 5 immediately set off on a wild dash, like a swarm of locusts. The first to be targeted was their own Peak Master. For who in the cultivation world hasn't suffered a few wounds before ascending to elder status? Upon discovering the extent of his own debts, Hua Shengsheng utilized his gift of gab. Within a day, the entire Symbol Peak knew their Peak Master was not as esteemed as Dan Peak or Sword Peak, owing 37,000 spirit stones without repayment. After all, Su Wenjing, infamous for his poverty, managed to repay his debts. In summary, no mercy was shown when it came to exploiting their own. Symbol Peak Master found himself on the receiving end of many disdainful glances during a high-level sect meeting. Su Wenjing, aware his disciple was assisting in repayments, felt his pride wounded and chose to remain silent. But Dan Feng, with his loose tongue, exclaimed, "Oh, I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be the debt-ridden Symbol Peak Master. Is Symbol Peak on the verge of collapse? How can you not repay even 37,000 spirit stones? Symbol Peak Master thought to himself. Is he out of his mind? Money Duo. What right do you have to call me out? Acting as if you own nothing. Money Duo straightened his back, exclaiming, "Hey, you hit the nail on the head. It's me. Money Duo. I don't owe a single debt." Symbol Peak Master was taken aback. Was it not agreed that those with wealth would share their debts, and whoever repaid first was a dog? Why was he secretly repaying debts? Money Duo, with a smirk, relished in the spotlight. To deceive you is a trivial matter. Just ask Wenjing. Even Wenjing has repaid his debts. How can you show your face? Su Wenjing found himself inexplicably called out, already feeling annoyed. What do you mean, even I have repaid? Am I the kind of person who doesn't repay debts? As soon as these words left his mouth, all the elders stifled their laughter. Even Shunwa, feigning busyness with tea, suppressed a smile. Yet, Symbol Peak Master caught sight of the sect master, as if finding an ally. You too. Moreover, our sect master hasn't repaid either. Shinmue calmly set down his teacup. His thick skin far surpassed Su Wenjing's. Upon hearing that his disciple was assisting in repayments, he felt a mix of pride and concern for his reputation. No, don't drag me down with you. I have no debts. Symbol Peak Master's eyes widened, realizing even the sect master owed nothing. What was this new debt repayment trend? He scoffed, attempting to maintain his dignity while looking toward Medical Peak Master Wan Muchen. Old Wan, it's simply that my younger brother has been busy lately and forgot. I'll repay once I get back. Wan Muchen narrowed his eyes and raised a hand. I sent it just a poor memory? A minor issue. Come to Medical Peak, and I'll give you a few acupuncture sessions. You'll surely remember everything. Symbol Peak Master's face shifted between shades of green and purple. Ultimately, it was Shun Weiyue who shifted the conversation. The Kunwa secret realm is about to emerge. Each peak is to nominate a disciple for entry. Does anyone have a candidate? Su Wenjing replied without hesitation. Let Fu Ming go. Shun Weiyue nodded lightly. I also intend for Qinji to take a trip. In previous years, this child was harmed by the ghost infant, and fearing outside dangers, I've kept him from participating in any external missions. However, in recent years, the major sects such as the Pleasure Sect, the Buddha Sect, and the Beast Sect have been tightening their grip. There are even rumors that Shunji cannot cultivate, hence he never ventures out. This has led other sects to believe their disciples can seize the title of champion of Yunjun continent. Qingshao sect does not covet empty titles, but shall not relinquish the first place lightly. Therefore, I plan to send Shunji out for an excursion. Danfeng harbored concerns. The only capable disciple under him was Jiang Yueli. Yet she was merely a child, often seen clutching a small flower blanket or frolicking with Nie Baili. He couldn't bear to place such a promising seedling in peril. The Kunwa's secret realm was situated close to the Pleasure Sect's territory. Why would they wish to venture there and invite trouble? Chapter 31. The expansion of the debt collection map. Kunwa's secret realm. Once this was said, the various peak masters nodded in agreement. The disparity in disciple strength was indeed vast. There were too few top-notch talents, and they were all overly pampered. Furthermore, Qingshao sect was vast and prosperous. The treasures within the secret realm were not even appealing to them. Why send their disciples to suffer unnecessarily in another sect's territory? If they were to select mediocre talents, only to embarrass themselves and tarnish the sect's reputation, it would be all the more unworthy. Shinmue understood the elder's sentiments. Suddenly, he recalled that countless geniuses had forged their own paths centuries ago. Rather than simply inheriting from someone else, that be why you're reasoning, would it not be shameful for Qingshao sect to abstain from participation? The peak masters exchanged peculiar glances. To abstain would be even more disgraceful. To lose without a fight. The world's talents often believed that entering Qingshao sect meant everything would go smoothly. It was high time to awaken these youngsters. Submit your nominations by tomorrow. Furthermore, Chunji shall also participate. What are you all afraid of? The peak masters finally relaxed. With Chunji accompanying them, there should be no significant issues. Medical Peak. The five gathered closely, contemplating whom to exploit next. To their astonishment, disciples from various peaks were continually delivering spirit stones back to Medical Peak. Siu and Yunjia were counting spirit stones to the point of cramping fingers, their smiles unwavering. "How can this be? Sit down, sit down. We're not even done counting." Their hands remained diligent in receiving the funds. Yunjia nearly leapt forward to snatch some. "Oh, there's even interest. Next time you come a medical peak, I'll give you a 20% discount." In no time, Medical Peak was bustling with activity, not from patients but from a throng of visitors, the disciples of Medical Peak, witnessing the sea of people. Almost believed they had returned to the wrong peak. By evening, the crowd dispersed. Nie Baili bid farewell to her companions and made her way to the pharmacy. "Greetings, Peak Master. What auspicious occasion is it today that everyone is returning debts?" Juan Muchuan beamed, his eyes crinkling with kindness. "It's all thanks to your cleverness. I knew when I took you into Medical Peak, I had made the right choice." Nie Baili silently scoffed. It was she who had relentlessly pursued acceptance. Yet it now seemed as though the Peak Master was wise in his judgment. Nevertheless, adults often play along with such pretenses. Indeed, the Peak Master possessed a discerning eye. Juan Muchuan, contemplating the Kunwa's secret realm, glanced at Yunjia and Siyu. Both had ventured out and explored larger secret realms. Sending them again would be futile. Suddenly, he looked at Nie Baili, a plan forming in his mind. "Next month, the Kunwa's secret realm will soon open. Just as our sect's debts are being settled, you should venture into the secret realm to seek out debts owed by other sects." Upon finishing, he casually tossed her a ledger as tall as herself. Nie Baili couldn't help but twitch her expression. So, in her time at Medical Peak, she and T learned any medical skills but was merely tasked with collecting debts. Yet one Peak Master's subsequent words alleviated her concerns. Our Medical Peak. Many disciples possess medical knowledge, but few are adept at debt collection. This time in the secret realm, every penny collected will be yours to keep. However, the grievances our Medical Peak has endured over the past few centuries must be repaid. Oh, so, it's a mission to exact revenge. This is quite fitting. The disciples shall never disgrace their mission. Juan Muchuan expressed immense satisfaction, presenting her with an array of rare healing balms and exquisite elixirs. Upon learning of this matter, Jian Yuli insisted on persuading the Peak Master for half a month to secure a spot. The Peak Master was troubled, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? Trekking mountains and crossing waters, engaging in combat. Within the sect, you need only focus on alchemy." Jian Yuli, filled with joy, eagerly inscribed her name. Accompanying Sister Baili, I relished the adventures of mountain trekking and combat. The Peak Master wore a look of dismay. "Will she prepare fried rice for you? Teach you to wash your hands? Assist you in cleaning the alchemy furnace?" Jian Yuli innocently replied, "None of that. But it doesn't hinder my affection for her. Sister Baili carries the scent of a mother." The Peak Master fell silent. The next day, he personally sought out Nie Baili at the Medical Peak, producing 1,000,000 spirit stones. With tears streaming down his face, he implored her to take good care of his child. As Nie Baili listened to his incessant ramblings, she was instantly reminded of her previous life where the Alchemy Peak's master had become an extraordinary caretaker. A once dignified Peak Master had transformed into a super father. She quickly feigned understanding. "I comprehend. Rest assured, I will ensure you return safe and sound." On the day of their departure to the secret realm, the Peak Master still followed closely behind. Unconvinced, among the new disciples, only Jiang Yuli's master came to bid farewell. "You are merely an alchemist. If trouble arises, retreat. Should any issues occur, fear not. I've placed dozens of 1,000-pound furnaces in your spatial ring. Just smash them. Should anything go awry, I will bear the consequences." Nie Baili immediately thought of her sister Yunjia. Though Yunjia had gone to the Medical Peak, her legacy lived on in the martial world. As the hour approached, Fu Meng appeared at the forefront of the group. She took the initiative to count heads and relay precautions, assuming the role of leader. Nie Baili felt a wave of relief. It was finally not her responsibility to lead, nor to ensure the group's safety, and she need not remain perpetually vigilant. Once the senior brother arrived, they could set off. The accommodations in the cloud boat had been arranged. The secret realm would not only host disciples from Qingxiao's sect, but also from other sects, and it was imperative to uphold the reputation of Qingxiao. Should anyone seek trouble, they were to come to her directly. The new disciples held Fu Ming in high regard and nodded in agreement. When the cloud boat landed, Chun-Ji arrived precisely on cue. Nie Baili, observing Chun-Ji's arrogant demeanor, wrapped her left arm around Jiang Yuli while resting her right hand on Hua Shengsheng's shoulder. Look at that. The last to arrive, yet the first aboard. TSK, what an ostentatious expression. Chun-Ji halted his step onto the cloud boat, his long sleeves fluttering. Nie Baili felt a force sweep her forward. Strangely, she found herself unable to move, and upon opening her eyes, she discovered herself seated on the cloud boat. Chun-Ji, with a smirk, remarked, "It was the senior brother's oversight. Please, senior sister. After you." With that, he leapt directly onto the cloud boat. Jiang Yuli immediately dashed to the front of Fu Ming, being the third to board. "Sister Baili, are you all right?" Hua Shengsheng attempted to pull Jiang Yuli back, concerned about her cutting in line before Sister Fu Ming. However, his worry for his friend compelled him to follow suit. "I tried my best, but I didn't anticipate I could hold anyone back," and mimicked him, entirely oblivious to the concept of etiquette. Gue Jian Xiu trailed behind him. The other disciples exchanged glances. Fu Ming appeared somewhat irritated. She had allowed Chun-Ji to proceed first as a sign of respect towards the senior brother. In terms of strength, no one would object to the senior brother being first. Yet, Nie Baili Fu Ming, maintaining a calm facade, said, "You all may board as well. I shall check the cloud boat first." Seeing this, the others ceased their reluctance and climbed aboard on the cloud boat. Nie Baili steadied herself, supported by the two. "Darn it. Running so fast. Do you not wish to pay for medical expenses?" Hua Shengsheng, upon hearing this, grew anxious. "Are you injured?" Nie Baili shook her head. "No. I simply do not wish to miss a golden opportunity for a potential claim." Gue Jianxiu was not surprised. This was precisely the sort of thing Nie Baili would do. As the cloud boat navigated through the mist, accompanied by the setting sun, many disciples took the opportunity to meditate and rest. Nie Baili, comfortably nestled in her bed, fell into a deep slumber. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed. The vessel lurched violently, throwing Nie Baili to the ground. What an earthquake! She had accidentally bumped her head against the stool while her posterior, still sore from the fall, suffered further indignities. Her hands scrambled to stabilize herself on either side. Once upright, she recalled she was on the cloud boat. Where did this earthquake come from? Nie Baili opened the door, only to encounter Gue Jianxiu and Hua Shengsheng covering their heads as they exited. Jiang Yuli was rubbing her rear, cursing loudly. "What on earth?" As Hua Shengsheng opened his mouth, all four gazed at him. He awkwardly covered his mouth. "My tooth broke. It's drafty." Upon seeing Hua Shengsheng's broken tooth, Nie Baili's anger flared, and she stormed outside to her dismay. Everyone was gathered on the deck. Beside them was another cloud boat. Fu Ming's expression darkened, veins bulging on her neck, gripping her sword hilt tightly without drawing it. The senior brothers and sisters beside her were equally indignant, yet they merely simmered with rage. Nie Baili pushed through the crowd. "What is going on? A bunch of people gathered here like angry birds, queuing for me to send you flying." Her temper flared, and her words were equally fierce. Fu Ming could not comprehend Nie Baili's nonsensical remarks, but she recognized the sarcasm in her tone. Meanwhile, a man on the opposite cloud boat stepped onto the railing, with a disciple kneeling beside him. "I sincerely apologize to the esteemed fairy of Qingshao sect. A disciple from Bailuo sect accidentally damaged your cloud boat. As your second senior brother, I shall ensure he is severely punished." With that, spiritual energy coalesced into a long whip, crackling with lightning, striking the kneeling disciple. The disciple spat blood and collapsed heavily on the ground. "Who told you to offend Qingshao sect? That is the foremost sect. Today you shall either die or suffer greatly. Failing to navigate properly and colliding with Qingshao sect's cloud boat has dire consequences." Fu Ming wished to expose his hypocritical act, but feared the rumors of Qingshao sect's bullying might spread. After all, in her previous life, Nie Baili had always been just and fair, earning praise from all. The heavy burden of the moment twisted her expression. Yet, just as she spoke, Nie Baili let out a cold laugh and drew her sword with a single strike. She healed the severely injured man who had been whipped. The man swiftly rolled away, displaying no signs of having been gravely harmed. In the brief exchange, Nie Baili swiftly discerned the charade being played. A mere moral shackle could not bind her. You err. You face the consequences. How embarrassing. I would say Bai Luo sect deserves its reputation as the perennial second best. Just look, they can't even manage to fight properly. Let the world-renowned Qing Shao sect's outer disciples teach you a lesson. The second senior brother's act was exposed, and he felt his pride pricked by Nie Baili's words. He turned to Fu Ming, declaring, "Is Qing Shao sect the greatest sect of this age, resorting to bullying smaller sects?" Fu Ming's brow furrowed, preparing to admonish Nie Baili to cease her actions. Yet Sheng interjected. "You know, it's the greatest sect, not the greatest victim. Since you're the leader, you have the obligation to discipline the younger ones." What else with that attitude? This irrefutable rationale instantly provided the sword-practicing disciples behind them with an excuse. "Yes, as the elder, you're used to worrying about the younger ones. Shui Luo Han. If you're also feeling cheeky, we wouldn't mind giving you a proper lesson. Sister Baili, ensure you teach these unworthy second-raters a lesson. Hitting is affection, scolding is love. When love runs deep, a kick will do. Go get him, little sister." The disciples' words promptly stifled Fu Ming's conciliatory remarks. Meanwhile, Nie Baili swiftly knocked down the feigning injured disciple. She disarmed him, firmly planting one foot on his face. This was not merely stepping on a disciple's face. It was trampling the dignity of Bai Luo sect underfoot. The senior brothers and sisters from Qing Shao sect vented their frustrations, feeling a release of pent-up emotions. Shui Luo Han, furious, nearly struck out, but any action now would escalate matters. "Stand down. Qing Shao sect is bullying too much." Nie Baili ground her foot against the man's face forcefully. The perennial second best Bai Luo sect had the final say. "Look, I have nothing in my hands. When I say stop, we stop." Shui Luo Han's eyelids twitched violently as he unleashed his pressure upon the sharp-tongued female cultivator. However, Nie Baili felt nothing. Sheng, displaying his broken tooth, flailed, "Clearly, your sect has no shame, deliberately rubbing your face against Sister Baili's foot. How perverse!" This counterattack immediately garnered cheers from the disciples of Qing Shao sect. Even Bai Luo sect felt ashamed in comparison. If Bai Luo sect had such shameless disciples, they would surely extort Qing Shao sect dry. Qing Shao sect had always prided itself on integrity. Who would have thought they had such duplicitous disciples? Finally, Fu Ming managed to utter a just statement. As disciples of Qing Shao sect, we need not be judged by outsiders, since it was a disciple of Bai Luo sect who damaged our cloud boat. Then we shall strip him of his cultivation. Nie Baili proactively spoke, locking eyes with Fu Ming. The latter, still rational, did not outright reject Nie Baili's proposal. After years of cultivation, if one cannot even control a cloud boat, what is there left to cultivate? Today, if spiritual energy goes awry and collides with Qing Shao sect's cloud boat, what will happen tomorrow if it turns against fellow disciples? You yourself have proclaimed that the Qing Shao sect is the foremost sect. With great renown comes great responsibility. If today we do not uphold the heavens and act justly, it would be a profound disgrace to the title of the greatest sect, as those words echoed in the air. The disciples of both sects found themselves at a loss for words. Many could even perceive the innate sense of oppression emanating from Nie Baili, which was unrelated to cultivation or age. Some individuals, simply by their presence, were akin to a fortress. The subtle detachment in their gaze instilled an inexplicable fear. Shui Luohan felt as though he had shot himself in the foot, left speechless. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Ming swiftly positioned himself in front of Shui Luohan. This is how it ought to be. Just as Shui Luohan hesitated, the disciple beneath Nie Baili's foot had already crumbled. He was merely a sycophant, perpetually on the verge of being kicked aside. "Second senior brother, save me. Please, save me." Shui Luohan found himself torn between offending the Qing Shao sect and rescuing his junior disciple. The junior disciple, in a moment of panic, exclaimed, "Second senior brother, you cannot abandon me. It is you." Before he could finish, Nie Baili pressed down firmly on his mouth. That casual smile, from the perspective of the other party, appeared as a final allure before death. Woe betides. Nie Baili was well aware that the other was merely a scapegoat, yet he had chosen this path himself. Today, she intended to make an example of him. "Witness, come over and help me restrain him." Gue Jinshio stepped forward, pinning down the struggling scapegoat from the Biluo sect. With a piercing scream, the scapegoat's spiritual energy dissipated, and a front tooth was lost. He was unceremoniously tossed back onto the cloud boat of the opposing sect. Nie Baili dusted off her hands. No need for thanks. For the first time, Shui Luohan felt humiliated by an outer sect disciple. Suppressing the urge to eliminate this group of miscreants, he stated, "Fine, I have noted your name. If you possess any skill, do not hesitate to present it. I shall prepare a grand gift." A blatant threat. Yet Nie Baili remained unfazed. "My name shall not change, nor shall my family name. I am Nie Baili." Chapter 33. The ugly shall perish swiftly. Shui Luohan etched this name into his memory. He turned to look at Gue Jinshio. Who was he to be so finicky? Offending Fu Meng was one thing, but he could not afford to offend this group of outer sect disciples either. Gue Jinshio's eyelids twitched. It is indeed a ghost that brings sorrow. Hua Shengxing mused that with a name like that, no one would believe it even if it were reversed. In a moment of urgency, he almost revealed his true name, young master Hua Sheng. "Halt!" Nie Baili calmly interjected. "My closest friend, and the person with the most extensive connections in the realm of cultivation, is Hua Sheng." At this, Shui Luohan regarded Hua Sheng with newfound wariness. In the realm of cultivation. Apart from the Huan sect, he could not think of anyone else with such broad connections. Shui Luohan's gaze shifted among the individuals present, ultimately leading his disciples back to the cloud boat of the Biluo sect. "Let us depart." Fu Meng watched them leave, without demanding any compensation for their losses. In the aftermath, the senior and junior disciples treated Nie Baili with much more respect. It was no longer mere politeness. There was genuine concern and sincerity that Fu Meng arranged for repairs to the cloud boat, yet his gaze inadvertently lingered on a tightly shut window. It belonged to Chen Ji. Despite the earlier uproar, Chen Ji had not emerged. Was it that he anticipated she would handle the situation, or was it an implicit assurance that he would not usurp her authority? Regardless, Fu Meng still let out a sigh of relief. On another cloud boat, Shui Luohan ensured the safety of his incapacitated disciple before knocking on the door of the eldest senior brother. "Come in." Upon closing the door and confirming the soundproofing array was intact, he lowered his head in apology. "Eldest senior brother, it was my ineptitude that failed to provoke Chen Ji, allowing an outer sect disciple to slap me in the face." Wisps of purple smoke wafted through the crystal curtain, enveloping the exquisitely charming face of Shui Qinyan. The man reclined languidly on a daybed, his features adorned with a faint golden glow from the purple blush. He possessed a proud nose and an alluring demeanor, his lips a delicate shade of red. Yet his eyes exuded a chilling coldness. Despite his strikingly beautiful appearance, there lingered an air of ruthlessness. It was evident he was a scoundrel, known for his reckless abandon. Shui Luohan dared not lift his gaze to meet his brother-s. That each encounter with that beguiling visage left him breathless. Moreover, his brother had an insatiable appetite for beauty, collecting anything strong and beautiful, including people, often leaving them in a lamentable state. They were left with merely their forms, while their souls remained trapped within a weather doll, eternally by his side. Indeed, he was useless, yet one of such beauty was unworthy of his attention. Shui Qinyan narrowed his eyes, seemingly recalling something, a smile gracing his lips. What of that outer sect disciple? Shui Luohan understood he was not inquiring about strength, but rather appearance. In Shui Qinyan's eyes, it was all about beauty, not ability. Gritting his teeth, Shui Luohan recalled Nie Baili's arrogant countenance. Utterly hideous, the ugly shall perish swiftly, as expected. Shui Qinyan inquired further. What is her name? Such ugliness should not exist in this world. Nie Baili and her companions equally ugly. They are simply the league of the hideous. That group is known as Gue Jinshio and Hua Sheng. Just hearing their names reveals their hideousness. Shui Qinyan nodded, waving him away. As the door opened and closed, a chill swept through, disturbing the weather doll, suspended by golden silk from the ceiling. The sound of tinkling bells seemed to be intermingled with silent screams. It inexplicably sent shivers down Shuluan's spine as he stood outside the door. This day, is truly cold. On the deck, Hua Shengsheng rubbed his shoulders. Nie Baili explained, "We are nearing the Kunwa's secret realm, said to be situated atop an everlasting snow-capped mountain, perpetually cold." Hua Shengsheng expressed curiosity. "Sometimes you seem to know so much, yet at other times you appear to know nothing at all." Nie Baili was momentarily at a loss for words. Her knowledge stemmed entirely from the memories of her past life. Ironically, in her previous life, she held a high status and understood much, yet not everything. For instance, this Kunwa's secret realm, she and Shinji had not visited in her past life. Matters pertaining to the outer sect were better known to Hua Shengsheng, who had researched them prior to their arrival. Hua Shengsheng nodded, seemingly convinced. "Your sudden intervention today truly brought joy to many. How did you manage to neutralize your opponent's cultivation under the pressure of that second senior brother?" Nie Baili was taken aback. "What? He exerted realm suppression on me? I didn't even feel it." The two pondered for a long time, but could not reach a conclusion. They each retreated to their rooms to sleep. That night, the discord between the two major sects quietly spread among various sections. Many cloud boats trailing behind the Qingxiao sect instinctively distanced themselves. The journey continued peacefully, and no one dared to disturb them further. 3 days later, the Kunwa's secret realm was within reach. Amidst the endless snow-capped mountains, a cluster of black dots was moving toward the foot of the mountain. The cloud boat descended slowly, revealing the human forms of the black dots. The flag of the Qingxiao sect fluttered in the cold wind on the cloud boat. Chunji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. His peripheral vision remained on Nie Baili behind him. "Do not move. It will be ready soon. Just endure a little longer. It hurts. Be gentle. Ouch! Xiaobai, spare me. Endure it. Are you not a man? Aoea is also acceptable not to be one." The bizarre exchange reached the ears of the senior and junior disciples, causing everyone to glance back in confusion. Hua Shengsheng gaped as Nie Baili assisted him with a set of false teeth. The tooth was crafted by Jiangyu, made from the finest materials. Hua Shengsheng had insisted on a golden color, yet both Nie Baili and Jiangyu vehemently opposed this. Ultimately, it was reluctantly changed to white as Nie Baili jabbed at the gum line. Hua Shengsheng inhaled sharply. Soon after, he moved his mouth and pulled out a mirror for a moment of self-admiration. "Truly handsome. This tooth is a blessing to accompany me." Nie Baili rolled her eyes and walked towards the front of the cloud boat. Once the cloud boat landed, the disciples of the Qingxiao sect instantly stood tall with pride. Even Hua Shengsheng put away his mirror, adopting the standard demeanor of a righteous disciple. Shinji walked in front, followed closely by Fu Ming, while Nie Baili lingered at the end of the line. They had not taken more than a few steps when a woman from the Biluo sect stepped forward to block their path. This was Xue Mingwei, the third direct disciple of the Biluo sect's leader. Clad in black, her piercing gaze swept through the long line, landing on the last figure, Nie Baili. "Xue Mingwei of the Biluo sect stands here to seek justice for my deceased junior disciple." Nie Baili's eyelids twitched, yet she remained silent. As the eldest senior brother, Chunji stepped forth on behalf of the Qingxiao sect. "You seek justice, but do not obstruct our path." Surrounding disciples from the Huan sect, Beast sect and Buddhist sect gasped in astonishment. Truly, as the foremost sect of the Yunjiang continent, their words exuded such audacity. Xue Mingwei scoffed. "Why should we clear the way? That must be asked of the outer sect disciples of the Qingxiao sect, who bully the weak." Fellow disciples, take note. Yesterday, the Biluo sect inadvertently collided with the cloud boat of the Qingxiao sect, and the outer sect disciples entangled us, reducing our cultivation to naught. Unexpectedly, they even resorted to lethal measures. What crime did the disciples of the Biluo sect commit? Must we endure such humiliation merely because our sect is weaker? A lifeless body, cold as ice, was thrown in the middle of the road. It was the scapegoat whose cultivation had been rendered useless by Nie Baili just days prior. In an instant, Nie Baili grasped the underlying motives that it was merely a matter of allowing the scapegoat to truly perish, thus realizing greater value. Yet the other sects did not comprehend, feeling a pressing sense of urgency akin to the loss of lips causing the teeth to chill. Chapter 34. You are looking for Nie Baili. But what concern is it of mine? The Qingxiao sect has enjoyed boundless glory in recent years, Yet even a mere outer sect disciple dares to kill at will. How could she dare? Do you not fear the calamity of heavenly tribulation? This individual seems destined to never ascend, wantonly slaughtering cultivators. The heavenly principles will not spare her. In recent years, the restrictions upon cultivators in the realm of cultivation have grown increasingly stringent. From the prohibition against slaying mortals, failure to comply resulting in an inability to ascend, to the ban on infighting among cultivators, under penalty of the same consequence. The upside has been a notable stability within the cultivation world. Yet the downside is that nearly all disciples have lost their fighting spirit. The number of cultivators who carve a path through mountains of corpses and seas of blood has dwindled. Noticing Chen Ji's silence, Shui Mingyue felt her scheme had taken effect. What? Dare to act yet hesitate to face the consequences. Li Baili stepped forward. The previously solemn atmosphere erupted as disciples of Qingxiao sect stifled their laughter. Hua Xingsheng couldn't contain herself, bursting into a quacking laugh. Even the corners of Chen Ji's eyes twitched with a barely perceptible smile. Confused, Shui Mingyue asked, "What's wrong?" Afraid to face the music. "Everyone, come out. Do I take the disciples of Biluo sect for dead?" Chen Ji inquired. "Are you certain that these individuals are responsible for the death of your junior brother?" Shui Mingyue nodded emphatically. "Indeed. Very well. Then this matter does not concern Qingxiao sect. Let us depart." With a casual wave, Chen Ji unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, transforming the falling snow into ice that hurtled towards Shui Mingyue, forcing her to retreat. Shui Mingyue was taken aback by Qingxiao sect's audacity to act on the spot, immediately summoning all her spiritual energy to resist. At that critical moment, a flash of violet spiritual light erupted, shattering countless shards of ice into a flurry of snowflakes that struck Nie Baili squarely in the face. As the other disciples beheld the newcomer's visage, they were overtaken by infatuation, while Nie Baili nearly rolled her eyes into the back of her head, coldly uttering 4 words, "Heishan old demon." Unluckily, this was overheard by her companion, Jiang Yueli, who mused, "So this eggplant is called Heishan old demon." In a swift motion, Nie Baili was unable to cover her mouth in time. "Sister, they're not deaf." Jiang Yueli feigned innocence, while Nie Baili wished she could dig a hole to hide in. In her past life, that eggplant frequently visited Qingxiao sect to profess his love, even attempting to turn her into a weather doll. Each visit ended with her kicking him down the mountain, to the point where she could do it with her eyes closed. But now, as merely a chi-refining cultivator, how could she confront someone of the nascent soul stage? With the mention of Heishan old demon, everyone snapped back from their reverie over Shui Qinyan's beauty, stifling their laughter. Shui Qinyan's brows arched slightly, her enchanting face now radiating an aura of menace. The disciples of Biluo sect shall not die in vain. Surrender Nie Baili and her companions. As long as they can withstand 50 lashes, this matter will be settled. Shui Qinyan's voice was not harsh. Rather, it possessed a soft, sticky quality, as though she were wielding a blunt knife to kill. Chen Ji, with a languid tone, tilted his head back. "Cannot hand them over." Shui Qinyan smiled gently. "If you cannot hand them over, your esteemed senior brother may take the punishment in their stead." This pronouncement. The disciples of Qingxiao sect erupted in indignation. Regardless of the circumstances, they would never allow their senior brother to suffer punishment. Chen Ji represented the dignity of Qingxiao sect. Unexpectedly, Chen Ji showed no signs of anger. That is also out of the question. Shui Qinyan's eyes narrowed, emanating a palpable killing intent. "So you intend to shirk responsibility for this debt?" Chen Ji sneered. "It is not that we refuse to hand them over. It is that we simply cannot. Our sect has no disciple by the name of Li Baili. Extortion must have its limits." Shui Luohan pointed dramatically at Nie Baili, shouting, "Nonsense! She's right there, along with that Jiang Yueli and Hua Shengsheng." Everyone turned their gaze in the direction Shui Luohan pointed. Nie Baili dropped her facade, brimming with arrogance. "If you seek Li Baili, what business is it of mine, Nie Baili?" Hua Shengsheng echoed her sentiment. "If you seek Hua Shengdun, what concern is it of mine, Hua Shengsheng?" Gai Jiancho spread his hands. "I am Gue Jiancho. The individual you previously encountered was my brother. Shuohan's mind reeled. You dare deceive us? Nie Baili frowned, pondering whether cultivators have been cursed with the inability to lie lest they fail to ascend. Why should she be bound by such a restriction? Indeed, it is you who has been deceived. Who told you to listen poorly? Shui Luohan had not anticipated that righteous cultivators would resort to such underhanded tactics. The most frustrating part was that her senior brother's weather doll had already been prepared. With its name embroidered, the mismatch would leave him in a predicament. As expected, Shui Qinyan's icy gaze fell upon Shui Luohan, instilling fear so profound that he dared not lift his head. Shui Mingyue huffed in disdain. Fool! She had always looked down upon her dim-witted second senior brother. Yet, ironically, this imbecile was the one favored by their master. This time, when they set out to gain experience, their master had repeatedly instructed her to take good care of her second senior brother. A trace of malice flickered in Shui Mingyue's eyes as a particular thought quietly took root in her mind. The name is wrong. The weather doll is wasted if she cannot take a life in her preferred manner. Shui Qinyan would rather relinquish the matter. After a moment of contemplation, with her aversion to killing, Shui Qinyan chose to let it go on. Take a few more days to ponder your last words. The disciples of Biluo's sect departed. The scapegoat lay in the snow, and Chunji stepped over him as though he were inconsequential. Fu Meng slowed her pace, lagging at the end of the line, and reminded, once we enter the secret realm, stay close to us, do not fall behind. Nie Baili was taken aback, having thought Fu Meng wished for her demise. But upon reflection, it made sense. This form of protection was nothing short of a demonstration, declaring that she could only exist under their protection. Nie Baili stretched lazily. All right then, I shall trouble my senior sister. With a free bodyguard, why not take advantage of it? At the entrance of Kunwa's secret realm, an elder of the Hehuan sect surveyed the crowd, declaring, during this trial in the secret realm, no cultivator shall harm one another or kill for treasures. Whoever attains the Kunwa legacy shall be deemed the victor of this trial. In addition to the legacy, the victor would also receive the cold spirit grass, specially sponsored by the floating family of Zhongzhou. Cold spirit grass, a legendary herb said to enhance spiritual power and fortify the spirit. A century ago, a cultivator consumed cold spirit grass before participating in a cross-stage battle and defeated a nascent soul cultivator while in the golden core stage. Thus, Nie Baili had aptly renamed it, Show Off Divine Grass. The other disciples nearly cried out in excitement upon hearing about cold spirit grass. However, Fu Meng wore a frown, pondering why her family did not inform her beforehand about sponsoring the Kunwa's secret realm. But soon, the elder of Hehuan's sect shifted his tone. Similarly, for this competition, any contestants eliminated within the first 3 days must exit their sect. On what grounds? As soon as the words left his mouth, disciples immediately voiced their discontent. The floating family of Zhongzhou, despite being a 1,000-year-old lineage, had no right to meddle in the affairs of their sect. Nie Baili quickly grasped the intention of the floating family of Zhongzhou. This was precisely in line with her desires. A slight smile graced her lips. I agree. I will participate. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, she was the first to toss her spiritual token to the elder. Rewards inevitably come with risks. If one could be eliminated within 3 days, there was no point in remaining in the sect to suffer humiliation. The elder of Hehuan's sect expressed approval, as expected of Qingshao sect. Even outer disciples possess such awareness. Chapter 35. Later Chrysanthemum remained wounded. Observing this, Hua Shengsheng promptly threw her spiritual token to the elder of Hehuan's sect. I'll participate too. Following her lead were Jiang Yueli, Jian, and Gui Jianshou, all urging to hasten their actions, and one anticipated that the outer disciples of Qingshao sect would be so resolute. Whether it was youthful exuberance or the fearlessness of ignorance remained uncertain. As dissenting voices gradually faded, it was evident that they were all inner disciples or direct disciples. They could not fall short of the outer disciples. Chunji gazed at Nie Baili for several moments, ultimately saying nothing. The elder of Hehuan's sect recorded each spiritual token. The cold winds howled, and heavy snow cascaded down, enveloping them until, upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves within the secret realm. Nie Baili scanned her surroundings, realizing she was isolated. She was not surprised, as the floating family had gone to great lengths to separate her from Qingshao's sect. They would undoubtedly ensure she could not follow the main group. However, Nie Baili bared her teeth, displaying her pearly white fangs, resembling a little devil. Did they truly believe they could dismiss her so easily? Even if she were to be eliminated, she would muddle the waters and boldly declare, "I'm out." What kind of expression is that? Su Wenjing observed Nie Baili through the water mirror, feeling a sense of foreboding. The peak master, Wan Muchuan, conjectured perhaps she wishes to let her teeth breathe. Su Wenjing rolled her eyes in the water mirror. Nie Baili dashed toward the fragrant depths of the secret realm. As she passed, she encountered a rhinoceros beast, which, perceiving her low cultivation, chose to ignore her. But she, undeterred, insisted on provoking the beast. Nie Baili glanced at the ledger the peak master had provided her, realizing that none of the sect she encountered owed no debts. Excellent. Time for indiscriminate attacks. She drew her sword and leaped into the air, thrusting it toward the rhinoceros beast. Shen Yue shook her head lightly. With her strength, she likely cannot inflict harm. The rhinoceros beast was immensely tough. Weighing in the thousands of tons, a single sit could crush a host of cultivators. This little disciple truly overestimated her abilities. Su Wenjing nodded in agreement. She is wielding a spiritual sword readily available within the sect. The tools are insufficient. Just as the elders began to lose hope, Nie Baili thrust her sword towards the chrysanthemum platform. Puffed. All the elders outside the water mirror, including those from Qingshao's sect, instinctively performed a Kegel exercise. It was their first time empathizing with a beast. Su Wenjing, too, let slip a curse. Damn. In the midst of spring, Wan Muchuan shifted uncomfortably, exclaiming, "This is not what I taught you." "Mind you," Shen Yue muttered in disbelief. Within the crystal enclosure, the rhinoceros-horned beast was taken aback that a cultivator could accurately pinpoint this 10-centimeter spot, and with a swift thrust of its sword, it struck true, unleashing a wretched howl. Arg! Its bloodshot eyes glared at Nie Baili, the reckless cultivator. Drawing his sword, Nie Baili instinctively distanced himself, raising a middle finger at the rhinoceros beast. "If you dare, come chase me. Let me tell you, everyone in this secret realm is my companion. Once I find them, you shall face ruin." With that, he bolted away. The rhinoceros beast gave chase, signaling to its companions as they pursued. Before long, a massive horde of rhinoceros beasts was gathering behind Nie Baili. These creatures, though large, clumsy, and lethargic, would pursue relentlessly if provoked. Wherever they roamed, chaos ensued. In the ancient cold pond, the Shui Mingwe led the disciples of the Biluo sect to encircle the disciples of the Buddhist sect and Beast sect. Grateful to the Buddhist sect's holy sun for the Heart Sutra and Lotus, the Biluo sect eagerly accepted the Black Jade. The Beast sect Hofan protested vehemently. Shui Mingwe, do not overstep. This was discovered by the Beast sect with the Buddhist sect's assistance. It is not for an outsider like you to claim. The holy son of the Buddhist sect continued to strike his wooden fish at a measured pace. The lotus before him, which had intended to bloom, instantly closed upon hearing Shui Mingwe's laughter, clearly unwilling to open. Shui Mingwe laughed boisterously. "Only what is seized counts as skilled. It is your honor to have the Biluo sect find treasures for you." Just then, the holy sun paused his rhythmic strikes. Shui Mingwe frowned at the tightly closed flower. "Why have you stopped?" The Buddhist sect was renowned for its good temper, and anyone wished to take a jab. The holy sun smiled. "It has lost its resolve. The Black Jade can dispel illusions, and it has not bloomed in 1,000 years. The inheritance of the Kunwa's secret realm is surely fraught with illusions. Without we cannot proceed." He commanded, "Make it bloom." The holy sun smiled. "You might as well directly command the Black Jade." Shui Mingwe replied, "It is not foolish. The Buddhist sect's Heart Sutra can resonate with the..." If she had that ability, she would have done it herself. The holy sun continued, "Someone is coming." Many. Soon, the ground trembled. Everyone turned to witness a stampede of rhinoceros beasts. All the creatures, eyes ablaze, tails tightly pressed against certain parts, surged forward. Upon seeing humans, they were reminded of Nie Baili's words. Ruin awaits. Destruction abounds. The leader of the rhinoceros beasts let out a mournful wail, and even though disciples from the beast sect began to communicate in beast language, it was of no avail. As for Nie Baili, she realized she could not outrun the rhinoceros beasts on foot and lacked sword control. She had already coated herself in the same mud as the rhinoceros beasts and was playfully riding on a small rhinoceros beast back. In the realm of the hidden, her audacity surpassed all. Defense, activate. Yet the sheer number of rhinoceros beasts soon overwhelmed the defenses. Shui Mingwei could only draw her sword to face the incoming threat, while Nie Baili seized the opportunity to scramble towards the black jade. This treasure, how much could it fetch? The holy son of the Buddha sect noticed a clump of black mud darting from the herd towards the... Fortunately, the claws extended revealed to the holy son that this was a human. He immediately shouted, "Do not pluck it!" With her face smeared in black mud, Nie Baili's large, bright eyes sparkled. The holy son explained, "This is only useful when fully bloomed." Nie Baili nodded. "Then why doesn't it bloom?" "It has lost its resolve." Nie Baili chuckled, her teeth gleaming white against her grimy visage. She thrust the sword that had pierced the rhinoceros beast into the stem of the black jade. "Bloom, or else perish." The holy son sighed in exasperation, shaking his head. This was indeed the black jade, and even as a spiritual herb, it possessed its own pride. Yet the next moment, the black jade appeared to understand and signaled its intent to bloom. Each petal unfurled in competition, releasing a rich fragrance that incited further havoc among the rhinoceros beasts. Shui Mingyue nearly found herself trampled, and strangely, the spiritual beasts near the scattered in fear. Upon seeing the black jade in Nie Baili's possession, she abandoned the protection of her disciples. "Hand over the black jade." Simultaneously, cries for help rang out from the Biluo sect disciples behind her. "Sister, save me!" A disciple was trampled to death by the rampaging rhinoceros beasts, leaving entrails strewn on the ground. Shui Mingyue merely glanced back before continuing her assault on Nie Baili. "Be careful." The holy son of the Buddha sect produced a golden wooden fish, temporarily halting Shui Mingyue. However, Nie Baili, utilizing all her spiritual energy, struck the water with her spiritual sword. Near the spiritual herb, there must be guardian beasts. The spiritual sword struck something unknown and instantly shattered into two pieces. The holy son was perplexed. "Why are you not fleeing?" Nie Baili retrieved the broken sword, smiling as she addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, the great escape from the Kunwa's secret realm has officially commenced." In an instant, the cold pond erupted from within. Nie Baili grasped the holy son's collar and leaped into the water. Simultaneously, a nine-headed serpent lunged from the cold pond, one of its eyes blinded. Blood gushing forth. Chapter 36. A true master of seizing opportunities. Was it sheer luck? Or perhaps fortuitous chance? Wan Muchuan gaped, unsure whether to commend his disciples' audacity or meticulousness. She could deduce that the depths where the black jade thrived must harbor beasts. Yet she dared to provoke them. The key was that she had indeed struck true in the eye. The nine-headed serpent, with its rigid, scaly body, had a narrow slit for its eye, and she had managed to score a hit. Truly a master of seizing opportunities. Su Wenjing remarked seriously. "Once his luck, twice his skill, and no matter how skilled, to provoke the rhinoceros beasts, the nine-headed serpent, and offend both the Biluo sect and the Buddha sect for their treasures. It is difficult to remain unscathed." The leader of the Dan, Peak, spoke softly that he had never seen someone so adept at causing trouble. Wan Muchuan did not appreciate others commenting on his disciples. "So what? If I smash the jade tablet, I shall personally retrieve her." Within the secret realm, chaos reigned. The rhinoceros beasts were determined to trample everyone by the cold pond. The nine-headed serpent, having lost one eye and discovering the theft of the guardian black jade, was furious, its 9 heads ravenously seeking vengeance. The Buddha and beast sects joined forces against their foes, but soon realized their holy son was missing, causing panic to ensue. Shui Mingyue found herself targeted by the 9-headed serpent and could not escape for the moment. The most carefree were Nie Baili and the holy son beneath the water. They swam unencumbered in the dim, cold pond. However, before they had swum 2 meters, the holy son began flailing. Nie Baili initially thought he was overly excited from escaping peril, only to realize that he was soon bubbling up a stream of air. Her eyes widened in confusion. A landlubber? The Holy Son nodded vigorously, struggling helplessly, his eyes pleading for assistance. Unexpectedly, Nie Baili deftly produced an account book. Communicating through spiritual energy. Perfect timing. How about we calculate the medical expenses the Buddhist sect owes our healing peak from 300 years ago? The Holy Son was taken aback. Was this person truly so ruthless? If you don't speak, I shall assume you agree. The Holy Son, desperately holding his breath. Wan Muchuan could not help but cover his face with his hand. This child is far too dedicated. The other peak masters were at a loss for words. Yet, within the water mirror, Nie Baili remained oblivious, continuing her calculations, entirely disregarding the Holy Son's pleading gaze, plus 1 million spiritual stones in interest, ultimately totaling 340,000. Do you have any objections? At this moment, in this place, and under these circumstances, the Holy Son dared not voice any dissent. He nodded fervently, and only then did Nie Baili put away the account book. Slapping him on the back to help him expel the water from his lungs, swiftly, she seized his collar and swam to the opposite shore. Not having taken a breath yet, Nie Baili yanked the Holy Son up and fled. What now? The Holy Son, thoroughly exhausted, asked. Nie Baili replied, We are escaping. Behind them echoed the furious roars of the nine-headed serpent and the angry curses of Shui Mingwe. The Holy Son, speechless, inquired, Why not use the sword? Nie Baili retorted, Can you? The Holy Son was astonished. You can't? 3 seconds later, the Holy Son disdainfully stepped onto the broken sword, pinching his nose while taking Nie Baili away on his sword. Nie Baili brazenly waved goodbye over her shoulder. Farewell. Many thanks to the Biluo sect for their generous gift. Shui Mingwe gritted her teeth in frustration, yet she was ensnared by the nine-headed serpent and could not extricate herself, helplessly watching the two escape. An hour later, the two lay on a patch of open ground. The Holy Son was still panting when suddenly the account book smacked him in the face. Nie Baili extended her hand. Repay me. This was the first time the Holy Son had been pursued for debt, and the experience was quite overwhelming. He examined the waterproof account book several times. Who brings an account book to a secret realm? Aren't they all here for treasures? Nie Baili declared. If I don't participate in the secret realm, how else could I find you to collect the debt? It was indeed a valid point. The Holy Son immediately pulled out his wooden fish, beads, and bowl, among other implements. What are you doing? As a monk, he possessed no worldly possessions, so he could only offer these external items as repayment. Nie Baili fell silent. Based on her preconceived notions about monks, she instinctively believed the Holy Son would not lie. After a 3-second pause, Nie Baili waved her hand. How about this? You take off your robe, inner garments, and trousers, and give them to me. The Holy Son nearly lost his temper. What for? Nie Baili recalled that in her previous life, after the Holy Son made his appearance at the grand competition of 10,000 clans, he leaped to become the second most desired man among female cultivators in the realm. As a Buddhist disciple, he was supposed to adhere to asceticism and uphold male virtues, if it weren't for the overwhelming loyalty of Chunji's fans. The first place might have been uncertain in her past life. Fan culture was rampant in her world. Moreover, the realm of cultivation was not short of wealthy daughters from noble families. Purchasing a kasaya or undergarments to alleviate their longing was quite normal. It was far more reasonable than the exorbitant prices of unique artifact from the Buddhist sect. Don't dawdle. Either repay the debt or strip, she commanded. The Holy Son hesitated for 2 seconds. I will repay. After saying this, he produced 340,000 spirit stones from his storage ring, utterly shocking Nie Baili. Wasn't it said that monks don't speak falsehoods? The Holy Son shot her an annoyed glance. Monks also dislike repaying debts. He had thought that using the treasured artifacts passed down through generations from the Buddhist sect would deter her. After all, such items were only precious within the Buddhist sect, and even beggars on the streets wouldn't bother to pick them up. Nie Baili accepted the spirit stones and jotted down a note. Wait a moment. You still owe debts to the 10,000B sect, the Biluo sect, and the Huan sect, right? The Holy Son was caught off guard. Indeed, he generously elaborated on the situation of other sects. The most prized possession of the 10,000B sect is their sect master's third disciple, Shurwaya. If you seek wealth, approach him. Although the Biluo sect is led by Shui Qinyan, the sect master's favorite disciple is Shui Luan. You should understand that where love exists, so too does wealth that as for the Huan sect saintess. Su Qinglan, upon meeting her without a second thought, demand tenfold repayment. The last statement dripped with endless resentment. You have a grudge against the saintess. In her previous life, she had heard tales of these two foes meeting with fiery animosity. The Holy Son remained silent, stepping off on his wooden fish, soaring away, leaving Nie Baili alone. Counting her money, she was pleased to strike through the debt owed to the Buddhist sect from her ledger. Suddenly, the black jade ghost lotus beside her emitted a mysterious fragrance of azure and violet, extending a path through the desolate forest. Was it attempting to lead her elsewhere? It wasn't uncommon for spirit herbs and beasts in secret realms to develop a sense of autonomy. Clearing her throat, she inquired, "Do you wish to guide me to the place of Kunwu's enlightenment?" The lotus nodded. "If so, make a gesture like this," she said, demonstrating an OK sign with her own hand. The black jade ghost lotus struggled to form a circle with 2 petals and then raised 3 petals upright. "Oh, it seems you possess a certain level of intelligence." Nie Baili's eyes sparkled mischievously. "I don't believe you. You call yourself a black jade ghost lotus. Who would dare to accompany you?" The black jade ghost lotus wilted under the verbal onslaught. It merely remembered its master's command to lead the fated to its burial site. How did it become a black-hearted lotus? The lotus felt wronged. "I'm not a black-hearted lotus." Then, with a crafty smile, Nie Baili proposed, "Unless you first take me to seek heavenly treasures and earth's wonders, proving you are not a black-hearted lotus." The black jade ghost lotus comprehended this time. Immediately, the fragrance shifted direction, extending toward the cliff's edge. Chapter 37. Truly a disciple of the Biluo sect, kneeling at a moment's notice, she tossed the remaining half of the sword into the water for a thorough cleansing. Then, she placed it atop the black jade ghost lotus for further purification. Finally, the odor of excrement was no longer detectable. Recalling the heart techniques she had mastered in her previous life, Nie Baili stepped onto the severed sword. Slowly ascending into the air, outside the water mirror, Su Wenjing exclaimed in excitement. She just saw the Holy Sun demonstrate it once, and now she can do it? After speaking, she hammered her chest again. Had she known, she would have gone to great lengths to ensnare someone into the sword peak. Shun Weiyue had naturally noticed this, but compared to Nie Baili, he was more concerned about Chunji. The water mirror divided into 3 parts. Chunji led several disciples, cutting through the encirclement. Floating Dream maneuvered with most of the disciples, struggling amidst the various sections. Only Nie Baili walked her own path of trickery and deceit, traversing with remarkable ease. Arriving at the cliff's edge, she indeed beheld the fiery red grass growing there, as well as Shui Luan, who was forcing Hua, Shengsheng, and Jiang Yueli toward the cliff. "Many thanks to the Qingxiao sect for procuring the red fiery grass for me. I shall gladly accept it." Nie Baili was momentarily speechless. Why did the Biluo sect love to accept things so readily? However, free offerings were indeed delightful. Hua Shengsheng staunchly shielded Jiang Yueli behind her. Previously, in dealing with the disciples of the Biluo sect, she had exhausted her spiritual energy, utilizing all her flame. Now, she couldn't produce even a spark. Seizing the opportunity while the other was fixated on the spirit grass, she stealthily slipped Jiang Yueli a talisman. "Stick this to your leg and run quickly." Jiang Yueli's eyes widened in an instant. Hua Shengsheng assumed the other was overly moved. "No need to thank me. Go fetch help." Jiang Yueli covered her mouth, signaling Hua Shengsheng to look behind Shui Luan. Upon lifting her gaze, a muddy figure was soaring in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was Xiao Bai flying above. Afraid and silent. Just a few days ago on the cloud vessel, weren't they quite adept at arguing? Today, consider yourselves fortunate to fall into my hands. At most, I shall cripple your cultivation, and if you were to encounter my senior brother, you would become mere playthings. Abba, 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 ah. Shui Luohan chattered away as if he had never spoken a word in 800 lifetimes, making no move to act. This irritated Nie Baili greatly. It seemed that the saying villains perish due to excessive verbosity held true. Listening to him for a mere incense stick as time. Nie Baili, who had initially planned to ambush, could no longer restrain herself and flashed behind him. In any case, meeting me is bad luck for you. Kneel before me. Upon finishing her proclamation, her knees ached. Shui Luohan immediately knelt down, facing Hua Shengsheng. The latter raised a thumb. As expected of a disciple from the Biluo sect, kneeling at a moment's notice, when Shui Luohan turned around, a fragrant yet foul severed sword was poised at his throat. Long time no see, dear second disciple of the Biluo sect. The familiar voice, the familiar face. Shui Luohan couldn't help but exclaim, "How is it you again?" Nie Baili pondered for a moment. Perhaps it is destiny guiding us to reunite here. To conclude our bond of over 500 years. 500 years. A bond. What nonsense. Shui Luohan immediately recalled the tales of the cultivation realm he had eavesdropped on, filled with notions of 3 lifetimes and countless reincarnations. Could it be that he and Nie Baili shared a fated connection from previous life? No way. She does not fit my ideal type, just as Shui Luohan thought she was about to bind him for some sort of captivity play. Nie Baili produced a thick ledger. Come, let us settle the grievances from 500 years ago. Repay your debts. As Shui Luohan sighed in relief, he began to sneer, a dignified disciple of the Qingxiao sect. Why would you care about such a trifling sum? Just as he finished speaking, he noticed a ledger showcasing 8 million superior spirit stones. What the hell? Nie Baili, just say you want to rob me outright. Nie Baili disdainfully wedged the severed sword into his mouth to prevent any further screams. First, I'm not Nie Bai. I am Nie Baili. Secondly, a proper disciple of the Biluo sect should not concern themselves with such petty amounts. Right? A boomerang only hurts when it returns to its owner. Meanwhile, Jiang Yueli applauded. Exactly. Repay your debts, Hua Shengsheng added. Last time, you crashed the cloud vessel, and we suffered mental distress afterward. Xiao Bai, did you factor these in? Nie Baili's eyes lit up. No. Hua Shengsheng snapped her fan shut. Let us be lenient. We'll only count 2 million spirit stones, making it a nice round 10 million, a most auspicious number. The two harmonized, and Shui Luohan's debt increased by 2 million to, I don't believe it. This ledger must be forged. How could our Biluo sect owe money? Seeing that he could still speak, Nie Baili changed the angle of his severed sword, thrusting it upright into his mouth, resembling a sword-swallowing act. This is a contract ledger. Both parties confirmed their debts with blood. It cannot be faked. Either you don't recognize your own master's aura, or you wish to default. Previously, the holy son of the Buddhist sect had been reluctant yet still repaid his debts, certainly aware that debts were real and not foolish enough to become a scapegoat. If you refuse to pay, that's fine. Just swallow this severed sword, and I won't press you further. How about that? A seemingly casual remark, yet sent a chill down Shui Luohan's spine. Why you? I am a direct disciple of the Biluo sect. I'm also the next genius of the Qingxiao sect, soon to defeat Qinji. I am the next sect leader of the Qingxiao sect. Jiang Yueli chimed in. I am the future overlord of Zhongzhou. Outside the water mirror, Shen Wuyu once again facepalmed. Does he truly think he is dead? Forget it, growing old, it's better to die early. The elders of the Qingxiao sect merely smiled in silence, regarding Nie Baili's words as mere jest to annoy Shui Luohan. Shui Luohan felt the severed sword approaching his throat, almost cutting through his jugular. Will you pay or not? Shui Luohan nodded vigorously. This time it was Nie Baili who doubted, who carries so many spirit stones while out and about. But the next moment, a storage ring was tossed directly before her. Shui Luohan shared the incantation with her, and upon opening it, it was filled with spirit stones. What the hell? Dude, you are truly a rich second generation. Shui Luohan expelled the sword from his mouth. Did you not know my family operates a spirit vein mine? Nie Baili shook her head. In her last life, she had been a master of the grind, oblivious to such matters. Upon acquiring a staggering 10 million spirit stones, Nie Baili was consumed by excitement, darting about in unrestrained glee. Shui Luohan, sprawled on the ground, found himself beset by an odd taste in his mouth. Washing Sheng interjected, Little Bai, you ought to wash your sword. It's sullied by saliva. Nie Baili uttered a sound of acknowledgement. It's not that bad. This sword has pierced the hide of a rhinoceros beast, gouged out the eyes of a nine-headed serpent, and has even been stepped on by me before he could finish. Shui Luohan, still on the ground, began to frantically gag. Once he had expelled the contents of his stomach, he lamented, "Could you repeat that? What has this sword done? The chrysanthemum platform, the eyes of the demon beast, and my soles." Nie Baili attempted to prioritize the significance of his words, but to his dismay, the other party retched violently and promptly fainted. What poor endurance! Washingsheng shook her head while cautiously distancing herself from the tainted sword. Nie Baili produced the black jade ghost lotus, proclaiming, "Little Lien, your guidance is impeccable. If you could help me discover an even better spirit beast, perhaps I would consider visiting the place you desire." The black jade ghost lotus pondered for a moment with its limited intellect. Ultimately, a fragrant azure-purple aroma wafted once more towards the southeast. Nie Baili gestured, "Gather some herbs. Let us set off together." Chapter 38. 80 miles beneath our feet, Spirit's high Washingsheng, with a look of disdain, retrieved her own spirit sword. "Use mine. That sword of yours is frankly quite repulsive." She plucked a red flame from the ground. Intending to concoct a fiery poison pill, consuming it would feel akin to being set ablaze daily. Burning heart, burning lungs, Nie Baili stood upon her spirit sword, beckoning them. "Hurry up, experience my speed." Washingsheng immediately retracted her foot. "When did you learn to ride the sword?" Nie Baili replied, "Just now. Have I ever carried anyone?" "Aren't you the one?" Nie Baili, growing impatient, urged, "Quickly, get on." Jiang Yueli swiftly leaped up, wrapping her arms around her senioress waist. Washingsheng took a deep breath and, steeling herself, stepped onto the sword. "I can go slowly, but I must be steady. I am in no rush." Just then, a powerful force propelled them forward, startling Washingsheng into a tight grip around Jiang Yueli. Upon opening her eyes, they were soaring into the sky. Terrified, she exclaimed, "Slow down, slow down." Jiang Yueli, blissfully unaware of the danger, spread her arms wide, exclaiming, "I'm flying. Stop, I want to get down." Nie Baili, deaf to her pleas, surged forward at 80 miles per hour, reveling in her exhilaration. Eyes shut, she pressed on. One word, "Charge." Upon reaching their destination, Nie Baili felt invigorated. Jiang Yueli tugged at her arm playfully. "I want to fly again. Next time, take me along. Don't bring Sheng Sheng. She has been nagging in my ear." Nie Baili glanced down to find Washingsheng sprawled on the ground like a limp shrimp, retching as Shui Luohan had. "Sheng Sheng, are you all right?" Washingsheng, having finally finished retching, replied, "Do I look all right to you?" Nie Baili responded, "I asked this hoping you would say you were fine, even if you weren't." Washingsheng firmly declared, "I'm not fine. I am dizzy from the sword." Nie Baili retrieved her specially crafted revitalizing artifact, the durian-scented wormwood. Sister Yunjia had once posed a question, in the event of being poisoned in the miasma of the secret realm. How should one guard against it? The other sisters had immediately thought of creating an antidote. However, Nie Baili had a different focus. Comatose. Just wake them up. Thus, she developed her unique durian-scented wormwood. Even disciples who had been in a coma for decades were roused by its fragrance. She was confident that mere poisonous mist could not stand against her scent. This innovative approach earned her considerable praise from Sister Yunjia. Our medical peak is in dire need of disciples like little Nie, who introduce fresh ideas. Now, she waved the scent beneath Washingsheng's nose, and Washingsheng flailed like a dead fish, trembling uncontrollably. Her limbs spasmed, and after expelling every last drop of water from her stomach, she was no longer dizzy. "I am fine, I'm great, I'm absolutely splendid." She bravely marched forward, resolute and unyielding. Yet, Nie Baili yanked her back. Wrong way, this way. The trio followed the azure-purple fragrance deeper into the forest. The dense canopy obscured the sunlight, and mist enveloped them, blurring their surroundings. Faintly, the sounds of beasts roaring and crows cawing could be heard. Upon closer inspection, there were no crows to be found. The mountains were devoid of flying birds. Nie Baili found the sounds eerily familiar, an unsettling premonition rising in her chest. She quickened her pace, parting the tall weeds before her. In the clearing ahead, a white tiger lay suppressed by a formation, blood gushing from its torn belly. The crimson inner core shimmered with vibrant light. gradually being stripped from its body to it was Jian. She glanced back at the two ashen-faced companions and whispered, "Run!" The duo's legs moved faster than their minds, and they took off. Seizing the opportunity, Nie Baili shouted, "Where do the demon clan think they're fleeing to? Washingsheng. Jiangyueli." So they were meant to lure away the pursuers. How touching! Shui Qinyan paused, the crimson inner core hovering in midair before returning to the body. He cast a suspicious glance towards the rustling grass and exchanged a knowing look with his disciples. They promptly dashed towards the movement in the underbrush. Nie Baili recited an incantation, and Washingsheng's spirit sword flew to her side. In the chilling winds of the forest, only Nie Baili and Shui Qinyan remained. Here, the formation was impenetrable. Even Shui Jing could not pry into their affairs, and no one would come to their aid. Yen lamented his misfortune, caught by this ambiguous figure, exhausting his last strength. He lunged at Shui Qinyan, but once more he was struck down. The wound elicited a mournful cry. "Oh, fear not, you shall not perish. I shall craft you a white tiger doll with my own hands." "Would you like that?" Jian, bloodied and furious, retorted, "Who the hell would want a damn doll? He merely wished to make Shui Qinyan into a doll." Meanwhile, Nie Baili attacked the ominous doll above the formation. The discordant cawing of crows emanated from the terrifying figure. Shui Qinyan defended himself from a distance. Capitalizing on this moment, Nie Baili summoned the mist, launching a surprise attack on Shui Qinyan. The clang of swords echoed. Shui Qinyan quickly deduced that her swordsmanship was on par with Shui Luan, and, observing her speed of attack, he estimated it to be above the golden core stage. Relying on her advantage with the broken sword, Nie Baili sought to confound her opponent. Yet, it was not sufficient. Soon, an indescribable stench seeped through the mist, forcing Shui Qinyan to cover his nose and adopt a defensive posture. Could this be the new poison mist developed by the demon clan? It reeked. How dare the mere demon clan appear in the secret realm, courting death? His fingers traced the air, and a demon exorcising talisman glimmered with golden light, appearing out of nowhere. The surrounding mist dissipated instantly. As the fog cleared, the white tiger vanished, leaving only a pool of blood behind. Shui Qinyan sniffed the foul odor on his fingertips, unable to suppress a laugh. A mere parlor trick? He then unleashed a tracking talisman and soared away. Deep in the forest, Nie Baili was fleeing with a large white tiger in tow. "Damn. Little G, heed your senioress advice. We must lose weight upon our return." Ji Yin was experiencing being carried for the first time in his original form. Even his father had stopped dragging him around by the neck after he turned 3, deeming him too heavy that he never expected his petite senior to possess such strength as he transformed back into human form. A gaping hole marred his abdomen. Nie Baili felt a sudden lightness in her arms, and the white tiger abruptly morphed into a man, nearly causing her to drop him in a moment of crisis. She swiftly adjusted her grip into a princess, carried Yin lay in her embrace, blood seeping from his wound. "Senior, can't you just kill him with his own tricks? Young man, you are quite naive. The reason he can stand as the eldest disciple of the Biluo sect is not solely due to strength but also intellect. Shui Qinyan has likely already discerned my bluff." Sure enough. Less than a stick of incense later, the cawing of the ominous doll grew ever closer. Nie Baili urgently inquired, "Do you know where Jian is?" Jian, surprisingly knowledgeable, replied. He mentioned he was off to find the beak eagle. At the cliff gorge, Nie Baili hurried towards the cliff gorge. Racing like lightning, in her previous life, she had never run this fast in pursuit of a man. This time, for Jian, she was all in. After failing to evade capture for the 33rd time, Shui Qinyan couldn't help but rip off the legs of the ominous doll. "Little creature, you sure can run." Just as Shui Qinyan was about to seize them on the 78th attempt, Nie Baili finally spotted her saviors, the demon clan. She waved her arms vigorously. "Brothers, I've led the eldest disciple of Biluo sect here, for the great cause of the demon clan, attack." In the distance, the disguised Gue Jinsho exclaimed. "Why is she everywhere?" The demon soldiers murmured. "Who are your brothers?" Chapter 39. Perhaps we should just shark him. With the pursuers behind her, Nie Baili now found the invading demon clan exceedingly welcoming. Shui Qinyan, too, felt bewildered. He had initially thought it was a mere illusion cast by disciples of the Qingxiao sect, only to discover it was genuinely the demon clan. Since they had arrived, they would have to pay with their lives. The demon clan, initially in a state of confusion, was about to question the origin of this little sister. However, upon hearing Shui Qinyan's foolish threat, they instantly empathized with Nie Baili for the grand cause of the demon clan. Attack! Wave after wave of demon soldiers charged forward. Gue Jinxiu found it impossible to halt them. He was suddenly overwhelmed. Nie Baili finally caught her breath, albeit slowly distancing herself from Gue Jinxiu, though they were still close friends beneath their masks. Who could tell where each one stood while wearing them? The Grand Protector, that wretched fool, berates the Demon Lord with scathing words, ready to strike. As she gasps for breath, she simultaneously adds fuel to the fire for both parties. Shui Qinyan, engaged in battle, takes a moment to retort. Who are you calling ugly? Do you dare to believe I could turn you into a broken-limbed, eyeless skydoll? The corners of Gue Jinxiu's mouth twitch uncontrollably. It is not that he lacks affection for the Demon Lord, but rather that he does not trust Nie Baili's foul tongue. Who could possibly best her in insults, considering their future friendship? Gue Jinxiu feigns ignorance and brandishes the soul-summoning banner. In an instant, the heavens dim, and countless restless spirits tear through the void, appearing in the sky. Gray-black remnants wail in anguish, and various scenes of ghostly lamentation flash through Nie Baili's mind. Shui Qinyan gazes at the spectral array above, realizing that this demon clan intends to use it to counter her sky doll formation. Both formations possess a certain similarity, the only difference being that he employs living souls. While this demon can even summon remnants. How intriguing. Just as Gue Jian was about to deliver a grandiloquent line, it was abruptly silenced. Isn't that the quintessential villain's dialogue? Why do these righteous disciples always steal his lines? In the end, left speechless, he could only advise, very well, do your best in battle. After saying this, the remnants began to gnaw at the sky doll, while Gue Jinxiu launched an attack against Shui Qinyan. The entire scene was observed by Nie Baili. Jiyan, bleeding, pointed at the Grand Protector of the Demon Clan. His silhouette seems quite familiar. Nie Baili hurriedly swatted Jiyan's outstretched finger away. Good heavens! How could it resemble him? You simply wish to see him too much, to the point of illness. Once we escape, I shall let you see him to your heart's content. At this moment, exposing Gue Jinxiu's identity was akin to seeking death. Originally a diversion of calamity, one must not end up in a two-on-one situation. Taking advantage of their fierce clash, Nie Baili swiftly cradled Jiyan and made their escape. Fleeing for their lives were not just Nie Baili. Hua Shengsheng dragged Jiang Yueli in a frantic dash, solely to distract their pursuers. The talismans had long been exhausted during the skirmish with Shui Luoan. Stop! Stand still! Damn it, we all possess two legs. How can they outrun my sword flight? Where can the demon escape? Hua Shengsheng lamented that he should have divined his fortune before entering the sect, keeping a safe distance from those with the surname Shui. Behind him, Jiang Yueli was being dragged along. Shengsheng, I can't run anymore. Jiang Yueli felt a fiery sensation rising in his throat. Even if he could not run, he had to. Jiang Yueli glanced back. Shall we fly instead? Unable to run, and yet you wish to fly? But soon, Hua Shengsheng's spiritual sword finally caught up with its master. The sword seemed fatigued as it delivered a fierce strike to its master's rear. Let him run. How can he run so fast? No wonder he dislikes flying on a sword. It turns out running is quicker. Hua Shengsheng thought it was a disciple of the Biluo sect. Frightened to the point of leaving afterimages in his wake. Ah, don't chase me. The spiritual sword. When the sword finally caught up with its master again, Hua Shengsheng turned to glance at it. My sword, Jiang Yueli, who was forced to run an additional 800 meters, gasped for breath. You truly are insufferable. Why drag me along when you have a spiritual sword? By the time the two stood on the sword, they were utterly exhausted. Jiang Yueli still struggled to take control of the sword. Let me. I want to stand in front. Hua Shengsheng's mind raced, recalling the techniques of sword flight. Oh, you know how to fly a sword? Jiang Yueli calmly shook his head. No, do you? Hua Xingxing's calm facade crumbled. I'm currently learning. Under any other circumstances, a person would be shouting and panicking. Yet Jiang Yueli exhibited an extraordinary lack of concern. Oh, then hurry and learn. Once you finish, teach me. Hua Shengsheng. Perhaps it would be best to just eliminate him. The parties involved remained unfazed, but those watching from the water mirror were already beside themselves. I told you this child would suffer in the secret realm. No, I must bring him back. The master of Danfeng jumped about in agitation. He was restrained by Su Wenjing, the master of Jianxing Peak. What's the rush? The disciple has his own destiny. That I'm not anxious even when Floating Dream is besieged by the three major sects. Why should you be? The master of Danfeng, infuriated. No wonder your disciple isn't close to you. Su Wenjing took a deep breath. Are you looking for a beating? Shun Jiji couldn't bear to watch. Even at hundreds of years old, his temper was still explosive. Silence, if you can't bear to watch. Then don't. Sit down. The peak masters finally quieted down. Within the water mirror, the spiritual sword was rapidly descending, the pursuers having been shaken off. Hua Shengsheng fumbled for a long time before barely managing to control the sword's direction. Just as he thought he could guide the sword to land, he realized the previous turn was simply the wind blowing the sword head off course. Hua Shengsheng. Yueli, Jiang Yueli, bored in the back, played with his hair. What's up? If you learn it, will you teach me? Hua Shengsheng, filled with guilt. Do you know how to parachute? Jiang Yueli, bewildered, shook his head. No. At that moment, Hua Shengsheng spotted a familiar barrier below. Nearly moved to tears. It doesn't matter if we can't. The barrier will catch us. I'll count to 3. We jump together. Jiang Yueli, confused. Wait, why are we seeking death? Hua Shengsheng, tears streaming. Once the spiritual sword runs out of energy, we will still fall to our deaths. Now we have the barrier to cushion us. This was also inspired by the last time Nie Baili crashed into the barrier. 1, 2, 3. Jiang Yueli jumped down directly, performing a free fall in mid-air. Thrilling. Hua Shengsheng was terrified to death. While plummeting, he tightly clung to Jiang Yueli. Then they both crashed into the barrier. Bang! The barrier instantly shattered, creating a large hole, and Shun Jiji promptly raised his hand to restore the barrier, his eyes narrowing as he glared at these two oblivious individuals that on the ground. The two oblivious ones clutched their waists and heads, groaning in pain. This was hardly enjoyable. Jiang Yueli lay on the ground, feeling as if his soul were separating from his mind. Shengsheng, next time we go out, I want to be with Sister Xiao by Dia. You think I want to take you? Hua Shengsheng trembled, rolling over from the ground. His vision spinning that a corner of white fabric drifted into his line of sight. Looking up, he saw a bloodied long sword. Hua Shengsheng's pupils contracted. This was a scene of carnage from some formidable being. Clinging to a flicker of hope, he slowly raised his gaze. His eyes swept over the man's tall figure, landing on that familiar yet cold face. Senior brother? Chapter 40. Junior sister, are you here to kill me too? Senior brother, it really is you. Hua Shengsheng relaxed completely. Encountering his anchor after being chased and jumping off a cliff, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Lost in thought, tears began to flow. Thud. Shun Jiji felt a tightness around his waist as Hua Shengsheng clung to him. Weeping, senior brother, it's so good to see you. The sword in Shun Jiji's hand nearly slipped from his grasp. He recognized this person as Nie Baili's companion. Therefore, he instinctively turned to shield the corpse behind him. Suppressing his cold demeanor, he returned to his gentle senior brother guise. It's all right. How did you both fall? Hua Shengsheng, feeling embarrassed, sat on the ground and recounted the entire ordeal. Shun Jiji lightly tapped the sword hilt, listening intently, occasionally offering words of comfort. That truly was fraught with peril. Junior sister Nie went to rescue someone alone? Hua Shengsheng nodded. Yes, she took on that Yin-Yang person all by herself. Shun Jiji commented flatly, seeking death. Hua Shengsheng wanted to refute, but felt his senior brother's words held some truth. Jiang Yueli suddenly glanced behind Shun Jiji. Senior brother, whose corpses are those? As soon as the words were spoken, the warmth in Shun Jiji's eyes gradually faded. Oh, just the troublemaking demons. Jiang Yueli believed him completely and did not inquire further. Hua Shengsheng caught a glimpse of the black demonic robe he had seen last time at Chunfeng Pavilion and thought nothing more of it. The demons were indeed pursuing senior brother closely. Shun Jiji's gaze shifted between the two, hesitating whether to silence them. But considering their intelligence, he ultimately decided against it. "Where is Nie Baili? Lead me to her." The two immediately stood up, filled with confidence as they returned to rescue her. Shun Jiji followed behind them, raising his hand to dispel the barrier, while behind a tree, a body dressed in Qingxiuzong attire also fled in terror. The trio ventured into the depths of the FOGT that moment. The grass was empty, save for a pool of blood on the ground. The sky doll formation above had vanished without a trace. Hua Shengsheng, in a flurry of concern. It's over, Xiao Bai 1T. Jiang Yueli slapped him hard across the face. "Shut up and say something auspicious." Shun Jiji crouched down to examine the bloodstains on the ground. Then reassured. "No need to worry. It's not junior sister Nie's blood." Hua Shengsheng gasped. "That's good. It's the blood of a demonic beast. It should belong to your white tiger friend." Hua Shengsheng. Suddenly, from afar, demonic energy surged, and the air was filled with the wails of restless spirits. Shun Jiji stood upright, gazing into the distance, his eyes deep with thought. Hua Shengsheng was also stunned, stammering, "As senior brother. Over there, it seems there's a formidable demon." Before he could finish, there was a sudden blur, and where was his senior brother now? Only a pool of blood remained. The abyssal cliff. When Shunji arrived, the ground was littered with the corpses of demons. Gue Jianchou and Shui Qian Yin had already changed the map for battle. Just as he prepared to pursue them, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Swiftly drawing his sword and delivering a spinning thrust, the dim sky was instantaneously engulfed in darkness. In the boundless void, Chunji stood resolute with his sword in hand. Opposite him was a figure cloaked in black, faceless and formless, embodying endless resentment. "Ha! How many souls have you claimed this time? Come forth. You are inherently one of the demon kind." Chunji's voice remained unwavering. "Those I have slain are demons." "Is that so?" The black cloak flashed before Chunji, and suddenly, a rift tore through the darkness. Where the white light touched, scenes of his recent slaughters unfolded. Yet the demons he spoke of were, astonishingly, disciples of the Qing Shao sect. "Take a good look. Are you truly slaying demons? Chunji, have you lost your way to the point where you can no longer distinguish illusion from reality?" Gazing at the mirage of himself committing murder, Chunji, without a shred of hesitation, replied, "You know best what I have slain." With that, his sharp sword swept across, freezing everything in its path. The black cloak retreated repeatedly. Compelled to engage him in combat, "You've advanced again." As he spoke, several icy gashes had already marred the black cloak. The malevolent thoughts within it began to leak out incessantly. Chunji remained unperturbed. "Thanks to you." This black cloak had followed him since his return to the Chun family as a child. Initially, he believed it to be a tool sent by the Chun family to surveil him. But later, he discovered that no one, save for himself, could perceive this black cloak. After a month of companionship, its first utterance was, "You are truly a born scourge." Evil. He merely eliminated a few spirit servants who had poisoned him. Was that truly evil? What of the malice others bore towards him? The black cloak erupted with dark thoughts, resentment swirling, as if the wails of countless souls echoed in his ears. "Save me. Please, do not kill me. I wish to ascend to immortality, to ascend. My golden core must not shatter, my golden core." Countless intense emotions tugged at his heart, yet Chunji appeared unfazed. Alone, with a sword, "Kill." The black cloak, sensing it could not sway Chunji's heart, scoffed, "Let us see just how ruthless you can be." Immediately, the black cloak morphed into the visage of Shun Wuyu from the Qingshao sect. The resentment radiating from it gradually transformed into familiar faces, Shattered Jade, Floating Dream, Elder Su, and many others. Without hesitation, Chunji swung his sword toward his master. In this darkened realm, he faced deities, slaying them. Meanwhile, not far off, Nie Baili quietly dragged Jian back. The most perilous places were often the safest. Through the trials of reincarnation, she may not have learned much, but she had certainly mastered the art of survival. Jian lay across her back, as Nie Baili casually scavenged for herbs on the mountainside to dress his wounds. The bleeding had ceased. The recovery of demon beasts was indeed extraordinary. Nie Baili had once considered shattering his jade token for them to heal together outside, but Ji Yin had objected. No, I have yet to claim first place. I cannot disappoint father. Thus, Nie Baili relented. Fear not. Senior sister shall ensure you become the mightiest tiger. She returned to the abyssal cliff, intending to conceal Ji Yin behind a pile of rocks. But upon nearing, she beheld a scene of carnage. Strange, is the battle still ongoing? No, based on my calculations, Gui Jianshou and Shui Qian Yin should have sustained significant injuries. She set Ji Yin down and cautiously approached the formation. Howling with malevolent spirits, with a single glance, a chill coursed through her body. Her heart plummeted. She trembled, her teeth chattering. Chun-Ji, enveloped by malevolent thoughts, within the formation, red splashes of blood blossomed across the man's white robes. His long sword had pierced countless chests, shattering innumerable golden cores. Blood trickled from Chun-Ji's brow, bisecting his cold, handsome face point one half, a divine being, compassionate and sorrowful. The other a malevolent spirit, merciless in slaughter. Upon seeing Nie Baili, a sinister smile slowly crept across his lips, his unarmed hand extended, and as it opened, blood dripped from his palm through his fingers. He beckoned gently. Junior sister, are you here to kill me as well? Chapter 41. Demon Lord, the lady has awakened. Nie Baili gazed in horror at the corpses of disciples from various sects strewn across the ground. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. The man before her had clearly lost all semblance of rationality. A wave of disappointment surged within her chest. Every plea for Chun-Ji's mercy from her previous life now felt like a cruel jest. Chun-Ji, take a good look at what you have done. The malevolence surrounding Chun-Ji gradually dissipated, the black cloak having long vanished. Bright light enveloped the surroundings, sunlight filtering down upon them, chilling the heart. The He Huan sect, the Buddhist sect, the Bailuo sect, and even the Qing Shao sect, many disciples had perished at his hands. Nie Baili had expected Chun-Ji to be at a loss, confused or even guilty, but none of that happened. He simply stood there, calmly questioning, is what you perceive the truth? The usually eloquent Nie Baili found herself at a loss for words. They each held steadfast to their beliefs. Just then, a barely alive disciple of the Qing Shao sect struggled to speak from the ground, blood pooling around him. Hurry, run. And Baili's legs felt heavy as if weighed down by lead. She almost wanted to laugh. Where could she possibly run to? Could she outrun this? She might as well hope for the elders of her sect to descend from the heavens. Yet that, too, was a distant dream. The water mirror had lost its efficacy after Hua Sheng and Ling Jian's fall. Now, the surface was riddled with chaotic patterns that a group of elders was urging the artifact refining elder to hurry with his repairs. Taking a deep breath, Nie Baili produced the black jade ghost lotus. Chun-Ji, I possess the black jade ghost lotus, which can shatter all illusions that if you do not believe me, take it and see for yourself. With that, she summoned her courage and stepped forward as she approached him. Chun-Ji was momentarily speechless. He had expected her to be frightened, to flee, or to hurl insults. Yet none of that occurred. She even attempted to reach out to him. Unfortunately, he did not require assistance. The black jade ghost lotus trembled in fear, closing itself off. Its petals quivered as it was offered forward. Chun-Ji slowly reached out to accept it. You see? Nie Baili asked, her courage swelling. Chun-Ji's bloodied palm gradually covered the ghost lotus, channeling spiritual energy. In an instant, both blood and petals shattered. Only a bare stem fell to the ground. It seems I am quite lucid. Nie Baili's heart sank completely, the last glimmer of hope extinguished. Thus, Chun-Ji was not a victim of illusions slaying his disciples. He was a demon. In her past life, Chun-Ji had also been accused of slaughtering his peers. She had never believed it, defending him time and again, simply because he had masked his true self so well. But now, she suddenly felt remorse for the deceased disciples, just as she grappled with her thoughts. Chun-Ji had already materialized before her, their garments brushed lightly, yet no hint of intimacy emerged. Junior sister. Chun-Ji gently caressed Nie Baili's cheek. Warmth, reality. How delightful. He too wished it were an illusion, so he would not have to extinguish such a vibrant existence. Alas, she had witnessed it all. Nie Baili wished to retreat, but found herself grasped by his chin. The scent of blood filled the air. "Junior sister, what have you seen?" Nie Baili's mind raced, realizing he sought to silence her. Perhaps it was the courage bestowed upon her by her reincarnation. "I witnessed senior brother wantonly slaughtering our peers." A sigh seemed to escape him. "Junior sister, your eyes are truly beautiful, unmarred by impurities." Unable to restrain herself, Nie Baili questioned, "Are you not afraid of accumulating too much karmic debt to ascend?" Chunji's hand lingered downward, resting upon her delicate neck. Nie Baili's breath caught as she heard his blunt and disdainful words. Blindly adhering to the heavenly path, allowing oneself to be bullied, is the only way to ascend? If so, the heavens shall surely be pierced. If the heavens obstruct my ascension, then I shall fight to the death. Nie Baili fell silent once more. This man had indeed succeeded in ascending in his past life. This suggested that the heavens might not be able to contend with him. Previously, she had only thought Shui Qianyan was mad, snatching souls to create puppets. Now it seemed he had been conservative. At least the souls returned to their bodies could still live. Chunji was the one who truly disregarded the heavens. The two faced off in silence for a long while, unaware of the black jade ghost lotus's remnants mingling with Chunji's blood. Nearby, the space began to warp. Chunji's grip tightened slowly, yet he did not see fear in his junior sister's eyes. He had intended to silence her, but alas, she still had hands capable of writing letters to report him. Should he then break her hands, her eyes would betray the truth. But to blind her completely was something he could not bear to sow. It seemed he would send her on her way, to spare her anguish in the days to come. Nie Baili was taken aback by this twisted logic. Did he truly wish to say thank you before his demise? It was quite simple. He could just disintegrate. Nie Baili gritted his teeth, provoking a chuckle from Chunji. What a splendid idea. But alas, my junior sister lacks the prowess to compel me to resort to the desperate measure of mutual destruction. The pressure around his neck intensified. Nie Baili channeled more and more spiritual energy into the broken sword, waiting for the moment to unleash a fatal strike. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, the grip around his neck suddenly loosened. Die. It turned out to be the blood-spitting brother from earlier. He was still alive. How audacious to launch a sneak attack while barely clinging to life. Upon seeing the face of the blood-spitting brother, she was taken aback. Wasn't he the little steward who had first bullied her and tricked her out of 100,000 spirit stones? Clinging to his last breath, he had managed to withstand 3 strikes from Chunji. Those 3 strikes gave Nie Baili an unsettling feeling. First, the little steward bore a grudge against her and would never risk his life to save her. Second, if the steward couldn't even defeat her, how could he possibly withstand 3 strikes from Chunji? This sudden inconsistency plunged Nie Baili into confusion once more. The critical moment, the steward inexplicably unleashed a surge of formidable power, successfully restraining Chunji. "Quick, take action! Kill him!" Nie Baili observed with keen eyes as a fleeting red glimmer flashed in the steward's gaze. "What are you waiting for? He has completely succumbed to madness and is no longer the senior brother of the past. Do not forget how many of our fellow disciples have perished despite her lingering doubts." Nie Baili felt something was amiss. How could he possibly hold Chunji in check for so long? Soon, Chunji, disinterested in his ramblings, struck him away with a powerful palm. Yet the steward, like an indomitable cockroach, miraculously twisted in mid-air. The lethal move intended for Chunji was now replicated against Nie Baili. Go die alongside the fiend. With danger looming ever closer, Nie Baili had no choice but to retreat hastily. The steward's last desperate act exuded a murderous intent that surged forth. Instinctively, Nie Baili countered with the technique he had devised for Chunji. The essence of Qingxiao's sword emerged once more after a millennium, commanded by heaven, unyielding and resolute. The sword intent surged from all directions, and in a violent onslaught, the steward met his end, consumed by wrath. Exhausted, Nie Baili collapsed onto the ground, her mind fixated on a single thought. Did Chunji truly kill a fellow disciple of Qingxiao's sect? For the first time, Chunji's brows unfurled, and he slowly approached Nie Baili. Crouching down, he reverted to the gentle demeanor of the senior brother. "Junior sister, How could a righteous disciple harm a fellow sect member? Nie Baili, do you still wish to report me? Only to face punishment alongside me. Speechless and choked, Nie Baili simply knelt and supported her forehead with one hand. How could this be happening? Did he truly consider her an accomplice? Reality blurred between truth and deception. Leaving her utterly perplexed, Chunji rose, extending his blood-stained hand. Come, senior brother shall lead you out. Taking a deep breath, Nie Baili resolved to wait until they exited the secret realm to inquire further. She placed her hand upon Chunji's palm, but just then, a sudden twist of fate occurred. The black jade ghost lotus arrived near the Kunwa's secret realm's legacy, automatically opening a time-space tunnel. The surrounding space began to warp, the heavens and earth turned upside down, and Nie Baili plunged downwards at an alarming speed. Chunji, I believe in your deception, you deceitful scoundrel. Chunji was also plummeting, and upon hearing her words, he accelerated his descent, wrapping his arms around her, his voice laced with resignation. If it truly isn't me, could you not trust me just once more? Nestled in Chunji's embrace, her heart finally calmed somewhat. Trust you? Nonsense. Time passed without her realization. Her body continued to fall, and she felt as if she could no longer sense Chunji's embrace, her soul being torn apart in agony and numbness. In the final moments before her consciousness faded, she could not help but curse. Scoundrel! Suddenly, a jubilant shriek pierced her ears. Demon Lord, the lady has awakened. Chapter 42, Madness Beyond Madness. A throbbing headache assailed her, as if someone were wielding a hammer to crack open her skull. She felt utterly drained, her limbs paralyzed. Where was her spiritual energy? Why could she not sense a trace of it? Most troubling of all, her eyelids grew heavier. Just as she was about to succumb to slumber, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into her body, allowing Nie Baili to regain clarity and slowly lift her heavy eyelids. Her gaze fell upon a pair of strikingly intense eyes. It was none other than Chunji. Looking down further, she noted something strange. When had he changed his attire? The black jade hairpin loosely bound his silken tresses, and he wore a flowing black robe adorned with silver serpents, partially obscured by a grotesque mask that concealed the lower half of his face, giving the impression that it had been scorched by fire. Senior brother? Nie Baili attempted to speak, but found her throat dry and itchy, prompting a couple of coughs. Yet in the next moment, his hand tightened around her throat. You are not a Lee. Who are you really? Nie Baili was abruptly yanked from her bed. Damn it! You! Scoundrel! As soon as she uttered the term scoundrel, Chunji's grip slackened. She gasped for air, her lungs desperately seeking the fresh breath. Chunji sat behind her, gently patting her back. I apologize. I thought you had been possessed. Nie Baili forcefully shrugged off his hand. She touched the red marks on her neck. This was the second time he had choked her today. What was wrong with him? Yet Chunji was fixated on his palm, suddenly kneeling before her, offering a dagger. Do not ignore me. It is my fault. If you are angry, is this sufficient? Saying this, he took her hand and forcefully plunged it into his own chest. Nie Baili. Damn it. Are you out of your mind? Is this not enough? He appeared impervious to pain, his eyes filled with anticipation, earnest as a devoted follower, unflinchingly stabbing himself again. Is this sufficient? Nie Baili desperately withdrew her hand, nodding faster than a woodpecker. Enough, enough. It's enough. Madness beyond madness. How did her life resemble a disjointed novel? Incomprehensible and perplexing. What exactly had transpired? What was wrong with her? Why had Chunji lost his mind too? Where was this place? Nie Baili raised her head to inquire. It appeared to be a lavish, dimly lit spiritual array. Coral platforms and jade stairs adorned the surroundings. Even the gauze draping over the bed was made from the rarest moon silk in the cultivation realm. Chunji stood up, his towering figure casting a shadow over the blinding sunlight streaming through the window, the demon realm. What? Nie Baili nearly leaped to her feet. She had fallen for the Kunwa's secret realm into the demon realm. How could this happen across such vast distances? What are we standing around for? We must hasten back to Qingshao's sect. Nie Baili quickly donned her shoes, pulling Chunji to rush outside, but the man remained rooted in place. Immobile, unable to budge him, she turned, her eyes filled with confusion. Chun-Ji pulled her into his embrace, softly comforting her. Ali, there is no way back. We cannot return. Suddenly breaking free from his grasp. She cupped his face in her hands, yanking off his mask. She needed to ascertain whether this person was truly Chun-Ji. The nearby maid gasped. Madam, no. Beneath the mask, his face remained as ethereal and distinguished as ever. Yet the left side bore a distinct mark known as the prison dragon seal. A scorched black dragon writhed upon his visage, a spear piercing its abdomen, extending down to Chun-Ji's chin. Forming this harrowing mark, stunningly vivid, scarcely encapsulated the tumult of emotions surging within Nie Baili, for she had encountered this prison dragon seal in ancient texts, known by another name, the fallen immortal seal. It was specifically designed to punish celestial beings who descended with selfish intentions. That a shocking hypothesis blossomed within Nie Baili's mind. She had not only traversed to the demon clan, but had also returned to the previous life of the demon clan. She inhaled sharply, striving to suppress her shock, and asked, You did not ascend? Chun-Ji assisted her in sitting down, responding calmly. I jumped down again. Such simplicity belied the fact that any rational person would never choose to leap back down after ascending. What would become of the heavenly Tao's reputation? What about the celestial clans? The key question was, how had he transformed into the demon lord after jumping down? Wasn't being a celestial monarch preferable to being a demon lord? A torrent of questions flooded Nie Baili's mind, yet none could escape her lips but be why the way. Where is my spiritual energy? Why is it gone? A flicker of heartache crossed Chun-Ji's eyes. I will explain it to you later. For now, you should rest. Exhausted, Nie Baili lay down. Her greatest talent was not in competition, but in her ability to sleep soundly, regardless of the challenges she faced. When unwilling to confront reality, sleep was the best means to recharge. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Nie Baili fell into a deep slumber. Chun-Ji instructed the maid to remain there, and then ventured out alone. Before ascending, his master had gifted him the Ji Xian sword, which had shattered during a battle with scattered immortals. Now he was left with only the dread sword, gifted by a woman who had failed to ascend. He had not anticipated that he was not the only one whose mind had faltered. During his imprisonment, that woman had even claimed to be the ancestral master of Qin Shao. Fortunately, he had managed to escape. Yet he had no knowledge of what had become of that deranged woman. Dark clouds loomed over the city. He stood atop a high tower. Below, countless demons and righteous cultivators were advancing in assault. A mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood lay between him and the righteous path, comprised of hundreds of lives. How shameless that they would dare return. The leader of the Biluo sect unleashed a powerful palm strike. Yet Chun-Ji remained unmoved, for another had already soared forth to stand in his way. Had Nie Baili been present, he would have instantly recognized this figure as Gue Jianshou, who in a previous life had met his demise at the hands of Chun-Ji. Chun-Ji waved his hand nonchalantly, gesturing towards several disciples of the Biluo sect. Those few, eliminate them. Gue Jianshou responded promptly, as you command. The water sect leader of the Biluo sect was once again infuriated. Despite being the sect leader, Chun-Ji audaciously dared to kill Biluo disciples right before his eyes. A mere fallen immortal, he vowed to rid the world of such evils and restore peace to the realm of cultivation. With that, he disregarded his own disciples, leaving only Shui Luohan to struggle against the onslaught. However, the water sect leader had forgotten that the prison dragon mark was merely a symbol, if it truly could limit Chun-Ji's strength. He would not have been able to leap down at all. In no time, Chun-Ji retaliated, striking and incapacitating his sea of consciousness. Just as he prepared to eliminate this bothersome individual, a deafening roar echoed through the sky, heralding the arrival of Shun Wuyue. With a single move, he demonstrated his prowess, first kicking the water sect leader away from the battlefield and then delivering a blow to Chun-Ji's chest. Chun-Ji could have resisted but chose to absorb the impact. Why return? Shun Wuyue cast a glance at his disciple, filled with frustration. Chun-Ji replied calmly, she is in danger. Understanding dawned upon Shun Wuyue. He found the situation absurd, yet was relieved to see a flicker of humanity in his disciple. Regrettably, the cost was exorbitant. The Chen family of Zhongzhou had expelled you, citing the murder of over 100 family servants. including the former family head, Shun Ji's biological father. You once ventured into the secret realms of Tianshan, Hanyue, and Shaling, during which you slaughtered more than 300 righteous disciples. All of this, I, your master, have chosen to overlook. Shun Yue's voice grew increasingly impassioned, tears brimming in his eyes. But you must honestly tell me, the Qingxiao sect, your shattered Jade senior brother, and those junior brothers and sisters, did you kill them as well? Shinji nodded yes. Why? Chapter 43. Sect Leader. Do you know how I died? They have succumbed to madness. Shun Wuyue was both angered and amused. How could he accept such a rationale? The leader of the 10,000 Beasts sect, with keen ears, interjected, "Stop with the lengthy explanations. Just kill him. I see you as the one who has truly lost your mind." At this critical moment, the 10,000 Beasts sect, Biluo sect, Tawan sect, and the Buddha sect, alongside thousands of smaller sects, united in their efforts. Strangely, even under the combined pressure of so many righteous leaders, Shunji managed to counterattack with remarkable ease. Shun Wuyue, what are you waiting for? Within the formation, Nie Baili did not enjoy a peaceful slumber. Upon reopening her eyes, she still felt utterly drained. The sounds of battle and shouts from outside stirred her awake. Curiously, Nie Baili inquired, "The soldiers of the demon clan are so diligent. Training all day?" The maid, unsure whether to lie, nodded but lowered her head, afraid to meet her gaze. Since she remained silent, Nie Baili decided to investigate for herself. She stepped out of the spiritual formation and climbed to a high platform. There, she immediately witnessed the righteous sects besieging Shun Ji alone. Shun Ji toyed with them as if they were mere playthings, ultimately delivering a powerful strike that sent them reeling. Upon seeing Nie Baili, Shun Wuyue's reaction was the most pronounced. After all, the Qingxiao sect had already held her funeral. He stammered, pointing at her. "Why you?" The leader of the Biluo sect had long disapproved of Shun Wuyue. "What are you stuttering for? Can't you see the beauty before you? I never realized you were this kind of person. Focus your efforts on the demoness instead." Barely had he finished speaking when Shun Wuyue sprang into action. With an emphatic roar, he exclaimed, "Get lost! Take a good look. That is my second disciple from the Qingxiao sect." As he spoke, he turned back to Nie Baili. "Is it truly a ghost that I see in broad daylight?" At that moment, Nie Baili comprehended that her arrival in this world coincided precisely with her own death. Damn, she feared ghosts. Yet it seemed the ghost was herself, as she was caught in this conflict. Shinji gracefully draped his cloak over Nie Baili. "The wind is strong. How did you come out?" Nie Baili shot him a glare. "Are you mad? I'm not a mere mortal who would fall over from a gust." Yet Shinji remained silent, merely fastening the cloak for her. Nie Baili sensed something amiss. "Wait, am I truly immortal now?" "Good news. I did not die in my previous life. Bad news. I have been reborn as a mortal." Nie Baili began to recall how she had perished. The moment she thought about it, a sharp pain erupted in her head. Unable to bear it any longer, she called out to Shun Wuyue, "Sect leader, do you know how I died?" Shun Wuyue's eyes widened, more shocked than husky. "You ask me? Truly a reversal of fate, ascending to the mortal realm, returning from the dead." After a moment of sighing, he finally replied, "You led your disciples to eliminate the demon clan Saintus, and according to rumors from the demon clan, you perished along with Fu Ming. Is that so?" She thought, puzzled, as she had no recollection of it. Fu Ming was so powerful that she could drag her down with her. Shun Wuyue glanced at Shinji, and it all became clear to it was likely that this disciple of his had used forbidden techniques to forcibly resurrect Nie Baili. Shunji had no intention of reminiscing about old times, still not leaving. "Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal in the demon clan's prison?" The other sect leaders, realizing they could not surpass Shinji, opted not to linger. "Let me regroup and return to deal with you, traitor." Each leader uttered a fierce remark, emphasizing that although they had lost, they would not lose their momentum. By the end, Shunji was nearly deafened, directly sending them out of the demon domain with a single sword strike. Shun Wuyue stood unmoving like a mountain. "I will take her back. Being with you will only bring Baili endless suffering." Shunji was aware that further discussion was futile. Go ahead and it seemed they had reached an impasse. Shun Wuyue had no intention of truly fighting his disciple. If he had wanted to take action, he would have done so long ago. With a sigh, he said, "Take care of yourself. However, if you have valid reasons for killing those people, do let me know." Shinji felt his resolve wavering but maintained his stance. They have already succumbed to madness. Shinwei closed his eyes in despair and vanished from sight. Nie Baili could not help but recall the scene in the Kunwa's secret realm, where Shinji had unleashed a bloody massacre. Could it be that this group had already gone mad? Her heart was tumultuous, and answers eluded her. Shinji observed her face for a moment before carrying her back to the spiritual formation. You are now an immortal body, your soul incomplete. It is best to remain within the spiritual formation. Nie Baili was bewildered by how rapidly their relationship had progressed. Was this still her once aloof senior brother? Yet he had sacrificed his celestial position and even performed forbidden resurrection techniques for her. She could hardly refuse him outright. By the way, how did you become the demon lord? Shinji replied candidly. After jumping down, I was relentlessly pursued by righteous cultivators calling me a demon. I might as well embrace the title of demon lord. In truth, it was a long-standing tradition of the demon clan that only a demon lord could inherit the ancient reincarnation techniques. But Nie Baili was unaware of this and nodded in confusion. Oh, how casual of you to simply become a demon lord like that would surely infuriate Fuming. After all, she had toiled for years without achieving such status, only for a newcomer to swoop in that a moment of silence ensued. Nie Baili thought it inappropriate to reveal that she had been reborn and then traversed back. Logically, it made no sense if she had not died in her previous life. How could she have been reborn? Fortunately, the arrival of another person alleviated the awkwardness between them. Reporting to the demon lord, all corpses have been examined, and they indeed bear the marks of demon slaves. Demon slaves? Such an obscure term, were it not for her extensive knowledge in her previous life. No, this life, she would not have known such individuals existed. They were born as mortals, abducted by the demon clan. The demons spared their lives but branded them with marks, reducing them to a status even lower than demon spirits. Their sole purpose was to serve as outlets for the demon's cruelty. Children born to demon slaves inherited this wretched fate, destined to remain oppressed for life. However, since the rise of the righteous path, led by the Qingshao sect, demon slaves had been liberated after the defeat of the demon lord. Thus, such a symbol of degradation could not possibly appear on righteous disciples. Nie Baili followed Shinji to crouch down and inspect. These individuals had all been casually struck down by Shinji on the battlefield. After Gue Jianqiu had killed them, he collected their corpses, all bearing the mark on their left arms. Shinji rolled up their sleeves, revealing the serpent-shaped mark that signified demon slaves. Nie Baili couldn't help but steal a few glances at Gue Jianqiu. Logically, he should have perished at Shinji's hands long ago. How could he be resurrected as well? Her gaze was too direct, prompting Shinji to calmly instruct, "All right, I understand. You may leave now. Don't come around unless necessary." As a competent subordinate, Gue Jianqiu quickly discerned the emphasis on leaving, making his exit in haste. Once he was gone, Shinji asked, "Did you find him handsome?" Nie Baili replied, "Quite the charming young man." Chapter 44, Calculating. In your next life, you will be my good sister. Shinji narrowed his eyes. "All right, next time I'll have him wear a new face." Nie Baili quickly added, "I was just joking. You can't handle such humor." CHNJ's gaze was lost in thought as he recalled the moment the Lingxi jade pendant shattered in the celestial realm. A chill coursed through him, as though his very soul were on the verge of departing his body. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the celestial coronation ceremony and leapt into the mortal realm. Truly, it was a game he could not afford to lose, and Baili collided with his deeply affectionate eyes, causing an involuntary shiver to ripple across her skin. All right, it was merely a jest, but I recall that ghost. That man, wasn't he already slain by you? The ghost known as Jianqian had. No, he should now be referred to as Mrhid. He had perished beneath Sich-NJ's sword long before his ascension. How then had he become his subordinate? Sich-NJ replied nonchalantly, "I happened to resurrect him as well." "Really?" Bail's eyes sparkled with excitement as she suddenly grasped Sich-NJ's sleeve. "Then can you bring my brother back to life?" Regardless of any forbidden techniques, human nature is selfish. Nie Baili harbored her own desires. Her brother, such a simple and unfortunate mortal, had known nothing but misfortune. What harm could there be in extending his life for a few more days? Ch&J raised an eyebrow, slightly. The Ghost King? Nie Baili nodded vigorously. Ch&J unexpectedly lowered his head, resting his forehead against hers. Their eyes locked, and the air around them grew thick with unspoken tension. Wait, could it be that resurrecting someone comes with a fee? Nie Baili's heart raced, her mind racing through various scandalous scenarios, just as her cheeks flushed brighter than a steamed shrimp. Ch&J finally pulled away, chuckling softly. You aren't feverish, yet you've forgotten that your brother is the Ghost King. He died long ago and became a ghost. You shattered the remnants of the Ghost King's soul. How am I to resurrect him? Nie Baili's thoughts scattered in an instant. Tch, if you lack the ability, just say so. As long as she could shift the blame quickly enough, embarrassment would never catch up to her. Ch&J's smile faltered abruptly as he suppressed the rising tide of his emotions. I have matters to attend to. Have a maid take you around, that if you grow hungry, simply instruct them. Nie Baili waved her hand dismissively. Farewell. Once Ch&J's figure vanished from sight, she let her smile fade. The use of forbidden techniques would inevitably lead to backlash. All in all, she owed him a great deal. With her thoughts heavy, Nie Baili wandered aimlessly through the demon palace. The demon spirits around her knelt as if programmed, bowing at every turn. Finally, one who did not kneel merely covered his face. Greetings, my lady. Do you have any commands? Nie Baili scrutinized Chen for a moment. Compared to his next life, he was far more subdued and solitary, devoid of any close companions. I can read fortunes. Would you like me to tell your fortune? Chen declined politely. My life is of little value. I cannot accept such a fortune from you, my lady. Oh, I see. Nie Baili shifted to a commanding tone. Come here. I shall read your fortune. Chen complied. As you command. They sat on the steps, and Nie Baili adopted an air of mystical intrigue. Your eyes are widely spaced. Chen brought his legs together, crossing his hands neatly on his knees, nodding respectfully. Indeed, it was evident he had two names. What does the spacing of your eyes have to do with your names? Yet Chen did not dare to refute her. While infiltrating the Qingxiozong, I went by the name Chen. My true name is Mrhi. I told you I have the gift of divination. Continue. Chen felt a chill run down his spine under her intense gaze, his eyes darting around for a place to land. Nie Baili spoke again, observing your prominent nose and the sunken philtrum. I deduce that in your next life, you shall undoubtedly be my dear sister. Ah? Chen pouted, clenching his fist. He could not act against her. A single strike would obliterate the demon lord's wife. And then he would be met with the same fate from the demon lord. He had narrowly salvaged his life. He had to endure. After exhausting his social finesse, he finally managed. That would be a blessing for me. Nie Baili sat up straighter with pride. Don't doubt it. We clearly share a profound connection. Chen, eager to escape further ridicule from the lady, sought an excuse to flee. If she continued, it would no longer be a matter of changing faces. After Chen departed, Nie Baili found herself bored once more, picking up a twig to tease the ants. Yet her heart was tumultuous. Was the so-called next life merely a dream she had during her coma? It felt far too real. Just as she pondered this, a woman's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. It is not a dream. Who is speaking? Nie Baili dropped the twig and sprang to her feet. The NPCs once again knelt before her. My lady, do not be angered. Was it our loud footsteps that disturbed you? We shall sever our legs at once. No. Nie Baili hurriedly stopped them. NPC lives matter too. It is not your fault. I am merely having a fit. After dismissing the servants, Nie Baili inwardly questioned, Who are you? Why have you invaded my mind? The woman answered loudly, I am your great-great-aunt. Nie Baili retorted reflexively, and I am your ancestor. The woman fell silent, perhaps not anticipating such a lineage from the Qingxiozong. Forget it. This generation is truly inferior. Stop rambling. You haven't told me where you are. After a brief pause, the woman replied, I am in the heavens, Il's temper flared. I am still in the sea. Can we not communicate properly? The woman, realizing that explanations were futile, simply said, walk forward, turn left, go straight, then turn right, and you will see me. Il followed her instructions, and upon pushing open a door, she found an empty room with a sword standing upright. She immediately felt as though she had been played. Am I mad to heed your words? Just as she prepared to turn away, the sword of misfortune radiated with brilliance, flying into her hands unbidden. What do you think, young lady? I did not deceive you, did I? A sword spirit, not a sword spirit. I am your great-great-aunt. Fine, just consider me your sword spirit. The woman seemed to have lost patience with Il's antics, resigning herself to the absurdity. Il carefully examined the sword, realizing it was even more exquisite than the Jicien sword gifted to Sech Nj by the sect master. One sword could shatter myriad laws, a rare celestial artifact. Did he bring you back from the celestial realm? Speaking of this, the sword spirit launched into a passionate critique of Sech Nj, leaving no stone unturned. It was alone. We were both imprisoned in the celestial prison. He broke his peep bone, yet still struggled to descend to the mortal realm. Seeing his plight, I lent him my sword to defeat the guards and escape with me. And what did he do? He took my sword and fled. And Il's mind was inundated with her lamentations. Yet all she could hear echoing in her ears was, he broke his peep bone, yet still struggled to descend to the mortal realm. Was it for me? How had Il never realized her potential to be a seductress? Could it be that she had unwittingly bound herself to some irresistible charm system? In the world of cultivation, many couples have fallen apart for love, or one would remain behind in the mortal realm, waiting desperately after ascension. Yet never had there been a case of descending after ascension. Hey, little sister, are you even listening to me? Nope. Il was blunt. What crime did the senior commit to end up in the celestial prison? The woman succinctly replied, descending to the mortal realm without permission. Chapter 45. I don't want this ascension. Do immortals enjoy bungee jumping? I don't want this ascension. She had spent a lifetime without achieving ascension, while this ant simply jumped at will. The world was nothing but a massive fortress. Those within, the ascended, longed to descend. Those outside, the unascended, desperately sought to rise. Yet, I do not possess the resolve of that lad, Ch. He injured 39 celestial lords, repelled 101 loose immortals, and, gravely wounded, was imprisoned. Yet he still leapt from the Jicien platform, dragging his injuries with him. And Il. Little sister, don't be moved just yet. Love is often one-sided. Do not let him morally bind you. Her words only deepened her own guilt. Earlier, you mentioned that my rebirth is not a dream. What did you mean? The woman explained slowly. Are you aware of parallel dimensions? Why an incontinent and your blue planet exist in parallel spaces? Your rebirth in the next life and this life is considered parallel time. Just think of the blue planet as the first life, this as the second, and the rebirth as the third. And Il's head spun, feeling even more confused. The woman continued to babble. You died in your second life, and your soul fragments scattered in the first life. Then Sech Nj sought to retrieve your fragments, only to scatter them again in the third life. It's that simple. So complicated, so mind-boggling. Her journey was a crossing of parallel dimensions. Her rebirth was a crossing of parallel time. Wait a moment. Why do I remember that I first traversed and then was reborn? The woman concocted a hasty excuse. That was your fragmented soul being startled, causing a memory mix-up. In truth, it involved a transaction between her and Sech Nj. But that could not be revealed now. Il gasped in shock. The woman continued, if you do not understand, just pretend you haven't heard it. The important thing is that your soul is unstable, and you will inevitably return to the third life. And Il exclaimed in surprise. Are you saying I can return to the next life? The woman hesitated for a moment. Actually, I would prefer you to remain in the next life. There, you will find Sech Nj and your companions. You need not oppose the current Sech Nj and the cultivation realm. After a taxing mental exertion, Nie Baili felt utterly disinclined to engage in further contemplation. You summoned me, but I suspect your intentions extend beyond merely informing me of your reasons. What is your true purpose? A prolonged and melancholic sigh traversed the ethereal realm, reaching Nie Baili's ears. She envisioned a woman crouching helplessly within a celestial prison. Chun-Ji is dying. Do you realize that? Nie Baili's heart tightened, and she shook her head. Oh, you know how you met your demise? I do not. Do you believe Chun-Ji is indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent? I do not. The series of denials nearly exasperated the woman to her breaking point. The danger remained unresolved, and the puppet master behind the scenes had yet to be apprehended. Investigate. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly the sound of blood being coughed up echoed in Nie Baili's ears. What is wrong with you? The demon slave? And Chun-Ji. Cough, cough, cough. Innocent. Otherwise, if you are reborn, your fate will still be death. Puffed. Another bout of blood spitting ensued. Nie Baili called out several times, yet the voices in her mind faded into oblivion, as if it were merely a dream. Clutching her sword, she exited and plopped down on the steps. What to do when faced with a complex problem? Simplify. After untangling her thoughts, she realized the issue had become rather straightforward. To survive, she must ascertain the motives behind Chun-Ji's killings. Truly, I am quite clever. After this self-reflection, Nie Baili had someone escort her to the kitchen. Intellectual labor breeds hunger. Gazing upon the simmering pork knuckles, braised fish, and 18 renowned Huayang dishes, Nie Baili sighed now. This is a dilemma worth my consideration. Pork knuckles or braised fish? I shall choose both. That evening, Nie Baili indulged herself to the point of excess, taking several laps around the place before finally retreating to her room for sleep. Inside, the light flickered softly, and a man sat at the table, engrossed in a book. Under the lamplight, his visage grew increasingly captivating. Standing at the doorway, Nie Baili scrutinized him from head to toe. Chun-Ji set his book aside. Come in, it's cold outside. Nie Baili shut the door and sat down before him. Pray tell, what is it that you find appealing about me? This question left Chun-Ji utterly bewildered. Surely it must be my understanding nature. My gentle charm, my carefree demeanor, and my dual talent in literature and martial arts that have made you aware of your own shortcomings. Thus, you found yourself hopelessly enamored with me. Slap. The book in Chun-Ji's hand fell to the floor. His gaze filled with incredulity. Did you not send me the storybook first? Indeed, to ensure you would waste your time on frivolous literature instead of honing your skills, and you invited me to stargaze at night. To prevent you from overexerting yourself. That was also correct. You also mentioned that one day you would surpass me to reach the level of the senior brother to become the unequivocal best. How could that be wrong? Nie Baili licked her lips and poured herself a glass of water to mask her embarrassment. The process was as it was, yet the outcome had diverged somewhat. However, it would be quite awkward to explain the misunderstanding now. Besides, having lived 2 lives alone, what is wrong with her indulging in a flirtation with a youthful charmer? No loss there. A protagonist like her, who has traversed and been reborn, ought to embrace love without hesitation. When encountering beauty, one should seize it without reservation, to avoid inciting any catastrophic conflicts that might disrupt the lives of ordinary people. You are correct. I genuinely pursue you. Upon hearing this, Chun-Ji's face flushed with shyness. Yet soon after, his expression grew serious, and he sat upright. There are matters outside. I must step out. Nie Baili nodded. Picking up the book from the table, she intended to read, only to discover droplets of fresh blood staining the pages. The words of the sword spirit echoed in her mind. Are you aware that Chun-Ji is dying? He had lost half his life in the celestial realm, sacrificed another half to save her, and must constantly remain vigilant against the righteous sects seeking trouble. Given this level of depletion, survival would be a challenge. It seemed imperative for her to inquire about Chun-Ji's killings and the connection to the demon slave. Unbeknownst to her, Chun-Ji was secretly observing her from outside. Before descending to the lower realms, he had sought advice from the madwoman in the celestial prison regarding various romantic strategies, such as the art of feigned suffering. How could he have intentionally left droplets of blood on the book? Of course, it was to evoke her sympathy. He wondered what her reaction would be. What if he ended up making her cry? Ah, yes, precious gifts. The madwoman had once said, No woman could resist dazzling objects. The EC's merman's inner core, a beautiful icy blue. The Qingxiao sect's millennium coral, radiant red. Surely she would adore it. Almost forgot. There's also the fluffy creatures. The newly birthed Qilin from the Beastmaster sect would suffice. As long as she liked it, he would seize it immediately. After all, he was now a demon lord. Committing a few misdeeds was in line with his identity. While Chunji contemplated which gifts to offer as compensation, Nie Baili had already closed the book. Then, under Chunji's watchful gaze, she rolled onto the bed with great flair, pulling the covers over herself. In less than 3 breaths, she drifted into slumber. Chunji. Before sleeping, Nie Baili felt quite pleased with her thoughtfulness. As an ordinary person devoid of spiritual power, not causing chaos is the greatest assistance. Chapter 46. It's hard to covet the little sister's trifling matters in her dreams. She sensed her soul descending continuously, like a plastic bag caught in a whirlwind, being tossed about. Pain surged through her, yet resistance was futile. Wake up. If you sleep any longer, you will truly die. Nie Baili thought, if death is my fate, then so be it. I nearly perished from overworking in Blue Star. In her previous life, she had inexplicably avoided death. Yet that voice lingered ominously. If you do not awaken, your spirit stone shall belong to me. Spirit stones? That cannot be, until I have exhausted all my money. I must not perish. At that, Nie Baili awoke with sudden vigor. Sitting upright, bang! Chunji held his chin, while Nie Baili clutched her forehead. Is my junior sister practicing the Iron Head technique? Only then did Nie Baili open her eyes, surveying her surroundings, and found herself in a pitch-black cave. Spotting Chunji's haughty face, she understood she had returned to her third life, having fallen into a cave once more. Yet, in such a primal dwelling, there was an array of gambling tables. Still in disbelief, she suddenly recalled something and shouted, "Do not touch my spirit stones." Chunji straightened up, his gaze dripping with disdain. Your trifling matters are hardly worth coveting. In this world, Chunji's tongue was far more caustic than in the past. How dare he call her poor? Though he spoke the truth, it still made her want to bite him. However, considering that this rascal would eventually fall in love with her, his money would also become hers. Nie Baili, the future little wealthy woman, flashed a charming smile. Brother, one should not speak too soon. Perhaps I shall strike it rich in the future. Upon detecting the keyword strike it rich, a legacy activation occurred, welcoming her to Kunwu Casino. Suddenly, a line of text materialized in the air. The legacy shone with a powerful spiritual energy, its lethality null. The mental shock was 100%. The dusty gambling tables instantly revitalized, and a throng of gamblers had gathered around, seemingly appearing from nowhere. Big, small, bet small. The sound of dice clattering echoed throughout the cave. The once cramped cave expanded, illuminated by the glowing lamps of the merman, transforming into a grand gambling house. Countless men and women mingled within, indulging in revelry and wagering extravagantly. Nie Baili had not anticipated that her mere words would unlock the legacy, nor that the legacy would manifest as a gambling house. Could it be that Kunwu had been a gambler in his lifetime? The two siblings exchanged knowing glances. Nie Baili's lips curled into a smirk while Chunji's expression gradually soured. Wealth, had it not just arrived? Does my little sister know how to gamble? A little. Nie Baili strode boldly toward the gaming table. Since Kunwu's secret realm was a gambling house, to claim the legacy, one must certainly partake in the games. I bet big, 1,000 spirit stones as the starting stake. 1,000? Why not go rob someone? Nie Baili immediately stepped back from the table and approached Chunji. With arms crossed, he teased, "Why did my little sister stop playing? I was eager to see you dominate the table." Nie Baili held her palms upward. "Lend me some money. Borrow money to gamble. Is that truly gambling? It's for the legacy." Her words, noble in tone, could not conceal her excitement. In her first life on Blue Star, she had experienced a rebellious phase, at the tender age of 9. After receiving criticism for scoring a mere 99.5 on an exam, she had taken 3,000 yuan from home, boarded a train, and set off to visit her grandmother alone. Back then, it was still the green train, and tickets had to be purchased at the station. With her sweet tongue, she followed an aunt without raising any suspicions. Upon arriving at her grandmother's house, she fabricated a story about being cast out by her father. Her grandmother, filled with compassion, pampered her with food and drink. Those days were the most liberating of her life. She roamed the mahjong parlors with friends, learning various cheating techniques. Small in stature yet clever, she was blissfully unaware of her naivety. Soon, they found themselves in a small gambling den, helping others cheat for pocket money. In the end, Nie Baili boldly took the 3,000 yuan she had brought from home and won 10,000 at the gambling table. 10,000 in that era was no small sum. Later, her father found her at her grandmother's house and delivered a thorough beating with bamboo shoots. Afterward, he forced her to kneel for 3 hours at her biological mother's grave. Finally, he retrieved the money from the gambling house. Even her grandmother dared not plead on her behalf. As a child, she harbored a deep resentment toward her father, only to realize as an adult that she had brought it upon herself. Little did she know that this skill would one day prove useful. Chunji gazed into her spirited eyes and ultimately opened the storage ring. He remembered. He understood it was time for the Chunji of this life to witness the demeanor of his past self. Nie Baili swiftly seized the opportunity, fearful that the other might change his mind. Within an hour, Nie Baili triumphed 13 times in a row. The spirit stones at hand transformed into chips. Soaring from 100,000 to 7 million, the stakes escalated from 10,000 to 100,000 after winning the 14th round. The entire legacy seemed to tremble. Time abruptly froze, and everyone simultaneously pressed the pause button. Greed, fear, excitement, anxiety, and fury. Within the gambling den, a myriad of expressions adorned the faces of the crowd, resembling a mural. Losing just a little and already throwing a tantrum. Nie Baili lounged in her chair, legs crossed, exuding a nonchalant ease. Behind her stood Chunji, sword at the ready. Were it not for his extraordinary demeanor, could easily be mistaken for a bodyguard. What astonished him further was his junior sister's deft sleight of hand. Even with his discerning eye, he failed to catch her cheating several times. The owner of the legacy seemed unable to bear the losses, causing the cave to tremble again and again. The surrounding NPCs disintegrated into sand, and the chips she had won vanished into thin air. The opulent casino curtain fell once more, the lights extinguished. Dust once again settled on the gambling table. Chunji had already grasped the hilt of his sword. He was indeed no gambler, but he was skilled in killing. Just as he prepared himself, a cool, gentle sensation unexpectedly wrapped around his wrist. Looking up, he found it was his junior sister's hand. Don TB tense, she seemed to convey, appearing devoid of malice. Chunji's gaze remained fixed on the hand on his wrist, his entire body taut, yet he gradually quelled his murderous intent. Again losing. How could I still be losing even in death? The youthful voice brimmed with frustration and helplessness. The phantom figure materialized opposite the gambling table, crouching and frantically tugging at his hair. The man, dressed in plain attire, appeared even poorer than Su Wenjing. In that instant, Nie Baili felt a surge of foreboding. Senior brother, he didn't gamble away all the treasures in his lifetime. Did he? What legacy could he possibly have? Chunji replied, "There's a legacy. Isn't that obvious?" Kuan Wu scrambled to his feet, waving his hands. "Not entirely, truly not. Even a broken ship has 3 nails left." Nie Baili remained skeptical. "Then tell me, what does this legacy entail?" Kuan Wu pondered for a moment. "It's the celestial silkworm garment that has accompanied me for 300 years. Without hesitation, Nie Baili exclaimed, "Elder brother, draw your sword and eliminate this old fraud." "Wait, there's more." Kuan Wu hurriedly produced a chipped wine cup used a millennium ago, so tattered it could no longer be repaired, along with half a top-grade spirit stone. Nie Baili covered her face, unwilling to look further. She should never have harbored expectations of a gambler. Perhaps it was better to draw her sword. What a waste of time this was. Hold on. I possess a mirror capable of piercing through all worldly illusions. It is called the illusion mirror. Would you not want it? Nie Baili frowned. Speak plainly. In the presence of my mirror, all phantoms will reveal their true form. What use is that? Is there no mirror that could make someone look better? Like a beauty filter or something? Chapter 47. Let me teach you what it means to take advantage. What good is being good-looking? Suddenly, A brilliant light erupted within the cave. A copper mirror emanated a glow as it fell into Nie Baili's hands, the back adorned with a lifelike depiction of a listening deity. This mirror of mine, even when adorned with cosmetics, can reflect the most primal appearance. Isn't that just a makeup-removing mirror? Nie Baili felt a wave of disdain wash over her. Not interested. Let us go. She turned to leave, causing Kuan Wu to reveal his trump card. I still have my ultimate secret technique. Shadowless. Nie Baili, well-versed in the art of bargaining, ignored Kuan Wu and turned to Chunji to engage in casual conversation. Senior brother. Don't believe him. It's clearly just a ruse like the mirror. Just as Chunji was about to advise caution, he caught sight of his junior sister's mischievous expression and had no choice but to go along. Sister has a point. Right? What kind of secret realm could be so impoverished? Clearly, it's a ploy to deceive someone like me, a mere cultivation novice. Chunji found it amusing in his heart. If she were truly a novice, then there would be no genius in Qin Shao's sect. Yet he still nodded in agreement. Their synchronized banter sent Kuan Wu into a frenzy. After so many years of death, he had finally awaited 2 young successors. Only by passing on a legacy could he ensure his lineage. I'm not deceiving you. Not at all. The soul flickered before Nie Baili. You'll see for yourself upon opening it. She found it filled with footwork techniques. When combined with a unique mental method, one could move without a trace, that if cultivated to its essence, it could shrink the distance to mere inches, rivaling the powers of true celestial beings. This was perfect for her, a troublemaker with low cultivation. She eagerly flipped through the pages, but halfway through, the secret technique flew back into Kuan Wu's hands. His face wore a smug grin. So, what do you think, little girl? Not deceiving you, right? Nie Baili cleared her throat, feigning indifference. Mediocre. Stop deceiving this old man. Your eyes nearly burrowed into the book. Only then did Kuan Wu begin to regain his composure. The girl's earlier indifference was likely an act, a tactic to manipulate him. Realizing her ploy was uncovered, Nie Baili awkwardly touched her nose. Speak. What are your conditions? Let me be clear. I have neither money nor life to spare. Kuan Wu waved his hand dismissively. When I was wealthy, even Xinhua came to borrow money from me. What need do I have for yours? Nie Baili silently gestured to Chunji. See, your master is always in debt. However, Kuan Wu sighed. Unfortunately, I fell into the vice of gambling, and my spiritual veins were all lost at I end this life. I seek nothing but to know how you managed to cheat under my very nose. I refuse to believe that my past losses were merely due to bad luck. Nie Baili returned to the gambling table. A little gambling brings joy. But a big gamble can lead to ruin. Senior, I will slow down my hand. Please pay close attention. Thereafter, Nie Baili demonstrated the cheating move she had employed earlier as speed reduced by 20 times. Kuan Wu, who began with curses, ended up hugging a pillar and weeping in despair. I was actually deceived into losing everything by this sleight of hand. Nie Baili consoled him. Senior, do not be disheartened. You were fortunate to be born in this era. Had you encountered me in a different time, you might have lost your very undergarments and been running from debts. After a moment of reflection, she suddenly had a thought. Wait, this shadowless technique. Did you create it for your escape? Kuan Wu turned his head away, feeling a bit embarrassed. Heroes do not inquire about origins. What matters is its efficacy. Nie Baili accepted the illusion mirror and the shadowless secret technique gifted by Kuan Wu. With his wishes fulfilled, Kuan Wu waved goodbye to Nie Baili without a hint of nostalgia. I take my leave. May there be no more gambling in this world. Those who cheat should all perish. As his final cry faded, the spirit of the elder dissipated entirely. Nie Baili placed down the treasures and scrolls, solemnly kneeling to bow 3 times in respect. Elder Kuan Wu, safe travels, and may there be no gambling in heaven. As the dark cave lost the support of the legacy, it began to slowly collapse. Nie Baili moved closer to Chunji. How do we come in? Quickly take me out. Chunji wore a cryptic expression. However you entered, so did I. She noticed this life as Chunji had a penchant for opposing her. Is it not enough for you to retort at least twice a day? The cave is collapsing. Let us go. Chunji sighed. Step back 2 paces. Nie Baili complied. He summoned the Jixien sword its cold, lustrous sheen flowing, the concealed blade proving effective in all endeavors. This life S.G. Xian's sword had yet to fracture. Wielded by Chun-Ji, it radiated power across the mountains and rivers. He struck the wall with a swing of his sword. The blade's frostiness cleaved through the mountain, spreading toward the secret realm S barrier. Wherever it touched, frost fell. Even the beasts within the secret realm sensed danger and began to stir restlessly, seeking refuge. The chill pervaded the entire cave, and ice formed beneath Nie Baili's feet, prompting her to retreat another 2 steps. The entire cave trembled even more violently. Stones and gravel cascaded down. You still think the cave, isn't collapsing fast enough? Chun-Ji sheathed his sword, his demeanor as gentle as ever. It is my duty to carve a path for my junior sister. He extended his hand to her. Without hesitation, Nie Baili rushed forward to grasp Chun-Ji's hand. In a moment of life and death, who cared about ambiguity? As Chun-Ji tightened his grip on her hand, he pulled her into his embrace, enveloped by a fragrant aura. Looking down, he found his junior sister clinging to him like a monkey. He couldn't help but chuckle. Fear not, you won't die. With a crash of the shattered rock, he leaped out. Outside, the beasts were in chaos. Nie Baili took refuge in his embrace, peering outside to find they were 1,000 miles away from the cliffside gorge, at a frigid pool. Suddenly, memories of their circumstances before their crossing flooded back. It seemed to be a temporal disruption. She had returned to her previous life. But what of Chun-Ji? Did he traverse back as well? Certainly not. Otherwise, his tongue wouldn't be so sharp. This meant that during the temporal disturbance, Chun-Ji had fallen into Kuan-Wu's legacy site, completely unaware of how to exit. With this thought, Nie Baili looked up, her cheek brushing against Chun-Ji's jaw, triggering a jolt of static electricity. Ouch! Nie Baili shivered. The kind of romantic tension described in stories simply did not exist. Only exaggerated hairs stood on end in the air, performing handstands that a somber voice reverberated from above. Junior sister, do not take advantage of me. Nie Baili, bristling with indignation, retorted, what advantage do you have to take? If taking advantage means touching a face, then shouldn't I touch every inch of you? The wind howled in Chun-Ji's ears. Upon hearing such a retort, he couldn't help but ask, you didn't touch? Nie Baili boldly rubbed his back with her hands twice, clutching her clothes tightly to avoid falling. She resolutely declared, I didn't touch. Chun-Ji laughed in exasperation. Nie Baili was well aware that his laughter was laced with sarcasm. Do you know what it truly means to take advantage? Chun-Ji replied, you're doing so right now. In an effort to teach him a lesson, Nie Baili freed her hands and, with a resounding clap, cupped Chun-Ji's face. What are you doing? Chun-Ji's voice was tinged with urgency for the first time. Nie Baili grinned, revealing her little tiger teeth, teaching you what it means to take advantage. Chapter 48. This is what taking advantage looks like. In the abyssal gorge, Jian transformed into his original form, lifting his hind leg to diligently lick his wounds, perhaps due to the lavish meals of the Qingxiao sect. The white tiger's belly was round and full. He had to stretch his neck to reach the wound. Following his senior sister's advice, he hid behind a pile of stones, awaiting her return. However, after waiting day after day, his senior sister still had not come back. Steam billowed from the tiger's nostrils as impatience began to set in, just as he strained to lift his leg to tend to his injury. 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. With keen eyesight, he immediately recognized his senior sister, who was nestled against a man, nibbling away. In mid-air, Chun-Ji was abruptly lifted by her hands, and given that he was currently suspended in the air, he found it difficult to maneuver. He was genuinely brought face to face with Nie Baili. The muscles in Chun-Ji's back tensed instantly, his neck arching slightly backward as he struggled to maintain his composure. Junior sister, do not be too eager. Nie Baili, rebellious to the core, leaned in a few millimeters closer. Senior brother, in broad daylight, under the vast sky, and in front of so many witnesses, does that not feel even more exhilarating? She pouted, repeatedly testing Chun-Ji's boundaries. Just as their lips were nearly touching, Chun-Ji's neck flushed crimson as he prepared to toss her aside. Nie Baili, laughing uncontrollably, instinctively pulled back. Senior brother, this is what taking advantage looks like. With that, she forcefully pushed him away, drew her broken sword, and descended on her sword. As Chun-Ji was pushed away, he instinctively reached out to grab her, only to find that Nie Baili was a step ahead. For the first time, he felt a sense of begrudging shame at being toyed with. Thus, he followed suit. The moment Nie Baili landed, she caught sight of Ji Yan's form and pointed at his lifted hind leg. "At your age, are you still licking your bell?" She did not feel embarrassed. After all, even panda mothers assist their cubs with their bowel movements. Yet, she was unaware that such a large cat still needed to do so. Ji Yan froze momentarily, attempting to explain. "No, I'm licking my wounds. It helps with recovery." Fearing he might feel awkward, Nie Baili reassured him. "What is there to be embarrassed about? You are just a little kitty." Chun-Ji, following behind, caught sight of this little kitty that measured about 3 meters long and 1 meter tall. "The secret realm will soon close. We should leave." Ji Yan immediately rose. "My wound has stopped bleeding. I can walk on my own." Nie Baili was still pondering about Huasheng and the others. "I wonder how Xiaoya is doing now." Chun-Ji turned. "I rescued her. She should be waiting for us at the exit." The three of them set off towards the exit together. On another front, Fu Ming, having endured numerous hardships, finally achieved a record of 0 deaths and 10 injuries. She remained on high alert, fearing that any disciples might fall into danger, especially with other sects deliberately seeking trouble. Internally, she subconsciously compared her leadership to Nie Baili's during their last expedition. The pressure mounted significantly. As the end of the trial approached, she led the majority of her disciples towards the barrier's exit. This journey had yielded significant rewards. They had collected all the inner elixirs and herbs they could. However, the absence of her junior sister and the others was concerning. One inner sect disciple, summoning his courage, asked, "Senior sister, shall we not go look for junior sister and the others?" Another disciple, with an injured arm and leg wrapped in bandages, retorted irritably, "What is there to look for? They should learn a lesson. If they wander off, they should know how to find us, always dragging us down." The disciple beside him, supporting his injured comrade, advised, "Senior brother, refrain from speaking so harshly. Your injuries still need to be treated." Fu Ming, despite being injured herself, could not display weakness in front of her juniors. "Have you all forgotten the rules of the Qingxiao sect?" The injured disciple's face fell, unable to meet her gaze. "Every disciple of the Qingxiao sect is one entity. According to your reasoning, if one drags the group down, should they be abandoned? Should I just leave you behind?" The injured disciple immediately apologized. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have vented my frustration over the lost spiritual herbs on junior sister. I will reflect on my mistakes when we returned." Fu Ming did not press him further. "As long as you understand. I will escort you all back to the entrance before searching for junior sister A.S. for Chun-Ji." Everyone assumed he was fine and showed no concern for his whereabouts. The sect's eldest senior brother surely had his own plans. Upon reaching the entrance, the two groups met in a momentous encounter. Nie Baili, with her left hand supporting the injured Ji Yan and her right hand wielding her broken sword, exclaimed, "Senior sister. Long time no see." Fu Ming scrutinized the dried mud on Nie Baili and the broken sword, deducing that her days had not been easy either. Yet, why did she always manage to smile so brilliantly? Huasheng and Jiang Yu rushed forward to embrace her. "I knew you wouldn't die." Surprisingly, Gui Jianxiu stood unscathed among the group. Nie Baili greeted her with a friendly smile, recalling their previous life and the fortune-telling. Now they were indeed good sisters. Gui Jianxiu stepped closer with a smile. Fu Ming instinctively glanced at her disciples behind her. In their past expedition, there were also injuries, and she had done no worse, having narrowly escaped death and standing at the barrier's entrance. All faces bore faint smiles. However, when the disciples of the Biluo sect appeared, the smiles faded, especially Ji Yan, who felt an urge to bite Shui Qinyan dead. Shui Luohan appeared pale and dazed, as if still submerged in a foul stench, unwilling to awaken. Shui Mingyue, on the other hand, was seething with fury, glaring at Nie Baili. Nie Baili responded with a provocative smile, silently giving a thumbs up. Shui Mingyue, confused, wondered about her intent. But soon, the thumb tilted sideways, and an upright middle finger shot up. Shui Mingyue instinctively inhaled sharply. Yet, Nie Baili directly stepped between Chun-Ji and Fu Ming, exuding a sense of security. Shui Qianyan observed their subtle interactions, revealing a seductive smile. I wonder if the little junior sister of the Qingxiao sect has found a fallen white tiger doll. Upon hearing this light-hearted remark, Jian felt his inner elixir tremble. Nie Baili placed her hand on his shoulder, calming his fury to a white tiger doll. She never expected that the disciples of the Biluo sect had grown so large, still playing with dolls. Jian could no longer contain himself. What kind of cult is your Biluo sect? You even dare to dissect my inner elixir. Having read enough nonsense, did they truly believe that consuming an inner elixir would elevate their status? Tears streamed down Jian's face in frustration. He was but a pure little kitten, lost in the human world. They had promised that the righteous disciples were upright and kind, yet they were not even as good as demonic beasts. Nie Baili and Hua Sheng each took one of his hands, fearing he might confront them directly. If the Biluo sect continued to feign innocence while getting injured, he would truly have no words left to defend himself. Do not be angry. Tonight we shall secretly make voodoo dolls, Nie Baili consoled. Shui Qianyan, however, feigned innocence, her expression that of a white lotus. What inner elixir? I merely lost a doll. Has the Qingxiao sect learned to smear dirt now? The array shielded the water mirror, and one knew the wicked deed Shui Qianyan had committed. Thus, he felt no fear of being exposed. Hua Sheng, with a quick tongue, remarked, "We shall not bicker with someone so out of balance who still plays with dolls." Shui Qianyan's smile vanished instantly, a powerful pressure bearing down on the group. Yet, Chunji merely took a gentle step forward, causing the pressure to dissipate like a cool breeze. The junior brother is young. Water Taoist is broad-minded. Surely, you would not stoop to the level of a child. Shui Qianyan gazed at the group of 20-year-olds, suppressing his anger. Of course, not having gauged Chunji's true strength, he refrained from acting rashly at that moment. An elder from the Hahuan sect hurried towards the entrance of the secret realm. Who the hell destroyed the barrier? Step forward. Chapter 49. For every slanderous word. Experience the pain of swallowing needles. Nie Baili glanced at Chunji, then at everyone else's positions. From this angle, Chunji had indeed stepped forward. The elder from the Hahuan sect was infuriated. There were still 7 or 8 days left until the trial was supposed to conclude. But due to the barrier's destruction, it had to end prematurely. In total, the trial lasted less than 3 days. To make matters worse, the floating family for Zhongzhou pressured them to record the disciples who exited early within those 3 days. If calculated correctly, all would be eliminated. Yet to proceed in such a manner would lead to the disbandment of all major sects. How could he possibly face Chunji and let him leave the Qingxiao sect? It was a miracle that Shan Weiyue had not killed him. At this point, he could only take the initiative to shift blame onto other disciples, at the very least. He needed to protect the Hahuan sect's reputation. What? Are you daring to act without taking responsibility now? Let the old man investigate. Do not blame him if he reports to the sect and demands your immediate departure. A profound silence enveloped the disciples. The followers of Hahuan sect, Buddhist sect, Biluo sect, and Qingxiao sect exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their shared astonishment. Nie Baili's eyes sparkled with malicious glee. Chunji cast a glance at his own position. Was it not sufficiently prominent? Reluctantly, he spoke up. Elder, it is I. So, it is you, this audacious child, who has dared to stand out. Remarkable. You have even breached the barrier of the secret realm. Truly worthy of being a child of the Chun family from Zhongzhou. The elder hastily shifted the topic, almost slipping in his words. His heart raced with unease. Chunji, he could not afford to offend the floating family of Zhongzhou, and the Qin family was an even greater taboo. Perfect. Let these two prominent families sort out their own affairs. Nie Baili observed the elder's change in demeanor with indifference and remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Senior brother, why do I seem to possess a fragment of memory that others lack? Those who exited the secret realm 3 days prior were to depart from the sect. Chunji interjected. Then I can only apologize for the sect leader's nurturing. I shall take my leave. The expressions of the other disciples shifted uneasily. If Chunji were to leave Qingxiao sect, what reason would they have to remain in their own sect? The elder of Hahuan sect's countenance darkened. This matter was merely a jest. I shall personally explain to the floating family and ensure that no sect suffers the loss of any disciple. Clearing his throat, he sought to regain his composure, though the trial has concluded prematurely. Some have already obtained the Kunwu inheritance. With that, his gaze settled firmly on Chunji, for the direction of the sword intent was unmistakably his. The victor of this trial would not only claim the inheritance, but also receive the coveted handling grass. Let the victor step forward. As the words fell, nearly every gaze turned towards Chunji. Yet he remained utterly still. The elder, assuming Chunji was merely sulking, patiently called again. Let the victor step forward to claim their reward. Still, Chunji did not budge. The elder's pride began to falter. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Nie Baili, having tired of the charade, strode boldly before the elder. Hand it over. The elder, exasperated, scolded. Even as fellow sect disciples, one cannot claim for another. Finally, Chunji spoke, his lips curling into a familiar smile, though there was no mirth in his eyes. My junior sister has received the inheritance. Who should she claim for? The disciples erupted into chaos. Who has claimed it? That outer disciple of Qingxiao sect? I heard she is but a useless healer. Shui Minghua blurted, impossible. She must have cheated. Nie Baili's eyes narrowed. Who still played the victim in the world of cultivation? They would settle it with a fight. Shui Qinyan was quick to act. Chunji raised a hand to intervene. The two senior brothers engaged in a fierce struggle, while Huasing and Jiang Yueli were a beat behind. The flame of departure and memory loss talismans flew into the fray. Gue Jianshou produced a retreat drum, the sound overwhelming. Shui Minghua countered each attack, but before she could react, Nie Baili had already closed in. In shock, she wondered how a mere chi refinement stage cultivator could suddenly appear before her, just as Shui Minghua prepared to retaliate. Her body inexplicably froze. 3 silver needles had sealed her meridians without her notice. Nie Baili deftly dislocated her jaw, the 4th needle poised on her tongue. The needles, upon entry, transformed into formless agony from this moment forth. For every disparaging word you utter about me, you shall endure the torment of swallowing needles. Meanwhile, amidst the skirmish, Shui Qinyan's voice turned icy. Shui Luohan, are you still dawdling? Only then did Shui Luohan snap to attention. Though he felt his junior sister's words were in dire need of correction to his surprise. However, Floating Meng drew her sword, blocking his path. If you wish to harm a disciple of Qingxiao, you must first contend with me. The elder of Hahuan's sect was dumbfounded. He was simply presenting an award. How had it escalated into a brawl? Cease this at once, he commanded, and instantly all combatants halted. Nie Baili, ever the obedient disciple, replied, very well, as the elder commands. Jiang Yueli also quelled the flame of departure. Good children receive treats. Huasing produced a piece of candy. Indeed, the elder has spoken. Chunji and Shui Qinyan exchanged glances. Each sheathing their swords, Shui Luohan stepped back, still feeling the urge to retch at the foulness of the situation. The elder had not anticipated his words would hold such weight. Yet, knowing the victor was that female disciple. Alas, she had incurred the wrath of the floating family of Zhongzhou. You, young lady, are terribly unreasonable. It was but a casual remark. Nie Baili retorted earnestly. It was hardly casual. Such actions warrant consequences. As for the rewards from this secret realm, he cast a knowing glance at Ji Yin. The little kitten understood immediately, opening her mouth wide to roar into the ear of the disciple holding the prize. Startled, the disciple fumbled, and the handling grass tumbled directly into the kitten's maw. Ji Yin dashed to Nie Baili's side, lifting her head in eager demand for affection. Nie Baili obliged with a couple of strokes before seizing the handling grass. How could the elder so recklessly accuse someone? As a healer, upon witnessing the foul mouths of the disciples from other sects, was it not natural to offer aid? Jiang Yueli chimed in. Indeed, there is no fault in saving lives. Elder, your visage clearly denotes a sense of fair reward and punishment. My actions in saving lives entitle me to the handling grass as the rightful victor. The duo's harmonious banter left the elder utterly befuddled. He was at a loss whether to grant or deny the request. Ultimately, he sought clarification. Present your spirit token for me to examine. Upon receiving the token, he found the unmistakable red imprint confirming her status as the inheritor. His confusion deepened. That's so. Chunji truly did not claim the inheritance. He was bested by a fellow sect member, no less, a mere junior sister. Did he still have any face as the senior brother? Yet, Chunji felt no sense of humiliation. On the contrary, he appeared quite at ease. No, I did not. Why not? Was the power of that sword insufficient? How could you lose the inheritance? Chunji sighed. Perhaps it is because I do not resort to trickery. The elder, the disciples. All the disciples were filled with perplexity, yet collectively breathed a sigh of relief. That so, it turned out that the foremost disciple of the first sect in the cultivation realm was merely of that caliber. With thoughts swirling, each sect prepared to carry this splendid news back home. Amidst the envious glances of the crowd, Nie Baili proudly accepted her reward. With the trial concluded, disciples from various sects were to return to their respective homes. The saint of the Buddhist sect politely bid farewell. Nie benefactor, may our paths cross again. The saintess of a Huan sect directly obstructed Nie Baili's path. Refrain from that lecherous gaze. Does the Buddha not cleanse your soul? The saint of the Buddhist sect narrowed his eyes. Can a Huan sect not remedy your ocular affliction? What do you mean by lecherous? I have not practiced any seduction arts, the saintess of a Huan sect scoffed. Indeed. In terms of seduction, I cannot rival you. As it appeared the two were on the brink of confrontation. The disciples of each sect skillfully pulled their respective senior sisters, brothers, away. Come, I miss home. Senior brother, there are still a few passages of the Buddhist scriptures I do not comprehend. May I trouble you for further explanation? At Biluo sect, Shui Qianyan cast a lingering glance at Nie Baili. I shall remember you. Nie Baili was unconcerned. Your vision is indeed commendable. Shui Qianyan smirked disdainfully, removing the silver needle from Shui Mingyue. Accompanied by her disciples, she departed. Shui Mingyue still desired revenge. Senior brother. The silver needle's in my mouth. Shui Qianyan had always shown no mercy to the weak, even if they were her junior sister. Would it not suffice to refrain from insults? You should thank the junior sister of Qingxiao sect for sealing your mouth, allowing you to focus on honing your skills. Shui Mingyue, stung by the insinuation about her sharp tongue, felt her face flush with indignation. Yet under her senior brother's command, she dared not defy. Nie Baili, disinterested in the matters of other sects, turned to leave. The group boarded the cloud boat back to Qingxiao sect. Upon arrival, the first thing Nie Baili did was check the mailbox to see if the spirit pigeon had returned her letter. Previously, she had sent money and medicinal pills home. Logically, her brother's injuries should have healed by now. The white-haired boy shook his head. None received. That a flicker of disappointment crossed Nie Baili's eyes. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, one must sever ties with the mundane world, the white-haired boy stated solemnly. Nie Baili playfully ruffled his chubby cheeks and slipped him a handful of candy. Understood. Next time, please help me check if any money or medicine has been taken. One cannot bite the hand that feeds. The spirit pigeon nodded vigorously. Nie Baili still needed to report to the sect leader and rose to head to the administrative hall, in the grand hall. Shun Yue presided over the position of sect leader, looking down at his disciples with immense satisfaction. You all performed admirably during this secret realm expedition. Especially you, Nie Baili. You are indeed a disciple favored by Uncle Shintu. Facing the sect leader, Nie Baili became notably more reserved. It is all thanks to my senior brother and sister. Had it not been for my senior brother, I would not have safely emerged from the inheritance. My senior sister stood in front of me when I faced difficulties at Biluo's sect. The other peak masters were pleased with her response. Talented, yet humble, Shinwei glanced at his own disciple, who appeared considerably more composed. The other peak masters exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss for other praises. When had Shinji ever been anything but steady? Shinwei then turned his gaze to Floating Ming. You led your team without a single casualty. Well done. In the depths of her dreams, a radiant light flickered in Fu Ming's eyes. Thank you for your kind words, sect master. It is my duty to protect my junior brothers and sisters. Shengyue hesitated for 2 seconds between her disciple and Fu Ming. The grand competition of all sects is about to commence, and it is our turn to host it this time. Let S assign Fu Ming to take charge. Fu Ming never imagined such a fortunate opportunity would fall upon her. In her previous life, Nie Baili was the one responsible for the grand competition, truly basking in the limelight. This destiny was indeed hers to seize. However, Fu Ming's master was not pleased. Sect master, how could you burden just this one disciple? While you may not want your favorite apprentice to toil, I cannot bear to see my child suffer either. Xinwei believed that since Chunji was unreliable, it was prudent to select someone dependable. That Fu Ming's heart raced, fully aware of her master's good intentions. Yet she was eager for the task and looked at Su Wenjing with hopeful anticipation. Master, I am not wearied. Su Wenjing was exasperated. After finally bringing the team back, how could they not seize the time to cultivate, but instead focus on the grand competition? He understood his disciples' desire for recognition. However, wouldn't it be simpler to shine directly on stage? Nie Baili, fearing a quarrel might erupt in the hall, took the initiative to speak. I report to you, Su Peak Master, that senior sister has worked hard all the way here and seems to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Surely she wishes to contribute more to the sect. This statement, while somewhat offensive, was artfully crafted that in terms of capability, Chunji bore the greatest responsibility. Yet, he typically refrained from involvement. But upon hearing the word breakthrough, Su Wenjing's expression brightened. It seems you are indeed on the right path. Very well, focus on your breakthrough first, then gradually prepare for the competition. Fu Ming stared at Nie Baili in astonishment. Knowing she was indifferent to the matter of the life-and-death fate, she was taken aback that she would speak up for her. Yet, the more she did so, the more restless guilt stirred within Fu Ming. She turned her gaze away, unable to meet her eyes. At last, Xinwei had delegated the urgent task at hand. Her gaze towards Nie Baili grew increasingly approving. You may all disperse. For this competition, outside disciples may also participate, so make sure to cultivate diligently. Hua Xingxing's eyes lit up as he exchanged glances with Nie Baili. She returned an okay gesture. As the group exited the hall, Jiang Yu left with the old father of Dan Peak. You weren't injured, were you? It's just sword control. I'll teach you myself. Don't let Hua Shengsheng handle it next time. It's too dangerous. After these few days of alchemy with your senior brothers and sisters, I'm utterly exasperated. Jiang Yu could only wave goodbye to her companions. Fu Ming gazed at Nie Baili and the others, reflecting on how she was always so well-liked, no matter where she was. However, in this life, she was thriving well enough, and the lack of friends mattered little. Upon returning to her chamber, her second uncle, Fu Yunsheng, had been waiting for quite some time. Why not eliminate her within the secret realm? I know you are kind-hearted, but I didn't expect you to be so inept. The Fu family has already arranged for the elders of the Huan sect. Can't you discern what this implies? Fu Ming had learned to automatically ignore her second uncle, that I will take full responsibility for this sect competition. Fu Yunsheng immediately shifted his tone. Really? Good. Prepare well. It's best to cultivate while you organize, striving to surpass Chanja. A suffocating sensation clawed at Fu Ming's throat, leaving her breathless. Yet she could not retort. To do so would imply a lack of effort and a descent into complacency. I shall indeed strive hard. Please, second uncle, encourage father to work diligently as well, to ensure the demise of the Chun family and become the foremost in Zhongzhou. Fu Yunsheng frowned, glaring. Have you lost your mind? Fu Ming rolled her eyes. So, second uncle, you too realize how unrealistic your words are. Stung by her retort, Fu Yunsheng, aware of his fault, reluctantly returned to the original topic. Fine, let us not discuss that. Regarding Nie Baili, having taken her life fate, do you truly believe she won to seek revenge against you? Fu Ming slammed her palm onto the table, shattering it. So she intends to avenge herself by helping me secure the responsibility of the grand competition. Fu Yunsheng trembled in fright. That shouldn't be the case. That be why the standards of an ordinary person, she would have long since sought retribution, even needing her enemy's assistance for the grand competition. Don't you find that shameful? Didn't I teach you that to achieve one's goals, one must not be bound by methods, only results? Why now? Are you concerned about the process? Fu Ming's words began to sting. In life, one should not be overly sentimental. Eventually, Fu Yunsheng was driven away by her irritation. Once he had departed, she immediately reinforced the barriers around her courtyard and began to focus on her cultivation. She did not wish to disappoint her master and aimed to excel in the upcoming sect competition. She was determined to prove that she could be an exceptional senior sister, even surpassing Nie Baili. Chapter 51. This failure rate is something no one would want to risk. Outside the Clear Sky sect, Nie Baili, Hua, Shangsheng, Gui, Jinxiu, and Jian strode towards the dining hall with an air of arrogance. When out and about, what they missed most was not their master or senior sisters, but the roasted chicken prepared by Chef Su. The four ordered 4 chickens, and upon tasting one, Nie Baili's eyes brimmed with tears. It's absolutely delicious. I'm almost sick from eating those spirit pills. Ji Yin longed to morph into her original form and devour it whole. Yet considering the crowd, she restrained herself that I always feel that eating spirit pills is no different from not eating them at all. I am neither hungry nor full, Gui Jinxiu remarked. That's because you've never known hardship. In the demon realm, resources are scarce, and spirit pills are even rarer. When starving, one would even gnaw on tree roots. Thus, Gui Jinxiu savored each bite, treating the bones as if polished. Hua Shangsheng spoke while chewing. So the grand competition chew is coming up chew together, right? Nie Baili shot him a sideways glance. Let us talk about that after we finish eating. The true enjoyment of food is in silence. The group fell into a comfortable silence as they devoured their meal. After the incense stick had burned down, only a pile of bones remained on the table. Chef Su loved patrons who ate heartily and left nothing behind. Just as the four were about to discuss the sect competition, the chef approached. Would you like to order more? Nie Baili shyly shook her head. No need. I'm already full. The chef laughed heartily. Last time, you devoured 3 chickens in one go. How come you're full after just one this time? Speak your mind. Has my cooking worsened? Planning to play the lady. Nie Baili let out a long sigh. The others stifled their laughter. Let us have 2 more, and I'll pack 2 for Jianyu. All right, the others also ordered 2 more each. After finishing, the 4 settled outside in a pavilion to digest. Hua Shengsheng asked, So, are you all participating in the sect competition? Nie Baili recalled her previous life, where it seemed no outer disciples were eager to join. However, if Shengsheng wished to go, she would accompany him. Let us go. Hua Shengsheng grinned with satisfaction. Then I'll go too. What about Xiaoyan? Gui Jinxiu, lacking a strong opinion, stated. If you're going, I'll go too to Jian, ever competitive, added. Let us go. It's a good opportunity to broaden our horizons. With no objections from anyone, Nie Baili stood up, intending to deliver the roasted chicken to Dan Peak. Where are you going? Hua Shengsheng asked, standing up as well. Jian followed suit, while Gui Jinxiu groaned, clutching his stomach. I'm going to deliver food to Jianyu. Are you all coming? Then let us go. We could digest along the way. Hua Shengsheng and Jian both agreed. Gui Jinxiu silently followed. He didn't quite understand why these two were so clingy, yet he felt no qualms about being close to Nie Baili. Upon arriving at Dan Peak, word had spread that they intended to participate in the sect competition. The Peak Master of Dan Peak immediately furrowed his brows, resembling a father discovering his daughter consorting with a troublesome crowd. The sect competition is just a bunch of sword cultivators clashing. What is there to see? Those who love to fight are filthy. Jianyu, can we avoid this commotion? Filthy? Nie Baili recalled the sin on Chunji and thought, not at all. There's no smell. Damn, why think of him? In her previous life, she too was a sword cultivator and had no odor whatsoever. Jianyu was someone she trusted unconditionally. Defiantly shaking her head, she insisted, I want to join. The Peak Master clutched his chest and stormed off in anger. The group settled at a table and began to eat. In a casual conversation, Nie Baili touched upon the matter of the calamity within the secret realm. Senior brother has already reported the Demon Clan issue to the sect master. Interestingly enough, it was thanks to the infiltrating Demon Clan that both Ji Yin and I survived. Ji Yin nodded vigorously, sharing their experiences with Jiangyu. Hua Shengsheng, however, abruptly interrupted the topic. Right and wrong cannot coexist. Some thoughts can remain internal, but do not voice them aloud. It's easy to be caught off guard. Gui Jinxiu seemed distracted, his mind racing with anxiety over his own secrets. He felt as if Nie Baili knew something. Yet he had no proof that he couldn't just shed his disguise and ask for clarification. He had entered the Kunwa's secret realm on orders, but without explicit instructions. The higher-ups merely advised him to act according to the situation, creating chaos for the righteous disciples. Gue Jianxiu decided to assist Nie Baili in confronting Shui Qinyan, who was skilled in producing soul essence. They fought to a standstill. Eventually, when the barrier shattered, he managed to escape. Back at the medical peak that evening, Nie Baili dutifully allocated 30% of the earnings to the medical peak, provoking Wan Muchuan's scolding for her foolishness. Upon hearing of her intention to sign up for the sect competition, Yunjia hesitated. Junior sister, in the sect competition, there's nothing more important than healing and saving lives. Medical Peak will likely only dispatch a few disciples for logistics. Wan Muchuan had witnessed Nie Baili's combat prowess and fully supported her participation. What is the matter with that? You possess an exceptional mastery of the human acupoints and are well-versed in the circulation of spiritual energy. Baili, I wholeheartedly support your participation. Engage wholeheartedly and elevate the esteemed reputation of our medical summit. Nie Baili straightened her back, responding, Understood. I assure you I will accomplish the task. Upon her departure, she seized some scar-removing ointment. The following day, the four of them gathered to register with Chu Fengshe. Outer disciples registered collectively, while inner disciples were accounted for by their respective peak masters. Each direct disciple was required to participate. Upon learning of their intentions, Chu Fengshe was taken aback. The sect's grand competition. Are you certain you wish to take part? Hua Sheng, perplexed, inquired, Indeed, are you not participating? Senior brother, Chu Fengshe, seemingly recalling something, replied in a stiff tone, I shall not go. The five exchanged glances. If he chose not to attend, why did he appear so distressed? Nie Baili suggested. Then please. Senior brother, register us? Chu Fengshe set down his brush. Speaking earnestly, I advise you to first research the victors of previous sect competitions before deciding on your participation. Why? It's merely a competition. She is not vying for first place. What need is there to look into who has won? Chu Fengshe's expression darkened. The 83rd Sect Competition, Volume 7. Sister, review it before we discuss further. With that, his azure robe swept as he departed hastily. Nie Baili? Hua Sheng. What is wrong with him? Gue Jianxiu crossed his arms. I am unsure. Should we go check? Let us go. The four hurried back to the library. Hua Sheng made a beeline for the shelf chronicling history. Searching for Volume 7. Nie Baili wandered aimlessly, her eyes vacant, glancing about like a novice exploring for the first time. As the three searched for Volume 7, she dashed to the northwest corner of the second floor. In her past life, she frequently visited the library to borrow books. Thus she was somewhat familiar with the arrangement of various texts. The ancestral records of Qingxiao sect from centuries past ought to be documented, especially since that woman claimed she would descend to the mortal realm. Thus, she sought the records of ascension from Qingxiao sect. To her astonishment, upon inspection, she discovered that there had been 15 disciples exhibiting signs of ascension in the last millennium, all of whom had failed. No wonder she had heard her past life that the sect leader, Shen Wuyu, continuously suppressed his cultivation to avoid ascension. With such a failure rate, who would wish to ascend? Further back, from millennium ago, there were a scant few records of ascension. Only a couple, and they were all mailed. As she continued to flip through the pages. Wait, the final page of this book had been torn out? Chapter 52. Such an unashamed disciple. He relishes it. She traced the jagged edge of the torn page. Her heart suddenly inclined to believe much of what that woman had said. Nie Baili approached the elder managing the library on the second floor, inquiring whether there were complete records in the form of a stone inscription. Nowadays, major sects employed stone inscriptions to prevent the leakage of secret techniques, making physical books exceedingly rare. However, Qingxiao sect, in its endeavor to maintain the prestige of being the foremost sect, still retained a tradition of physical books. Most, however, had been backed up with stone inscriptions for dual protection. The elder informed her, No, this volume has been missing pages since I began overseeing the library, and the stone inscription records are also incomplete. After expressing her gratitude, Nie Baili left the second floor. Hua Sheng and the others were huddled together, intently examining the historical records on the floor. Nie Baili leaned closer, Have you found anything? Ji Yin shifted aside, and the four formed a circle, all gazing at Volume 7 that, after several breaths, Nie Baili still could not discern any issues. Wasn't this merely a record of victories and defeats? Hua Shengsheng raised a hand, quiet. I am pondering. The group promptly fell silent. Moments later, with confidence, Hua Shengsheng declared, I understand. Senior Brother Chu is encouraging us to learn from his past grandeur. Gui Jianchou interjected. He fought 9 matches and lost 5 that ultimately he did not even enter the inner sect. Where is this grandeur? Nie Baili too felt uncertain about Chu Fengshi's intentions. Never mind, we have observed. Let us go directly to him to register. The group retraced their steps. Along the way, Gui Jianchou casually asked, what did you run off to earlier? Nie Baili lifted her chin. I was exploring the second floor. I have never seen such a grand library. Truly, Qingshao sect is magnificent. Gui Jianchou appeared skeptical. Although she had led the way to the library, she seemed to harbor other motives. Nie Baili indeed did not plan to disclose her time traveling back to her former life or the matter of the demon slave to her companions. It was not a matter of distrust, but rather the absurdity of it all. There was no way to broach the topic. Chu Fengshi felt a headache coming on at the sight of these 4 individuals. Coincidentally, his master, Lu Chuyin, was also present, and the situation was crowded with affairs. Nie Baili took the lead. Senior brother, we found Volume 7 and saw your achievements. We still intend to register. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuyin nearly scalded himself with the tea he had been sipping to dissuade these junior disciples. His best student was revealing his own scars. Lu Chuyin would forever remember how his spirited apprentice's morale had plummeted after participating in the sect's grand competition. Chu Fengshi, however, was simply a victim of untimely fate. He did not blame his master for merely being an outer sect steward. He did not blame the limited resources. He only blamed himself for not being diligent enough to enter the inner sect, inadvertently making his master a subject of ridicule. The name Chu Fengshi had become synonymous with lofty ambitions yet a lowly position. Yet at this moment, he had come to terms with his past. He spoke earnestly. In the grand competition of the myriad sects, the disciples participating are not only from the inner sect of Qingshao, but also elite disciples from over 100 sections. If you lose, it will be etched in the sect records, becoming a source of perpetual mockery. As he spoke, his fists began to tremble, a prince of a nation, entering the path at a young age. Achieving a golden core after a century of cultivation, basking in glory. Now, 3 centuries later, his cultivation remains stagnant at the golden core stage. Point 1 can only imagine the shadow cast by the elite disciples of the inner sect of Qingshao upon him. Upon hearing etched in the sect records, Hua Shengsheng's eyes sparkled, and she leaped from her chair. What? Senior brother, are you saying that even if I lose every match, the name Hua Shengsheng can still be inscribed in the records of Qingshao sect? Her tone brimmed with excitement, as if she were ready to engrave, I want to be famous on her forehead. Chu Fengshi. Lu Chuyin couldn't help but spit out his tea. Such an unashamed disciple. He relishes it. Indeed, even in defeat, one could still be recorded in the annals of Qingshao sect. Hua Shengsheng's resolve only strengthened. Senior brother, further words are futile. I wish to register. Soon, the names of the 4 appeared on the registration list. Hua Shengsheng was overjoyed to the point of madness. Upon exiting, she raised her arms triumphantly. Mother and father, your child has succeeded. The name Hua Shengsheng was soon to be immortalized in history. Ji Yin, perplexed, questioned Nie Baili, is infamy also a form of fame? Nie Baili tilted her head, feigning innocence. Why wouldn't it be? Ji Yin was once again astounded by the human cultivator's perspective. Who deceived my father, claiming that humans value face above all else? The news of the 4's intention to participate in the sect's grand competition rapidly spread throughout the outer sect. While everyone outwardly mocked and scoffed, internally they were filled with envy. Some had even begun to secretly register themselves. They yearned to participate, yet feared the shame of failure. What should they do? Chu Fengshi felt his head would explode. With so many disciples following suit to register, not everyone was as shameless as Hua Shengsheng. Thus, he decided to implement a selection process. First, they must withstand 10 moves under his supervision. Otherwise, registration would not be permitted. His intention was to protect these young disciples' pride. It was far better than being trampled upon by inner-sect disciples on the competition stage. Yet, there were always those who were stubborn that a 13-year-old outer disciple from the Fu Peak attempted 3 times, managing only to withstand 7 or 8 moves each time. Yet she refused to give up. After the 4th attempt, as her talisman was burnt, her eyes turned red with tears, and her voice trembled as she pleaded. "Senior brother, please let me try once more. I truly wish to participate in the sect's grand competition." Chu Feng sure sheathed his sword. "You cannot even surpass me. How will you fare against the inner sect disciples from other sects in the competition?" The girl lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. "You all think it's merely a contest, but in reality, it is a battle between sects. If you lose, not only will the inner sect disciples deem you superfluous, but other sects will also seize the opportunity to undermine Qingxiao sect's reputation. Who among you possesses the courage to bear this responsibility?" The disciples, once filled with enthusiasm, were abruptly doused with cold water. They were all new outer disciples this year, still immersed in the fantasy of "I am merely unfortunate to be in the outer sect." Having had no contact with the inner sect, they were unaware of the vast disparity in strength. They dreamed of making a stunning debut at the sect's grand competition, only to be inducted into the inner sect thereafter. However, the elders and the sect leader were no fools. Those with true talent had long since entered the inner sect instead of striving to break through. The result would be a dismal performance at the sect's grand competition, ruining their lives thereafter. The girl clutched her talismans tightly, nearly crushing them in her hands. She was not willing to accept it. Why must everyone tell her, "You have weak talent. You should know your place. Don't go out and embarrass yourself"? But how can one know if they can break through the southern wall without trying? If one does not attempt, they shall forever remain ignorant of their standing compared to others. Tears streamed down her face like a broken dam. Sining, enduring the scornful gazes of others, suddenly raised her head. I still want to try." Chu Fengshe seemed to see a reflection of his younger self. But what of that? He had collided with the southern wall and found it unyielding. What is there to try? To see how much face you can lose. To see if you can be defeated by outer disciples from sects weaker than Qingxiao. To see if an inner sect elder might take notice of you. Why not indulge in dreams? The attic is flooded with sunlight, yet all the disciples feel a chilling sensation in their limbs. An emotion known as resignation permeates the hearts of these favored children of heaven. Yet, amidst this, there is one who dares to shatter the status quo. "I dare." A resolute voice dispels the gloom within it. In the radiant sunlight, a young girl strides in with an audacious determination, proclaiming, "I am willing to bear this responsibility. Today I take pride in my sect, and tomorrow the sect shall feel shame for me." That contradictory. Besides, if the Qingxiao sect dares to claim me, it must be prepared for the possibility of disgrace at any moment. Chapter 53. Losing is never a mistake. Chu Fengshe's voice faltered. "Junior sister, she is not washing Sheng. She cannot bear such grave consequences." Nie Baili never believed that Chu Fengshe intended to undermine the morale of the outer disciples. He merely sought to protect the fragile hearts of these once favored children, now outer disciples, in his own clumsy manner. Yet it seemed he had overcorrected. "Senior brother, if the reputation of our sect can be tarnished solely by us outer disciples, then how can such a sect truly protect its disciples? Similarly, if our sect adds reproach upon our defeat, what kind of sect is that?" After speaking, she recalled the defeats recorded in Volume 7. She stated a truth. Losing is never a mistake. Chu Fengshe suddenly looked up, his heart trembling. In truth, the most devastating blow during the grand competition was not the loss itself, but losing to a disciple of the Biluo sect. That disciple has since become the direct successor of the sect leader. From the moment he was knocked off the stage, the Biluo sect began to spread rumors. They claimed that the status of the Qingxiao sect, the foremost sect, was beginning to waver, and that the disciples were of poor quality. The elder who had initially intended to take him as a disciple ultimately decided against it. That was tolerable enough. However, the fact that he had brought disgrace upon the Qingxiao sect weighed heavily on his conscience, leading him into a downward spiral. Now, someone was telling him that losing is never a mistake. A surge of spiritual energy coursed wildly within him, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Liu Chuyin had initially been a mere spectator. If someone could awaken the disciple, she hoped Nie Baili would speak further. But she never expected her to be so impactful. Scatter, quickly scatter. He is about to form his nascent soul. The disciples scattered in a frenzy. The sunlight vanished, and above, dark clouds of tribulation loomed, with a rumble of thunder echoing within. My goodness, could it be that Chu's senior brother is some hidden genius, advancing directly from the early stage of the golden core to forming his nascent soul? Liu Chuyin gazed up at the tribulation clouds for a long time, her eyes glistening with moisture. She seized a moment to chide the disciples. 300 years of relentless cultivation. Naturally, one does not make a sound until they are ready. When they do, it is astonishing. Nie Baili felt a surge of astonishment upon hearing this. She knew Chu's senior brother was busy with various matters, but she had not anticipated that he had not neglected his cultivation. Especially in the face of psychological trauma, even when advancement seemed out of reach, he had persevered for 300 years without faltering. Such tenacity was remarkable. In her previous life, she might not have achieved such a feat. It seemed the outer sect was also a place where hidden talents lay in wait. Chu Fengshe spent 3 days undergoing his tribulation. Once completed, he immediately sought out Sin Ing to apologize. He bowed deeply, his demeanor sincere. Junior Sister Sin, I beg your forgiveness. Why previous remarks were not meant to criticize you, but to chastise myself for my own recklessness, that I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Sin Ing, clutching her talisman, stepped back in fright. She waved her hands hurriedly. No need. Senior brother, please rise. I am also very grateful for your reminder. At least I now understand the cost of failure. And I accept it willingly. Chu Fengshe produced a token of apology. Sin Ing knew that if she did not accept it, senior brother would not forgive her, so she simply tucked it into her storage ring. Then, she found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, when she could not find a topic, she blurted out, Senior brother Chu, was the competition particularly challenging due to the presence of many skilled practitioners? As soon as she finished speaking, she realized she had overstepped. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to reopen your wounds. Oh no, that is a badge of honor, not a wound. I apologize, senior brother. I truly lack the ability to articulate. Chu Fengshe smiled lightly. In the grand competition, every sect wishes to preserve its dignity. Naturally, those selected are the elite among the elite. Even the disciple who defeated me from the Biluo sect. I suspect he feigned being an outer disciple to create confusion. That he then patted his junior sister on the shoulder. You need not be anxious. I have desensitized myself. Just then, Washingsheng, also an outer disciple of the Fufeng Peak, appeared out of nowhere. Senior brother Chu, I just found the recording stone from your match. You were knocked back 10 meters but managed to get back up? That's incredible. Chu, desensitized, Fengshe. Washingsheng remained blissfully unaware of the change in atmosphere. Based on how much you got beaten, I've decided to draw myself a protective talisman, one that ensures I won't feel any pain, no matter how much I get hit. Thank you, senior brother, for the inspiration. Once it's made, I'll send you a copy. Chu Fengshe took a deep breath. He had to restrain himself. He could not harm his fellow disciples. He was desensitized. He was fine. Sin Ing's gaze flitted back and forth between the two. She marveled at Washingsheng's obliviousness, while thinking Chu senior brother's desensitization was mere nonsense. At this moment, Nie Baili was at the Dan Peak. She had procured the Hamling grass and entrusted Jiang Yueli with refining it into Hamling pills. The Hamling grass is toxic and must be diluted before use. 1 entire plant can yield over 100 Hamling pills, which enhance combat power without side effects in a short period. By evening, Jiang Yueli emerged with 4 or 5 bottles of pills. I managed to refine 200 in total. Senior sister, please take them. Nie Baili divided 20 pills for her. Although they were of no use to Jiang Yueli, having them could not hurt. With 180 pills remaining, Nie Baili first distributed 20 each to her companions. The remaining 100 were given entirely to the outer disciples participating in the competition. If they were to win, they would win together. In recent days, Nie Baili felt as if the number of outer disciples roaming about had dwindled. Nightly, the disciples who used to sneak away had vanished. Even the cafeteria lady no longer trembled while serving food. Yet, she continued to wander aimlessly, even chatting with a 1,000-year-old tree spirit. She subtly inquired about the ancestors of the Qingxiao sect who ascended. Logically, she should investigate the demon clan directly or consult Qinji, but her instincts told her that this woman's identity was of utmost importance. However, the tree spirit was too ancient, with a disordered memory, often dozing off mid-conversation. Therefore, Nie Baili had to abandon that line of inquiry on the eve of the grand competition. She visited the medical peak to find Siyu and Yunjia. When she opened the door, she found Yunjia fulfilling a bet, administering a free trial of medicine to her senior brother. "Come on, just kill me with poison. I would rather drink poison than bitter medicine." As you said nothing and directly poured the concoction down his throat. Nie Baili felt her presence was somewhat intrusive, yet she could not pinpoint why. So, she simply squatted at the door. "Junior sister, if you have something to say, do so directly. No need to wait." Nie Baili recalled the oversight from the previous grand competition. "Senior brother, which peak is responsible for the logistics of this match?" Before Siyu could respond, Yunjia interjected nonchalantly. "Well, each peak just needs to send 1 or 2 idle disciples to keep watch. Right? What else is there?" Nie Baili produced her plan for a mobile stall of the grand competition. "Senior brother, I wish to ask you to accompany me to find senior sister Fuming and request that the medical peak be entrusted with the entirety of the logistics. I assure you, this is the best opportunity for the medical peak to profit." Siyu took the plan, and after reading it, he nodded eagerly. "Let us go quickly. We must act now." At the sword peak, Fuming was hearing such an unusual request for the first time. Logistics was typically a thankless task, and every peak avoided it. Why would Nie Baili want to take it on voluntarily, yet carrying a sense of guilt? She generally agreed unless the request was particularly outrageous. "There are many tedious tasks in logistics, and the disciples will be weary that I will allocate 200,000 spirit stones to you as a token of gratitude for the medical peak's efforts. Free funding for the project?" Thus, Nie Baili excitedly accepted and promptly delved into preparations for the mobile stall. Chapter 54. Can words truly emit flatulence? In the administrative pavilion, Shen Weiwei gazed at the lengthy list of participants presented by Lu Chuyan, smiling with satisfaction that it was rare for outer disciples to exhibit such enthusiasm. Since the children were willing, they should all participate. By the way, did an outer disciple recently defeat 5 inner disciples in succession? Lu Chuyan respectfully replied, "Indeed, esteemed sect leader, that would be my disciple, Chu Fengshe." Shen Weiwei pondered for a moment before commanding, "Such talent must not be squandered. He cannot be allowed to remain despondent. This year let him participate as well." Lu Chuyan replied, "As you command, esteemed sect leader." After dismissing her, Shen Weiwei summoned the master of the sword peak. The grand competition would be a chaotic mix of fish and dragons. It was possible that demons would take advantage of the situation. After the last incident in the Kunwa secret realm, the Qingxiao sect must have a countermeasure this time. That Tihanchi peak, everyone assumed Qinji was diligently cultivating, preparing for the grand competition with his utmost strength. But he did not even seek solace in the cold pond. Since returning to the sect, he had not touched his sword. Instead, he had buried himself in his study, incessantly scribbling on rice paper while muttering to himself, "Why can't I figure this out?" If Nie Baili were present, she would instantly recognize this familiar formula. It was the fundamental integral formula of calculus. 3 months later, the vast barrier of Qingxiao sect slowly opened. Fu Ming stood resplendently at the forefront, with only the indomitable Shen Weiwei before her. Even the leaders of the various peaks could do no more than serve as mere background figures behind her. As the next sect master was on the cusp of being revealed, an unnamed surge of emotion stirred within her heart. Fu Ming recognized this as an insatiable yearning for supreme power. If she exerted enough effort, the position ahead would inevitably belong to her. Suddenly, several cloud vessels appeared in the sky. One vessel, careening forward as if out of control, bore down upon the Qingxiao sect's barrier, its immense spiritual energy crashing into it. However, just as the vessel approached the barrier, it was abruptly halted in midair. The ship then spun 180 degrees, and the disciples atop it plummeted down like dumplings. "Ha, Weiwei, my old friend, it's been years. and you're still as formidable as ever. The master of Biluo sect, Shui Yan, materialized before Shun Wuyue, laughing heartily. Shun Wuyue greeted him with a polite smile that it's been years. And you remain as tiresome as always. Observing that Biluo sect had failed to gain any advantage over Shun Wuyue, the other sects quelled their disruptive intentions. Among the disciples 100 meters away from Shun Wuyue, Jiang Yueli clung to Nie Baili's arm and quietly asked, why can't anyone from Biluo's sect pilot a cloud vessel? Last time they crashed into a cloud vessel, and this time they crashed into a barrier. Nie Baili lowered her voice to respond. It's only a matter of time before they capsize. Jiang Yueli was further puzzled. Haven't they already capsized? Nie Baili blinked, choosing silence. This capsizing is not that capsizing. Though their voices were low, they did not escape the ears of the powerful. Shui Yan, with his keen eyes, could not tolerate the audacity of the young disciples. Just as he prepared to identify which Qing Shao disciple dared to be so bold, Shun Wuyue subtly blocked his line of sight. De Jian was astonished by the sect master's strength. Heavens, the sect master has even made a move, yet can stop a cloud vessel midair. When will I be able to do that? Having assisted the sect master for many years in her past life, Nie Baili naturally understood how the other party displayed their prowess. You can do it now. Just hide your hands in your sleeves, and when you cast your spell, keep it subtle. It'll appear as if you Haven T made a move at all. After Shun Wuyue had just finished showing off, she coughed lightly. Ahem, it's quite breezy here. Fu Ming. Hurry and see to the arrangement for the various sect masters. The disciples of Qing Shao sect, who had been watching the commotion, willingly parted to create a path. The masters filed in, and, as Shui Qinyan passed by Nie Baili, she paused for a moment, seemingly taking a longer glance at her. Nie Baili paid it no mind, while Jiyan, feeling famished, pulled the two of them towards the dining hall. Hua Xingsheng and Gue Jinxiu were absent today. Hua Xingsheng was likely engrossed in drawing talismans, determined not to suffer a humiliating defeat in the upcoming competition. Gue Jinxiu had also claimed to be busy with cultivation. Yet Nie Baili suspected he had received another task from his superiors, preparing to stir up trouble. Forget it. This is not something an outer disciple like me should concern myself with. The worst. I'll just keep an eye on Gue Jinxiu during the competition. The next day, the highly anticipated grand competition of the 10,000 sects officially commenced. Fu Ming led her disciples to set up the 10,000 sword formation. Hundreds of sword shadows sliced through the air, gradually intertwining to form an impenetrable net. The barrier was established. The disciples below could faintly sense an invisible pressure. Subsequently, the swords hovered in midair, each gradually displaying a name. Look, there's my name. Jian, you're over there? Sister Baili, please help me find my name. Nie Baili yawned in boredom and scanned the hovering swords, accurately pointing out Jiang Yueli's name. The 10,000 sword formation was a strategy she had devised in her past life, which not only served to impress, but also functioned as a record that in this life, Fu Ming had inherited it and executed it even more brilliantly. This innovative approach left the various sects astounded, and they quietly took note for future use. Shun Wuyue briefly reiterated the rules of the competition before declaring it officially underway. For the disciples who lost, the names corresponding to the suspended swords would vanish. The grand competition of the 10,000 sects was divided into 4 arenas: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Based on their strength, Qi refining and foundation establishment disciples would duel on the Huang stage, while Golden Core and Nascent Soul disciples would compete on the Earth and Xian stages. Respectively, disciples above the Nascent Soul level would duel on the Heaven stage. The arenas were arranged in a lotus flower shape, with each petal serving as a separate competition area, allowing for 5 victors to be chosen at once. The judges stood in the center of the flower to prevent any life-threatening incidents due to overly heated competition. Once the sect master announced the start of the competition, Chu Fengshe took on the role of a nagging caretaker. He earnestly reminded, "It's just a competition. Do your best, but don't risk your lives that if you encounter provocations from disciples of other sects. Just treat it as empty threats." All 5 disciples chimed in unison. For Chu Fengshe had already reiterated this a month prior. The listeners' ears were nearly calloused from hearing it so often. Chu Fengshe sighed. "During this competition, I'll be on the Heaven stage, and 1T be able to look after you all. Please be vigilant." Nie Baili grasped his shoulder, pivoted 180 degrees and pushed him towards the side of the heaven stage to spare herself further nagging. In truth, Nie Baili had already graduated from the general knowledge peak and returned to the medical peak. Yet Chu Fengshi continued to care for her as though she were his own sister. Do well, Brother Chu. I believe in you, Nie Baili encouraged, clenching her fist. Her peripheral vision caught sight of Shunwu next to the solemn Chunji, who showed no indication of acknowledgement and swaggered away. Chunji watched her departing figure, feeling that even every strand of her hair seemed to exude an air of arrogance. On the Huang stage, among the first 10 competitors, there was Hua Xingsheng. Xiao Bai, over here, come quickly. Nie Baili quickened her pace, only to unexpectedly bump into a disciple clad in Biluo sect attire. I'm sorry. She timidly apologized first. However, the other party was merely waiting for an opportunity to pick a fight, their eyes gleaming with mischief, unwilling to let this chance slip. I didn't expect a disciple from Qingshao sect to be so blind. Sorry, one suffice. What do you think I'm practicing swordsmanship for? Nie Baili cast an expressionless glance at Hua Xingsheng. The latter immediately understood and approached her. This brother. Do you know what my senior brother just said? What nonsense. Puff, puff, puff. A series of flatulent sounds erupted from his mouth. The other disciples scattered in alarm, their eyes wide with horror as they gaped at the Qingshao disciple. Can someone actually fart like that? And it smells identical. Hua Xingsheng clasped his hands. My senior brother said that if you encounter someone looking for trouble, treat it as if they were farting. Thus, I invented the stinky fart talisman. What do you think, feasible? The Biluo sect disciples, terrified, fled towards their companions, who also wished to escape the stench, scrambling away in panic. Chapter 55. One can die, but one cannot die socially. Nie Baili and Hua Xingsheng made their way to the Huang stage. Why are you calling me? I still want to see how the mobile stalls are set up. Hua Xingsheng couldn't admit that he was a bit nervous about his first appearance on stage. No hurry. Just watch me compete from below and cheer for me. Nie Baili pointed at Ji Yin and the others. Aren't those 3 down there? Hua Xingsheng ignored her, pushing her forward. You 4 must be there. None can be absent. Today is my first competition, and your presence is vital for my victory. Fine. Nie Baili had no choice but to munch on sunflower seeds while witnessing the event, as fate would have it. Hua Xingsheng's opponent was none other than the flatulent brother. Enemies meeting, their eyes were particularly fierce. Before the judge could declare the match to start, the flatulent brother lunged at Hua Xingsheng, aiming for his heart with his sword. Hua Xingsheng did not evade. After all, the flatulent brother could not pierce through. What a joke, this was my first competition. How could I not prioritize defense? With the steel body talisman affixed, he felt as tough as steel. The flatulent brother was enraged. He shouted to the judge, he puffed, is cheating, puffed. The judge, well-versed in such matters, quickly set up a small barrier to block the smell. You are a sword cultivator, and he is a talisman cultivator. Each of you is employing your own strengths. What kind of cheating is this? The flatulent brother, nearly suffocating from his own odor, could not achieve his goal. He had already concluded that the Qingshao sect judge was biased towards their own disciple. He could only stab futilely, his efforts in vain. Once he grew weary from his attempts, Hua Xingsheng tilted his head and asked, Tired? Then it's my turn. He unleashed several gravity talismans, which stuck to the flatulent brother's hands and feet, weighing him down until he collapsed. The long sword fell to the ground, and Hua Xingsheng kicked it aside. Rolling up his sleeves, he began to deliver a one-sided beating, declaring, if you wish to kill me, dream on. Kicking me is like kicking a steel plate. Today, let me show you what unbearable weight truly is. He then stepped back to gather strength and charged forward before sitting down heavily on the disciple, causing the onlookers below to roll their eyes in disbelief. The judge finally could not bear to watch any longer and declared the match over on the Huang stage. In the first match, Hua Xingsheng won. Ha ha ha! Hua Xingsheng waved his arms as he ran down. My name was aptly chosen, Hua Xingsheng. Sheng, it's clear I'm destined to win. The remaining 4 could only stare blankly. Nie Baili handed him the remaining sunflower seeds before heading off to check on the mobile stalls. Near the martial arena, small stalls with wheels had mysteriously materialized. Spirit tea, spirit fruits, healing potions, nourishing pills, and more were all available. Even those who forgot to bring their swords to the competition could purchase one on the spot. There's nothing unthinkable, only things unseen. To the earth stage, a victorious disciple from Biluo's sect swaggered toward the stall. One bowl of spirit tea. The defeated disciple from Hahuan's sect, feeling parched, chimed in, "I'll take a bowl too." See you, ever the shrewd businessman, turned to the Hahuan disciple, 5 spirit stones per bowl. Yet he extended 7 fingers towards the disciple of the Biluo sect. The disciple was taken aback. "Look at the dishes under the plate." See you, unhurried, explained, "Of course not. How could the victor's price be the same as that of the loser? To put it another way, if someone wishes to spend 7 spirit stones for a bowl of tea, I wouldn't sell it." Nie Baili, observing from the side, stifled a laugh. The Biluo disciple was also astonished by this audacious reasoning. However, in order to save face, he obediently handed over the 7 spirit stones. In the end, a bowl of spirit tea costing 5 spirit stones became nothing more than a consolation for the loser. What does it matter if one wins? Even tea is more expensive than them. With everything arranged on Cuy's side, Yunjia's stall appeared considerably more desolate. The reason being, Yunjia was selling only spiritual swords, shoes, clothing, and even the incense used by the judges for timing. She was so bored that she was on the verge of dozing off. Yunjia, senior sister. Upon hearing her junior sister's voice, Yunjia, feeling utterly disinterested, shifted her position at the stall. She remarked to her little junior sister, "Nie Baili, are you quite certain that there will be sword cultivators without swords and judges without incense? How could that be possible? Who would be so foolish?" Just as she finished speaking, a disciple from the Qingxiao sect rushed over. "How much for this sword?" "Hurry, my match is about to begin." Yunjia sprang up. "You know about the competition, yet you come without a sword? Which peak are you from? I must inform your master to give you a proper scolding." "Oh, please, just sell me a sword quickly." Yunjia quoted an inflated price, and without hesitation, the disciple handed over the money. Nie Baili glanced back and chuckled. "Little junior brother, no need to rush. There are others with memories as short as yours." Shortly after, an elder clad in referee attire tossed down 1,000 spirit stones. "I'll take all the incense on the stall." Yunjia, there really is a referee without incense. She dazedly sold the items. Nie Baili sighed. Referees without incense are likely those disciples who once competed without swords. However, such individuals were merely a rarity. Throughout the morning, only these 2 oddities appeared. Nonetheless, disciples with torn clothing and shoes gradually came to buy replacements on the spot. Truly, the Qingxiao sect is exceptional. Even the insoles are taken into consideration. I am ashamed, utterly ashamed. After a round of inspection, Nie Baili left with satisfaction. In her past life, she, like Yunjia, believed that those who came to compete were all exceptionally talented individuals. How could they possibly make such foolish mistakes? Later, it became apparent that she had overestimated this group of so-called geniuses. When shoes were damaged, they sought her out. When swords were lost, they turned to him. When they overslept, they would also come to her. In the end, she was nearly driven to a cerebral hemorrhage by these trivial matters. This lifetime, however, is different. Someone else has arranged everything, and how delightful it is to enjoy life in comfort. Her match was scheduled for the afternoon, with 1 hour remaining. After inspecting the stalls, Nie Baili went to await her turn. She took out the shadowless technique obtained from the secret realm, which she had been too busy to study for the past 3 months. Time to learn and apply it. Her opponent, seeing her in such a state, looked down upon her even more. Last-minute cramming. It is obvious you haven't been diligent in your practice. Nie Baili looked up from the book. Blinking. How do you know I Haven T put in the effort? Your guess is quite accurate. Unable to identify the sect of that disciple from their attire, she surmised they were likely from an obscure minor sect. Yet, she could clearly perceive the jealousy in the disciple's eyes, perhaps feeling that she was fortunate to enter the Qingxiao sect without cherishing the opportunity. Humph. I detest people who fail to appreciate what they have. Nie Baili chose not to respond, feeling no need to explain. Upon arriving at the arena, Nie Baili saw 4 disciples neatly assembled below. Yin was missing a shoe, evidently having rushed over after a recent match. Under her gaze, Hua Shangshang reluctantly hoisted a dazzling banner alongside the unwilling Gue Jianqiu, shouting, "Baili Baili, invincible in all directions. a force to be reckoned with, unmatched in the world. The thunderous display drew the attention of disciples all around, who turned to pay their respects. Nie Baili felt utterly mortified. Chapter 56. The corpse had been dead for quite some time. Who am I? Where am I? Why hasn't the match started yet? Why is time passing so slowly? Who came up with this banner? She awkwardly dug her toes into the ground, nearly scratching out a second Qingxiao sect. The crux of the matter was that, for the sake of appearances, she had to force a smile, maintaining an air of composure. In truth, she felt as if she had already died 1,000 deaths. The disciples from the D, Xian, and Tian platforms regarded her with amused expressions. Shunji, fearing she might not feel embarrassed enough, kept his gaze fixed on her. The four below lacked any sense of coordination, and the more people there were, the more fervently they shouted. Nie Baili thought, "Please stop." Her face could only withstand so much embarrassment. Finally, it seemed the referee heard her silent plea and announced, "Yellow 3 platform. The match begins." A disciple from the GUS sect drew his sword. "Don't think you can win just by using such attention-seeking tactics. Take this." Nie Baili's smile vanished in an instant as she raised her hand to block. Strangely, ever since she began practicing the shadowless technique, each attack and movement seemed to play out in slow motion before her eyes, making it easy to spot flaws. Shun Xinha from the Dua sect realized that no matter how he struck, his moves were swiftly countered by her. Once or twice, that was acceptable, but after the 8th or 9th time, it truly shattered his mindset. "Aren't you just cramming at the last minute? Could it be you're intentionally trying to confuse me?" As they engaged, Nie Baili explained, "Indeed. Learning is meant for application. Why would I need to learn it if I'm not going to use it?" The disciple of the GUS sect found himself retreating step by step, unable to believe that this was the level of a last-minute crammer from the Qingxiao sect. Although she hailed from a minor sect, she always believed that a chicken's head was better than a phoenix's tail. Yet here was a mere outer disciple, executing moves with such speed and precision. At that moment, she genuinely recognized her own arrogance and conceit. Once her mindset faltered, her techniques became disordered. Within the span of a single incense stick, Nie Baili achieved an effortless victory. After the referee announced the outcome, the four below once again wildly waved the banner. Those unaware might have thought a direct disciple had triumphed. Even Shen Yue was drawn over by the commotion. Nowadays, the disciples are truly lively. Su Wenjing regarded Nie Baili as half a disciple. Thus her expectations were naturally high. What is this? With her abilities, reaching the Tian platform should be the bare minimum. Wan Muchen, unable to bear it, interjected, "Old Su, Xiao Nie is merely a medical practitioner. Do not make it difficult for her." Su Wenjing, always blunt, retorted, "Which medical practitioner demands debts daily?" Wan Muchen fell silent. At this moment, Nie Baili had already rushed off the stage, swiftly gathering the banner. Thank you. Thank you. I will cherish your sentiments, and hopefully they will never see the light of day." Hua Shengsheng readily offered, "Here, take it. I have plenty of these." Nie Baili paused. "How many did you make?" Hua Shengsheng pondered for a moment. "I can't recall. I made as many banners as I prepared talismans in any case, I prepared one for each of you four. One by one, no one is allowed to snatch." The literary world resurged. Nie Baili felt a lighter burden on her face. In the future, she could toss them daily. Even a face as thick as a city wall could become sensitive skin. Yet, thinking of the other three who could share in her embarrassment, Nie Baili felt an odd sense of comfort. At least she was not alone in her humiliation. Just as the group prepared to head to the dining hall, a voice halted them. Wait. It turned out to be a female disciple from the GUS sect. Nie Baili turned. "Is there something you need?" The female disciple appeared somewhat reserved, nervously twisting her garment's hem. "I would like to inquire about your sect and the sword techniques you practice." Perhaps if she had a renowned master or hailed from a prestigious family, it wouldn't be such a disgraceful loss. Nie Baili smiled. "I am merely an outer disciple of the medical peak. I cannot claim to have mastered AS for the sword technique I learned." Her smile widened. "You'll find out as soon as you turn around." With that, the 5-member group soared away on their swords towards the dining hall. Only the GUA disciple turned her back, staring deeply at the millennia-old carvings on the wall. The carvings depicted the very sword technique Nie Baili had used. the Qingxiao sword technique, a technique looked down upon by the Qingxiao sect and disregarded by other sections. From that day forth, Shun Qinhe shed her arrogance and returned to her sect to devote herself to training. She never ventured out again. That a century later, a disciple named Shun Qinhe emerged, unremarkable in appearance and exceedingly humble in character. No matter who inquired if she understood, she would modestly nod, just a little. Yet, each time she acted, her skill was unparalleled, surpassing even the professionals in the world of cultivation. She earned the nickname, a little bit real person, also known as Understanding Emperor, but these are tales for another time. The chefs at the dining hall had already prepared roasted chicken for them. Yunjia and Siyu were also present. The two had made tens of thousands of spirit stones in just one morning and decided to expand their stall. Yunjia now stood with a newfound confidence. 3 years without opening. And now we feast for 3 years. Siyu, selling a few hundred cups of spirit tea cannot compare to my selling of a single spiritual sword. Siyu ignored her, contemplating how to raise prices in the afternoon. After all, these sects only came once every few years. It would be a disservice to his hospitality if they didn't tea leave with a few skin layers. The matches between Yu Li and Ji Yin were scheduled for the next day. Gue Jianshou purposely announced an incorrect time, hoping to compete in secret. Yet, how could Nie Baili allow him his wish? When Gue Jianshou heard the chant Jianshou, no worries in the match. Others have swords. I have a big head. He slipped and nearly declared the match over. His opponent laughed until their stomach hurt. Though he ultimately emerged victorious, he still lost face. Among the group, Nie Baili's voice rang the loudest, while Gue Jianshou descended the stage with a darkened expression. Nie Shimi has treated me well. When the next competition comes, I shall surely beat the drum to cheer her on, he declared. The bright smile of Nie Baili instantly vanished. Gue Jianshou chuckled faintly. Come on, let us inflict some mutual harm. After a round of playful banter, the group decided to turn their mischief towards senior brother Chu. Chu Fengshi, having reached the Yuanying stage, was set to compete on the Tianzi platform against Shui Mingyue of the Biluo sect. Upon seeing Nie Baili swaggering up to the stands, Shui Mingyue was incensed and prepared to curse. However, before the words could escape her lips, a sharp pain shot through her tongue, as if pricked by 1,000 needles, making her wish to tear it out. Nie Baili and her companions plopped down beside the stands. Chu Fengshi noticed their presence and felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelids. Hua Shidi, you haven't prepared a banner for me, have you? He asked. Hua Shengsheng replied, Nope. Do you want one, senior brother? I can make one on the spot. Chu Fengshi's head shook vigorously. No. There is no need to trouble you, Shidi. Just your presence is the greatest encouragement. He was utterly determined to avoid social death. To divert the topic, Chu Fengshi lamented. Shimi, the person who defeated me a century ago, seems to be the same. Nie Baili gazed at Shui Mingyue. Are you sure it was her? Chu Fengshi shook his head. I'm not certain. All I know is it was a girl who later became a direct disciple of the Biluo sect, and also a girl, but I just feel like it's not the same. She lacks that contemptuous disdain for the world in her eyes, and when she smiles, there is no chilling coldness. Perhaps having grown up, she would no longer cling to her doll at all times. Chapter 57. I have spirit. Do you have a problem? Nie Baili leaned closer to Chu Fengshi and whispered something in his ear. Chu Fengshi's eyes widened in surprise. That doesn't seem appropriate. He was a man of great integrity. Nie Baili shrugged, but she pretended to be an outer disciple to deceive you, and you didn't find that inappropriate. Chu Fengshi, torn with indecision, stepped onto the stage. As Shui Mingyue approached, she gestured across the arena with a throat-cutting sign. Chu Fengshi assumed it was directed at him and managed to remain calm. However, Nie Baili understood that it was a threat directed at her. So, she simply closed her eyes, pretending not to see. When she opened them again, she was surprised to find Chunji sitting beside her. When did you get here? Why didn't you say anything? She exclaimed. Wait, where were her 4 mischievous friends? A quick glance around revealed the quartet of mischief makers in the last row of the stands. With a glare full of menace, she demanded, Didn't we agree that sisterhood is paramount? Come sit with us. The 4 shook their heads in unison, resolute. No way. We'd rather die than go over there for a chill. At that moment, Shui Qianyin from the opposite stands glanced over. In Shui, Luan wore an expression of deep resentment as for the two combatants on the stage. They were completely disregarded by the onlookers. Chunji spoke up. How much of the legacy bestowed by your predecessor have you learned? Nie Baili thought he was there to check on her progress and felt displeased. How much have you advanced since returning from the secret realm, senior brother? Chunji replied honestly. I haven't practiced. Nor have I advanced. Nie Baili was taken aback. She deeply suspected that the Chunji before her was also a soul-transplanted individual. It was truly a case of when it rains, the mother must marry. How could Chunji not be studying? If it weren't for the crowd, she would have tested his forehead temperature to see if he had a fever and was speaking nonsensically. In her past life, Chunji was so diligent that he would have rolled himself to death, practicing day and night. Getting him to stop training was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. So what have you been doing? Chunji recalled the conundrum he had just solved and smiled, researching more profound techniques. Nie Baili was left speechless. The friends in the back row were horrified to hear their senior brother was still concerned about their sister's progress. Wishing to meld into their seats. How terrifying. Was this the pressure from a direct disciple? As the two exchanged awkward glances, Chunji remarked, he is going to lose. Your senior brother chewed. He emphasized the word your. Nie Baili looked up at the stage. It had been a few days since she last saw that woman, and her skills had evidently improved significantly. Her attacks were reckless, showing no signs of defense, only offense. Meanwhile, Chu Fengshi, with his gentlemanly demeanor, was reluctant to take a life. Even though he could see through his opponent's weaknesses, he hesitated to act rashly, putting him at a disadvantage. The onlookers were on edge, anxious for him to stop playing the gentleman. Nie Baili cupped her hand around her mouth and shouted, Senior Brother Chu is amazing. The next batch of Qing Shao sect disciples' initiation education will be entrusted to you. Chu Fengshi's eyelids began to twitch as he recalled the throng of underage kids. Their survival instincts heightened. Hua, Sheng countered, Senior Brother Chu, last time you were only knocked back 10 meters. Keep it up. 100 meters awaits you. Humiliation surged within him. To say he was unfazed would be a lie. How could he possibly be content to remain in the outer sect, doing menial tasks for life? He had to enter the inner sect. He had to win. As Shui Mingyue fought fiercely, it seemed victory was within her grasp. Suddenly, she realized that her opponent had begun to fight back with desperation, growing increasingly weary. What was wrong with these Qing Shao sect disciples? Hadn't they been taught to be honorable gentlemen who wouldn't strike to kill? As the two fought fiercely, Ji Yanling had a sudden flash of inspiration and provided a morale boost. Senior Brother Chu, the face of Qing Shao sect can be tossed aside once again. The moment those words left her mouth, Chu Fengshi felt invigorated. Ignoring whether his opponent lived or died, he struck at her weakest point. However, Shui Mingyue couldn't afford to risk her life either. Switching from offense to defense, the situation on stage shifted dramatically. Within a single incense stick's time, Chu Fengshi knocked Shui Mingyue down, claiming victory. He won. Senior Brother Chu won. Nie Baili leapt to her feet, applauding him with excitement. Chunji's gaze was deep and contemplative. One might think Shimmy won. Yet in his heart, he wondered if this person would glance his way after he stepped down. Nie Baili blurted out, seeing Senior Brother win is even more delightful than winning myself. Hua Sheng and the others also stood to applaud. The laughter from Qing Shao sect contrasted starkly with the chill from Biluo sect. Lu Qian's eyes turned red. She had witnessed Chu Fengshi's arduous journey, as his master. She understood it best. For him to win, and even triumph over Biluo sect, was a resolution of his inner demons. Shen Weiyue praised him after the match. Such a spirit surpasses many direct disciples. Chu Fengshi's voice choked with emotion, trembling. To not let down the sect's mandate is the disciple's unyielding duty. Unflappable and composed, Shen Weiyue admired him even more, intending to promote him to the inner sect. You have honed your will and diligently cultivated. Remaining in the outer sect is indeed a waste of talent. What do you think, Master Su? Su Wenjing took a liking to this disciple who did not retreat in the face of adversity. After all, he was certainly better than Nie Baili, who lacked discernment. However, he also understood his disciple's character. Taking in another direct disciple, especially one at the yuanying stage, would likely lead to feelings of insecurity. He had to consider his disciples' feelings. The Sword Peak inner sect lacks a disciple with such tenacity. How about it? Can you see yourself in my Sword Peak? Chu Fengshi was struck dumb by the overwhelming surprise. Once he regained his senses, he turned to Lu Chuyin. Now that the day had finally come, Chu Fengshi suddenly felt guilt. How could he abandon his master? Lu Chuyin patted his shoulder. What are you thinking? To produce an inner sect disciple is the greatest honor of a master. You are born to be an eagle, destined to soar higher and farther. I cannot delay you. Chu Fengshi knelt in gratitude. A century ago, Chu Fengshi fought once, forever severing ties with the inner sect. A century later, he fought again, reclaiming his place in the inner sect. Henceforth, Chu Fengshi became the benchmark for countless outer disciples' diligence and perseverance, as long as they did not give up on their cultivation. Hope for entering the inner sect remained. On the other side, the atmosphere in Biluo sect was far from harmonious. Shui Mingyue kept her head down, unable to face her senior brother, T.O. lose in the first match against an outer disciple, Shui Mingyue. You truly are regressing. Shui Qinyin's voice was as frigid as the still waters of a cold pond. Annoyed and bitter, Shui Mingyue thought to herself that being a direct disciple didn't equate to strength. After all, her opponent was at least a yuanying. Yet, she dared not retort, as the last rays of sunlight dipped below the horizon. The sect competition temporarily drew to a close. The first day of matches was merely a warm-up. The heavyweight disciples from various sects had yet to make an appearance. However, upon returning, the peak masters of Qingshao sect admonished their disciples. Look at how active the outer disciples are in the competition. Winning consistently. If you don't work hard and lose to the outer sect, I see no reason for you to remain in the inner sect. The inner sect disciples felt a surge of vigilance. Compelled to strive diligently, in the late hours of the night, Chunji sat atop a mountain peak, gazing at the starry sky. That a paper crane broke through the barrier, flying over the cliff, and was promptly caught by Chunji, who was on duty. Upon opening it, he read, "I have a story. Do you have wine?" Signed, Qinyat. He nearly summoned his spiritual energy to destroy the paper crane, but restrained himself at the last moment. Releasing it instead, he watched it soar toward a familiar room. An hour later, the paper crane returned. Chunji caught it again and opened it, finding it was indeed a reply from Yeshimi. "I have spirit. Do you have a problem? Your grandpa left." Chapter 58. My first fight. My parents haven't seen it, yet Chunji struggled to suppress the upward curve of his lips. With utmost care, he folded the note along its original creases, preserving its essence. He even cast a spell to erase his lingering aura, hoping that Shui Qianyan would soon see his reply. Deep within, he harbored a quiet anticipation. The monotonous vigil suddenly transformed into something rich with flavor. He leaned lazily against the trunk of a tree, resting his left hand beneath his head, gazing at the multitude of stars twinkling in the night sky. In the meeting pavilion, hundreds of barriers and soundproof formations divided the numerous rooms into countless sections, ensuring that the various sects did not disturb one another. Just dealing with the formations had caused Fu Meng to suffer for nearly 18 days, fearing that any discord between the sects might mar their harmony. 1,000 paper cranes pierced through the barriers, flattening themselves through the cracks of the window, finally landing in Shui Qian's hand. In truth, Shui Qianyan had not prepared any stories or wine. Knowing that Nie Baili would not acquiesce, his sole aim was to annoy her and subtly assert his presence. The moment he laid eyes on the contents of the note, he couldn't help but smile. Truly, it was quintessentially her, perhaps sensing her master's uplifted spirits. The smile of the sunny doll above him grew even more mischievous. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight pierced through the hazy sky, illuminating the tender leaves in the mountains. Thousands of roosters stood tall and proud, ready to fulfill their sacred duty. Under the orders of the Beast Peak's steward, they stormed into every room. Their purpose singular, to crow incessantly. They clucked loudly until every soul was roused from slumber. Within 10 seconds, the cacophony of crowing shattered the tranquility of the meeting pavilion. What on earth had they taken up residence in Beast Peak? What's wrong with Qingshao sect? They exclaimed, "Stop crowing. You've scared our souls away. We were sleeping so soundly." Once the disciples were pecked out of their rooms, they found the corridor littered with companions who had also been roused by the roosters. Those who did not wake after 10 calls were met with a peck. Shui Luohan glared, contemplating roasting the rooster, only to be halted by Fu Meng. With a beaming smile, she served up spiritual porridge, claiming it was a breakfast gift for the other sects, while in reality, it was a prompt for them to rise. Fu Meng recalled a past life where a disciple from Biluo sect was either intentionally late or merely careless, arriving after the competition had begun and being disqualified. That individual had blamed Qingshao sect, claiming the prepared food was poisoned, causing his fainting. This time around, she was determined to eliminate all potential pitfalls. Offending someone? So be it. The reputation of the Fu family and the backing of Qingshao sect were enough to allow her to stride boldly. The disciples, their spirits dampened, began to eat breakfast. After the morning meal provided by Qingshao sect, it was time for Siyu to take the stage. Opening his mouth, he immediately launched into a spiel about medicinal practices, touting the benefits of various remedies. Those on the verge of death were revived on the spot. While the deceased were of no interest by the end, several sect were persuaded to request a recipe for the spiritual porridge at this juncture. It was all about collecting payments. Shui Luohan scoffed, "How absurd. The illustrious Qingshao sect cannot even provide a bowl of porridge without asking for money." Yun Jia chimed in, "Pay up. I said it outright, will you?" In a fit of anger, Shui Luohan paid double the meal cost for all disciples of Biluo sect, declaring here, "Take it. The rest is a reward for you all." Yun Jia accepted the money, her demeanor instantly changing. "Hey, thanks, it didn't matter how the money was given, as long as it was received." At this moment, Siyu stepped in to recover lost dignity. "Friend Shui, your generosity towards Qingshao sect is evident in your spiritual stones. Where the money goes, respect follows." "Thank you, friend Shui." Shui Luohan protested. "I am not. I didn't tea. Please don't misinterpret." "How can that be misinterpretation? The morning porridge was personally delivered by Master Fu Meng, a sign of respect from Qingshao sect to all. Since you cannot repay this kindness, it must be expressed through spiritual stones that I understand. I comprehend it all." Siyu rationalized the collection of money, adorning it with lofty titles, a typical case of wanting it all. In the end, every sect spent spiritual stones to enjoy a bowl of morning porridge, only to find themselves yawning vigorously at the competition arena. Ironically, it was the disciples of Qingshao sect who arrived the latest, yet they appeared vibrant and rosy-cheeked. Shui Luohan suddenly understood. A conspiracy theory began to brew. Big brother. It must be Qingshao sect's plan to sap our energy. How despicable. Shui Qianyin typically refrained from commenting on her junior's intelligence. Yet this time she made a rare compliment. "You certainly know a lot." Shui Luohan, taken aback, chuckled bashfully. "Really? It's just a bit more than usual to knowing what all the sects are aware of not enough." Before Shui Luohan could curve her lips into a smile, she was compelled to suppress it. Shui Qianyin's gaze flitted over to Fu Meng. She had underestimated this lady of the noble family. Originally, she perceived her as a lofty figure, untouched by worldly matters. Little did she know, Fu Meng was also adept at preventing minor issues from escalating. What she intended to be a harmless little interlude to gradually undermine Qingshao sect's credibility had backfired, forcing the supposedly sleeping disciple to rise, leaving no excuse for tardiness. The second day of the grand competition of all sects, each major sect began to take matters seriously, focusing on the earth and mysterious arenas. Fu Meng was scheduled to compete today, as well as Su Wenjing was even more anxious than her, chattering incessantly. An ordinary person, it might become bothersome, but Fu Meng relished it. She savored this unconditional affection, this selfless concern, something she'd been unable to obtain in her past life, and still could not from the Fu family in this life. Thus, she answered every question, echoing her responses, ensuring that no word fell to the ground. Even after reiterating the instructions thrice, she still replied earnestly, "Understood. Mastered, I will not disappoint you." Su Wenjing sighed. "Whether Master is disappointed or not is irrelevant. What matters is that you possess the heart to win. You enjoy being in the spotlight. I understand. After all, who doesn't want attention at this age? Yet in the realm of cultivation, the foundation lies in strength. Otherwise, everything you possess is but a castle in the air." I care for Nie Baili and have pulled Chu Feng into the inner sect, but you're the only true disciple I've taught that not stray from the right path. After speaking, Su Wenjing turned and left. Fu Meng stood dazed, her eyes stinging slightly. She felt like a thief who had stolen both fame and love. Yet, she was at a loss, unsure how to repay such pure affection. Guilt quietly burgeoned within her, especially at the mention of straying from the path, which pierced her heart deeply, leaving her unsettled for a long time. Because even her master's affection was derived from her having strayed. Can one return from a path already taken? Fu Meng did not know, her heart thoroughly in disarray on the Huangzi stage. Nie Baili, like Su Wenjing, fervently reminded her about the pre-match precautions. Keep your distance. Do not let him get close. Absolutely remember this point. Understood? Jiang Yuli nodded. Yes, yes. Nie Baili even assisted her in checking the medicinal pills, confirming the correct quantities and types before allowing her to proceed. The Buddhist disciples nearby breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that the opponent was a pill cultivator. Although their combat prowess was lacking, the wooden fish and bell could serve as weapons. If all else failed, they could chant a sutra to annoy their adversary. A pill cultivator was hardly cut out for battle, as the two stood on the competition stage. The referee, an elder from Qingxiao sect, asked, "Are you both ready?" Jiang Yuli seemed to remember something and raised her hand. "Not yet. Wait for me." The referee, unwilling to trouble his own sect's disciple, turned a blind eye and let her go. Nie Baili was startled. Little ancestor, what's wrong again? Jiang Yuli produced a recording stone. "Senior sister, please help me record this that it's my first fight. My parents haven't seen it yet." Chapter 59. What weapon does a pill cultivator use if not pills? Nie Baili accepted the recording stone, urging, "Got it. Hurry up." The kind-hearted Buddhist disciple patiently awaited Jiang Yuli's entrance, his expression devoid of displeasure. "Ba, are you ready?" Jiang Yuli nodded, sweetly replying, "I'm ready." The young monk clasped his hands together. Ba. Nie Baili activated the recording stone, pondering that this would be a battle of wits. To her surprise, the young monk immediately summoned a Vajra pestle, the small pestle, the size of a finger, magnified in the air until it rivaled a dragoness size. Hurtling directly towards Jiang Yuli, the crowd immediately directed sympathetic gazes towards the young girl. "What a poor little thing. I heard she is a pill cultivator." Only Yun Jia shouted, "Smash her if 17 or 18 alchemical furnaces come crashing down. I refuse to believe she can withstand it." Upon hearing this, the Buddhist disciple's face paled in disbelief, unable to conceive that the gentle pill cultivator could possess such a violent side. Yet Jiang Yuli smiled lightly. "Little brother, is your Vajra Jian?" And Gei Jiancho unfurled the banner, while Nie Baili shifted her perspective, directing the recording stone towards it. Boldly emblazoned upon the fabric were the words, "Yuli, Yuli, cutting through thorns and brambles, vanquish the adversary, unstoppable in your path." Casting a glance at the banner, Jiang Yuli boasted with pride, "See, I have friends, while you do not." The little monk, recalling his earnest senior brothers, contemplated that such frivolous friends were better off non-existent. Yet he maintained a composed facade, declaring, "Even without friends, I can still prevail." Furthermore, he discerned that Jiang Yuli struggled in close combat and desperately sought to close the distance. Conversely, Jiang Yuli, heeding the advice of her senior sister Baili, endeavored to widen the gap. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded on the stage. Jiang Yuli ran while setting fire, and the little monk pursued. Striking, they circled the arena 17 or 18 times. As they neared the end, the little monk, panting, commanded, "Halt!" Jiang Yuli hastily stuffed a few cold spirit pills into her mouth to replenish her strength. Running out of steam. Are you? I still have my secret weapon. Alas, it is time for everything to come to an end. In the next instant, a wooden fish, roughly the size of a human head, soared into the sky. The little monk, wielding a staff, struck it with 2 resounding thuds. The entire arena trembled. Both the audience and Jiang Yuli covered their ears. Nie Baili felt her nose bleed from the reverberations. Acutely aware that the realms of Buddhist cultivation and sound cultivation were intertwined, anyone could engage in a bit of sparring. Jiang Yuli glared at her friends in the audience, indignantly exclaiming, Do not bully my friends. She casually wiped away the blood from her nose, retrieved a pill, and hurled it at him. The little monk, bewildered, thought, is she really so enraged that she resorts to throwing pills? It's akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, a futile endeavor. Wait a moment, why is he calling himself a dog? The audience below stifled their laughter at the arrogance of the Qingxiao sect disciple. Yet, the pill sparked as it cut through the air, and the moment the little monk caught it, boom! A thunderous explosion engulfed him, propelling him off the stage. The Buddhist sect disciples hastily carried the little monk away, accusing Jiang Yuli of surreptitiously wielding a magical artifact, demanding the annulment of the match's results to ensure fairness. The judge requested Jiang Yuli to produce another pill for examination. She meticulously listed its ingredients, such as vermilion and sulfur, confirming they were indeed components for pill crafting. But how did they amalgamate into such a lethal weapon? After multiple inspections, the judge verified the ingredients were accurate. Is this pill of your own concoction? Jiang Yuli recalled the recipe given by her junior sister Bai and nodded. Indeed, this is my creation. Damn bullet, pill. Following scrutiny from 3 judges, Jiang Yuli retained her score and advanced to the next round. A disciple from the outer sect of the Buddhist school obstructed her path, exclaiming, "This is not a pill at all. You are cheating." Jiang Yuli pointed at the wooden fish larger than his own head, and retorted, "And that is not a wooden fish for chanting scriptures either. Is that not cheating? Furthermore, it is permissible for Buddhist cultivators to use a vajra pestle to harm, but I cannot hurl a pill. What, then, is the weapon of a pill cultivator?" The trio of questions left him speechless. Nie Baili recorded this exchange with the recording stone, feeling immensely gratified. How delightful it is that her junior sister has learned to retort. Jiang Yuli skipped off the stage, gathering the banner that Hua Shengsheng had prepared for her. "I shall have my father take down the plaque at our doorstep and replace it with these words. To instill fear throughout Zhongzhou." Nie Baili silently mourned for the head of the Jiang family, uncertain of what the people of Zhongzhou would think. In any case, Hua Shengsheng was quite pleased. Having not wasted his efforts in devising such motivational phrases, the contest on the Tianzi platform commenced, and everyone rushed to place bets. The senior sister of the Qingxiao sect faced the direct disciple of the Bailuo sect's leader. With a call from CU, all attention was instantly drawn to the Tianzi platform. Indeed, even the betting was orchestrated entirely by Yifeng. There would be wins and losses in the competition. But Yifeng would only profit. Jiang Yuli, dragging Nie Baili along to witness the excitement, asked Xiao Bai, "Who are you betting on to win?" Without hesitation, Nie Baili replied, "Of course it's Sister Fu Ming." She boldly wagered 10,000 spirit stones on Fu Ming's victory. The other 4 quickly followed suit. Observing the Qingxiao sect placing bets of 10,000 each, the other sects felt embarrassed to wager only a few hundred spirit stones. Cobbling together a sum of several thousand 100,000, betting on Shui Luohan to win, a soft, chilling voice rang from behind, as Shui Qianyan tossed out 100,000 spirit stones. Nie Baili turned to see Shui Qianyan's androgynous face, instantly recalling last night's paper crane incident. This person, perhaps out of nowhere to unleash their mischief, had begun to pester her once more. Much like in her previous life, this Bailuo sect friend appeared unaware that in these times one sought auspiciousness, who would find 100,000 more appealing than 66,666. Shui Qianyan was not easily fooled. Is that so? Perfection is what I desire. I feel it is a sure win. Not having provoked him into a significant loss, Nie Baili felt quite displeased. Once the person departed, she quietly emerged from her hiding place, extending her hand towards Siyu. "Return it to me," as Ayu retrieved 10,000 and handed it back to Nie Baili. This was their scheme, with Nie Baili leading the bets and her money being returned in full afterward. They aimed to profit from the outer sect. After all, no one wished to appear poorer than the outer disciples of the Qingxiao sect. Chapter 60. You must be a spy sent by the Bailuo sect? The fierce showdown between Fu Ming and Shui Luohan unfolded dramatically on the Tianzi platform before the match commenced. Shui Qianyin patted her junior brother on the shoulder. "You know, my patience is always limited. Shui Ming, you has already exhausted it. If you lose, perhaps you and Shui Ming you could discuss it later. I still need a foolish little doll." The brother's voice was as gentle as a nurturing mother, yet each word bore the weight of a stepmother's disdain. Shui Luo Han swallowed hard. Fear intensified his desire to win. Opposite him, Fu Meng felt equally overwhelmed. During this sect competition, she had leveraged the financial resources of the Fu family to sponsor the event. Simultaneously, it allowed the Fu family to expand their influence within the Qingxiao sect, aiding her future ambition to become its leader. The advantages were clear, but so were the drawbacks. For instance, the fact that Fu Yunsheng had not been invited yet dared to sit in the elder's seat. Offering unsolicited advice, she had to win, to assertively quell the spirit of the Bailuo sect and bring glory to the Fu family. Fu Yunsheng had repeated this mantra countless times. Fu Meng was on the verge of shouting, "Am I not more aware than you?" However, in front of the sect leader and her master, she could not afford to show her discontent, enduring the incessant nagging in her ears. She eagerly ascended the stage as soon as the judge announced the match's start. Thanks to the ample motivation provided by both side support teams, the two commenced with fervor. Shui Luo Han, having gained the title of direct disciple, possessed not only a vacant mind but also exceptional skills in formations. As a formation cultivator, he understood how to protect himself while covertly laying traps. Even someone as formidable as Fu Meng was nearly pierced by a hail of arrows. In this tense moment, Shui Mingyu recalled the devious tactics Nie Baili employed during her match. With a sinister glint, she remarked to Shui Luo Han, "Second brother, has anyone ever told you that you possess a naturally childish face?" A perfect match for the eldest brother's sunny doll. Shui Luo Han could not bear to hear the word doll and dreaded the thought of being turned into one, with nothing left to lose. He unleashed his ultimate move, the formation within a formation, illusions and lethal threats intertwined, and he was determined to win. On the other side, Fu Yunsheng was equally unyielding to is it merely motivation? I could do that too. Fu Meng, consider your father's expectations for you. Think of the Fu family's century-long prestige that if you lose, can you bear the consequences? This remark proved effective. The moment Fu Yunsheng uttered the first line, Fu Meng began to falter. The chill at her gaze nearly transformed into tangible blades that could pierce Fu Yunsheng through and through. Nie Baili turned around, unable to contain herself. "You must be a spy sent by the Bailuo sect?" Su Wenjing grew anxious and admonished Fu Yunsheng, "Be quiet." Fu Yunsheng, relying on his family background, had always looked down upon Su Wenjing, a sword child. "Though you are Fu Meng's master, I am her uncle. What gives you the right to silence me?" After saying this, he did not forget to provoke his niece further, Fu Meng. "If it comes to that, think of your ailing sister." Just as he finished speaking, the formation within a formation shifted again. Fu Meng lost her last shred of clarity and fell into the trap. Shui Luo Han rejoiced, grateful for his teammates' blunders. The leader of the Bailuo sect remarked sarcastically, "Su Peak Master, friendship comes first, competition second. Why the anger?" Su Wenjing could only curse her lack of eloquence compared to her swordplay, rolling her eyes in frustration. Fu Yunsheng, however, deemed his niece unworthy. Seeing his words wasted, as he prepared to speak again, a powerful oppressive force enveloped him from above, stifling his breath and rendering him unable to speak. Shun Wu slightly lowered her head, commanding, "Silence." Fu Yunsheng's face turned pale as he awkwardly closed his mouth. Meanwhile, Fu Meng found herself ensnared within an illusion, transported back to her 8th birthday. Out on that day, her parents had intended to celebrate her. Yet due to her sister's recurring illness, what should have been a joyous occasion nearly turned into a funeral. She had reminded her mother not to forget to prepare longevity noodles, only to be met with a resounding slap. "Your sister is on the brink of death, and you only think about eating? How could I have given birth to such a heartless wretch?" At that time, she was utterly oblivious to the concept of death. All she knew was that her younger sister was perpetually unwell, causing their parents to shed tears. A troublesome little creature, she displayed no understanding at all. As time passed, she gradually learned to compete for affection with her sister through her own merits. Yet, regardless of how exceptional she became, her sister's mere cough could seize their parents' undivided attention. Gradually, Fu Meng learned to feign indifference. In truth, it was not indifference. Rather, Her pride taught her that the best way to avoid abandonment was to first discard those who might forsake her. So be it. She was weary. After enduring countless reprimands in the illusory realm, Fu Ming found herself sinking deeper and deeper. Beside her, Shui Luohan could hardly believe that such a trivial illusionary formation could ensnare Fu Ming. With a surge of excitement, he continued to manipulate the array. Within the illusion, Fu Ming faced punishment once more, contemplating whether to ally herself with the demonic clan. Yet at the critical moment, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. You are the only disciple truly taught by your master. Do not stray from the right path. The voice, laden with the weight of experience, was filled with earnestness. It was her master. She could not allow her master to be disappointed. The thought of turning to darkness dissipated like mist. Unlike her previous life, she now had her master to rely upon. She would never succumb to the path of demonic transformation. Fu Ming's fighting spirit reignited, and the illusion around her began to tremble. Her body surged with spiritual energy, and the suppressed realm within her had already begun to loosen. The disciples outside, upon witnessing the familiar tribulation clouds, were taken aback. Could it be that the senior sister was about to advance? Fu Yunsheng was so exhilarated that he completely forgot the sect leader's warning. See, I told you my words hold weight. Su Wenjing swiftly slapped him away. Get lost, you little brat. Without you, my disciple would have advanced long ago. The remaining elders averted their gazes, pretending to ignore the bustling presence of the second-in-command of the Fu family. As the tribulation clouds began to form, Gue Jianshou felt a wave of dread wash over him. Something was amiss. Wasn't it predicted that Fu Ming would likely suffer defeat? He activated the barrier switch, perplexed as to why she suddenly seemed poised for advancement. Most importantly, should he still initiate the spatial transfer barrier? Just as he hesitated, Jian suddenly grabbed his arm, shaking him vigorously. Look, senior sister Fu Ming is about to advance. How remarkable! Advancing during a competition. Does one need to be nearly beaten to death to achieve such progress? In a moment of distraction, Gue Jianshou inadvertently triggered the switch. His entire being froze in shock. In a corner of the arena, time and space momentarily warped before returning to normal. Shen Yue glanced at the wall, briefly suspecting he was being overly cautious, before shifting his gaze away. None of the five-member group noticed Gue Jianshou's unusual behavior. Nie Baili, meanwhile, patted the head of the white tiger, speaking gravely. Little G, last time your inner core was nearly stripped and you were on the brink of death. Did you advance? The light in Ji Yan's eyes vanished instantly. Angrily, he retorted, I am not a little chick. I'm most handsome big tiger of the demon clan. Hua Shengsheng and Jiang Yuli erupted in a laughter, even poking Gue Jianshou beside them. Why aren't you laughing? Do I look like someone who can laugh? Gue Jianshou's heart was clouded with despair, yet he dared not reveal it. Struggling to display a bitter smile, he said, Little chick, little tiger, being small is truly wonderful. Jiang Yuli shivered at his laughter. What happened to you? Nie Baili finally noticed Gue Jianshou's odd demeanor, though she could not discern what was amiss. Regardless, she kept her gaze fixed on him. What if the demon clan had other schemes? With her strength, she couldn't possibly intervene. Chapter 61. With options available, who would betray the right path to become a saintess of the demon clan? Within the illusion, Fu Ming refused to accept her fate. She loathed herself and was even less inclined to become the person she was in her past life. With options available, who would choose to betray the righteous path to become a saintess of the demon clan? I still have my master. My master will not abandon me. She repeated this mantra, and finally, the heavenly tribulation descended. Yet at that very moment, a voice that Fu Ming had dreaded hearing for a century reemerged. Is that so? Just those two words. The fear of being controlled once again surged within her. The familiar black cloak appeared before her. Impossible. NTU died, but in the next moment, the thunderous tribulation struck down, shattering the black cloak into oblivion. Fu Ming. The big boss revealed himself only to be obliterated. Fu Ming suddenly realized. Oh, it's just an illusion. You nearly scared me to death. Meanwhile, the black cloak's remnants were eradicated. And far away in the demon clan, its true form held its subordinates accountable. What on earth transpired? The subordinates, also new recruits under Gue Jianshou, had no idea how their own spy had bungled the task. They could only kneel and plead for mercy, and without question, they were swiftly silenced by the enraged Black Cloak. Within months, Gue Jianshou had replaced two leaders. The first was forcibly sent to the Southern Wind Pavilion. The second had merely issued a single task before meeting a similar fate. The third, who had taken over, had already mentally marked Gue Jianshou as a source of bad luck, vowing to minimize contact and handle tasks independently. Exhaustion was a small price to pay. Preserving one's life was paramount. Thus, Gue Jianshou entered a state of semi-communication blackout with his superiors. Of course, that was all in the future. For now, Fu Ming regarded the Black Cloak merely as an illusion within the array. She strained to endure the heavenly tribulation, striving for advancement. Shui Luohan, too, encountered a competitor advancing during the contest for the first time. And no matter how intricate the formation, it was shattered by lightning. In fact, his array even helped to deflect a portion of the tribulation. Where could he seek justice for this? The more he attempted repairs, the more fiercely the lightning struck that, in the end, he too succumbed to despair. However, to avoid being turned into a doll, Shui Luohan grasped an unfamiliar sword. Indeed, an array master had to embark upon a path of close combat. Shui Qianyan had already turned her head away. Refusing to watch this foolishness, Shui Mingyue seized the opportunity to taunt. Second senior brother should have acted as soon as the tribulation began. To dawdle until now is truly foolish. Shui Qianyan closed her eyes, harboring no expectations for her junior sibling's intellect. Yes, indeed, perhaps you'll be electrocuted sooner. What? Shui Mingyue was baffled, but upon glancing upwards, she witnessed the lightning, which should have struck Fu Ming, redirected towards Shui Luohan instead. Zap! Zap! He was immediately engulfed in black smoke. Shui Mingyue. Fu Ming had already freed herself from the illusion. Turning to the darkened, smoking figure beside her, she knew he wasn't genuinely helping, yet still expressed her gratitude. Thank you for shielding me from the heavenly tribulation. The 9 bolts of tribulation, one was deflected by the Black Cloak, another by Shui Luohan, had left Fu Ming to endure the remaining 7 that she emerged as the sole contestant standing on the stage. Simultaneously, the fragrance dissipated. Various sects could only watch helplessly as the disciples of Qingshao sect advanced and won the competition. When Shui Luohan was carried away, the sect master of the Water Clan wore a grim expression. Su Wenjing, in high spirits, cheerfully addressed the sect master of the Water Clan. Friendship first. Your disciple truly embodies your principles. The Water Sect Master's face darkened. What nonsense! Truly, taking advantage and then playing the virtuous role. Fu Ming, her hair disheveled, stood before her master with a sincere smile. Master, I did not disgrace you. Su Wenjing expressed concern. You've worked hard. Tell me, what kind of peculiar creatures does your family produce? Always causing chaos. Fu Ming, for the first time feeling embarrassed due to Fu Yunsheng, lowered her head. Disciple acknowledges my fault. Su Wenjing waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. What fault do you have? You simply weren't born into the best lineage. One of the Pill Peak masters interjected. That's one of the 4 great families of Zhongzhou. Is your lineage not good enough? Su Wenjing replied earnestly. Is growing up in a prominent family truly ideal? However, recalling the stoic presence of Qinji, he quickly added, it should be quite good. They all seem rather charming. Chunji remained unperturbed, offering no comment. In the afternoon, it was Ji Yan's turn to compete, facing a musician. The moment his opponent played a note, he roared like a tiger. The sound attack failed. The opponent, exasperated, raised their instrument to smash, and Ji Yan bared his tiger fangs. Ultimately, he won decisively. When the referee announced his victory, Hua Shengshang's banner hadn't even been raised in time. Infuriated, Ji Yan devoured the banner. Within 3 days, half of the disciples were eliminated from the 10,000 sects grand competition. The remaining contestants had already been arranged for the second round. Nie Baili had the fortune of receiving a bye and advanced directly to the 3rd round. Hua Shengshang fell in the 2nd round, yet his damage exchange talisman garnered the attention of all disciples. Once applied, the opponent would experience the same sensations. Even the holy son of the Buddhist sect, who had triumphed over him, coldly spent money to purchase his talismans. Hua Shengsheng, who should have been heartbroken, stared at the 100,000 spirit stones. Unable to muster tears, he had no time for sorrow and plunged into the grand endeavor of talisman sales. Gue Jianqiu controlled his strength, achieving a narrow victory. Jiang Yueli unleashed all his explosive pills, winning convincingly. Ji Yin faced the Spirit Turtle clan, directly biting his opponent into a retracted turtle shell, thus securing victory. In the end, the four advanced to the core competition of the third round. The remaining participants were predominantly at the golden core level or above, with only Nie Baili's chi refinement stage feeling out of place. Especially as she drew a blank slip, receiving a bye. Onlookers assumed she was merely fortunate. Shui Mingwei, excluded from the core competition, still looked down on Nie Baili. It's just luck. She's really benefiting from the situation. Shui Qianyin retorted coldly. Luck is also a part of strength. As the fourth round commenced, drawing lots for opponents, Nie Baili continued to showcase her good fortune. Her opponent turned out to be a golden core cultivator with a wounded arm. What a surprise! Was this not cheating? Are you implying that she, a chi refinement cultivator, could quietly replace the bamboo slips in front of the various sect leaders? Yunjia blended among the crowd of spectators, vehemently expressing her frustrations with the heavens and the earth. Her fortunes, it seemed, had reached their terminus. The journey from chi refinement to foundation establishment, and then to golden core, each step was separated by an insurmountable chasm. Even a wounded golden core would never be vanquished by mere chi refiners. The speaker, dangling an arm, was someone Yunjia reasonably suspected to be her little junior sister's opponent in the competition tomorrow. Why was he speaking so provocatively? In the dead of night, Hua Shengsheng knocked on Nie Baili's door, but it was Jiang Yueli who answered. Come in, she beckoned. Hua Shengsheng entered, clutching a talisman nearly a meter tall, colliding with Ji Yin in the process. Gue Jianqiu assisted in picking up the scattered talismans from the ground. Have you been neglecting food and drink, solely focused on drawing talismans? Hua Shengsheng gazed in astonishment at her three companions. What brings you all here at this late hour? Nie Baili rolled over on her bed, pulling the quilt over her eyes. That is what I should be asking. Why are the four of you up at this hour? Jiang Yueli, feeling a sense of urgency, replied, Sister Baili, don't sleep. Let us finish watching Wines on a Night and practice the sword techniques I found for you. Tomorrow, we'll take Shengsheng's talismans with us. This time, victory is assured. Chapter 62. Truly deserving of the title Sister Bai, more formidable than the matriarchal tigers of our clan. Winning or losing is inconsequential. Let her have a good night's sleep. Nie Baili wrapped herself in the quilt like a silkworm cocoon, yet was still dragged from the bed by her four companions. Jiang Yueli read the Wangzheng methods nearby, while Gue Jianqiu insisted on sparring with her, and occasionally let out a tiger's roar, ensuring she could adapt perfectly to any unexpected situation. Hua Shengsheng threaded a needle, determined to craft her a talisman garment overnight, one impervious to blades and fire. Forced to multitask, Nie Baili found herself burdened, and by the time of the competition the next day, she bore the unmistakable signs of fatigue under her eyes. Su Wenjing, observing her blank expression, exclaimed, You look done for. Did someone give you a beating in the middle of the night? Why are your eyes so dark? Fuming kindly explained, Master, the dark circles are from lack of sleep, not bruising. Nie Baili drooped her eyelids, yawning wearily. Last night, as she drifted off, it seemed Jiang Yueli was still reading Wangzheng beside her, justifying her efforts as a means to ensure Sister Baili's diligence. Implicitly, it suggested that even if they lost, it would not be Sister Baili's fault. Although she appreciated her friend's good intentions, she was simply overwhelmed. Meanwhile, her opponent, a young golden core cultivator, had already shed the cast from his arm and stood spiritedly on stage. The judge cast a disappointed glance at Nie Baili, declaring, The competition begins. Disciples, take your positions. All eyes turned to see Nie Baili float up like a wraith, stepping lightly as if on air. The elders of Qingxiao sect averted their gazes in unison. No one believed Nie Baili could truly triumph. In their minds, her acquisition of the Kunwa's secret inheritance was merely due to Chunji's influence, and her advancement to the third round was sheer luck. As for her strength, Opinions varied widely. The Golden Core contestant opposite her was already convinced of an easy passage to the fourth round. With a haughty demeanor, he taunted, "If I were you, I'd deconcede to avoid disgrace on our home turf." Nie Baili yawned. "I'm not afraid of losing face on my own territory. Why should you be?" The Golden Core disciple, momentarily speechless, erupted with rage and charged at her with his sword in an instant. Nie Baili shed her lethargic demeanor, drawing her sword in a heartbeat. The blending of Qingxiao sword techniques with the Wangzong steps dazzled the audience. Shui Qianyan observed her movements, mentally deconstructing her swordplay. Within mere moments, he had formulated a hypothesis. How intriguing, truly intriguing. The more he watched, the more convinced he became that it was not a demon clan that had rescued the white tiger from the mist, but rather Nie Baili herself. The leader of the Huan sect, puzzled, remarked, "This swordplay seems oddly familiar." The abbot of the Buddhist sect interjected, "Indeed, with those two black eggs under her brows, how could she not see? Those massive characters carved into the mountainside. Are they esoteric characters?" The Huan sect leader nearly lost his temper at the old monk's foolishness. For years, he had recited Buddhist scriptures, yet his words seemed to detract from his merits. Nevertheless, the gazes of all the sect leaders shifted to the mountainside. Qingxiao sword techniques, such an obscure term, a swordplay widely known yet practiced by so few. Yet this young disciple had innovatively disassembled it, harmonizing it with exquisite footwork, standing toe-to-toe with a golden core. This incited immense jealousy in Shui Zhongzhu. If Qingxiao sect lacked a good sword technique, they ought to send her to Biluo sect. I would traverse heaven and earth to find her a superb sword technique. Anything is better than flailing against a stone wall. Shen Wuiyue had not anticipated that Nie Baili could endure for so long. He disregarded Biluo sect's attempts to sow discord, instead expressing his admiration. This girl possesses the legacy of Qingxiao Zhenren. Who is Qingxiao Zhenren? The founder of Qingxiao sect and the first female sect leader to ascend in the cultivation world. Such a simple remark elevated Nie Baili to a height that was not rightfully hers, stirring unease in Fuming's heart. For in her previous life, Nie Baili had also practiced Qingxiao sword techniques, and she had even completed the missing half of the techniques herself. Indeed, Nie Baili had not painstakingly sought the lost half, but had instead created her own. The cultivation realm is never lacking in sword techniques left behind by great masters. Yet, it is sorely deficient in sword cultivators like Nie Baili who innovate their own. This is more precious than any secret realm. The sect leader, recognizing the completeness of her Qingxiao sword techniques, publicly declared Nie Baili as the next sect leader. Even Chunji, who had yet to ascend, was sidelined. Fuming cast aside her distractions, focusing intently on the competition. To be fair, she still hoped for Nie Baili's victory. How could someone she regarded as a rival lose to an inconspicuous minor character? On the arena, the Golden Core contestant, a disciple of Xianin's sect named Xianyue, was infuriated. He had never encountered anyone so adept at evasion. Each time his sword struck swiftly, his opponent would unexpectedly dodge, always by the narrowest margin. "Do you dare to face me in a fair fight?" Nie Baili raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "Isn't this a fair fight?" Xianyue roared. "If you have the ability, then stop dodging." Nie Baili immediately comprehended. "So you want me to stand still and let you stab me?" Xianyue, flustered, swung his sword with increased ferocity. After a prolonged exchange, victory remained uncertain. In an effort to conclude the match swiftly, Nie Baili graciously acquiesced to his request. "Fine, as you wish. I shall not dodge." Su Wenjing, seeing Nie Baili standing still like a wooden post, shouted, "What are you pretending for? Get out of the way." Yet, Nie Baili remained unmoved. Xianyue felt the urgency of the moment and thrust his sword toward her sea of qi. His malevolent intent was evident to all. Just when the spectators thought Nie Baili had given up, the long sword failed to pierce her garment. "Ah, your sword must be counterfeit. You should have bought a proper one from stall." Nie Baili subtly advertised her sect, crafted by Qingxiao sect, guaranteed to be top-notch. Xianyue, wielding both hands on the sword, thrust forward with all his might, yet still could not penetrate. Instead, his excessive force caused the precious sword to snap. "Impossible! You cheated! Your clothing must have some trickery." Indeed, it was peculiar. This was the talisman garment Hua Shangsheng had embroidered overnight, infused with her heart and soul. Even the seams were reinforced with talismans, ensuring utmost reliability. Hua Shangsheng had toiled throughout the night, her eyes nearly exhausted, awaiting this very moment. Nie Baili stood tall and proud. The judge has already checked. If there were any violations, would you even need to mention it? With the sword broken and his heart in disarray, Nie Baili seized the moment, pressing her advantage and forcing Xian Yue to retreat steadily. The incense had burned to its base. Xian Yue was taken aback that a mere qi refiner could compel a golden core to resort to secret techniques. Upon returning, he would surely be ridiculed. Yet he had no choice. He could not afford to lose. Nie Baili, you have forced my hand. A jade flute materialized out of thin air, its melodious tones laced with murderous intent, assailing Nie Baili's ears. Unable to resist, she absent-mindedly scratched her ear. Generally speaking, using poison to counter poison would have been a splendid counterattack, but alas, she was not a musician and could not bring instruments to the arena. In this moment, Ji Yan's tiger roar became instrumental. She gathered her energy in her abdomen, mimicking Ji Yan's vocalization. With a resounding roar, she unleashed a powerful cry that sent Xian Yue's flute crashing to the ground. Blood flowing from his orifices. Below the stage, Ji Yan was left dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen a non-demon call out more fiercely than a demon. He gave her a thumbs up. Truly deserving of the title Sister Bai, even more formidable than the matriarchal tigers of our clan. Chapter 63. The strongest supporter in the cultivation world, as the incense extinguished, victory and defeat were clear. The judge, gazing at the fallen Xian Yue, declared, in this match, Nie Baili of Qingxiao sect is victorious. The announcement echoed through every corner, as countless sects held their breath, a qi refiner defeating a golden core. Was this truly the strength of Qingxiao sect? Even the outer disciples were brimming with hidden talents. This battle left Shen Yue invigorated. Even Fu Ming's victory paled in comparison to his joy. Who is Nie Baili? An outer disciple, a chosen one who triumphs against the odds. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Nie Baili descended from the stage, bowing in gratitude to the sect leader. The leader of the Huan sect beside her eyed her with curiosity. Are you truly an outer disciple? I've heard that the master of Sword Peak holds you in high regard. Could it be he has taken you under his wing? Indeed, numerous sects deliberately instruct their disciples to conceal their true prowess in order to garner attention. By blending in with the outer disciples, they can achieve astonishing results. For instance, the female disciple who once defeated Chu Fengshe. Nie Baili maintained her smile, stating, as a disciple with mediocre talent who lacks ambition, I can only remain among the outer ranks. Moreover, she glanced at the master of Yifeng, as a disciple devoted to healing. How could she expect guidance from the master of the Sword Peak? The sect masters were once again astounded. A healer? The master of Biluo's sect shook his head in disbelief. What a promising sword cultivator, and yet she has chosen the path of medicine. Nie Baili could hardly confess that it was merely for the lucrative prospects. Save lives and heal the wounded is the pursuit of my lifetime. Regardless of the circumstances, character remains paramount. The sect masters were left speechless, yet relieved that such a promising talent was being squandered. Otherwise, Qingxiao sect would have produced another unparalleled genius. After completing her performance, Nie Baili prepared to slip into the crowd of spectators. Intending to quietly join Huasheng and the others for an early meal, her surprise, Shen Yue called out to her directly. It is no small feat to reach this point through hard work. Stay and observe how the Yuanying disciples engage in battle, striving to learn and apply your knowledge for the next match. Nie Baili's mouth opened and closed repeatedly, fearing that her words might inadvertently become poetic. Not that. She had exerted much effort. She had barely triumphed due to the opponent's lack of strength. Yet when the sect master spoke, she had no choice but to take a seat. Chunji politely stood and offered a chair to her, kindly saying, Junior sister, please take a seat. Just as Nie Baili was about to blend in with the inner disciples, she froze, her forced smile nearly faltering. Under the envious gazes of the inner disciples, she plopped down onto Chunji's chair. Then moved to stand behind her, transforming the scene into a grand artistic performance, resembling a comedic spectacle. Chunji, the green tea, thus garnered the affection of his junior siblings, establishing a warm elder brother persona. Nie Baili understood that refusing the offer at this moment would be futile, so she accepted graciously. If he offered, she would gladly take it. Thus, Nie Baili confidently occupied the center position. Exchanging bewildered glances with her companions below, the four shared a knowing smile before gradually disappearing from her line of sight. Nie Baili could only watch as their figures faded away on the path to the dining hall. The competition on stage became utterly unwatchable. Her junior sister certainly had a plethora of friends. Suddenly, Chunji's voice reached her from behind. She turned to find his lean waist in her view. Her gaze traveled upwards, traversing the contours of his throat, resting upon the rosy corners of his lips. From this angle, he appeared irresistibly alluring, inciting a desire to taste his sweetness. Nie Baili recalled his demeanor in her previous life, where he rarely engaged in banter. What my elder brother envies is unattainable. However, when you compete, my fellow senior brothers and sisters will undoubtedly support you. Chunji lowered his gaze, admiring her radiant smile. He recalled the sordid intent she had comprehended within the secret realm and could not help but pat the back of her chair. Your strength is beyond this. Nie Baili mused that he truly had no sense of reality. Her elder brother overestimated her. She was well aware of her own limitations. Reaching the third round of the competition was not solely her achievement. It was thanks to Huaxing's talismanic robe, the heart method that Jiangli had read to her overnight, the guidance from Gijianshu, and Ji Yan's tiger's roar. Just as she felt grateful for having such a group of companions in this life, they returned. Yet Bailey's expression brightened with surprise. Could it be that they had a change of heart? Recognizing that leaving her behind to eat alone was rather inconsiderate. In the next moment, the four of them simultaneously produced roasted chicken, cheese, rice cakes, and sesame balls from the dining hall, settling down at Yunji's stall and beginning to eat right in front of her. Nie Baili's smile froze in place. Her emotions had been premature. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, compelling the judge to suppress his hunger as he announced that Shui Qinyan had won this match. On the Tianyi stage, the holy son of the Buddhist sect faced off against Chunji from Qingxiao sect. The two contestants about to enter the stage redirected the audience's gaze from the four munching on takeout back to the arena. It was only then that Nie Baili realized why he insisted on standing behind her to speak. It was time for his match. Remember to support me, he tossed out, leaving her with that cryptic phrase. As his figure transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, appearing on the martial arts stage. What was there to support? Nie Baili felt no anxiety regarding the outcome of the match in her previous life. During the sect competition, the other sects were unaware of Chunji's strength, doubting Qingxiao sect's prowess. Yet he had swiftly defeated the holy son of the Buddhist sect in 3 moves, delivering a resounding slap to their faces. Of course, the holy son had only lost to Chunji. Following that, he had achieved 7 consecutive victories. However, this merely added to the air of mystery surrounding Chunji. Suddenly, Nie Baili's eyes lit up as she turned to Fu Ming. Sister Fu Ming. Don't discard anything used by the holy son. I have a use for it. Fu Ming mistakenly thought that the holy son had offended her, believing Nie Baili intended to take revenge through witchcraft. The Buddhist sect was righteous, and such methods would have no effect on them. Nie Baili replied, I know, but it will be useful regardless. Fu Ming, perplexed, nodded in agreement. Nie Baili retrieved a recording stone, preparing to document the match. In her previous life, it was the dramatic moments of the holy son that had caught the attention of the masses, bloodied and kneeling, with his handsome brow furrowed, and hair cascading over his forehead. Wait, monks have no hair. Regardless, it did not deter female cultivators from being enamored with such fragile beauties. Nie Baili astutely summarized the characteristics of such male cultivators. They endure hardships and suffer. In this life, she aimed to be at the forefront, striving to capture the clearest images. The moment the match commenced, the expressions of the various sect masters grew noticeably tense. Unlike the trivial skirmishes of the outer disciples, the direct disciples of the sect leaders symbolized the future pillars of the cultivation world. Without exception, the direct disciples were also candidates for the next sect leader. The significance of winning or losing was magnified once more. After the Kunwa's secret realm, The news brought back by the disciples was that they had not witnessed Chunji in action, yet he did not appear as formidable as they had imagined. This lulled them into a false sense of security that it was possible that Qingxiao sect's millennia-long reputation could crumble in Chunji's hands. As the two took the stage, they unleashed their most powerful moves. The holy son of the Buddhist sect summoned the 10,000 Buddhas ascending palm, while Chunji unsheathed his sword with composure. As the sword emerged from its scabbard, snow filled the sky. All present felt as though they were enveloped in an icy expanse, chilled to the bone. What was even more terrifying was that this strike contained 3 layers of sword intent, collapsing like a crumbling edifice. Freezing everything in its path, the 10,000 Buddhas ascending palm coalesced into a massive Buddha handprint in midair, descending upon Chunji. Yet under the galloping sword intent, it shattered into countless fragments. The Holy Sun immediately mobilized his spiritual energy to resist the sword intent, yet was still pushed back several steps by the overwhelming force. Unable to withstand it any longer, he collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, without a moment's hesitation. Nie Baili produced the recording stone, capturing the scene with a series of clicks. Chapter 64. Such a severe injury. Only a moment later it would have healed. Hearing the noise, Chunji assumed his junior sister was recording his victorious moment, straightening his back even more. However, Nie Baili stretched out her hand, reaching over Chunji to capture the disheveled figure of the Holy Sun in his moment of disgrace. Yet when she opened the recording stone to review the footage, she found his appearance rather pitiable, though his gaze was too resolute. Female cultivators might not be fond of such a stubborn little pup. She immediately looked up at Chunji with hopeful eyes, wishing for him to strike a little harder. Chunji, turning his head, met the expectant gaze of his junior sister. Mistakenly assuming it was encouragement, a wave of relief washed over him. His gesture of offering his seat had not been in vain. She indeed had a conscience. The Holy Sun straightened his legs, standing resolutely. With just one move, he concluded that his opponent's strength was undoubtedly above that of the true immortal realm. Yet he could not concede defeat. He must not waver. Truly, he was the direct disciple of Qingxiao sect. His fighting spirit surged ever more fiercely. The beads around his neck formed a symbol in the air, both suppressing his opponent's strength and preparing to strike. In an instant, the vastness of Buddhist law erupted, even stirring a sense of submission within Nie Baili's heart. Buddhism conquers demons, and even the myriad of distractions. Countless images of blood-soaked corpses flashed through Chunji's mind. He also heard the word from the heavens. Turning back is the shore. Turning back. Having done no wrong, why would he turn back? Chunji moved. The sword in his hand became imbued with frost. The second layer of the frost blade's sword intent. Falling frost. A torrent of snow engulfed the 2 figures on stage, while the array of 108 Buddha beads surged toward him. However, the beads, once soaring like a rainbow, gradually became coated in frost, the warm golden light of the Buddha being overshadowed by the frigid snow. The moment the sword intent descended, Nie Baili felt ice spikes suddenly sprout from beneath her feet, nearly piercing her eyes. The sword intent roared like colossal waves, yet did not recede. Instead, it birthed more ice spikes. Others were even less fortunate. They hurriedly cast spells or raised swords to defend themselves. By the time the onlookers finished their frantic efforts, they saw the holy sun of the Buddhist sect pierced through the chest by an ice spike as thick as an arm. Extinguished Buddha beads lay scattered on the ground, each one riddled with cracks. Nie Baili gasped in shock, her mouth agape. How was this different from her previous life? In her last life, although Chunji had won, it had taken him 3 moves. Moreover, the Holy Sun had not suffered such severe injuries. What had transpired? Nie Baili looked down at the playback on the recording stone. She discovered that after Chunji unleashed the second layer of sword intent, countless ice spikes had risen from the stage. The Holy Sun had had the opportunity to evade, yet had braced himself for an attack, taking the blow instead. How outrageous! This was exceedingly excessive. The abbot of the Buddhist sect pointed an accusing finger at Chunji, berating him. This is the grand competition of the 10,000 sects, not a battle to the death. Shinmue likely had not anticipated Chunji's ruthless approach. He spoke in a subdued tone. Master Hongqian. Temper your anger. The master of the Bailuo sect seized the opportunity to sow discord. Fortunately, he is merely a direct disciple. We still have a chance to hold him accountable if he were to ascend as the sect leader. Would we not be left without a place to reason? The other sects are all on edge. Discontented murmurs began to rise on the platform. The Holy Son had already succumbed to unconsciousness as Ayu rescued him from the ice spikes and brought him to the back for treatment. The mingling of melting ice and blood was a heart-wrenching sight. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, strength has always reigned supreme. The complaints from other sects paled in comparison to those of the direct disciples. Shen Yue intended to provide Chunji with an opportunity to explain himself, hoping to appease the disciples with a few words. Chunji, could it be that you are simply exhausted, which led to this oversight? If only Chunji would respond with a simple, "It was an accident," or "I did not anticipate my opponent's weakness," this matter would have been laid to rest. However, Chunji replied, there was no oversight. It was self-inflicted. Knowing he could not withstand, he did not resist at all. He exerted all his effort to ensure we would both suffer defeat. What else could it be? The other sect leaders. Shen Yue was equally taken aback by Chunji's arrogance. Uncertain how to reconcile the situation for his disciple, at this critical moment, Nie Baili activated the recording stone and placed it in the center of the arena. I report to the sect leader. The Holy Son, despite being injured, insisted on dragging his senior brother down with him, which has evidently violated the purpose of the grand competition of the 10,000 sects. It is only natural for my senior brother to retaliate for self-preservation. Moreover, my senior brother is also injured. Look, the crowd followed Nie Baili's pointing finger and saw a 5-centimeter gash on the back of Chunji's hand. Shui Qinyan remarked sarcastically, "Ah, such a grievous injury. Had you delayed a bit longer, it would have healed." Yet, Nie Baili rushed onto the platform, supporting Chunji. "Senior brother, you have sustained internal injuries. Are you all right? Please do not frighten me." The seemingly unscathed Chunji, upon receiving a subtle glance from his junior sister, staggered slightly as if feeling a bit dizzy. He then leaned a significant portion of his weight onto Nie Baili. Resting his head gently on her shoulder, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. Shen Yue also grasped the implication. Following Nie Baili's words, he continued, "It is not a matter of who is injured more that determines righteousness. If the Holy Son does not value his own life, he cannot blame others. This matter is thus settled. If Master Hong Qian has any doubts, it would be prudent to confront the Holy Son upon his awakening." The abbot had no retort and could only concede. Chunji's battle brought him fame, elevating the perception of danger among the sect leaders. Nie Baili assisted him to a secluded area and shook her shoulders. "Hey, if you continue to feign, it would be impolite." Chunji straightened himself. "Thank you, junior sister, for your explanation." Hearing this, Nie Baili became irate, a master at fanning the flames, yet she never extinguished them. "Is your mouth solely for inciting anger? Cannot you argue a few words? If all else fails, just say you are a loss for words." Chunji raised an eyebrow, but he had not anticipated that his junior sister would be so concerned for him. Why should he explain? Let those who question bring their swords and ask. Life and death are the answers. Nie Baili was momentarily stunned. Indeed, this is not a harem. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Even if Chunji were to slay the Holy Son today, as long as he remains the most powerful among the new generation of disciples, Shen Yue would still protect him. Realizing this, Nie Baili felt as though she had been deeply poisoned by certain harem tropes. Chunji, observing her changing expressions, found it quite amusing that if you amend your habit of fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2, I assure you that within 3 years, you shall transcend to the Golden Core stage. Nie Baili had no interest in the Golden Core stage. She simply wished to swiftly realize the moments captured by the recording stone. Understand now. Thank you for your kind regard, senior brother. However, I am but a piece of useless mud, unable to support a wall. Farewell, until we meet again." As she spoke, Nie Baili retreated, soon disappearing from Chunji's view. She dashed to Yunji's stall, only to find it littered with remnants of bones. Not a morsel left. The 3 men shook their heads in unison, while only Jiang Yueli, who disliked deceit, remarked, They are deceiving you. See, hurry, bring it out. Gue Jinchio produced a roasted chicken and fresh egg cakes from his storage ring. Nie Baili's eyes sparkled as she patted her junior sister's head. Yueli is the best, my dear little warm quilt. Jiang Yueli's loyal attributes were instantly ignited, her eyes crescent-shaped and sweet. She was just a tail wagging away in hope of a pat. However, Gue Jinchio was displeased. The money was put forth by Huashen. The team was arranged by Ji Yin, and the food was brought by me. How did she become the dear little warm quilt? Nie Baili snatched the roasted chicken. Who told you that you're not as adorable as Yueli? With that, Nie Baili instantly straightened her posture. The tingling sensation in her ears lingered. The other disciples, upon hearing the junior sister instruct the senior brother to keep his distance, cast admiring glances in her direction. Truly, she was a force to be reckoned with, unafraid of the fiercest of foes. To think she would even disdain the senior brother. Shinji, however, remained unperturbed, silently increasing the distance between them. Nie Baili thought he was finally going to concentrate on watching the match. Little did she expect him to communicate telepathically. She instinctively received the message, yet feigned surrender, unsure if he was merely playing the fool or... Baili eventually turned back voluntarily, meeting Shinji's keen gaze. She smiled, curious as to why. Shinji was uncertain. Why not ask him yourself? Nie Baili beamed radiantly. Reflecting on her past life and his capable subordinate, she felt a profound connection between these two. As the fourth round concluded, only 10 disciples remained to enter the finals, most of whom were direct disciples. The inner sect was sparse. For an outer sect disciple like Nie Baili, to break into the top 10 as a chi refining practitioner was unprecedented. Even the sect's disciples regarded her as merely lucky. However, soon their envy transformed into sympathy. Nie Baili followed Shunji to draw lots. Shunji graciously ceded the first draw to her as a result. Nie Baili drew Shui Mingwe. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with animosity. Shui Mingwe burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. This time, I will relish watching you beg for mercy. Nie Baili retorted nonchalantly. Every cause has its effect. Your retribution is me. How's your tongue feeling now? Shui Mingwe was infuriated and cursed, the pain in her tongue returning as promised. Yet Nie Baili, with a devil-may-care attitude, turned to Shui Luohan and asked, Haven't your ears been much quieter lately? How do you plan to thank me? Shui Luohan. If you want a reward, say it privately. Although he indeed noticed a significant reduction in noise around him, the senior brother, Shui Qianyan, paid little mind to these petty quarrels. The banter of ants was, in his eyes, rather charming. In fact, he found Nie Baili's sharp tongue quite endearing. After drawing lots, Shinji tosses aside without a glance and urged, Let's go. As they walked, Nie Baili inquired, Who is your opponent tomorrow? I don't know. We shall see tomorrow. His arrogance was palpable, while Shui Qianyan, glancing at the name Fu Meng in his hand, felt a pang of regret. No sooner had they left the competition stage than a throng of female cultivators surged toward Nie Baili. Junior sister Nie, do you have any recording stones left? The scene of the saint's son spitting blood is simply too enticing. I want to buy 10 recording stones for continuous playback. In the cultivation world, recording stones typically became unusable after 4 or 5 uses. Therefore, the female cultivators above would often repurchase. Yes, I have plenty. Don't crowd from a line. Nie Baili collected money and dispensed goods, entirely oblivious to the icy gaze behind her. You're using the recording stones to capture that bald donkey? Chapter 66. Who said you won with no grace? Mind your tongue. That is a holy monk. Bald donkey sounds rather unseemly. Nie Baili shot him an exasperated glance, preparing to return the remaining recording stones. Unexpectedly, Shunji snatched one away. Hey, that's my recording stone. Shunji ignored her. Tossing her a storage ring, he then activated the recording stone. Upon breaking open the storage ring, Nie Baili discovered it contained at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones. She decided to let him be. In the images captured by the recording stone, his figure mysteriously vanished, as if erased. Only the various defeated opponents spewing blood remained, some retching skyward, others collapsed on the ground, spinning 360 degrees in their vomiting. Shinji was astonished at how much the monk could vomit. Puzzled, he asked, "What is so interesting about this?" Nie Baili withdrew 1,000 spirit stones from his storage ring and returned it to him. "You wouldn't understand." Shunji, with a look of eager curiosity, inquired further. Though winning or losing was significant, appearance was justice. The saint's son, bloodied and thoroughly defeated, was rather pitiful. Nowadays, female cultivators in the realm of cultivation were all quite formidable. Not seeking the strong, but wishing to be strong themselves, in comparison, wasn't the saint's son more likable? Shunji felt a sense of helplessness in keeping up with the changing times. He rubbed his temples. "But am I not more handsome than him?" "Of course you are more handsome," Nie Baili answered without hesitation. After all, he still ranked first on the list of female cultivators' most desired partners. Shunji's frustration eased slightly, only to hear her next words. "But who told you to win without any grace?" "Shunji, this reasoning is utterly absurd." Nie Baili happily accumulated a substantial sum of money. According to the current exchange rate of spirit stones to silver, she had become a wealthy little lady. Had it not been for her previous life's experience, she likely would have deliberately lost the match, seeking an excuse to leave the sect and live a peaceful life. Yet that elder lady had stated that if she could not uncover the truth behind Shunji's murders, her life would be cut short. "Shunji." Nie Baili raised her hand to form a barrier, ensuring no one was around before asking, "Why did you kill during the last secret realm?" Shunji hesitated. If this matter were to become known, he would be cast down from grace, never to rise again. Yet this secret had lingered within him for so long that he too needed an outlet, a means to share and find solace. However, once a secret is spoken, it ceases to be a secret. "Oh, you wish to take our relationship further?" Nie Baili. Shunji raised an eyebrow. Sharing secrets means placing one's life in another's hands. It is both intimate and perilous. Unless he slowly leaned down, his lips brushing against the girl's ear. The fine strands of her hair danced in the wind, occasionally brushing against his cheek. "Then tell me your secret." Nie Baili instantly grasped his meaning. Such a high level of vigilance. After the last murder, both of their hands were stained. The implication was clear. There was already a foundation of trust. After all, they had both killed fellow sect disciples. Yet that wasn't enough. Shunji straightened up. "You could claim it was an accident, but if one were to be serious, might also be considered a demon." "Not at all. In my last life, I ascended and fell back down, truly becoming a demon." Nie Baili pondered for a moment. "All right, I too have a secret to share, but you must go first." Shunji then spoke seriously. "It wasn't me who killed them. They sought to kill me. Throughout my life, those around me inexplicably become uncontrollable and turn against me. Without exception, they all bear a serpent-shaped mark on their arms. I suspect it is a ploy of the demon clan." Yet Baili did not naively ask why they wished to kill him. Thought if Shunji knew, he would have said so long ago. Nie Baili added, "That mark is a mark of demon slaves. Centuries ago, a group of humans persecuted by the demon clan became their slaves, bearing this mark on their hands." Shunji countered. "How do you know?" Nie Baili, full of confidence, finally felt she could outshine Shunji in knowledge. "Of course, I read it in the library." Shunji pondered briefly. "Records regarding centuries past are stored on the 3rd floor, accessible only to direct disciples." "Are you saying you trespassed into the restricted area of the library and happened to read that segment?" "Not quite. There are many serpent-shaped marks. The fact that you are so certain without having seen it means you already knew." Nie Baili. Her attempt at bravado had failed, and she was caught off guard. The problem was, she couldn't clarify either point. Their gazes met in the air, one probing, the other evasive. Finally, Nie Baili lowered her head, fiercely declaring, "I did go in. I did see that segment. I am certain that is the mark of the demon slaves." "What will you do about it?" Shunji observed her guilty demeanor and chose not to press further. "No matter, as expected of my junior sister. Your knowledge is profound. I have learned much." Nie Baili puffed out her chest with pride. "You know it now." Shunji crossed his arms, exuding a refined yet roguish demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on Nie Baili. The implication was clear. It was her turn to share a secret. Nie Baili cleared her throat twice. "Once upon a time, there was a sphere within which lay 7 continents, each with its nations. There, men and women were equal. There was no spiritual energy, and murder resulted in imprisonment that I hail from that sphere. With that, she finished her secret and declared, "Believe it or not." Shunji's eyes brightened, though he did not respond directly. "You truly lack sincerity. You might as well explain why you ventured to the third level of the library and how you came to know about the demon slave marks." Nie Baili remained indifferent. She dismantled the barrier. "Curious? Not telling you." Yet before she could fully relish the moment, she turned and came face to face with the sect's holy son. The bald monk's face was a mask of fury, a recording stone in hand, seemingly obtained from nowhere. Upon seeing her, it was as if he had encountered a sworn enemy. Nie Baili, startled, Nie Baili trembled, immediately hiding behind Shinji. "Senior brother, please intervene. My life is in peril." She patted Shunji's shoulder, exclaiming, "I owe you my life. I shall serve you in the next life." With that, she turned and fled. The Holy Son was fuming. "Stop right there." Yet before he could take 2 steps, a white figure blocked his path. "Oh, you know what she has done to me. I am but a humble monk." In Shunji's eyes, a glimmer of schadenfreude danced. Every female cultivator in the entire realm yearned to wed the ascetic. The Holy Son's future was boundless. Soon after, she transformed into a gentle breeze and vanished without a trace, leaving only the Holy Son, lost in madness. The following day, the Bailuo sect arrived early, and Shui Mingwe was filled with immense anticipation for the day's competition. Nie Baili, fearing retribution from the Holy Son, had deliberately invited Chu Fengshe for protection. Upon hearing of his junior sister's antics, Chu Fengshe was left in a state of bemusement. It was no wonder that someone wanted to hunt her down. The Holy Son was a being of the outer realms, yet she insisted on dragging him into the mundane world. Nie Baili argued passionately, "If one does not enter the world, how can one transcend it? Besides, if I refuse, there are many who would gladly take my place. Watching others earn wealth while I remain empty-handed would be truly unbearable." Before entering the arena, Chu Fengshe, shedding his light-hearted demeanor, spoke with earnestness. "It is merely a competition. The fact that you have made it this far is already commendable. Admitting defeat is not something to be ashamed of." Nie Baili expressed her gratitude for her brother's kindness, but replied, "I believe this is not a matter that can be resolved by mere concession." Chapter 67. Either crush her with overwhelming strength or be tormented to death by her. Shui Mingwe was the epitome of a power-seeker. It was either total dominance or relentless suffering. There was no middle ground. Indeed, as Nie Baili had surmised, Shui Mingwe came into the competition with a heart set on torturing her mercilessly. She would not strike a fatal blow, but instead savor the taste of despair, ensuring that her victim could neither live nor die. Shui Mingwe entertained her own dark imaginings, and, after some inner glee, turned to gauge Nie Baili's expression. To her astonishment, the latter was using a recording stone to surreptitiously capture the Holy Son. "What are you doing?" The exclamation did not startle Nie Baili. Her grip on the recording stone was steady. Instead, it startled the Holy Son, who was discreetly picking his teeth beneath his robe, causing him to immediately cease his actions and lower his sleeve. And he could hardly believe that this woman had recorded him after indulging in a few extra spirit vegetable pancakes for breakfast. Wasn't the recording stone meant to preserve legacies? How could the Qingshao sect allow their disciples to use it for such frivolity? Such wastefulness was unbecoming of a major sect. The Holy Son was furious. Feeling utterly humiliated, images of him, bloodied and vulnerable, had already spread like wildfire throughout the cultivation world. Would he lose his dignity now, with even his tooth-picking captured for posterity? Nie Baili calmly directed her gaze at Shui Mingwe. "I haven't done anything. Are you jealous that I only captured him and not you? Just look at you. How could you possibly compare to the Holy Son?" For profit, the quick-witted Shui Mingwe was swiftly led astray by Nie Baili's words. "What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Do you believe I can't smash? Ouch!" The pain of a needle being swallowed hit her, just as expected. Shui Mingwe clutched her mouth, yearning to rip out her own tongue. Nie Baili shrugged. She had brought this upon herself. When the time came, the judge ascended the stage to inspect the arena. Confirming that everything was in order, he announced, "The competition begins." In the first round of 10 to 5. We have Nie Baili from the Qing Shao sect versus Shui Mingyue from the Bai Luo sect. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The Washington banner was unfurled with fervor. Jiang Ili leaped about, cheering with delight. Gue Jinxiu struck the drum for the first time. Only Jian, feeling rather unoccupied, decided to perform a one-handed handstand. The B-Sect's leader was left utterly flabbergasted. How is it that there isn't a single sensible mind around that little girl? A nearby disciple pondered deeply before responding. Is it possible that like attracts like, and she too is rather peculiar? Indeed, the B-Sect's leader was struck by epiphany. Which rational outer sect disciple could penetrate the top 10 of the myriad sects grand competition? On stage, Shui Mingyue was consumed by the hatred she had built up beforehand. She drew her sword with the intent to kill. Each strike aimed to send Nie Baili into reincarnation. Nie Baili was not to be outdone. She wielded her stealth techniques with great finesse. At a normal pace, she became a blur. A mere phantom .1 sword was insufficient to pierce her defenses. A net was required to ensnare her. Legs moving tirelessly, mouth running incessantly. Nie Baili taunted her while evading. The Bai Luo sect is not large enough. So you come to the Qing Shao sect to practice your swordsmanship. I'm right here. Aim for me. Shui Mingyue had discarded the notion of slow torment, unable to seek death from her mind. One thought remained. Let her die. To spare her life would leave the hatred in her heart unresolved. The more filthy the insults, the more her tongue throbbed with pain. Yet, she could not afford to dwell on such trivialities. The Yuanying stage was no laughing matter. Shui Mingyue abandoned close combat. With a flick of her fingers, she conjured countless sword shadows before her. Like a tightly woven net, it surged toward Nie Baili. Die! Her tongue was already bleeding, yet she could not help but continue her furious tirade. Uncharacteristically, Nie Baili refrained from using her stealth to evade. Below, the Bai Luo sect's leader shook his head gently. Taking shortcuts is destined for failure. To reach this point is already the utmost achievement for an outer sect disciple. Wan Muchun could not restrain a derisive snort. Humph. Su Wenjing observed the unfolding situation and recognized that for a chi-refining disciple, to reach this stage was indeed impressive. Yet, there remained a sense of regret. Nearby, Washington's voice rang out louder than anyone else's. So what if they are outer sect disciples? Some of those who were cast out might not even measure up. Once he finished speaking, Gue Jinxiu promptly covered Washington's mouth. How can you speak so disrespectfully of the esteemed disciples of the Bai Luo sect? This veiled sarcasm, this direct naming, left the Bai Luo sect's leader's face darkening with rage. Shun interjected. Sect Master Shui, please forgive them. They are still children. Children, my foot. 20-year-old children? The Shui sect master inhaled deeply. I shall not bicker with a bunch of hot-headed youths. Their verbal bravado will soon be put to the test. Meanwhile, on stage, Nie Baili slowly raised her sword. Faced with an overwhelming onslaught, as long as she did not concede and step down, there was no escaping. Since evasion was futile, she would meet them head-on. A gentle breeze stirred, rippling through the arena as the spirit energy around Nie Baili began to coalesce. Every trajectory of the sword slowed in her vision. The seemingly impenetrable array of blades gradually revealed its vulnerabilities. Grasping her spirit sword, the aura of killing intent surged around her. The first layer of Qing Shao sword intent shattered the storm clouds. The sword intent surged outward in all directions, crashing against Shui Mingyue's sword array with a resounding clang. The spectators scarcely registered the instantaneous action, feeling their breath catch for a moment. On stage, the eruption was palpable. Shui Mingyue's sword was cleaved into countless shards, scattering like frost and snow across the ground. Her face was lacerated by the shattered blades, yet she felt no pain. What unfolded before her was utterly beyond her comprehension, defying belief. What was that just now? Sword intent. How could a chi-refining disciple from the Qing Shao sect comprehend sword intent from a half-damage technique? Even a Yuanying could not achieve such a feat. You are not merely a chi-refining disciple. You are concealing your true power. The judge glanced over, displeased, Nie Baili of the Qing Shao sect, late chi-refining stage. Indeed, the esteemed elders on stage had lived for countless years. They could easily see through the strength of an outer sect disciple. Wan Muchun directed another disdainful snort toward the Bailuo sect leader. Umph. If you cannot win, then resort to slander. The legacy of the Bailuo sect continues. Shenmue, unusually silent, seemed to glimpse another predecessor through the figures on stage. Shunji was not surprised. After all, he had already witnessed her prowess in the secret realm. Only the other disciples preparing to take the stage gasped in astonishment. Had the outer sect disciples become this formidable? The most awkward position belonged to the Shui sect master. Words once spoken were like spilled water. Yet, he chose to gamble, standing tall. So what if she broke one move? She will lose eventually. Su Wenjing retorted, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. On the competition stage, Shui Mingyue gripped the bare sword hilt, her mind clouded with confusion. She had once thought victory was assured, but now, no, she could not doubt herself. Nie Baili slowly raised her gaze as the sunlight was overtaken by dark clouds. She exhaled a breath of stale air. You are right. I am indeed not merely a cheer-refining disciple. Shui Mingyue, I am about to ascend. With that declaration, she unexpectedly launched an offensive. Shui Mingyue had no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. The tribulation lightning was not so precise. It did not pursue the cultivator relentlessly. Typically, it would strike once the position was established. Thus, Shui Mingyue experienced firsthand the meaning of fighting while dodging. Yet, Nie Baili seemed impervious to pain. As the lightning struck her, she remained unfazed. Each strike grew increasingly fierce. As the battle progressed, Shui Mingyue's techniques became erratic. Within Nie Baili, spiritual energy surged, theoretically leading her to foundation establishment. However, with each increase in energy, her strikes grew more brutal, consuming more than she gained. In the end, this process of ascension extended for half an hour. The heavenly lightning, growing weary, decided to unleash a grand move. One miscalculated strike, and Shui Mingyue was hit, resulting in a plume of black smoke rising from her. What an embarrassing predicament. Goodbye, lightning. The heavenly force retreated in disarray, leaving Shui Mingyue infuriated. She detested those who advanced while fighting. Simultaneously, Nie Baili also directly progressed to the late foundation establishment stage, wielding her newfound power to once again unleash the sword intent that shattered the storm clouds. The sword intent broke through Shui Mingyue's spiritual shield and sent her flying from the stage. With a resounding thud, the match came to a close. Chapter 68. Nie Baili, outer disciple of the Qingxiao sect at the late foundation establishment stage, emerges victorious. Silence enveloped the arena. The judge stood in stunned silence for 3 seconds before proclaiming loudly, Nie Baili of the Qingxiao sect, late foundation establishment stage, victorious. Nie Baili blinked. She had won. Yet why all the elaborate titles? As if to emphasize that she was merely an outer sect disciple at the foundation stage. Below, the Shui sect master felt a pang of embarrassment. It hurt. Oh, so painfully. Let defeat be accepted. Yet to be vanquished by a mere outer sect disciple who has just established their foundation. The elders of Qingxiao sect are positively ecstatic. Never has there been a match that has brought them such pride in outer sect disciple. In the late stages of foundation establishment, rising through the ranks as they fight, victorious against the direct disciple of Biluo sect. Ha! This will give them a century's worth of mockery against Biluo sect. Shen Weiyue is particularly benevolent, his face radiating kindness, almost as if he were eager to adopt a disciple that what a spirited child. Come, sit beside me. Chunji, why are you standing there in a daze? Get up. Chunji, sensing his waning favor, obediently rises to offer his seat to his junior sister, even thoughtfully supporting the back of her chair. Please, junior sister. However, Nie Baili dashes towards her companions below the stage first, retrieving the banner before dashing back up. Thank you for your grace, sect master. Unexpectedly, Shen Weiyue's first words are, would you like to switch peaks or change masters? Nie Baili glances at her own master and finds him feigning death with his eyes closed. Yet the debts of Yifeng remain unpaid. The little wealthy lady's purse is still insufficiently filled. How can one abandon the endeavor midway? Thus, Nie Baili replies obediently. Disciple is reluctant to part with Master Wan. He cares for me as though I were his own child. One? Own child at Mu Chun, under the sect master's piercing gaze, can only shut his eyes even tighter. What does it matter if the young disciple wishes to remain in the outer sect? Fortunately, Shenwue does not press the issue. Take this jade pendant. It grants you free access to the inner sect and the administrative hall. You may also come and go freely from the library pavilion. Both the inner and outer sects are but illusions. One's own strength is of utmost importance that D not be negligent. The implication is clear. Should any difficulties arise in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek assistance. Nie Baili respectfully accepts it, nodding in agreement. Throughout this exchange, Chun-Ji stands silently behind her, his emotions unreadable. The subsequent matches, in comparison to Nie Baili's, lack a certain excitement. The outcomes are largely anticipated that Fu Meng, despite exerting her utmost effort, is still defeated by Shui Qinyan. Yet, no one blames her. Even Shui Qinyan's master did not foresee their disciple surpassing the realm of Guixian. Thus, the competition for the top 3 spots now includes an additional bye. All eyes turn to Nie Baili. Shui Luohan can no longer contain her jealousy, exclaiming, "No way! How can she, a foundation establishment disciple, make it to the top 3? No sooner had she said this than Shui Mingyue slapped her back into silence. "Shut up. If she draws another blank slip, I will suspect Qingxiao's sect of cheating." Nie Baili sips her tea, calmly declaring, all right, I will let you 4 draw first. Is that acceptable?" The others show no dissent. Once the 4 have drawn their name slips, they all glare at Nie Baili through gritted teeth. What luck! Winning by line down. Nie Baili is the last to take the stage, holding a blank slip. Oh my, how courteous! Why am I seeing your brothers and sisters so polite? I, a humble girl, shall accept 3rd place. She then gracefully exits amidst a flurry of envious and jealous gazes. Even Su Wenjing cannot help but inquire of Shenwu. "Sect Master, you wouldn't be secretly aiding her, would you?" Shenwu shoots him a glance. If I were to assist, wouldn't he? I helped Qinji instead. That made sense that Su Wenjing nods in agreement. A dust descends. The disciples disperse in pairs. The vast majority prepare to return for cultivation, crowding onto the same path. Only Nie Baili and her 4 companions take a different route, heading towards the dining hall. The son of the Buddha, initially wishing to quietly slip away from the throngs of female disciples, is nonetheless intercepted. The Nie Baili quintet blocks the entire entrance like bandits. "Hey son, you wouldn't want your dental hygiene habits to become common knowledge in the cultivation world, would you?" The son takes a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Damn, he can't calm down at all. With a sour expression, he retorts, "What do you want?" Nie Baili extends her hand at a flat rate of 100,000. "To buy out my recording stone before I replicate it." This is no different from the actions of paparazzi on Blue Star. Nie Baili hadn't anticipated that business could be so unscrupulous. Who would have thought she initially only wanted to sell merchandise? Indeed, once one begins to profit, they lose their original intent. Nie Baili lament her own heart. She resolutely continues to extort the son. Ultimately, for the sake of his pride, the son reluctantly pays 100,000 spirit stones to acquire the recording stone. In his lifetime, he never wishes to see anyone with the surname Nie again. From that moment onward, the son unwittingly developed a sense of idol consciousness. He became meticulous about his appearance whenever he was out, attracting even more female admirers. Having secured the funds, Nie Baili promptly divides it into 5 portions to share with her companions. The group cheers as they rush toward the dining hall. Along the way, Hua Shengsheng expresses his confusion. Earlier, the sect master said he wanted to take you as a disciple. Why didn't you agree? What a splendid opportunity. Nie Baili responds with ease. Because I cannot bear to part with you all. Her companions are momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of gratitude and guilt. Yet, Nie Baili soon drops the pretense. Being a direct disciple is exhausting, always having to take the lead and being compared to others at all times. My greatest wish in this lifetime is to eat, drink, and win effortlessly. Of course, if I encounter someone as confrontational as Shui Mingyue, I wouldn't mind flipping the script. Hua Shengsheng. That S rather apathetic, The sunset stretches the shadows of the five into infinity. A night of sweet dreams passes. The next day, without the crowing of roosters, all disciples rise punctually in the morning's 2 rounds. Chunji still does not face Shui Qinyan, with both holding back somewhat. However, Nie Baili manages to attract quite a bit of attention. With good fortune and stunning strength, should an unexpected event occur, having a foundation establishment disciple claim first in the wand sect competition would indeed be legendary. The weight of expectations on Nie Baili is palpable. Yet she feels no pressure. She has long prepared her escape route. Instead of sitting on the stage, she remains with her companions at Yunji's stall, indulging in lychees. They watch as Chunji and Shui Qinyan effortlessly overwhelm their opponents. Nie Baili smirks with a hint of malice. Just wait. I have a trump card. Her anxious companions are instantly relieved, attributing it to the solid foundation of trust they have in her in the afternoon. 3 disciples vie for victory. The judge announces, in the 3-2 competition, Qingxiao sect's Nie Baili faces Biluo sect's Shui Qinyan. Chapter 69. I am a senior brother. Who do you think you are? A wild senior brother? The crowd instinctively holds its breath, filled with anticipation that Nie Baili might create yet another miracle. After all, defeating a disciple in the Guasian realm while being in the foundation establishment stage is no small feat. Yet, for Shui Qinyan, her demeanor is 1,000 times more amiable than Shui Mingyue's. Even before taking the stage, she gently encourages, I look forward to your performance. Feel free to reveal any hidden cards. Nie Baili scoffs inwardly, an outer sect disciple lacking resources and connections. Where could she possibly find so many hidden cards? Thus, in front of tens of thousands of disciples, she confidently declares, I concede. Her companions. The other disciples, what? The most furious is Shui Mingyue. After all, it was a rare chance for her senior brother to teach this arrogant outer sect disciple a lesson. How dare she concede? You cannot concede. Nie Baili, if you concede, you are a dog. Nie Baili extends her hands, placing them beside her face. Woof woof. Being a dog is far easier than being a person. When it's time to be humble, one must never force themselves. Shui Mingyue, furious enough to curse, bites her tongue again, wincing in pain. The elders of Qingxiao sect are not surprised by this turn of events. They do not require their disciples to fight to the point of injury before carrying them out. Shui Qinyan raises an eyebrow, appearing somewhat regretful. Senior brother, I shall cherish the delicate. Why not come up for a few exchanges? Watching from the sidelines, Siyu shoots back. I am a senior brother. Who do you think you are, a wild senior brother? The line was stolen from Chu Fengshi, preemptively claimed by Chunji. The judge, observing that Nie Baili has firmly decided not to step onto the stage, promptly announces, Biluo sect, Shui Qinyan wins. Shui Qinyan effortlessly claims victory. Hua Shengsheng, unable to restrain himself, gives Nie Baili a thumbs up. You're still the best. Gue Jinxiu believes Nie Baili made the right choice. That's how it should be. Knowing when to stop is wise. Achieving 3rd place in the wand sect competition is quite remarkable. Jiang Yuli begins to celebrate early. Oh yeah, senior sister Baili has taken 3rd. A nearby senior brother from Dan Peak facepalms. Junior sister. Don't forget, you lost in the 3rd match. Jiang Yuli nods, looking perplexed. Right, but senior sister is still stronger than I am. This prompts Nie Baili to affectionately pinch her cheek. That GNS thought process takes a peculiar turn. Can we go to the dining hall early to grab some food? Hua Shengsheng hesitates. Let us wait a bit. While roasted chicken is certainly delicious, the climactic battle between Qingxiao sect and Biluo sect is equally enticing. From afar, Shui Luhan observes the actions of Nie Baili and her 4 companions. Now he understands why these 5 can bond so well. Not a single one is normal. The duel between the senior brothers is undoubtedly more captivating than roasted chicken. Ugh! What even is roasted chicken compared to a senior brother? The wand sect competition finally reaches its final decisive phase. Will the perennial champion, Qingxiao sect, continue its winning streak, or will the rising star, Biluo sect, claim victory? Even before the duel begins, bets are already placed. Shui Qinyan remains on stage, awaiting the judge to announce the 2nd match, the final showdown of the wand sect competition. Qingxiao sect Xunji versus Biluo sect Shui Qianyan. The expression on Chunji's cold and indifferent face revealed no extraneous emotions. The two stood atop the martial arts platform. Setting aside other considerations, their appearances alone could be deemed victorious. A murmur arose from the crowd below. Goodness, such exquisite features. I would be heartbroken regardless of who loses. Let us hope they don't mar their faces. As the referee ignited the incense, neither competitor made the first move that if they continued standing there, a draw seemed inevitable. Ultimately, it was Shui Qianyan who could no longer contain her impatience and struck first. As a direct descendant of the Biluo sect, her hobbies, such as crafting weather dolls, paled in comparison to the true martial skills embodied in the Ping Qiu heart method, the Biluo sect's ultimate weapon. Shui Qianyan slashed her sword towards Chunji, who did not retaliate but instead sidestepped the attack. The martial arts platform was cleaved in two by her strike, as the sword light threatened to descend upon the spectators below. Several cried out in alarm. Fortunately, Shen Wei had foreseen the danger, shaking the barrier with a flick, perfectly blocking the onslaught. However, the barrier only protected the viewing area of Qingxiao sect disciples, leaving the Biluo sect S section exposed and bare. The Biluo sect's master Shui scoffed, "Old man, how stingy. It's just a barrier. I could easily set one up myself." Thus, the barriers of Qingxiao sect and Biluo sect stood starkly divided, as for the other sections. The various sect leaders reluctantly provided their disciples with some form of protection, but on the platform, the fierce clash of blades evoked gasps from the audience, perhaps considering the safety of the onlookers. Both fighters abandoned their magical duel in favor of the most primal form of combat, sword against sword. Even so, the platform was increasingly marred by new fissures, as this most elemental of duels ignited their competitive spirits. Sweat beaded on Shui Qianyan's forehead, yet the smile at her lips remained unwavering. "Very well. Let us see how long you can last." Chunji replied with his usual calmness, "If only your strength matched your words." Shui Qianyan unleashed a more ferocious assault. With the incense burning low, the platform was nearly dismantled. Realizing that continuing would surely lead to her defeat, Shui Qianyan cast aside her concerns and emanated the oppressive aura of the Guixian realm. Her longsword howled as the arena was enveloped in thick purple mist. Wherever the purple haze spread, all things decayed. Even the barrier was riddled with large, gaping holes. Toxic spirit array? He actually refined his spiritual energy into poison? Isn't he afraid of poisoning himself? See you, well-versed in such matters, couldn't help but curse Shui Qianyan for her ruthlessness. Nie Baili was not surprised. In his past life, Shui Qianyan had always been unhinged, engaging in acts beyond comprehension. Hua Shengsheng voiced his concern. Oh no, could the senior brother be poisoned within? No sooner had he spoken than a burst of white sword energy cleaved through the thick fog. Chunji's garments were also corroded with several holes, yet his sword remained unscathed. Yet Bailey sensed something amiss. In his previous life, he had inadvertently learned that Chunji's blood was as potent as the poison from the 10,000 poison cave. Contact would result in poisoning. Could it be upon closer inspection, Nie Baili noticed a faint sheen of blood upon the sword. Using poison against poison. How fitting. Chunji took a step forward, the domain he commanded extending to Shui Qianyan's feet. Suddenly, everything before them darkened. In the obscurity, only Chunji and Shui Qianyan remained. Chunji finally shed his indifferent facade, his expression one of irritation as he rubbed the back of his neck. How bothersome. Shui Qianyan narrowed her eyes. Can't maintain your act any longer. Chunji retorted, "Why do fools always believe that more trump cards equate to greater chances of victory? Oh right, it's because they have yet to encounter someone who can crush them." Shui Qianyan felt that Chunji would have been better off continuing his pretense. The moment he spoke, he was insufferable. "Let us see just how strong you truly are." The 9 turns gathering spirit talisman on Shui Qianyan's chest began to radiate warmth. Its function was straightforward. It could assist the user in temporarily ascending their realm. This meant that Shui Qianyan's current strength had reached the true immortal realm, in the realm of cultivation. A true immortal could easily assume the role of sect leader in smaller sects, and even in Qingxiao sect, one could attain the status of elder. Shui Qianyan delivered a lethal blow. Chunji's longsword was cloaked in frost. And with a surge of sword intent, he conjured a wall of snow. The icy blade surged directly towards Shui Qinyan. The spectators outside could not perceive what transpired within the domain. All they heard was a resounding crack. The barrier, already on the verge of collapse, shattered completely. Chapter 70. Nie Baili, I will not rest until I am rid of you. Immediately, a disciple shouted, "Run!" We're caught in the crossfire. In an instant, chaos erupted below the platform, surpassing that on it. Shun Yue and Master Shui craned their necks to observe the match above, unable to spare a moment to ensure the safety of the disciples below as the domain dissipated. The snow wall rose from the ground, shattering the purple toxic mist and charging towards the barrier. Yet, at the moment of collision, the snow wall vanished without a trace, leaving only a flurry of snowflakes cascading down. What the heck? Is this some kind of magic? It's snowing. Goodness, how is this even possible? Nie Baili extended his hand, watching as the snowflakes landed in his palm, dissipating into wisps of spiritual energy. The ground remained pristine and orderly, devoid of any moisture. The crowd quickly redirected their gaze to the platform. The domain had vanished, and the senior brother still stood. The other senior brother lay motionless, blood flowing relentlessly from his chest. Qinyan, quickly, help him down. Wait. Shui Qinyan clutched her chest and slowly rose, swaying on her feet as she struggled to stand. And no need. Even in defeat, I wish to preserve a semblance of dignity. If my skills fall short, I willingly concede. Chunji was tempted to retort. Perhaps it was he who lacked the strength. Reflecting on his own persona, he instead said, I concede. The extent of their mutual hypocrisy was known only to themselves. Ultimately, Qingxiao's sect retained its position as the #1 sect for millennia. The other sects could hardly claim disappointment. Losing once or twice might evoke discontent, but after centuries of defeat, they would learn humility and strive for improvement. Continuous failure would simply become tradition. With the match concluded, the various sects prepared to depart, particularly the Biluo sect, which was eager to leave without delay. Following his victory, Chunji had intended to observe his junior sister's reaction, only to see her dashing away with her companions in a particular direction. Where are they headed? It's not towards the dining hall, is it? Nie Baili urged the four to hurry. We must clean his room before the Holy Sun returns. Upon arrival, they immediately opened their storage rings, tossing bedding, shoes issued by Qingxiao sect, lanterns, and cushions into the rings. They even spared neither the wardrobe nor the bed. By the end, the room was stripped bare, leaving only 4 walls and a ceiling, not a speck of dust remaining. Were it not for the risk of damaging public property and incurring fines, Nie Baili would have loved to scrape up the floorboards the Holy Sun had walked on. When the Holy Sun returned to pack his belongings and prepare to leave, he found the 5 blocking the doorway. "Do need something?" the Holy Sun inquired, his spirit sensing a question. Nie Baili smiled ingratiatingly. I heard the Holy Sun is about to depart, and I felt a pang of guilt. Thus, I took the liberty of tidying your things as a form of apology. The other 4 chimed in unison. As if rehearsed, we're sorry, truly sorry, very sorry. Such a grand display. The Holy Sun found it rather odd. Yet recalling the young girl who had saved him within the Kunwa's secret realm, he felt she still had some redeemable qualities. To recognize one's mistakes and seek to amend them is a virtue of the highest order. The kind-hearted and naive Holy Sun genuinely believed they had repented, gracefully departing with his belongings, until he later saw his used pillow and shoes being auctioned off on the Spirit Network. Furious, he smashed the wooden fish into splinters. Nie Baili, I will not rest until you are vanquished. After venting his frustration, the Holy Sun pitifully squatted and waited for the auction, hoping to buy back his possessions. Other items could be sold, but due to his obsessive cleanliness, he would never share clothing or shoes. Of course, that was a matter for another time. After bidding farewell to the various sects, Qingxiao sect enjoyed a moment of tranquility. Yunjia, and see you calculated that in less than half a month of competition, they had earned 200,000 spirit stones, a veritable windfall. Holding the spirit stones, Yunjia beamed. For the next grand competition, I want to set up a stall selling spirit swords. Ayu smiled wryly, shaking his head. Do you really think it will come around to our medical peak again? Why wouldn't it? Yunjia countered. Whenever there is profit to be made, The other peaks are always eager to participate. Just wait and see. Once the peak leaders conclude their meeting, the logistics for the grand competition will undoubtedly rotate among the peaks. I was all too aware of the other peaks' approach. No profit. No rise. Seeing the medical peak making money. How could they not be tempted? In the administration hall, the disciples who had participated in the competition stood within the head, set the sect leader and the leaders of each peak. Shun Yue expressed his satisfaction. In this grand competition, you all performed exceptionally well, especially the outer disciples, who actively participated and achieved commendable results. You are worthy of recognition. The outer disciples wore smiles of pride. Chu Fengshe glanced at his junior sister, Canin, who had previously faced 4 defeats. She had won only 2 battles yet wore a cheerful expression. He was grateful to have heeded Nie Baili's advice, or he might have hindered the ambitious disciples from progressing further. Shun Wuyue continued, the Divine Sword Tomb is set to open soon. That I have decided that all disciples who participated in this competition shall be granted entry to seek swords within.